Chapter 1 Unlocking the Indulgence System, Enjoying University Life. Jiangcheng University, Room 510, Building 7, Boys Dormitory. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning, and quite a number of classes had started. However, the 4 boys in the dormitory, all of them were relying on their own beds to whoop and holler, with absolutely no intention of getting up to go to class. Perhaps this is the necessary program of every college student, skipping the early 8 of the class. After all, high school just ate 3 years of suffering. To the loose environment of the university, can hold back not to indulge is simply a godman. Suddenly, one of the boys snapped his eyes open and sat up straight from his bed. The sudden sound in his head, as well as the light screen in front of him, caused Subai to instantly wake up. The Indulgence Department Godly Hero System has been bound. This system is designed to help the host enjoy a life of doing as he pleases. Any indulgent behavior will be rewarded by the system. In addition, all indulgence-related spending behaviors will be rewarded with a random cashback ranging from 2 to 10 times. Remarks: the system operates for your conscience, and all proceeds are from legitimate sources. I'm going. Is this the legendary brother unicorn? Subai was pleasantly surprised. Immediately afterward, he thought, he now overslept and skipped class. Is it considered indulgence? Right at the same time this thought was born, the system prompted again. Ding! Detected that the host slept over and skipped class. Rewarded cash plus 1,000 yuan. Subai hurriedly looked at the SMS prompts on his cell phone. Construction Bank, your account with tail number 8577 has been credited with 1,000 yuan, with a balance of 2,200 yuan. For details of popular financial products, please click. The account originally only had $1,200 of living expenses that his aunt had just called in yesterday. The standard poor college livestock now is out of thin air into the account 1,000 yuan. Assets doubled belongs to be. Instantly, Subai was born an idea of indulgence. By the way, to verify the gold content of the system, hurriedly out of bed and dressed, ran to the cafeteria to order a table breakfast. Spicy hot pot, fried chicken fillet, marinated duck legs, snail powder. Eating so greasy early in the morning surely counts as an indulgence, right? Ding! Detected the host overeating for breakfast, spending $43, triggering a 10x cashback, plus 430 RMB. The SMS alert of the bank's arrival was also synchronized to light up on the phone. Subai, come have breakfast. Hearing someone talking to him, Subai looked around. It was his counselor, Charlene, said to be a counselor, but in fact, she was a schoolmate who had just graduated from her senior year and was studying for her master's degree in the same major, and was working part-time as a counselor. Subai politely greeted. Good day, Counselor Xia. Eating so hearty in the morning, be careful of indigestion. Xia Lin thoughtfully reminded. It's okay, I'm going to go to the gym later. Eat more to have strength. In that case, then you eat well. I'm busy. Bye. See you later, Director Xia. Charlene didn't linger too long, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, she went to busy herself. She remembered that this morning, Subai's class was having a civics class, which means that Subai skipped the class. Realizing this matter, she didn't mention it. These days, how normal for college students to skip a class. As long as the final exam is taught, the grades don't look too bad. If you really want to be serious, Charlene didn't skip a lot of classes back then. Her style of student management is more relaxed, but also a beautiful and generous sister. More than a month since the beginning of the school year, well received by the students. As for Subai, he said he wanted to work out, but of course it was just a scene. Fitness, this kind of thing. Too self-disciplined. An indulgence system does not match at all. Ah, beautiful full meal. Subai returned to the dormitory, opened the computer. The roommates are still asleep. This time to play the game is easy to noisy people. Or brush Netflix. Recently hoarded a lot of want to see the play. Domestic and foreign have not had time to brush. Just arrange on. After watching for a while, the system's beep sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host is watching dramas at a great time when he should be studying. It's really indulgent. Reward plus 2,000 yuan. Watching a drama with pay, right? Not bad. Subai immersed himself into the drama. Time flowed quietly, and soon it was more than 9 o'clock in the morning. It was then that the housemates turned awake, some preparing to go to their second class in the morning. Freshman year has just started not long ago. Most students still want to point face. Time is more yang class gully or not skip. Of course, some people because the class can see the soul goddess. Subai next bet of Wang Haoran no class. Get up and open the laptop. Start a secondary yuan game. Yes, Wang Haoran is a senior penis sting ape, but it is much more low-key than those exaggerated Japanese manga nerds who wear anime character graphic t-shirts, use strange pillows, and open their mouths to Japanese lines. On the outside, he looks like your average college boy. When he's not doing anything, he likes to quietly watch anime and play second games alone.
he's determined not to charge money.
Personality is quite good. Belongs to the type of human and animal harmless. Since the beginning of the school year more than a month, the dormitory and Subai relationship with the best is one Hauren.
The main thing is that the other two characters are difficult to say.
Relying on the family money,
Often do some heavenly things,
make two normal people very speechless. Seeing the roommates are up,
Subai turned off the web series.
tired of watching dramas, play the game.
He logged on to the League of Legends,
And just after opening the interface,
he was confronted with advertisements for skin promotions.
If it were normal,
Subai would have closed the ads directly without any fluctuation. Skin has nothing to do with this poor bastard, and does not add attack power. He could just use the free skins that were sent to him.
Now, after unlocking the Indulgence system,
Subai has changed his mind. If he purchased a lot of game skins at once, it would also be considered indulgence,
right? After getting the system's confirmation,
Subai picked out a bunch of skins that he had liked for a long time but didn't buy because he had suppressed his desire to spend money due to saving money.
There was now a total of $630 on the bank card,
to spend it all as much as possible.
After all,
the system was returning cash on the spot.
And the more you spent, the more you returned. Supreme Fist,
Soul Lotus.
There is also a limited time return of the champion skin. In short, like all buy.
Eventually came up with a total price of
$396. Do not say, this number is quite auspicious. Ding.
Detected the host game skin indulgence consumption.
Trigger 5 times cashback, plus 21,980 yuan.
The balance of the bank card has come to more than 22,000 yuan.
This money-making speed is also too heavenly,
Subai thought to himself.
Subai studied at Zhangcheng University, is a national key 985 institutions. Read the more popular computer science major.
The graduate students of their majors,
after graduation to find the internet high-paying jobs,
may not have $22,000 a month in hand. Not to mention that this is just Subai casually brushing a morning's income.
As the principal increased, Subai could choose to indulge in even more extravagant spending,
and his wealth would be like a snowball,
earning faster and faster. Not to mention,
the system said that along with more in-depth indulgent behavior, the rewards given are not just cash, but also luxury cars,
watches, villas, and even more magical hidden features. Is this the God Ho life? Really God and ho ah. Subai was excited for a while, but quickly calmed down. He belongs to the type that is a strong psychological quality. Fishing is not to talk about. First come to put the game. Experience the newly bought skin. Dormitory is a bed under the table pattern.
Wang Haoren original even brushed to half stand up to move muscles.
Inadvertently saw next to Subai's game interface. Suddenly shocked. Asterisk. White brother, when you bought so many skins? This adds up to thousands, right?
Well, just now I spent a total of over 4,000.
Wang Haoren's face was dumbfounded. What's the situation here?
To know that Subai has always been a zero kryptonite player.
Just like him, he is a white whoring party. How did he suddenly start to go crazy with kryptonite? Subai laughed. Showdown. In fact, I am also a rich second generation. Wait, why do you want to say also? Wang Haoren suddenly reacted. Damn. Together our dormitory room, only I am a poor bastard. Didn't wait for Subai to say anything.
Wang Haoren smiled again and scratched his head.
Okay, but also quite good.
The original white brother, you are also so powerful.
That's only normal.
Otherwise our dormitory, those two are so extreme.
The impression of the rich people I have brought the bias. Subai just smiled and didn't say anything. The university accommodation, well,
encounter stupid hang is very normal.
Here is a big country with a population of 1.4 billion people. Don't encounter a few stupid hang. How can reflect the diversity of human genes? White brother, you do not know. Last night when you were not there, Shumingzhi and Shuetao quarrel again. Shumingzhi and Shuetao were the names of the other two roommates. Why? Because of women. Shumingzhi likes girls. Shuetao Nan said she is a prude.
Behind the scenes and other girls are no different. So they quarreled.
But I remember.
That girl doesn't care about Shumingzhi at all,
right? Subai recalled. Yeah, it's just unrequited love. It's invincible that this can even fight over her. Creatures like dog lickers were not rare in any era or any place. Subai listened to it as a joke. However,
the dormitory where the girl Shumingzhi was chasing was quite interesting. Among the 4 girls, 3 of them had outstanding appearances and each had their own style.
They were called the Goddess Dormitory by their classmates.
The one Shumingzhi liked,
named Chen Yusheng, belonged to the type of cold imperial sister. She was a freshman like them, more than 1.7 meters tall,
has a pair of long legs with delicate curves,
cold face, better than the stars. The same as Subai is a computer science major. It is said that when she was in high school, she released her open source project on the internet, and just after the beginning of the school year, A professor invited her to enter the lab. A proper school bully. Since military training, she has attracted the attention of countless teachers and students. Although she keeps an expressionless face on a daily basis, there are always people who are eager to please her. However, she refused any of them without a second thought, declaring, "I don't want to fall in love, and I won't accept other people's goodwill for nothing." Perhaps that's why Chu Mingzhi thinks she's special. Shui Tao, on the other hand, thinks Chen Yuxing is faking it. This kind of thinking is actually quite normal. Everyone has an unknown side. Subai didn't care about the conflicts between his roommates and was just listening to the fun. Soon returned his attention to the game, played the Upper Road VN, and then played the middle single also. The two games were a combined 1-17. And not. This game's silver segment is also too cruel. Can't endure. I want to order a companion. Doing what he said, Subai opened an accompanying game app, selecting the Hero Alliance program, directly sorted by price, from high to low. Ordering a sky-high price to play with is also a form of indulgence. As a result, Subai fixed his eyes on the highest price as basically a professional player, or former professional player. Skip. They are all male. Not much fun. What's the point of spending a lot of money on a man to play games with him? It would be better to directly pull one Howren double row it. 2 silver brave to the end of the world. Subai decisively in the filtering conditions, select only female accompanied by the game. What came up was a wide array of Netflix-style beauty photos. Comfortable. After browsing for a while, Subai fell in love with the female escort whose ID was called Rainbreak. Compared to the other escorts, she didn't even put up her own photos. She just left an audio clip of her self-introduction. The voice was so beautiful, and she didn't sound too old, but she had the quality of a high and cold imperial lady, which was evocative. Unfortunately, the young lady in the introduction column shows, not engage in shirbari, only play games. The price tag is 200 yuan per hour, already approaching the charges of ordinary professional players. Then the question comes, what is the bottom line of this accompanying playing miss charging a sky-high price? The answer is simple. Her segment is the Korean Service 1000 Points King, Chapter 2 Monthly American Girl Escort, Mighty Cashback. As we all know, highly skilled female escorts are the most scarce resources in the escort world. The comments at the bottom of the page are also very positive. They say that the Miss Sisters technology is invincible, steady with the fly. In addition to the character does have a billion points of high cold, even the boss is not called, only the most basic polite communication. On the whole, this price, reasonable. Subai felt indifferent. Anyway, the voice is good to be able to take flight on the line. Subai on this demand. The ultimate goal is to indulge in brushing money. It so happens that the rain break online. Subai clicked on the private chat, came up and asked a very mysterious question. Crispy White Goose, hello, may I ask if you can have a monthly subscription for your accompanying game business? Rain break? The first thing I want to do is to find a long-term and stable accompaniment to the game, and ask for a good voice to be able to take the fly. And I see that your profile is perfectly in line with the needs. Rain break, oh, rain break, what are the details? Crispy Goose, monthly billing, no more than 2 hours a day. The specific time to play the game can be negotiated. Rain break, yes, done. Subai smiled slightly. Before the private chat, he studied the record of Yuxia's billing. An average of 2 hours a day should not be a problem for her. Charging 200 for an hour, 400 for 2 hours a day. That's 12,000 a month. Crispy White Goose, transfer. Rain break? Rain break, what's this? Puffy White Goose, payment for the next month. Rain break, shouldn't we try it first? Puffy White Goose, don't try it. I believe you. Rain break, better take you to play a game first to try it, in case you do not like it. Rain break, quite a large sum of money. Be careful. Crispy Goose, will like it, don't worry about it. No matter what I will not refund. This money is small for me. Rain break, oh. Rain break, accepts transfer. At the same time, Subai's system also moved. Ding. Detected the host's monthly American girl playing with him, spending 12,000 yuan, triggering a triple cashback, rewarding plus 36,000 yuan, remove the cost of payment, that is to say, this wave earned $24,000. Subai joyfully logged into the game and added Yuxia's in-game friend. The two sides opened their voices through the accompanying game software. Hello. The clear cold Imperial Sister voice was not different from the accompanying play display page. Hello, let's start playing ranked. Subai said, aha, sure enough there is enough high cold it's fine, it's good to be able to take flight. This cold little voice sounded quite sensual, Subai thought. Then, entered the ranking page, discovered a very embarrassing problem. The segment level of this game account of Yuxia was Platinum 2. According to the rules, single and double ranked, silver segment players could team up with players in the black iron, bronze, silver and gold segments. Platinum is one segment higher than gold. which means, this number, Yuxia, was obviously already a trumpet used to accompany the game. However, it is still impossible to rank with Subai. I hot you plague, this world can still not be good? Silver's life is also a life. Perhaps the situation was too awkward, and a silence fell over the voice. After 10 seconds or so, Yuxia suddenly said, I remembered that there is still a gold trumpet. You wait a moment, I'll go and change my number. Go. 2 minutes later, Subai added her golden trumpet. This can be rode together. Before I didn't think that your segment was so low. Ahahaha. Sorry, did it irritate you? I'm not very good at talking this way. If it irritates you, just spray me directly. It's okay, I'm a good person with a good heart. Oh, the corner of Subai's mouth hooked up in a silent smile. This young lady, it seemed like she was more than just high and cold, she was also a bit dorky in her bones. However, by the time she entered the game, Yuxia didn't have a bit of a dorky look at all. She chose to play the field position of Leopardus, the classic fried fish hero, catch people, anti-field, control the map, one band of 4, holding down the opposite side to kill randomly. Subai felt like just casually mixing it up and winning. TSK, no game experience, poor evaluation, dog head, please give me a few more easy victories like this. For the next 2 hours, Yuxia brought along the crispy big white goose and went all the way to the top. When the last game opened actually has only 5 minutes left on the full 2 hours, but Rainbreak still finished the game, can be said to be professional ethics pull full. The overall experience down, Subai's feeling is excellent, although the voice of the Rainbreak is very bland, completely without the usual female escorts to play the rubbing set. Wins in the voice is good to hear. Let a person like Spring Breeze, coupled with the rare super strength within the female escorts. Overall it was well worth it. Time's up. The last game ended, and Yuxia reminded, okay, I had a great time today. Continue tomorrow. I'll contact you then. Add a WeChat. It's easy to contact. I don't add customers on WeChat, but I'm a long-term customer. Add a convenient contact. Later directly to your WeChat transfer. Save a platform draw. After hesitating for a moment, perhaps under the lure of saving commission, and the influence of Subai's quality customer attributes, the other party still agreed to add a V. Yuxia's WeChat avatar is a purple-haired anime girl. The temperament is high and cold with a little nerdy, and her voice embodies a very similar character. Subai is simple, a sketchy drawing of a big white goose emoticon. Both sides coincidentally checked each other's friend circles. Both are a horizontal line. Classic is only visible for 3 days. Neither is very fond of posting dynamic types. The same Jiangcheng University, a girl's dorm room. Chen Yuxing took off her headphones and closed her laptop. The long, delicate legs wrapped in black silk pantyhose exuded a tantalizing luster. Chapter 3 Innate Black Silk Pantyhose Sacred Body. Chen Yuxing basically wore black silk pantyhose all year round. Her blood circulation was not very good. She was afraid of cold. Her legs and feet were especially easy to get cold. Wearing pantyhose was very comfortable. As for why she wore black silk, it was of course because black was the most resistant to dirt. A very outrageous reason. But for Chen Yuxing, a straight woman with an abnormal thinking in science and engineering, there was no problem. The actual effect in the eyes of others was that Chen Yuxing was born to wear black silk pantyhose. It was all natural, very coordinated, beautiful but not colorful, charming but not vulgar. Close the computer. Chen Yuxing is ready to go out to eat, passing by the mirror at the entrance of the dormitory, reflecting the young girl's face that makes countless men's hearts flutter. The color of the face, with a little haggard. Mother's condition is deteriorating. The hospital bill is also higher and higher. Deposits have long been spent, and now all of her mother's treatment costs are supported by Chen Yuxing. In order to make money, she works in the lab on commercial projects that the professor helped bring in, and receives a salary. But it's still a bit hard to make ends meet. So Chen Yuxing plays to her strengths in playing games and works as an escort. The income of an escort is unstable, and she can't take orders at any time. Sometimes in the middle of the night suddenly came a single. Chen Yuxing has been sleepy, but still have to endure the sleepiness to finish. After all, the next single do not know when it is. Every opportunity to make money should be grasped. Today's luck is bursting. There is a rich brother who has wrapped up her for a month. This statement is a little strange. In short, there is a long-term stable income. Chen Yuxing was happy, but vaguely felt strange. That crispy big white goose did not even play the game with her, and then directly called the money for the monthly package. At first she suspected that the other party had other plans for her. As a result, after playing the game for more than 2 hours, the crispy big white goose did not have any transgressive behavior, no condescending questions about her personal privacy, did not let her send a picture to see legs. Even the verbal molestation during the game are not. It is green and healthy purely playing the game, following her messy kill, shouting Big Brother 666. Overall impression.
Is a sunny and cheerful male college student. So, all of a sudden to her spent more than 10,000.
In the end figure what? Is it really like what he said? Only ask for good voice game technology strong? After thinking about it for half a day, Chen Yuxing didn't figure it out, so she just shook her head and gave up thinking about it. In any case, the monthly money took. Just take him on the score. As long as the other party to maintain this state, is a good thing after all, she can earn money steadily, deducting the commission of the platform are more than 10,000 a month. The company's main goal is to provide a high quality of service to its customers. Let's go eat. We still have a class to attend in the afternoon. Alas, this continuous life. When is the end? In fact, Chen Yuxing knows that she can easily earn fast money as long as she puts down her bottom line. Looks, body, clean and innocent body, plus the gimmick of a 985 school bully. There are rich people willing to buy, but she didn't want to be reduced to that. As long as she could earn money with her own efforts, Chen Yuxing would never fall. Unless, well, there was no unless. Room 510, Building 7 of the men's hostel. Subai turned off his computer and said to Wang Haoren, "Let's go. Let's eat. Go go go." It was just 12 o'clock now, and those who had classes in the morning hadn't come out yet, meaning the cafeteria wasn't too crowded. In half an hour it would be so crowded that there would be a long line to buy a Coke. The closest thing to the men's dormitory Building 7 is the third cafeteria. Walking into the door of the cafeteria, Subai made a flirty little walk, did not go to the first floor of the usual dining, but went up the escalator and went straight to the second floor of the boutique Small Fry. Although breakfast has been indulged, but now it is lunch. The things eaten in the morning have long been digested. It was well known that male college students could eat more than a yearling pig, not to mention that Subai was tall and had a larger meal than the average classmate. Really, the second floor? It feels like the things on the second floor don't have much value for money. It's too businesslike. Wang Haoren a little false. His family in showdown before the Subai half-catty ate tails. Veina Hang, today dad treat you. Let's the whole 4 dishes in one soup. Cool eat. Subai waved his hand with great pride. I go. So generous? Chu Mingjur and Xue Tao have not invited us to eat. That is, they are too stingy. Every day pretending to be broad. Can't even afford a 3 cafeteria second floor, right? That's true. Wang Haoren thought deeply. Really, Subai and those 2 characters are completely different. However, there was one thing that Wang Haoren felt a bit strange. Since Subai was a rich second generation, why did he keep such a low profile from the time he enrolled until now? The things he uses every day, the clothes he wears, are all very plain. Just today, he suddenly started to spend money. Facing Wang Haoren's doubts, Subai said, I remember telling you that I was adopted, right? Right, said that. Recently a foreign magnate approached me, saying that I was their stray young master. And then, Subai reached out and made a gesture of counting money. Wang Haoren's pupils quake. No, buddy, are you serious? Putting aside this to shoot a jitterbug skit? Packet's serious? Not with you kidding. Of course, you do not go around proclaiming. I still hope a little low-key. I know no. Wang Haoren envied for a while, but soon thought about it. This kind of good thing that falls from the sky, purely depends on fate. Buys good luck. He as a friend can also follow a bit of light. Good thing. Dining table. The 2 ordered a solid 4 dishes. Braised fish, cumin lamb, chicken stewed mushrooms, leeks and shrimp, and then a carrot corn rib soup. All very homely dishes, but compared to the cafeteria's first floor of the one-word flavor, it's already too much better. Price is naturally differentiated. 4 dishes and a soup spent a total of almost 200. This time the luck is not too good. Only drew twice the cashback. Net 200. It's not bad, mainly because the first few cashback luck is too good to Subai's appetite to feed the tricky. In the afternoon, we will see what is suitable to indulge in consumption items. Subai and Wang Haoren had a wild show. Touching his full stomach, he returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he saw Chu Mingjur and Xue Tao debating. The facts are in front of us. The people in the computer department all know that Professor Luo personally pulls the enterprise project and gives it to Chen Yuxing to be in charge of. How can I say that there is also a large few thousand income a month? People do not lack of money at all. Well, with the ability to support themselves, Chu Mingjur was defending his goddess again. Speaking of Chen Yuxing's glorious deeds, his face shone brightly, and he was damn proud. He didn't know what he was proud of. He wasn't the one who was valued by the professor. Xue Tao, on the other hand, retorted, oh yo, that's not easy to say. Girls have a high pursuit of material things. How can a few $1,000s a month satisfy? Clothes, bags, cosmetics, which doesn't cost money. Really think like the boys in our dormitory are as frugal. Play a hand game or not charging money. Wang Haoren protested, no, buddy, we zero kryptonite party how you? Do I have to charge money for what tour? Didn't say you. I'm just making an analogy. Shui Tao paused. Chu Mingzhi, you don't have too many filters on Chen Yuxing. What's wrong with the goddess dormitory? The girlfriend I just talked to is also from their dormitory. Not worse than Chen Yuxing. I don't care. In short, in my eyes, Chen Yuxing is the best goddess. If I can't chase her, I'd rather stay single for 4 years in college. Chu Mingzhi made counterintuitive dog-licking remarks with a face of divine splendor. Shui Tao was shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're really hanging on to a tree? People don't even take care of you. You're resting here in the void to keep your virginity? Oh, the rejection I've gotten so far is just a little bump in the road to success. Men with real taste should like Chen Yuxing. Only men with insufficient strength will settle for second best. Who the hell are you shading? Shui Tao was shocked. Indeed, what he really liked was the other one in the goddess dormitory. But people had suitors like clouds, so Shui Tao knew that his strength wasn't good enough. And only then did he settle for the second best, chasing after the only ordinary-looking girl in the goddess dormitory, Lu Yuan. But the so-called ordinary, but only compared to her roommates, put in the overall group of girls, absolutely is a small beauty. It's also quite a brand. This is only a month after the start of the school year. There are a few students in the single Shui Tao's charm is definitely a dragon and phoenix in the people. Where is the turn of the groove of Chu Mingzhi to taunt? Also taste, a mouth a taste. On the basis of their own is the Magic City people. Look down on other places. Shui Tao is a Jiangcheng local. Demolition households. The family has 4 suites, and the monthly rent is a large sum of money. Every month to his pocket money, the bottom $10,000. And just started school to buy him a Mighting Open. 200,000 joint venture B-class car. How many freshmen have Mighting Open? 4 roommates quarrel. Sue by cold eyes. Pure drama. Brainstorming a jittery abstract anchor's classic moves and magical voice. Shanghai Master vs. Local. Do you guys know about it? Seeing Chu Mingzhi and Shui Tao bickering endlessly, Su Bai hurriedly said, almost done. If you want to fight, go to the corridor. I want to take a nap. Su Bai, you come and comment. What kind of person do you think Chen Yuxing is? Shui Tao was unforgiving. That's right, let Su Bai say something. Chu Mingzhi was also competing. Su Bai yawned, too lazy to speak, ate too much at lunch, dizzy carbon, covering the quilt, he fell back to sleep. He was too lazy to get involved in these boring disputes. It was still more important to recuperate and think about how to indulge in the afternoon. Chapter 4 Apple Store, Brush Cashback Holy Land. Seeing that Su Bai refused to sharply evaluate, Shui Tao and Chu Mingzhi only had to temporarily lay down their heads. The reason why they looked for Su Bai to evaluate is just to fight for their breath. After all, the two people consider themselves to be the best in the dormitory and even in the class conditions. It is natural to be divided into a high and low. As for why they care about Su Bai's opinion, although the conditions of Su Bai's family is very poor, wearing all the amassed goods, the shoes on the feet are domestic Hongxing Erk. It is estimated that only more than 100, not as expensive as a pair of underpants of Chu Mingzhi, but Su Bai is 1.85 meters, tall and strong, and his face is handsome. Even the two rich brothers who regarded themselves highly had to admit that Su Bai was the undisputed class grass. However, this guy seems to be too indifferent character, usually in the class have little sense of existence. Sometimes he seems to be too out of touch, such as just now, a look of unconcern, pretending to be Nima. When you want to talk about your girlfriend, you may not be able to find one better than Lu Yuan. After all, these days the girls are very realistic, not only look at the face, but also to look at the economic strength. For example, he Shui Tao, Jiangcheng local, his family 4 suites, freshman year has a miting to drive, so it can quickly get off the list. Su Bai is said to have a poor family. This life cannot afford to drive a maiden? Not that ability to know it. Shui Tao slandered for a while, picked up the phone to chat with his girlfriend. I have been single, and you group of single dogs are not the same. Afternoon, Su Bai woke up from a nap, refreshed. Looking at the time, there is still more than half an hour before the afternoon class. University physics experiment. First go out and stroll around, and then go to class when the time comes. Jiangcheng University is very large. Several campuses, occupying a large part of the city. Some people jokingly say, Jiangcheng is built in Jiangcheng University in the city. Naturally, there are many commercial facilities on campus, including supermarkets, snack streets, cafes, and even a store that plays script killers. Su Bai wandered blindly along the roadside and suddenly saw an Apple store. Apple is good. What is good about it? The good thing is that cell phones are expensive. Su Bai's eyes lit up, walked into the store, picked up the latest flagship cell phone on the counter, and played with it. iPhone 16 Pro Max, 1T storage version. Official price $13299. Calling out the system to confirm. Sure enough, such an expensive phone, for college students is obviously considered an indulgence.
Now the rise of domestic cell phones. More than 2,000 phones can also do daily use smooth.
Playing games is not ambiguous, but sorry, Subai to burst reward can only bear the pain in the hands of the red rice cost-effective phone,
replaced by no cost-effective top match fruit.
Color selection titanium metal original color. Feel this color is quite texture. Subai painfully paid, then held his breath, waiting for the return of cash. Ding!
Detected the host's indulgent spending of
13,299 yuan, triggering a six-fold cashback, plus 79,794 yuan. Oh, chi came.
Subai secretly clenched his fist. This cashback directly made his deposit more than $100,000.
It was not enough. Subai's eyes swept to the other products in the store. You have to know that the brand Apple, high-premium products are not just cell phones. Tablet PCs and notebooks aren't bad either. iPad Pro 2T,
the version that could insert a cell phone card.
21,299 yuan. MacBook Pro, Chip Max version. Storage configuration up to 128GB plus AT. 54,749 yuan. Have a say. Subai is still the first time to know that the Fruits laptop has a configuration of more than 50,000 yuan. This hanging configuration, normal people really cannot use it, right? But, no matter, he can use it. After all, the system cashback, the more indulgent the more money. Subai did not say, just a payment. Tablet computer bad luck, only burst twice the reward. Earn 20,000. Notebook triple rewards. Earn 1,100,000. One operation down. The deposit exceeded 200,000. This Apple Store is really a good place to brush rewards. Subai lamented. Not to mention the expensive stuff. They are all things that college students can use, which is in line with the indulgence defined by the system rules. After using this system, Subai probably figured out its routine. The so-called indulgence means to enjoy material life to the fullest and do whatever you want, instead of simply wasting money. Selling out close to $100,000 in one go gave the store employees a lot of joy, and several people surrounded Subai to help him activate the device. During the waiting boredom, Subai suddenly thought of a question. System, I've asked. The consequences of indulgent behavior are all to be borne by me personally, right? Back to Lord Host. It is not for you to bear personally. The system will automatically eliminate the negative effects of indulgence for you. For example, if you indulge yourself in sleeping and not exercising, your body will not deteriorate, and you will only gain the energizing effect of being fully rested. Another example, if you overeat, it won't be bad for your body. The system will help you promote digestion, absorb nutrients, and eliminate toxins. Upon hearing this, Subai was delighted and pursued. Then what if I skip class? Back to Lord Host. You will automatically gain the knowledge taught in that class. I go, this is okay? That means if I skip all the required classes, wouldn't I have a full faint on the final exam? Brother Unicorn is really giving it Subai's thoughts immediately flowed. Recall that morning civics class. The teacher's voice and smile were still in front of his eyes. The content of the narration included blowing awesome for the recent current political hotspots, as well as recounting the strange encounters of his own daughter during the period of study in the United States. Well, it's fine to skip this kind of class. Useless knowledge. Quickly get out of my head At this time the store's guide interrupted Subai's thoughts. This customer, your device has been fully activated. Do you still need to purchase the extended warranty service? No, thank you. Subai decisively refused. If it's broken, of course it's to buy a new one. There's a reward for not brushing it as a human being? Okay, then you add my WeChat. In the future encounter any problems directly find me. Right. Little brother is a student of Jiangcheng University, right? Yes. Subai felt a bit strange. His attention was taken back from the system side, and fell on the sales clerk young lady in front of him. It was a young girl who looked like she had just graduated not long ago. Being looked at by Subai, suddenly the face contained shyness. Adding him on WeChat was in the name of after-sales service, but it was hard to say that there was no other meaning. In the Apple Store as a shopper, rich people see a lot, but also rarely see like Subai, spend money without blinking. 3 sets directly on the top. $100,000 in minutes to spend out. Coupled with Subai's height and face value, the shopping guide lady was ruthlessly moved. Since it is a student of Jiangcheng University, there must be a chance to meet in the future. The shopper's eyes were filled with spring water as she watched Subai leave. Subai, however, turned his head and set the guide's WeChat to do not disturb. Although the face value of the young lady is good, but in Subai's eyes, there is still something wrong. He is also a very picky eater. And now with the Divine Hero system, it is even more to give him the capital of picky food. After a bye, he walked to the laboratory building, just in time for class. Seriously, why does the computer department want to offer a course in physics experiments? It feels completely irrelevant. Forget it, don't dig deeper. According to theory, the civics teacher's daughter's American adventure is also irrelevant to the course, but he still talked about it, so what does it mean? The main point of going to college is to experience it. In fact, Subai is still quite curious about the equipment of the physics experiment. He read in his hometown middle school is relatively poor. The laboratory is virtually non-existent. Cannot touch what's serious experimental equipment. Find a substitute teacher to sign in, and then sit down on his assigned seat. I have to wait for the class to start, so I'll play with my tablet for a while. I have to say, Apple's equipment display effect is good. Subai logged on to a certain East Mall to check out the recent hot desktop configurations. Just now he had a new idea. Although the Apple notebook is high-end, but playing games cannot. Then I buy a desktop to play games, but also reasonable indulgence. Directly selected a high-end gaming brand, ROG, commonly known as the Eye of the Loser. Countless computer players in the heart of the white moonlight. Selected with pull full. Take a look at the price. More than 80,000. Good. This single bottom can earn 80,000. After all, there is a minimum of double cashback. Just when Subai was ready to order, beside him suddenly rang a vaguely familiar high-cold imperial voice. Don't buy this one. Slaughter the wrong kind. Chapter 5 Black Silk Female School Bully even privately and secretly. Subai looked up and froze. Black long straight cold imperial system beauty girl, tall and slim, wearing a simple t-shirt and chiffon long skirt. Under the skirt reveals a cut of black silk as well as small leather shoes. Zhangcheng in the middle of September was still the tail end of summer. Girls who dare to wear black silk shoes in this weather are fierce. Their downfall was roughly half a day's wear to cover up the smell. However, the girl did not emit an unpleasant odor. On the contrary, there is a kind of light fragrance comes to the face. In short, a kind of high mountain flowers of the deep and elegant feeling. What did you just say? Subai asked. There was no way. The girl was too good looking, and her brain was temporarily short-circuited. I said, this computer you want to buy. No. The girl pointed to the screen on the tablet. The brand premium is too high. It is recommended that you buy your own accessories and assemble it. You can save about 30%. No, sis. I can't wait for this 30% more. What we want is the brand premium. Strangers meet each other. How to come up to break people's financial road. Subai inwardly spit. Light smile. Nothing. I like this brand. Have feelings. But thanks for the reminder. Okay. Then you can wait for the national supplement and then buy. It should be soon. Can save a few $1,000s. Not. We know it. How do you always persuade me to save money, Lou? You are Subai, and I A class. Aha. Subai slapped his head. Silence for a moment before asking. Classmate, what do you call it? It's been a month since school started, and the beautiful girl in the same class as you remembers your name, but you don't recognize her. Awkward. Too awkward. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to be the type of Japanese manga young lady who would throw a fit if her name was forgotten, and said with a calm expression, Chen Yuxing, the reign of rain, the Shang of bamboo Shang. Remember, our physics experiment is divided in the same group. This class to cooperate to write a lab report. Add a WeChat it. Okay. That said, a few days ago, Shumingjer was still racking his brain to think about how to add Chen Yuxing's WeChat, in a fresh, natural and undemonstrative way. Who would have thought that the first one in the 510 dormitory who happens to be V is actually Subai? It is unbearable. In fact, this is really nothing. Our 5,202 years, plus micro-letter has become a more common thing, especially as a university student relationship, such as group cooperation, social clubs, activities to collect money, and many other matters. It is easy to add. It is true that Shumingjer has an unrealistic romantic fantasy about girls, as if every step from the beginning of acquaintance should be decorated with pink bubbles. Kind of funny. No wonder the classmates are flirting and calling him Master Shanghai. There is indeed a kind of inexplicable sense of joy. Subai thought about the interesting things in the dormitory and absently opened his WeChat code, holding it out to Chen Yuxing to scan. I've added you? Really? Why don't I have any impression? What kind of avatar do you have? Anime girl with purple hair. Let me look for it. The two fell into silence at the same time. Chen Yuxing grasped the cell phone, her long thin eyelashes trembling. Look at that big white goose avatar that was just added in the morning, and then look at Subai in front of her, sparing her naturally high and cold paralyzed face. She was a little bit unable to tense up, her cheeks flushed and her toes gouged the ground. It should be said that Subai did have a good mindset. Such a difficult tot scene or the first to open his mouth to break the deadlock. No, sister. How do you real name online? All postmodern a little anti-box consciousness okay, which have accompanied the play with a large number of. All said, I never add customers WeChat. You are the first. Chen Yuxing's tone more or less stained with a little bit of grudge. How do I know we'll be the same classmates to wrap the month? The moment these words were said, The entire atmosphere was out of place, inexplicably ambiguous. Subai hurriedly changed the topic. Hurry up and create a small number. And remember to use a small number in the future when there is a similar situation. Aha! Which part of the experiment are you responsible for later? Hands-on or data recording? Data recording. My hands-on ability is average. Aren't you working for Prof. Luo? How can you still have average hands-on skills? Computer research generally doesn't require hands-on skills. That's right. Then it went cold again. Subai thought that his emotional intelligence was online, and the problem was in Chen Yusheng. Apparently, playing along reflected her original character. On the surface, she was high and cold, but in reality, she was naive. From her persistence in persuading Subai not to buy the eye of defeat this matter, it can be seen. Fortunately, the teacher on the podium promptly announced the start of the lab class. The classroom quieted down into the boring reading PPT reciting the experimental notes session. As we all know, the old professor's class in the university is the most difficult to swallow. No emotion, all technique. With a strong accent from an unknown county near Jiangcheng, he read out the awkward physics terms, just like the summoning of an evil god. Chen Yusheng was still in a state of shame, and after listening to the old professor's sutra-like PowerPoint recitation for a while, she was suddenly sleepy. She recently had a serious lack of sleep, so Subai saw that Chen Yusheng's head went a little bit, and then she lowered her head and passed out. The old professor who happened to read the PowerPoint looked up and scanned the classroom, and his sharp eyes landed on Subai and Chen Yusheng's table. The girl in the penultimate row. Get up and answer the question. The old professor threw a chalk head over and landed on the table in front of Chen Yusheng with a crunch. Chen Yusheng awoke with a start and stood up, staring blankly at the blackboard. Briefly describe this. The precautions for determining the XX constant. Subai poked Chen Yusheng's black silk thighs with a pen under the table, flipped the lab manual to a certain page, and moved it to her on the table without a trace. Chen Yusheng understood. Her afterglow swept the content and cleared her throat as she replied. There are 3 main points of caution. The first being, the old professor nodded, very good. The foundation is good. Sit down. Our class is counted as a compulsory credit. Everyone try to pay attention. Then he continued to read the scriptures, waiting for the end of the introduction of the experiment, into the actual operation of the link, allowing the students to communicate out loud. Chen Yusheng took the opportunity to say to Subai, thank you, small thing, you're really great. You can listen to such a boring class. Actually, I didn't listen either. That thing the teacher asked about was just a fluke. Oh, while the old professor was reciting the sutra, Subai was wandering off. It was judged by the system as indulgence and rewarded with $1,000. By the way, it also activated the function to eliminate the negative effects of indulgence, and shoved the knowledge related to this section of physics experiments into Subai's head. Not bad. Now at least doing the experiment wouldn't be clueless. While the other students were still scrambling and scratching their ears, Subai had already finished the experiment. The data was recorded by Chen Yusheng, and the two of them went back later to work together to complete the experiment report, and it was done. It was quite troublesome. No wonder every year's seniors are going crazy about this groovy university physics experiment. But it didn't matter to Subai. As long as he left it alone, the power of the system would make the lab report grow on its own. Ah, brother Unity, Daddy loves you. So Subai and Chen Yusheng's group could leave class early. Chen Yusheng was relieved and looked at Subai with eyes full of gratitude. Not only had she avoided making a fool of herself in class, the experiment had also been done so quickly, helping her save time. This way she could immediately go to Professor Luo's lab part-time. But, there was one more thing that Chen Yusheng was a bit torn about. On the corridor, Subai was about to slip away when Chen Yusheng called out to him from behind. Wait, what's wrong? Chen Yusheng tangled for half a day, swallowed and whispered, I'll be the escort thing. Subai didn't tense up and laughed out loud. Ha ha, not sis. You don't think I'm the kind of person who you don't want your classmates to know that you're working as an escort either. MS. Chen, right? Don't worry about it. I'm not the kind of who loves to go around chewing on people. I'll definitely keep your secret for you, and that's the kind of ethics I should have as a client. Thanks. After a pause, Chen Yusheng said uneasily, Really? Subai spat helplessly, Do you have to beg me on your knees to feel at ease? Please don't tell anyone. I'll do anything. Perhaps amused by Subai's exaggerated tone, Chen Yusheng rarely showed a heartfelt smile. At this moment Subai finally understood why his classmates said that this person Chen Yusheng was a face paralyzer and never smiled. Not smiling is right. Not smiling, she is not messing around. I'm telling you. This girl smiles and mesmerizes people. However, while Subai was temporarily incapacitated by her charm that was like a flashbulb, Chen Yusheng keenly caught a hint of flavor from Subai's body. The same kind of flavor. Chen Yusheng wasn't very sure. But, after coming into contact with Subai from online to offline, she had a very good impression of Subai. So, she decided to give it a try. Slightly hesitantly, she opened her mouth. You just now, what did you say? I'll keep it a secret for you. Back. Ha? Subai was confused.
Chen Yuxing was in a bit of a hurry, and his ability to express himself was not very good, so he was suddenly incoherent.
That, terrier you said behind. Is it from that anime? Subai's eyes lit up, and he blurted out. Oh nigh that, Vadasi? Right. Asterisk, so you too? Aha! Chapter 6 Handheld Kryptonite all pulled up. Deposit breaks a million. Cafe. Subai looked across the table at the girl holding a cup of iced latte and chattering away, and fell into self-doubt. Who said Chen Yuxing was cold? It's not cold at all. Right. Look at this little mouth blah 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 blah. She was a far cry from the image that her classmates usually had of her. Just now,
Chen Yuxing took the initiative to pair up with him, and then Subai realized that they were both big fans of a certain girl band anime. Chen Yuxing then exploded with the desire to express himself as if he had met a rare soulmate. The corridor of the experimental building was not convenient for chatting,
so the two of them came to a nearby cafe. A blind chat. Shockingly, they discovered that both sides didn't just like the same anime.
Their common hobbies had an extremely high degree of overlap.
Let's say, the anime and movies they love to watch,
the music they love to listen to, the books they love. Then there are the usual recreational activities,
the love of playing games, brushing up on abstract videos, food preparation and various electronic product reviews. Simply another me in the world.
This made Subai greatly shocked.
According to theory, high cold female school bully, hobby should not be as elegant as the big lady of the mansion, or, like the stereotypical impression, chasing stars, reading showbiz gossip, shopping with little sisters and luxury brands like a treasure trove. As a result,
Subai actually saw her own shadow in Chen Yuxing.
This is really unbearable to watch, and yet,
it gives one a sense of excitement filled with anticipation.
After all, someone understands me is a higher level of spiritual needs, especially the person who understands you,
or a black long straight imperial-style beauty girl.
Chatting, the two coincidentally took a sip of coffee at the same time. The air suddenly fell into silence. The cafe filled with the atmosphere of the afternoon leisurely, her eyes and his eyes unintentionally on the focus, but embarrassed to be wrong. Well, I have to go work in Professor Luo's lab. Go on, business is important.
Chen Yuxing looked at Subai with a bit of intent, moved his lips, and still didn't open his mouth.
Grabbing his school bag, he left. Actually, Subai also had words he didn't have time to say.
He wanted to know why Chen Yuxing still wanted to be an escort since she had the income from her part-time lab job.
Not to discriminate against escorts. It was just that.
There was no need for the average female college student to be so tired.
It looked like Chen Yuxing was short of money. Forget it, wait for the opportunity to ask later.
Perhaps it is the privacy of the person.
It is not convenient to disclose it. After drinking coffee, Subai bought some small desserts in the cafe and packed them away. This cafe focuses on exquisite style. Let's just say it's a card-net red store on the campus of Jiangcheng University. The price of the desserts sold are not low,
just suitable for Subai to burst the rewards.
Bringing it back to the dormitory,
he shared it with Wang Haoren.
Brother Bai, do you want me to write your lab report for you? Why are you suddenly asking this? I'm always following you to dabble with food and drink. I feel sorry. Help you do some miscellaneous work well. Oh yes, in the future, if you play the second game, I can also help you on behalf of the liver. Wang Haoren had a sincere face.
Should not say that this guy does have a good character.
Many people love to take advantage of small advantages, and after taking advantage of it, they are still completely ungrateful to you. However, mentioning the second tour,
Subai sprouted a new inspiration. Playing the secondary card drawing hand tour is also a good indulgence in consumption.
For example, the most typical genjutsu, to open a new card pool and draw all the things you can. The mathematical expectation of spending is around 25,000 yen, and if you're unlucky, you might have to spend more than 30,000.
If there were 2 new characters in the current period,
that would be super double. Subai opened his computer and logged into his SourceCode account. This thing, when it first came out a few years ago, Subai experienced it,
and felt that the game itself was not very likable.
The characters are beautiful. The problem is that you can't afford to draw too expensive.
Kryptonite 648 thrown in the splash cannot be seen.
And in high school,
$600 is enough to Subai in the school cafeteria to save a point to eat for a month. Today is not the same as in the past, since the system determined that the handicraft kryptonite is also indulgence.
Then give me a hard draw. See Subai kryptonite like running water. Crazy 10 consecutive draws. Directly to the card pool can draw all clean. The total consumption of more than 50,000 yuan. Subai doesn't even know who this game character is. What's the backstory? Doesn't matter.
He only needs to know that the system triggered an 8-fold cashback of $400,000.
Next to him, Wang Haorun looked dumbfounded.
He had long heard of rich people playing handheld games, where kryptonite was as natural as breathing.
The result really gave him the reality to see.
This and those who do tasks every day, stingy searching and calculating to accumulate resources to draw cards. Players
feel like playing a completely different game. Blue and green modifiers, horrible as they were, brother bye.
That overseas magnate who's looking for you to recognize his family.
Is there still a shortage of little young masters? Why don't you add me? Goddamn add you one. Put aside this King Hall CPD idiot. Subai exited the account.
Sent the account password to Wang Haorun.
After the draw, you help me play it.
I haven't played for a long time,
and I don't know where the main line has been pushed to. Ha? No, brother bye. Don't you experience the character you just drew yourself? Experience a hair. Long ago retired from the game. Now this what new mechanism lazy research. I see you play on the line. White brother, gong if you do not give up. Ran would like to worship you as a righteous father. Roll.
I don't want this stupid son of yours.
Subai laughed and cursed, returning to his computer.
Then suddenly remembered something.
Wait.
Niwa Tour seems to have 2 other card drawing handheld games,
right? Wang Haorun brightened up. Yes brother, yes. Half an hour later, only Wang Haorun saw 2 windows hanging on his computer screen, simultaneously operating Source God in Jedi Chu 0. The cell phone was also running Avalanche Iron. 3 lines of operation, a smooth batch. Looking at Subai, he exclaimed magically, I'll go. Your kid was born to do this. Not bad, not bad. Wang Haorun humbly said,
it's just that I'm more familiar with the mechanism of these brush games.
It's not difficult. I've been doing Generation Liver for a while during summer vacation, and the computer that I'm using now was bought with the money I earned from Generation Liver. Awesome. Subai pondered. If you open an online game studio, give Wang Haorun this kid to operate,
and then hang all the accounts that you have charged money in the studio.
Won't it satisfy the indulgence conditions? After all,
he was looking for someone to replace his liver.
Rather than just charging money and not playing the game. Doesn't constitute waste, but this is a later thing. At this stage, let Wang Haorun help him liver the Mi family 3-piece at first. It belongs to the housemates to help each other. Anyway, he also loves to play. Can have a top account to play for Wang Haorun is a kind of enjoyment.
Relying on the 3-game kryptonite pull full cashback, Subai's deposit has exceeded 1 million.
Now in Subai's mind, Apple's cashback mecha status has been replaced by Mi What Tour. After all, the cell phone, tablet, anything, buy a set can use for a long time.
Drawing card hand tour but less than a month to change the card pool.
For Subai, it is a stable cash flow and very simple and easy. The door do not have to go out.
He filled the money housemates on behalf of the liver on the line.
Read a few times. Subai instructed Wang Haorun, in the future, the card pool update remember to remind me. I will charge money again at that time Krypton full. Every card pool to Krypton full? Pull full. Must pull full. This is the real rich man Spend money main casual. The key is that Subai is also low-key, does not like to show off, completely without the frame of a rich brother. In comparison, the other 2 in the dormitory, local and Shanghai master, is far from it. Wang Haorun lamented inwardly. Ding!
Detected that the host's savings exceeded 1 million. Rewarded a luxury car raffle ticket. Please host continue to cheer.
Hard to indulge. Luxury car raffle ticket? Not bad.
Zhangcheng City is very large,
and public transportation is not as convenient as a first-tier city. It's good to have a car to drive, and a taxi is always not so free. Subai called out the system to check the details of the raffle ticket. Chapter 7, Freshman Year Driving a Mercedes GLE. Schoolmates crave for it. As the name suggests, after using the luxury car raffle ticket, the system will randomly select a luxury car between the price of 33 million, and send the car to Subai in a legally compliant form. The more expensive the car, the lower the probability of being drawn, and the handicraft card draw is a reason. Like that kind of limited model number of rare sports car, it is very small probability is possible to draw. Subai on the car is not really understand. After all, flathead small people, for the cognition of luxury brands, that is, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi this grade. Thinking about the bad side, the worst can also draw a 300,000 car, is already a good car in the perception of the general public. Daily use is certainly no problem.
Freshman students do not have to make too flashy.
Drawl.
The colorful carousel rotated rapidly in front of his eyes,
gradually slowing down, and finally,
the pointer stopped in a relatively narrow area.
Subai was instantly delighted,
which meant that the one he drew was at least not the worst one. Congratulations to the host.
Drew the Mercedes-Benz GLE 450-4MATIC Luxury Black. Official guide price, 880,000.
Looking at the holographic projection of the vehicle on the interface, Subai was satisfied. A black medium and large SUV. The appearance is both business, stable and domineering, with a full sense of luxury, adopting a 2.5T high-power engine and a 48V light hybrid system. Daily driving is comfortable and the power is sufficient for extreme working conditions. The main thing is that there is plenty of space for taking the girls out. Alas, Mercedes-Benz is also well up, and it can all rub off on my god ho Subai. Soon. WeChat. A person whose avatar is a suit ID photo, added Subai's friend. Manager Gui, Mr. Su hello, I am Gui Yuanhang, the sales manager of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in the school district of Zhangchang. You can call me Xiao Gua, crispy white goose. Hello, Gua manager, your booked car is ready. At any time you can come to accept the car. We will designate the store's star sales lady full service for you. You see when it is convenient. Let's make an appointment? Crispy white goose, tomorrow morning, about 9:30. I'll go after class. Tomorrow is still 8 in the morning. Theoretically, Subai could skip out, sleep in the dormitory, and reap the plus 1000 of the system as well as the knowledge infusion. However, this is not practicable, because tomorrow morning's class is C++. The teacher is an unusually serious middle-aged female teacher, known as the Exterminator, ranked in the Department of Computer Science, one of the 4 famous. Meaning, if you take the class of these 4 teachers, it is easy to fail the class and take the makeup test. Not only that, signing in is also very strict. Even the rest between 2 small sections have to punch card. It's really sick. The good news is that in a week's worth of classes, only Thursday mornings need to be tortured by Mrs. Exterminator. The other mornings either had no classes or could be skipped. Since knowing that the system will eliminate the negative effects of indulgence, Subai has established a 4-year college class strategy. Compulsory classes are optional to skip, and elective classes are compulsory to skip. On the other side of the chat, Manager Guo looked at the message sent by the other party and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The first time I saw him, I was in the middle of a class. It turns out that this Mr. Su, who booked the top of the line GLE, is still a student? He didn't pay attention to it when he was helping the customer with the formalities before and only realized it now. Manager Guo couldn't help but be staggered. Should be a college student. To drive such an expensive car without graduating, must be someone's young son. Nowadays, it's not very common for college students to drive cars to school, but it's not as rare as it used to be. After all, for young people who like to go out and play, having a car or not having a car is 2 concepts. It is not necessary to have a good car, but if it is a car, it is better than taking a taxi or subway with a big bag and a suitcase to the high-speed train station with a friend or a girlfriend. When it comes to rainy and snowy weather, that even highlights the benefits of having a car. Muddy rainy days, the goddess face invitation, is more hope in the dormitory under the car directly to the destination. Fresh and clean, or step in the water and you squeeze the subway. Woeful as some of it? The results speak for themselves. As for this Mr. Su, who was about to happily pick up a Mercedes-Benz GLE top of the line worth 880,000 yuan, but where other aspects of the conditions are not too bad, that in the school is absolutely gaga meskilla. Manager Gui cannot help but envy. As the sales manager of the 4S store, he is also considered to be a good mix, but back then when he went to school, was a penniless stupid boy, and even with the beautiful girls do not dare to talk to. In the most beautiful youth, have the capital to enjoy, is the biggest happiness in life. After envying for a while, Manager Gui gathered his mood and went to arrange tomorrow's reception tasks. Xiao Zhou, come over here for a moment. The girl he called out to was leaning against a Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan, shooting promotional material for a short video platform. The girl wasn't too tall, but her body was extremely voluptuous and sexy. White shirt, black wraparound skirt. Every inch of the curves in the key positions seemed to burst the clothes. The thrilling wineglass legs, compared to that boring chopstick legs, is simply a real combat killer. Chest full of capital. At a rough glance at least D. Flirtatious looks so seductive like a vixen. Her name is called Zhou Jiaolu. Only just this 4S store internship for a few months will become the most popular sales. Her childlike appearance is the hardware foundation of her popularity, but she doesn't rely solely on selling her sex in exchange for performance. On the contrary, Zhou Jiaolu, as a graduate of Zhangcheng University majoring in marketing, had a good professional background and a cheerful and generous personality, which could even be said to be a bit spicy. Her own business ability was extremely strong. In Manager Guo's opinion, this girl is very interesting. She likes to dress up beautifully, and is also very enthusiastic about making short videos to attract traffic. But keep yourself clean and refuse to let any customers move their hands. With her own blunt words, is like other people look at her greedy, but cannot eat the difficult energy. What a little. As for boyfriends, I've never had one. I've never had a boyfriend.
but I've never met a man I didn't feel, so I'd have to be right on the money. She said, if you really happen to like, it is not necessary for boys to take the initiative. She directly hungry tiger pounced on food, to others to eat dry wipe clean. It is also a very characterful girl. Since Jo Jia came here to intern, every month's performance is very good, worthy of being a star salesperson. Manager Gui, you're looking for me? After shooting a short video, Jo Jia twisted her fat ass towards Manager Guo and casually asked, well, there's a customer. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, you come and receive him. Male or female? Male. Very young. Should still be in school. Maybe it's your alumni. Hearing this, Jo Jia suddenly came to energy. There is a photo not? No. Then at least should know the specific age, right? Let's see. Customer information is written. 18 years old. 18? Originally Gua manager also thought it was the kind of fast graduation. The family only to buy a car. The results of this Nima. The original only just on the first year of college surprisingly is a freshman brother This can be well entertained it. Jo Jia licked her lips, her foxy eyes glowing with anticipation. Sister me. I love to flirt with the innocent junior high school students. Chapter 8. There's no future in a relationship with a poor handsome man. Evening, male dormitory 7 building 510. Xu Mingzhi and Shui Tao, who had gotten out of class, returned to the dormitory. Wang Haoren, why are you still in Genshen? I see you've been playing since you got up in the morning. Shui Tao said with a start. Harem, took a job as a liver substitute. Wang Haoren said carelessly. Since Brother Bai said to keep a low profile, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to proclaim Su Bai's strength. Such substitute liver is good, hardworking and thrifty. In fact, it is very good to try part-time jobs during college. You can experience the hardships of society in advance. Shui Tao inexplicably began to put on an old-fashioned face, as if he was really socially experienced. These days, money is hard to earn We 985s, we all feel that we are the pride of the sky, and only after graduation did we find out that now, even if it is a group of highly educated people, part-time job income is just like that, far less than asset-based income. Indeed, not as good as your local 4 sweets Xu Mingzhi suddenly shades a sentence. Xu Mingzhi skimmed his mouth. In fact, the real quality of women, when choosing a spouse, will not only consider the man's assets, their own ability is also very important. If the empty family wealth, I am too pull crotch, but also by the goddess of spurning. Oh, anyway, I'm already off the hook. Unlike someone who has such high taste. Shui Tao spat. Old Chu is talking about the little girl in the school. The experience is shallow heart high. Really, in society, who cares about your ability to work or not? You work hard to get promoted and get a raise. There are other people a suite of rent collection money? On the contrary, the more you enter society, the girls. Similar dialectical sessions were staged almost every day in the 510 dormitory. Xu Mingzhi versus Shui Tao. Daily love for each other. It is too combustible. More combustible than even Bo Renjuan. Wang Haoren has long been accustomed to, write as a comedy to listen to. Hand generation liver process non-stop. You don't say. Really don't say. This 6+5 draw full character play is cool. The two rich brother debate tired. Rested a mouth. Suddenly heard from Su Bai's side came a burst of cheerful laughter. Looking up, Su Bai lazily lying on the bed, crossing his legs, looking at the cell phone laughing into a little cute. Had fast. Shui Tao asked, what are you looking at? So happy? Nothing. B Station Sand Sculpture Video. *********. Wait, Su Bai, how did you change your cell phone? Just now. The two were engrossed in a debate, and no one noticed. It was only then that they realized what was wrong. Originally Su Bai used a domestic cell phone, a cheap one, but now he suddenly changed it to an Apple. Xu Mingzhi came close to look at it and said in surprise, it's actually still the latest Pro Max. That has to be almost $10,000. Su Bai's family's condition, using such a good cell phone, is quite reluctant, right? Shui Tao opened his mouth to speak against all odds. Yes, but I recently made a small fortune, so it's just the right time to satisfy myself, Su Bai casually explained, and then continued to look at his cell phone, not bothering with them. For Shui Tao's heaven-defying speeches, Su Bai had long gotten used to them, and had no inner fluctuations about it. To use an analogy, would you care what the monkeys on the side of the road think of you? So Su Bai didn't care what Shui Tao thought. Shui Tao is still chattering to show his understanding. Said what Apple is not as good as Huawei. Money or by trifold the most face. Xu Mingzhi is a die-hard fan of Apple. The two started a new round of debate, soon put the matter of Su Bai's cell phone change into the back of their minds. These days, it's normal for kids from poor families to save up to buy an Apple. Changing the Apple couldn't change the fact that Su Bai was a poor man. As for Su Bai, he continued to chat with Chen Yuxing. Chen Yuxing had just shared an interesting video with him on WeChat, and after Subai watched it,
he expressed his desire to vomit with her.
Naturally, they chatted, and it was a hot conversation. People who have similar interests and hobbies. The topic opened up is so silky smooth. If you are usually idle, Subai may join the Shanghai Master vs. Local People battle session, as a joke, to tease them, but now he is busy chatting with Chen Yuxing. One thing is for sure, Subai has always had a very negative view of the whole talking to girls thing. Many boys, driven by their desires in that area, took the initiative to reach out to girls and talk about topics that interested them. This is true on most occasions, from relationships to blind dates. However, have they ever thought that they essentially really enjoy the process of interacting with girls? Finding the topic, the mood, the rhythm, all need to be provided by the guy. The vast majority of the time, the girl is standing in the position of a referee, scoring the guy's youthful and awkward performance. A more experienced girl might even snort with disdain as she scores. Look at that clown, how like a dog. Let's take a blind date for example. What's all the talk about? Family of origin, ex-boyfriends, showbiz gossip, the classic blind date female three-piece suit. If not eager to be a licking dog, which guy cares about these things? Can't a girl take the initiative to talk to a guy about video cards, games, basketball, web novels, and wooden cabinet bands? The gas shakes cold. What did the boys do wrong? Can the world still be good? So Subai is generally lazy to chat with girls. It would be better to talk to Wang Haoren. Even watching Shanghai Master vs. Local is more interesting than flirting with girls. Chen Yuxing broke Subai's stereotype. The two of them seemed like old friends who had been separated for many years, and quickly entered a state of spiritual blending. This cannot help but let Subai sigh. In fact, Shui Tao, this tease, in a sense, is also right. Money is the core outfits of contemporary boys. If it was not bound to the Indulgence system, Subai would not have spent $12,000 to go on a monthly escort game, and would not have been able to reveal the hidden side of Chen Yuxing, not to mention generating this subtle bond nowadays. Quickly say thank you to brother Tuanzi. Subai was immersed in chatting, and when he raised his eyes, he realized that it was dark. The stomach rumbled. Let's go eat. Eating doesn't delay chatting anyway. 510 people, grouped together to eat. Actually, Subai just wanted to call Wang Haoren. However, Shui Tao and Xu Mingzhi always habitually followed the two of them. Maybe their rich brother war also need the audience. Subai and Wang Haoren is a very good audience. At a glance looks poor. Good character does not turn over. Top audience up belongs to is. At the entrance of the cafeteria, they stumbled upon two beautiful figures, Chen Yuxing and Lu Yuan. The former was a reputedly beautiful school bully, and the latter was also a small family girl. The two girls walked side by side, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Yuan, what a coincidence. You guys are here for dinner too. Shui Tao's face squeezed out a smile that he thought was a size. The side of his face was squeezing out creases. I don't know if this unlucky child had some kind of malfunction when his mother gave birth to him. He only just reached adulthood and already had wrinkles. Xu Mingzhi privately called him a Shar-Pei dog mix. Well, we just got out of class. Yeah, we just got out of class too. He. Shui Tao giggled and scratched his head. He was always prone to getting nervous in front of girls. Especially, besides his girlfriend Lu Yuan, there was also Chen Yuxing. Shui Tao knew in his heart that compared to Chen Yuxing, Lu Yuan was nothing. But this girl's temperament is too high and cold, and is also a particularly powerful school bully. Daily look at others are like looking at the garbage eyes. In fact, there is no malicious, just face paralyzed. Shui Tao feel that he chased her completely, no chance of winning. Shui Tao's eyes couldn't help but glance at Chen Yuxing for a moment. So beautiful, like a hidden lotus in a deep valley. If his family is not the local 4 sweets, but 8 sweets, perhaps Shui Tao still have the courage to try. But reality is cold, and can only secretly admire. Lu Yuan maintained a reserved smile, but in her heart she had already rolled her eyes to the sky. Of course she noticed Shui Tao's eyes, and Shui Tao peeked at Chen Yuxing in a hasty manner, as if he was worshipping a god. This philandering bastard. Men really are no good. Forget it, let's just say that we are single until the 2nd year of college, and if we don't find a boyfriend, I feel like I'm going to waste my time in college. Although Shui Tao people cannot, but willing to spend money for Lu Yuan. This point, she is still very satisfied. Just, want her really to Shui Tao mention physical like. Hiss, never possible. Speaking of physical like, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sneak a glance at Subai. It was so handsome. Assuming that Subai is from Shui Tao's kind of family, Lu Yuan thinks that she probably can't help but roll in bed with him right after the military training. Unfortunately, he is a poor man, and there is no future in falling in love with a poor handsome man, but it's still okay to have a good time once in a while.
Taking advantage of Subai's lowered head to play the phone is very focused.
Lu Yuan looked at him a few more times. That tall and straight body, so that Lu Yuan cannot help but breathe sharply,
cheeks flushed with a slight blush.
Seeing this, Shuetao's face turned green and spoke,
"Then we'll go in first to eat."
"Ah, well, we'll eat as well." Chapter 9, Chen Yuxing's never-before-existing soulmate.
Since he met his girlfriend by chance at the entrance of the cafeteria, it was inevitable that he would eat together at a shared table. The purpose is of course to show love.
Some people say that showing love dies fast. However, Shuetao does not think so.
In college, to find a girlfriend
is not to enjoy the feeling of pulling the wind. Enjoy the envious eyes of single dogs?
Shuetao shyly came to Lu Yuan's side and tried to pull her hand, which she avoided with disgust.
Yuan, don't move your hands.
We've only just been together for a few days.
Do you actually like me as a person?
Or are you simply trying to take advantage?
Of course I like you as a person. Lu Yuan, I've organized a grand confession ceremony for you. The location is Hongyun State Banquet, Michelin with stars. The venue fee for the box alone is several thousand, which is still my old uncle's relationship to get the agreement price. The general public want to book no doorway. The local people,
more or less a bit of contacts.
Shuetao caught an opportunity to open the bragging mode.
Next to Chu Mingzhi faced disdainful expression.
Lu Yuan kept a smile on her face and cursed MMP in her heart. Not buddy, who asked you?
Order a Michelin box, put aside this pull on the network, not network.
This thing is not to give money on the line?
She is in the little red book on the brush to a number of times related information.
In fact,
the heart of the door clear, but in order to cater to Shuetao's desire to pretend, or smiled and said,
Shuetao, you know so much, I didn't even know about all this. Right, ha. In the future I will unlock more new knowledge for you that you don't know.
Shuetao squeezed his eyebrows.
Wang Haoren collapsed iron start. Queuing to buy food. Also do not forget the substitute liver duty. Two travel immortal people had said yes. Chen Yuxing expressionless, secretly chatting privately with Subai.
Yuxing, you should friendly annoying. Crispy big white goose, it's a bit, but I think there's more fun compared to annoyance.
Don't you think it's rare to have such an interesting pair of, arch enemies? Rain break, it's still true. East Snowdrop _ curses whoever is rare. Rainset, can we leave them alone and find a place to eat together alone? Yu Xia withdrew a message. Oops, it seems like I got a little carried away.
Chen Yuxing looked around sheepishly. The white skin at the position of the root of the ear flushed red. In front of Subai's roommates,
eating with Subai,
it was surely going to be passed on all sorts of strange rumors.
Although, it is not annoying,
but Go would still be shy, so Chen Yuxing only had to secretly chat with Subai on his cell phone.
In order to prevent Lu Yuan from committing nymphomania towards Subai again,
Shuetao brought Lu Yuan to sit at the edge of the long table,
away from Subai. Wang Haoren is purely a human being. Casually find a place to eat and liver game. The remaining three, Chu Mingzhi, Subai and Chen Yuxing. To be fair,
Chu Mingzhi wanted to sit opposite Chen Yuxing,
or sit next to him, but his face was too thin, embarrassed, so he sat diagonally across from him.
So it became Subai and Chen Yuxing facing each other.
But because Chen Yuxing was shy, he had to type on his cell phone under the table to communicate.
Crispy big white goose, sweating soybeans.
Crispy big white goose, how does it feel like we're connecting with the underground party? So abstract. Rain break, I'm afraid of the community. Raindrops, pussycat probes, puffy goose, social phobia is normal. General geniuses are social phobia. I'm not social phobic, so I'm not good at studying. Rainy day. Rain break, you're reversing cause and effect. Rain break, you're reversing cause and effect. Rain break, you're reversing cause and effect. Rain break, besides, they are all admitted to the same school. How come they are not good at studying? Crispy white goose, don't mention it.
I'm a big burst of character mixed up. With you such as high school to get their own project of the Big Brother is not a concept. I feel that I casually mixed a degree on graduation.
And you, the future is boundless. Yu Xia, aha. Raindrop, it doesn't matter. You've got money anyway. Raindrop, it doesn't matter. You've got money anyway. Crispy white goose, who told you that? Rain break, with so expensive electronic products, but also spend more than 10,000 points to accompany the game. You dare say you have no money? Puff pastry big white goose, also really. Rain break, it's good to have money, so you don't have to work hard for a living. Pasty goose, it's true. Puff pastry big white goose _days. Puffy goose, you look like you're short of money. Big white goose, tell you what, if you need to make money so badly, I'll just send you more escort lists. Puffy white goose, League of Legends is fine. Other games are fine too. Rain break, I don't need pity. Puffy white goose, on the contrary, it's not pity. I really think it's fun to play with you, and I'm paying for the emotional value. Rain break, oh. Across the table,
Chen Yusheng had a bit of a tangled little expression. Stealing a glance at Subai, he was instantly convinced by his pure and sunny big boy aura. Well, he really doesn't have dirty thoughts about me, and is really rich. A girl as beautiful as Chen Yusheng had met many men who posed in front of her and pretended to be rich, trying to pick her up. It's easy for her to recognize them. The elders in her family said that she was dull and stupid in terms of human affairs, but in fact she wasn't stupid at all. She was smart as hell. She is smart as hell. If you analyze it with a little bit of logic, you will be able to see it. Subai like this is really rich. In their own hobbies to spend money is very casual. Food and clothing, but do not show the mountain. Not in front of the students to show off. Belonging to is a very transparent character. Living to understand. It's a bit shameful to say, but Chen Yusheng really needs to earn Subai's money. Even she herself didn't realize the subtle, good feeling towards Subai that sprouted in her heart. The main reason was that she was especially relaxed when chatting with Subai. After all, Subai even knew her little secret of being an escort, and her interests overlapped, so there was a kind of carefree coolness when she talked. Before Subai, Chen Yusheng had not made any close friends. Never. When the two of them were communicating face-to-face on their cell phones as if they were underground party connectors, Chen Yusheng was sitting diagonally across from Subai. Chu Mingzhi, who was sitting diagonally across from Chen Yusheng, buried his head and squirmed for a long time, not even eating much of the plate of covered rice in front of him. Suddenly, he stood up with a prancing motion. Student Chen. Chen Yusheng looked up from his cell phone in confusion. It's fine. Chu Mingzhi sat down again. Still abysmal. Played a whole meal of abdominal draft, did not dare to speak. Subai on the side to see want to laugh. Not buddy, put aside this pulling errant. The first thing you need to do is to take out your accent as a Shanghai master. Rain break, Subai. Your roommates are so strange. Crispy goose, it's okay, just those two are strange. Wang Haoren is quite normal. Rain break, who is Wang Haoren? Puffy white goose, the one who plays handball. Rain break, is he a big fan of handheld games? Puff pastry big white goose, I give him my number to play. In exchange for his healthy generation liver. Rain break, oh, your number is not the same. Rain break, oh, your number. You must have rushed a lot, right? Puffy white goose, I've spent more than $50,000 on the card pool this season. Rain break, meaning you'll charge another $50,000 for the next installment? Rain break, cat scare. Rain break, can't figure out you rich people. Chen Yusheng gave Subai a meaningful look. After brewing for a long time, he gathered the courage to send it on his cell phone. Yuxia, truth be told, I do need to use money recently. Yuxia, so, please don't be merciful and use me to your heart's content. Yuxia withdrew a message. In fact, once what was sent has been seen by the other party, withdrawing it becomes meaningless. Instead, it would increase the level of shame. Chen Yusheng's good-looking pitch-black eyes dodged around, and her elegant neck, which was easily reminiscent of a white swan, was red through and through at this moment. It seems that her neck is very sensitive. Within what when kissing here? Surely the effect is particularly good. Subai's head inexplicably popped up this bad idea, swallowing a little bit of saliva. He also couldn't help but get a little red warm. Oh, bad idea, you are really bad. Chapter 10 High Attack Low Imitation School Sisters. Embarrassed as he was, Subai still tacitly understood what Chen Yusheng meant. After all, it is the other me in the world. Chen Yusheng is a girl with high self-esteem, but she is really short of money, so she hopes that Subai will use her escort service more often and let her earn more on top of the $12,000. It was really touching. In this era of pretty girls asking you for red envelopes, and being hung up in the little red book if you send less, Chen Yusheng's equal exchange style of behavior is simply a breath of fresh air. Then play with her a little more tomorrow. Anyway, the course has just started, not 2 weeks. There are not many things. The extra spending on playing with her will also be returned. This wave is not a loss. A night without words. The next day, at 7:30, Subai's alarm clock rang on time, and it was turned off by Subai after ringing for less than 2 seconds, then gently climbed out of bed, washed up, lifted the book bag that was packed before going to bed last night, and went out to class. The whole process did not wake up any of the housemates. Unfortunately, the C++ teachers of the 3 roommates are not the same as the one Subai chose. Or in other words, Subai's hand was slow when he grabbed the class, and he was forced to take the class of the exterminator. This is the difference between college life and high school. Even if the whole dormitory is in the same class, the time of the class, there are differences. Some dormitories are a mix of different majors from different grades, and the difference in work and rest is even greater. For example, in the famous Goddess dormitory, the 4 girls are 2 freshmen, 1 sophomore and 1 senior, and they are in 4 different majors. Diversity index pull full belongs to is. Subai Gubai still has the quality to get up early for class without noisy roommates. No, this is not enough indulgence, or off-campus rent a room. Walking on the way to the classroom,
Subai sprouted this idea.
In principle, the computer science department of Jiangcheng University does not allow freshman students to rent rooms off campus.
But as we all know,
not allowed in principle equals allowed.
Finding a counselor to ease the relationship is over. Xia is very good at talking.
Of course, Subai will still go back to the dormitory to play during the day. Whether it is To Travel Immortal Wang Haoren or Shanghai Master vs.
Local people, or rare fun, must not miss the mouth teeth.
When you need a place to stay off campus,
go to a rental place. The main one is to do as you please. Subai currently has no experience in renting an apartment,
and intends to investigate a wave first,
or find an experienced person to ask. Going to class. Nothing happened.
After class Subai took an online taxi and went straight to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store.
Just after getting out of the car,
Subai recognized manager Guo, who had sent him a tweet last night.
Suited and booted, with a meticulous big back, he looked like he could sell cars.
Hello Manager Guo, I'm Subai who came to pick up the car.
Mr. Su-ah, hello.
Manager Guo shook hands warmly.
Amazement flashed in his eyes. Not only was he young,
he was also so tall and handsome, and his temperament was sunny. If the race of tall and handsome had a pedigree, then this kid was definitely a pure blood. As for his amassed goods and the aged canvas bag with worn-out edges on his back,
they were automatically ignored by Manager Guo.
A freshman who can afford to drive a GLE doesn't need to prove himself with expensive clothes. Maybe they're just good at keeping a low profile,
or maybe it's a parental requirement. Walking into the 4S store with high-grade decoration,
there was immediately a graceful and charming female salesperson to welcome up.
The opening words were a bit surprising to Subai. School brother, really unexpected. The second time to see you is in this kind of place. Oh.
Zhou Jia dear approached Subai,
smiling, if the ambiguous distance.
Enough for Subai to have an unobstructed view of the fullness of the arc of her chest,
and just the right amount of perfume,
mixed with the faint flavor of female hormones,
suddenly let Subai a little on the head. Rao Subai has never been easy to women's heart mess.
There was also a moment,
the eyes a little trance. What a sexy thing. Do we know each other?
Subai sized her up,
wondering in his heart. It looked familiar, but couldn't recall who it was.
When the freshman reported,
I also sent you a flyer, but as a result, you actually don't remember people. So excessive. Ha, I'm face blind. Get to know. Zhou Jialu, Marketing Department, Senior, graduating next year. Subai, Freshman in the Computer Department. When shaking hands,
Subai felt the soft touch of the other party, and the ambiguous tingling of her palm being vaguely scraped twice by her fingertips.
What a classic seduction.
Yesterday when Manager Guo told him about the beautiful saleswoman, Subai was mentally prepared.
He just didn't think that the other party was actually a schoolmate from the same school. Curious, Subai called out the system to check Zhou Jiadir's information. Name, Zhou Jiadir. Age, 22. Body, 165 centimeters. D+. Number of relationships, 0. First kiss, alive and well. First kiss, alive and well. Hatsuha, still alive.
Several question marks were typed continuously in Subai's mind.
No, sis. The legendary Ice Clear female sales really exist. Manager Guo introduced, Xiao Zhou as our store is currently the best performance,
but also responsible for the store's new media publicity and promotion work. Buy her as a model to shoot a short video. In the jitterbug response is very good.
Her personal number also has a lot of attention. Then the big blogger, for the time being, it is also a small net red level. Being so reminded, Subai remembered, sister you are the one. Dear sleep not awake? Oh, does it mean that school brother is my old fan?
Zhou Jiadir covered her mouth and laughed lightly.
Pack of I from high school when I began to pay attention to school sister.
No wonder she looked familiar but didn't recognize her at first.
Subai suddenly realized, after all, if you see a beautiful woman in reality, you won't be able to think of her in the direction of Netflix. In fact, it wasn't really a netizen.
The number dear can't wake up from sleep.
The popularity wasn't very high,
because she neither carries goods,
nor the whole life. The degree of rubbing is also very low.
She simply shares her life.
But on the contrary,
this blogger's face value and figure were particularly to Subai's liking. It could be said to be the first batch of beauties Subai followed on Shake Tone.
It was a bit hard to say that it was a bit hard to bandage.
Zhou Jialu's videos accompanied Subai through countless lonely nights during his grueling high school career.
Ahem, the common sense of man. At this time, standing in front of the honored one, Subai was a bit bashful in his heart, but fortunately he had a good mental quality and didn't show it.
The appearance was still relaxed and calm.
Manager Guo laughed. This proves that you guys are destined to be together. Since this is the case, Xiao Zhou will be in charge of Mr. Su's delivery of the car throughout the entire process. Guarantee to complete the task. The process of handing over the car was actually very simple. After all, it had already been debugged by a professional engineer. Subai checked it for correctness and tried to drive a lap on the road. The brown color of the luxury interior, calm and dignified. Hairy young people may be difficult to drive, but Subai's temperament was originally a sunny and gentle type. To the driver's seat, and steadily drive the car out, exuding charm, so that the co-pilot on the Jojia Dear Two Eyes. Brother, is Gyeongchang local people? No, my hometown of An City, also in the province. Not far. In the future in the school encountered any difficulties, can look for school sister. School sister other not to say, a variety of life tips or know quite a lot. Then, thank you, it should be. Subai tilted his head and looked. At this time, Jojia Dear just tilted her body slightly towards Subai's side. Her flesh stocking wrapped legs were together, and there was no special action. However, because her capital was too strong and she was just wearing her seatbelt as a rule, it created an extremely blood-curdling visual effect. What are you looking at, stinky brother? Senior sister has a great body. It looks even better in reality than in the video shot. If you say that, it seems like you didn't study my short videos much. It's still true. I've watched those Korean dance ones so many times. Honestly, have you ever done anything bad to your sister's videos? Jojia Dear stretched out a finger and poked Subai's face. She was preparing to meet the teenager's hands and feet, but unexpectedly Subai admitted with a big smile. Of course, I've done it so many times that I can't even count. My body is deteriorating now, and you, senior sister, are also responsible for it. At this time, coincidentally waiting for a red light, Subai stared at Jojia Lu, sincere and eager eyes, matched with that handsome face. In turn, let Jojia Lu face hot. This schoolmate, why doesn't he follow the rules? Chapter 11, driving a car with no place to put your right hand, so you can use your older sister. Ding! You face the schoolmates teasing, frankly admit mistakes. Human nature. Who has not made mistakes? Reward cash plus $10,000. Trigger the special reward. Sigma Halo. Sigma Aura, in the face of female temptation. Your mind is as stable as an old dog's. You are able to control your primal desires with ease. In contrast, a woman who tries to disturb your mind will be more easily stirred up by your emotions. Not bad. Subai secretly nodded his head. Brother Unicorn really understood him, knowing that Subai never liked to be led by the nose by women. This Sigma Aura happened to fit well with his character. I just don't know. Another layer of special effects of the halo. How effective in the body of Joe's school sister. Jojia Dear pouted and hit Subai's arm. Nasty. How can this kind of thing be talked nonsense in front of a girl? It's just that school sister, I'm magnanimous. Otherwise how? Little red book hang me? That's not so bad. Right. I'm so handsome, how can any girl shed in the little red book hang me? Subai had a straight face. Don't worry, schoolmate. I know the measure of joking. Generally girls are very tolerant and large amount to me. School brother. Has anyone ever told you that you are very narcissistic? No need for others to tell me. I have always known that I am narcissistic. You little guy. Is interesting. Before meeting Subai, Jojia Dear guessed that he was the type of innocent little boy. As a result of the initial contact, it was not that way at all. Full of determination, dashing speech and demeanor, coupled with strong economic strength, immediately let Jojia Dear feel that this schoolmate is not ordinary. And when Subai stared at her, Jojia Dear's heart, rare ripples. How is it possible to know? Jojia Dear had never stumbled upon any man who could make her heart flutter. Often, she was the one whose heart was like water, but who charmed the men around her to the core. She also enjoyed this process. Some people say she burns wave sword. Jojia Lu does not agree. She did not take the benefits of men. Two did not mess with the body to maintain the innocence. Why say she cheap? She just loved to tease just well. Single state. Tease people and not illegal. Just, ordinary men tease up boring. Subai gave her a surprise. You this school brother, make me so happy. Just freshman year. Open 880,000 yuan car. And handsome and interesting personality. Is no longer an ordinary school brother? Must be a heavy punch. Intuition told Jojia Lu. Subai has no fluctuation to her. Although he admitted that he had made a mistake on the schoolmate's video, but Jojia Lu felt that it was just a flowery mouth. And who knows how the actual situation is. School sister, introduce me to this car. I actually don't know much about it. No problem. I'm familiar with this one. Jojia Lu readily agreed, and began to introduce the relevant features of this Mercedes-Benz GLE 4WD Top Edition, as well as some precautions when using it in normal times. Speaking very clearly, easy to understand and organized. The most touching thing is not mixed with the marketing of the store's various strange maintenance packages. It seems that this sister can become the star sales of this 4S store. Not all rely on the face and body. Professionalism is sufficient. Think about it. After all, the system scanning learned that Jojia Dear's first kiss and first leaf are retained. that certainly did not sleep with any customers. Of course, if there is a chance, Subai does not mind becoming the first customer to achieve this achievement. He really made a mistake with the Dear Dear Can't Sleep video. The main thing Subai is a sincere. The biggest feature of this car is that under the premise that the size of the vehicle is not too bulky, try to make the interior space as easy to use as possible, such as the school brother later talked about his girlfriend. In the car to interact with the space is very sufficient. Speaking here, Zhou Jialu paused for a moment, casting a suggestive look towards Subai, her eyes flowing. Subai asked, for example, which kind of interaction? Zhou Jiadir smiled without saying anything, kicked off her high heels and placed her jade leg wrapped in flesh stockings across Subai's thigh. Look, school brother, this car is an electronic pocket gear design. That is to say, there is no traditional gear knob on the center console, saving space and facilitating to do all kinds of interesting interactions. Oh, Subai looked down. Unlike those chopstick legs that were bent on pursuing slimness, the schoolmate's legs were described as voluptuous and measured, and every rounded curve made people want to explore. The soundproofing of this car was very good, and in the quiet space, the sound of stocking fabric slowly rubbing together was clearly audible. Zhou Jiadir's heart thumped hard. Really, it was the first time she had been in such close contact with a male, but she had never behaved this boldly before. It was really Subai's charm that had her on the hook, making Zhou Jiadir eager to see her primary schoolmate's shy appearance, and when she really put her leg up, the nervousness inside was simply stronger than during the college entrance exams. Zhou Jialu expected Subai to make a big red face. The truth was just the opposite. Subai had no fluctuations. Instead, his right hand held Zhou Jiadir's calf. Schoolmate, you, school sister's leg belly is especially cute, full but not cumbersome. Subai looked at her with a smile. I learned manual gear in driving school. I'm used to touching the gearshift lever. This car doesn't have one, so it's up to schoolmates to fill in the blanks. Alas, Subai's big hand, the electric shock-like throbbing was instantly conducted throughout her body, causing Zhou Jiadir's entire body to go strange. She tried to pull her leg away, but Subai was holding it tightly. The strength is so. That foxy face exposed panic and shyness. She wanted to tug at her schoolmate's heartstrings, but she didn't expect to be turned against her. Schoolmate, don't move. The red light is going to end. It's not good if you move again to interfere with my driving. You this guy, obviously you. Safety is the most important. School sister. Good boy. Seeing that Subai insisted on not letting go, Zhou Jiadir, who knew she couldn't escape, had no choice but to comply. So Subai unlocked the skill of driving with one hand. By the way, he had a good taste of top-quality leg modeling. The luxury car raffle ticket comes with an expert-level driving skill, which corresponds to the level of an old driver who has driven for the leader for 10 years. Therefore, he was no longer the novice who just got his driver's license during the summer vacation. Ding! The host seizes the opportunity to savor the top three-dimensional leg modeling and comprehends the beauty of human curves, rewarded with cash plus 20,000. While holding her schoolmate, she drove around the Forest Store neighborhood and deliberately drove around a few more times. At first, Zhou Jialu was barely taught, and as time passed, the feeling in her body became more and more strange, and when she tried to pull out again, she realized that she had already softened her legs to the point that she lost her strength. Damn schoolmate, to make me so, schoolmate, your reaction is so big. You keep shaking. It's not possible that you've never been touched by a man before, right? Subai playfully tasted. Ha, how can? School sister, I experienced. Today is the state is not good. Well, the state is not good. Still holding on to this tough talk? Subai thought that Zhou Jiadir is also quite cute. Other girls can't wait to disguise as a pure jade girl. The result is that she is good. In order to pretend to be mature in front of Subai, hard mouth claiming to be experienced. Obviously an innocent little girl. Okay, no more jokes. Senior sister, sit down quickly. We're almost back to the store. The GLE drove back to the parking space in front of the Forest Store. The master in charge of overhauling it was already waiting there, greeting him warmly and asking Subai if he encountered any problems with the test drive. No problem. You can sign the contract. Zhou Jiadir went to the restroom. Weird state, combined with the fact that she was just going for a test drive with Subai, couldn't help but let the staff in the store gossip one after another. Wouldn't Zhou Jialu, who never did anything with customers, be taken down by this little brother? It is also normal. Young and handsome gold. Is a lot of sales dream prince it? Waiting for Zhou Jialu back. Subai to her invitation. Sister, at noon free. Can you take the time to eat a meal together? Chapter 12. The schoolmate with more wealth and billions of dollars is a special person. Originally Zhou Jialu molested not to be able to see through the bottom of the school brother. The inner resentment is full of. Suddenly received Subai lunch invitation. The mood suddenly turned around. Humph. Little guy. Pretending to be like a contemporary Lu Xiaohui? Suddenly want to invite sister to eat again. Is not interested in sister? Noon I don't know if there is anything. I have to ask the manager. Zhou Jiadir reserved a bit, pretended to ask the manager Gui. The reply was of course can. To be able to afford a small $1 million car, such a high-quality customer, it was normal to accompany him for a meal. Moreover, Subai is so young, there is likely to be a potential need to purchase a car in the future. This kind of customer must be well maintained. Not to mention that they are also the relationship of the school sister and brother. See Zhou Jialu that frowning look, as if it is looking at the school brother? Manager Gui saw through it and approved Zhou Jiadir to leave work early. It's a good idea to take it as a favor to the people. Subai took her in first, went to the DMV on the way to get a license plate. Some 4S stores will charge an additional license fee. A pit. This store doesn't seem to have this problem, and can do it for Subai, only charging the official handling fee, no extra costs. Subai chose to go on his own, mainly because he hadn't done business at the DMV yet, and it was a hilarious sight to see. During the process, Subai chatted with Zhou Jiadir about some interesting things about the school and the 4S store, and did not produce any ambiguous episodes in. The two people have a tacit understanding to pretend that the things that happened during the test drive did not happen. In fact, Subai did not care if Zhou Jiadir wanted to continue to flirt with him. After all, it is a flirty and sexy big beauty, or the original goods. It is quite good to play, but obviously, the school sister didn't want to. She was afraid of showing her cowardice. Subai found that Zhou Jiadir seemed to be very concerned about her vixen persona, and insisted on maintaining the attitude of an experienced big sister in front of Subai. She was really high and mighty. I don't know what the significance of this superior is. Never mind. People have their own aspirations. Everyone has a unique point of interest. Subai respects his sister's hobbies. Drive to the IKC Plaza not far from the 4S store. This is one of the top few luxury shopping centers in Jiangchang, housing many luxury international brands, and a lot of high-end restaurants have opened. Has schoolmate been here before? I've been here a few times, but not much. The food over here can be expensive. Not something an intern like me can afford to consume. Aren't you a star salesman? That is also an intern contract. Commission is small. Pure cow horse. Alas. Now just hope to hurry to graduate and turn regular. Sister recommended a bar. Do not care about the price. You feel delicious on the line. Oh, since the school brother said so, then I will not be polite. Zhou Jiadir picked a Japanese food buffet, and opened the page on her phone to show Subai. Is the Japanese food acceptable to you? Yes, I eat everything. I have a good appetite. See, can a bad appetite grow so high? Zhou Jiadir took the opportunity to pinch Subai's arm. Subai still didn't react. Alas, really, this junior high school student does seem to be not in the same league as the average male college student. I'm afraid that he has already hobnobbed with a lot of girls. Zhou Jiadir brain thinking about the messy things. Lead the way to this high-end Japanese food to put the question, a la carte buffet. She only came once. Followed the company group building to come. Eat a per capita of 300 stalls. Selling points are fresh salmon, Arctic sweet shrimp and all kinds of Japanese-style snacks. The taste is good. The key is very exquisite. The photos are particularly good. Very in line with the aesthetics of many girls. In the private room, Subai briefly flipped through the menu and said to the waiter, "Want this $12.99 per person. You're sure you want this highest grade package, right?" "Right." Zhou Jialu hurriedly said, "Oops, there's no need to eat such an expensive one. In fact, $299 per person is very sumptuous." The $299 set meal was the lowest slot in this buffet. Further up were $599 and $899, which added some expensive ingredients as well as boutique dishes such as New Zealand crayfish, fresh sea urchin, and foie gras respectively. As for the most expensive $12.99, you can enjoy unlimited French oyster sashimi, bluefin tuna, black gold abalone, king-size rattlesnake, M9 Wagyu beef, and other top ingredients. It looks like it is very powerful. Subai has not eaten any of them. Try it. Anyway, there is an indulgence system to reimburse. Facing his school sister's exhortation, Subai said, "It's fine, school sister. I've said that I'm treating you, so I'm sure I'm treating you to a good meal. Don't worry, this level is no pressure for me." The waiter next to him glanced at the Uniqlo t-shirt on Subai. A little hard to strain. I'm afraid it's not a college student who saved up several months of living expenses to gouge out the funds for this meal. Zhou Jialu is very clear. Subai is not pretending. Per capita more than 1,000. For him is really not a thing. GLE for young people is considered a very good car. He still bought the top. In fact, when buying a car, choose what configuration can largely reflect the size of the buyer's cash flow. After all, some comfort configurations, the outside cannot be seen. The effect of supporting the facade is not obvious. Many people do not like to want, even many times, the tail mark a small word, a key, change a car paint or paste a car film.
The core of the power configuration cannot see the difference between low and high matching. So, pure and simple to pose the kind of tycoon, more inclined to buy the high-end product line of the low end. Only people who really do not lack money, only will brainless top match pull full. For example, Sue buys GLE, willing to put up with the beggar's version, almost $500,000 can take, but he not only bought the top match, car inspection is still a face of carelessness, hanging, very often, the attitude when consuming, then consuming the specific price high and low, more able to reflect the hidden information. Other details can also reflect Sue buys strength is not shallow. For example, the latest Apple cell phone is also the highest configuration. Before in the 4S store to put the contract, the school bag revealed the Apple laptop. Joe Jadir incidentally asked a mouthful, only to know that actually want $50,000. Ordinary people's boys can spend 50,000 to buy a game or not convenient to play the computer. Driving 880,000 cars, eating casually per capita 1,000 does not hurt? That said, before Zhou Jialu attended the orientation, how did not hear that the computer department came to such a fat a big fish? Maybe it's more low-key in the school. At once, Zhou Jiadir was not so resentful about Sue by bullying her in the car. It was only normal for a real broad-minded young man to have a more calm mindset than ordinary men. Such a high-quality schoolmate was more worthy of Zhou Jiadir's attentive seduction. School brother, I didn't do anything for you. You suddenly invited me to such an expensive meal. I'm a bit over it. Zhou Jiadir started to get feverish again, stretching her feet under the table to Sue Bai's side. The Japanese restaurant was a pure Japanese-style decoration. The floor was arranged in tatami mats, and customers had to take off their shoes to come in. At this time, under the soft and warm light of the private room, the jade feet covered by meat stockings were presented in front of Sue Bai, without the slightest odor. It seems to be well maintained. Her toes were also round and very full-looking. At this moment, the flexible toes matched the swinging of the arch of the foot, and the tip of the foot scraped Sue Bai's leg. This school sister is also really invincible, while still serving the food, but also do not forget to flirt a little, really dishes and love to play. Sue Bai stared down and admired for a while, murmuring, is school sister like this to other customers too? No, oh, just to you. True or false? Ah, believe it or not. He. I believe school sister. Sue Bai stared straight at Zhou Jiadir. The corner of her lips hooked up in a teasing arc, suddenly reached out and pinched the palm of her foot, her fingers hooked on the side of her foot. Zhou Jiadir immediately trembled and violently shrunk back, her face flustered. Although Sue Bai didn't say it explicitly, Zhou Jiadir knew very well what he wanted to express. I'm so angry. How can this student's eyes be so poisonous? How is it that the whole world thinks that she, Zhou Jialu, is a rotten goods that burns waves and swords, and Sue Bai is the only one who can see through her innocent nature? Sue Bai was also the only person that Zhou Jialu particularly wanted to tease, and even went out of his way to create physical contact. Subtle thoughts were spreading. Chapter 13, The Envious Lu Yuan, the dull schoolboy who misses Sue Bai. Soon, the serving of food began. The oversized sashimi platter was visually stunning. Fresh sea urchins were neatly yards together, next to the caviar. It was appetizing to look at. As for the expensive rattlesnake, it was sliced and cooked by the over-the-bridge method. The chef pushes the pot into the private room, boils the broth, slices the conch for the customer on the spot, and shakes it in the broth for a few seconds, just enough to cook it and retain the maximum amount of fresh and sweet flavor. He also left the shell of the conch with the meat extracted, one as big as a basketball, and arranged it on a plate with dry ice underneath to create a smoky visual effect. Zhou Jialu had been taking pictures. This scene was not rare for her. Sue Bai was too lazy to take pictures, and drank her own matsutake mushroom soup, which was served in a delicate little teapot, squeezing a little lemon into it before drinking it, which had a great flavor and was refreshing and detoxifying. Eat Japanese food buffet to relieve fatigue is a must, because for Sue Bai, he is interested in this store, is a variety of seafood sashimi, a variety of high-quality beef and mutton frying and grilling. As for Zhou Jialu, the ingredients themselves are not the most important thing. Instead, she spends her energy on retouching pictures to send a friend circle. Sister, have you always been so delicate in posting your friend circle? Definitely like to be a bit more refined. Who doesn't like to show their polished side socially? Zhou Jiadir sighed. After all, most people, it takes a long time to come across a platitude worthy of praise, while for you, senior sister, it's just a casual daily routine. That's not so bad, eating such tops every day. Cholesterol is afraid to explode. It doesn't matter we're still young. More exercise is not afraid. Why don't I come up with a way to help school brother exercise and consume the excess nutrition? Zhou Jiadir winked. Sue Bai helplessly said, Sister, I found that you don't seem to have a long memory. Is just in the car. Feet are not itchy enough? He made a gesture to grab Zhou Jiadir's leg. The latter quickly begged for mercy. Don't. Eat your meal. You can't fool around when you're eating your hair. It affects your digestion. Playing around for half a day. Zhou Jiadir to send a circle of friends need to get a good photo. Standard 9-cell format. Sent out not long. There are a lot of people commented. Wow, what a big conch. It must be expensive, right? This background, is it the Japanese restaurant in IKC Plaza? I'm so envious. Having such a good lunch on a weekday. Why did you order the highest set meal? It's not worth it. And banquet customers after the sister did sales is not the same. Every day in the paper drunkenness it. Zhou Jialu replied one by one. Some of them are obviously looking for trouble. Just don't bother. Or send a smile emoticon back to the yin and yang. Zhou Jialu has long been accustomed to bad comments or foul language attacks. Even from the time she was in high school this is the case. After all, at that time, she already had a very toned body. She didn't cower because of the rumors. Instead, she dressed up. Love rumors go. No matter how much denigration, there are still a bunch of men adore me. At this time, the roommate Lu Yuan also commented on Zhou Jialu's friend circle. Dear sister today is so dashing Opened a big list? Zhou Jialu smiled faintly and did not continue interacting in her friend circle, instead choosing to chat privately with Lu Yuan. In that dorm room of theirs, the two freshman beauties had only joined a month ago. Before that, it was Zhou Jialu and Lu Yuan who lived together. Now, after combining into a mixed dormitory, it was also Zhou Jialu and Lu Yuan who were relatively closer. And if there was anything worth complaining about in their usual lives, they usually chatted privately rather than in the dormitory small group. It is not that those two girls have problems. They are quite good. Just, always need a period of time to familiarize. AAA school district Mercedes-Benz Miss Show, teased a particularly handsome little brother, invited me to eat more than 1,000 Japanese buffet at Hope, Yuan, he invited you You are not usually with the customer at MS. Joe, this is different. He's especially rich. MS. Joe, AAA school district Mercedes-Benz, seriously, I'm impressed. Yuan, Is Sister Dear finally going to give up her life and enter the game? I'm so excited. There's a man who's going to taste Sister Dear's deliciousness. Who's so lucky? AAA school district Mercedes-Benz MS. Joe, not so much as to give up her body to enter the game. It's not easy to say. Who knows whether people mean to me or not. Truly, Zhou Jiadir sure. He liked Subai very much. Whether it is a physical sense of like, or based on the rational consideration of economic strength. A truly wise woman should guard her body like a jade, and then make a decisive move when she meets her true destiny. The key is that she seems to have a lower segment than Subai. Being pinched by someone's calf, her whole body went soft, and she even had to make a trip to the restroom to clean up. Zhou Jialu didn't even know that she was actually that sensitive. On the other hand, Subai, from the first meeting to now, the feeling has not been ruffled by her. Alas, take your time, think of the good in everything. Maybe Subai is just getting to know the end of it. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with her, but I'm sure I'll be able to get to know her. The coming day will be long. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of Jiangcheng University, Lu Yuan looked at the message sent by her roommate and had mixed feelings. Zhou Jialu's requirements for a boyfriend. She knew. She likes the younger ones. He must be rich. It's best to be handsome. To be honest, it is really hard to find. After all, can meet these conditions at the same time, are in demand. It is impossible to lack of women. As a result, she really found it. Lu Yuan is 3 parts happy for her, 3 parts vaguely jealous, 4 parts unspeakable melancholy. She also wants to eat more than 1,000 Japanese food. But Xue Tao is only willing to take her to eat 300. All day long he boasted about how the local people Bull actually fell in love only to realize that the hand is not so generous. Forget about it, at least Xue Tao's conditions in the circle is also considered very good, but also willing to spend money for him. Now the chicken thief Puxin male, please a cup of milk tea are dying. Anymore, Lu Yuan realized milk tea freedom after she fell in love with Xue Tao. Moreover, Xue Tao will continue to spend money for her. She just need to hang on to Xue Tao will be able to get a steady stream of benefits. On the contrary, Zhou Jialu's so-called rich little brother, who knows if he just wants to play with her. At this time, on the cafeteria table, Xue Tao is beside Lu Yuan, spitting out automobile trivia. It mainly centers around his miting. After all, young and ambitious driving a miting is one of Xue Tao's main persona labels. Starting with a German-made mechanical quality, backhanded at now domestic cars are jerry-built. Lu Yuan's brain was buzzing. She annoyingly interrupted. Xue Tao, let's go out on the weekend. Go eat Japanese food. Japanese food? Japanese food is flashy. It's all floury. Or Laotian chicken.
Shuetao's smile is a bit false. The recent budget is tight. Japanese food and other things, often costing hundreds, really cannot afford the wait. My roommate all went to eat today. Look at this. It looks very fragrant. Ah. Shuetao looked at the photo and sweated. Damn. This set down. Per capita 1000 cannot hit not sister. We can a little be number not? Your 3 roommates are what immortal face value you with them to compare? It's almost enough. However, Lu Yuan did not let up. Shuetao had to search for words to put it off. This cafeteria lunch, like yesterday, is also a chance encounter between the 2 dormitories. Wang Haoren is still a human machine, silently liver 2 tour, isolated from the world. Hey. The 6+5 main see that Bai Drew is really fragrant, playing the abyss without hands. Xu Mingjie is pulling himself up. Chen Yuxing is sitting alone in the corner, with little expression on her face, radiating a faint sadness. She was thinking, why doesn't Su Bai reply to my messages? Chapter 14 Impossible, she can't have a boyfriend. From the time of the first class in the morning, Chen Yuxing was sending messages to Su Bai. Sand sculpture terrier pictures, funny videos, the latest game information. As a result, Su Bai didn't reply to any of them and didn't know what he was busy with. Then Chen Yuxing suddenly realized that he had sent many in a row in the private chat. Didn't he look abnormal? Then he didn't dare to send it. But again, he wanted to chat with Su Bai. It felt like a very relaxing and de-stressing thing. Obviously he is his own accompanying employer. It's so strange. Chen Yuxing didn't have this kind of experience when he used to play singles. Until lunchtime, Su Bai still did not respond. In fact, there were Su Bai's roommates at the dinner table. Chen Yuxing could have asked them what Su Bai was doing, but she was socially terrified. That's right, many times it is simply social terrorism, rather than the intentionally cold that many girls speculate that she is. Chen Yuxing struggled for half a day, and then suddenly her little brain had a bright idea. Since I can't figure it out myself, and I don't dare to ask Su Bai's roommate, I might as well ask the invincible AI. As a genius girl in the computer department, Chen Yuxing was familiar with the concept of AI big models. Many small problems encountered in life can get detailed intelligence from AI. So Chen Yuxing opened a recently hot and popular AI question and answer page, entering the command. I'm an escort and I have a crush on a certain escort. He hasn't paid attention to me all morning. What are the possible reasons? After waiting for 10 seconds or so, the answer began to scroll on the screen. The other party did not contact you all morning. May involve a variety of reasons. The following are several common possibilities and suggestions. 1. Objective reasons, temporary busyness, technical problems. Chen Yuxing stared wide-eyed and looked with incomparable seriousness. When she saw one of the articles, her heart suddenly tightened. Relationship positioning differences, he may only see you as an ordinary playmate, and did not realize your good feelings, and therefore did not maintain the habit of high-frequency contact. Hiss. So it was like this. Maybe chatting wasn't that important in Su Bai's eyes yet. It was just that Chen Yuxing himself was enjoying it. To put it bluntly, it was just a business. Su Bai also said that he didn't mean anything else. He just wanted to buy emotional value from Chen Yuxing, referring to game accompaniment. In fact, this was a very normal situation. Put in other accompanying playlists, Chen Yuxing would appreciate this boundary-sensitive attitude. A yard is a yard. Don't make it unclear. But why did she feel so lost? She actually hoped to become friends with Su Bai. She just wanted to be unclear with Su Bai. Although there is a big gap between the objective conditions of the two, but the soul of the distance is very close. Su Bai. In the end, how does he think of her? Ming yesterday in the cafe, as well as after returning to the dormitory at night, chatting so happily. Well, with her head drilled in the bull's eye, Chen Yuxing exuded a strong aura of sultriness. The roommate Lu Yuan looked at her strangely, did not think much about it, searching for the possibility that she was reading a novel. She remembers that this high-cold freshman sister is sometimes will read some novels. This year read a novel to bring a little normal. What the president's sadistic love. What the domineering king fell in love with me. Lu Yuan accidentally also read. Wang Haoren did not say anything, just a substitute liver. Only Xu Mingjie was particularly concerned about Chen Yuxing's unusual state, and carried out an extremely rich brainstorming. By the time this meal was finished, 5:10 when the three of them returned to the dormitory, Xu Mingjie, who had not said a word on the road, suddenly said, "Everyone, do you feel that today's Chen Yuxing is very strange?" Didn't notice. How is it strange? Wang Haoren temporarily withdrew from the second tour, charging his cell phone, and asked in passing, "I'm not sure, but, based on my years of experience studying the psychology of love, Chen Yuxing, by and large, has been left out by someone she particularly cares about." Wang Haoren. Shuetao was shocked. "No, your Shanghai Masters High School still teaches relationship psychology?" Xu Mingjie shook his head. "Not really. It's something I learned on my own after school. Wang Haoren, who came from a province with a hellishly difficult college entrance exam, was also shocked. No, your Shanghai Masters High School still has after-school time? And it's the kind where you have the energy to use to learn extra knowledge? Damn you, that's not the point.
Xu Mingzhi waved his hand, his face filled with annoyance and pain.
The point is, that person. Who is it?
It's her boyfriend. She's having a falling out with her boyfriend.
Shui Tao guessed. No.
Xu Mingzhi covered his face.
Impossible. This is impossible.
A goddess as noble and flawless as Chun Yuxing.
How could she fall in love with a man? In Greek mythology,
the goddess not only fell in love but also gave birth to a child.
What's so rare about that? Shui Tao gloated. I've long said, don't think too highly of the goddess quarters. Chen Yuxing is also a human being. Isn't it normal to have an emotional need to fall in love? Locals are pertinent. Wang Haoren concurred. Shui Tao, this BYD rarely spits out ivory from a dog's mouth and speaks a human language. However, it was obvious that Xu Mingzhi was completely unable to accept this answer. Holding a copy of the complete book of love psychology, English edition, he ran to the bed and pulled the curtains on the bed, furtively studying it. This child is bewitched. Alas, the eye is so low. It is better to be like me, within the limits of my ability to chase the right object. Ha ha, the weekend is going to drive to take Yuan out to play again. This time can you hold hands? Shui Tao saw Xu Mingzhi stranded there to make a fool of himself, due to the insufficient budget for Japanese food expenses caused by the boredom, seemed to have alleviated a few points. IKC Plaza's high-end Japanese restaurant, Subai. I have to say, this high-end seafood sashimi, the taste is good. That special fresh sweet flavor, really not cheap ingredients can be compared, and the nutritional value is high, good for health, as a staple food for fitness athletes are no problem. Of course, the cost may be a problem, but the last thing Subai needs to worry about is the cost. Taking advantage of the time when Zhou Jialu's senior sister went to the restroom, Subai played with his cell phone for a while, and only then did he see the string of messages that Chen Yuxing had sent in the morning. Hiss. The morning schedule is compact, did not have time to look at the cell phone, well actually looked at it a few times. That is, at that time, maybe Chen Yuxing's message was covered by other things. Human nature. Although he chatted with Chen Yuxing yesterday, Subai was not the kind of character that was full of pretty girls when he talked to her. He had always been of a more modest nature. The main thing in everything is to do as you please and listen to God's will. Puff pastry big white goose _ scratch head. Puff pastry big white goose, busy in the morning did not see. Just sent it over. Chen Yuxing replied almost in seconds. Xia, what are you busy with? Xia withdrew a message. Puffy white goose, I've brought up a car. Xia, cat scare. Rainbreak, must be a very expensive car, right? Puffy white goose, it's okay, more than $800,000. Rainbreak, sure enough. Puffy white goose, I'll read what you posted before when I have time. Rainbreak, there's no hurry. It's not a serious matter. Rainbreak, still playing games today? Puff pastry big white goose, play about the afternoon or evening it. Then I will notify you in advance. Rainbreak, good. Yo, schoolmate, who are you chatting with? Zhou Jia dear, who returned from the restroom, saw Subai picking out words on his cell phone and asked, a roommate. Looks like you have a good relationship in the dormitory. TSK, it's not easy. Why isn't it easy? Dormitory relationships aren't international. Nothing complicated, right? Hard to say, especially if you're in a particularly good position. There will always be people who are jealous. Jealousy is jealous. They're jealous of theirs. I'll go about my business. Each side of the road. Then, what if someone does something unfavorable to you behind your back? Zhou Jiadir's beautiful eyes flashed, seemingly caught in some unpleasant memories. Subai indifferently said, then find a way to retaliate back. I'm not a magnanimous person. Well, that's also right. You have the capital anyway. Zhou Jiadir nodded slightly, and the eyes that fell on him became more and more slightly infatuated. Even Subai's character was very much to her liking then. Aya, how on earth can I make my elementary school brother shy? Subai, however, didn't have so many complicated thoughts, seeing that both of them were almost full, and said in a serious manner, elder sister, are you familiar with the quotes related to renting? Chapter 15, Sister wants to take the shortcut in life. Renting a room? Yes, it's a bit inconvenient in the dormitory, so I plan to rent a room near the school. Zhou Jialu expressed her understanding. The overall management of Zhangcheng University was relatively loose. There were many cases of students renting rooms to live in. As a senior sister, she still knew a lot about this area. I'm now in my 4th year of college. Almost half of my classmates are renting rooms off campus. After all, to internships, some workplaces are farther away or even in the field. Renting a room will be a lot more convenient. Of course, there are also renting a room in the family home on campus, the kind of general in order to study for the exams. This way School brother, let me ask first.
What you said about renting an apartment is the same meaning as what people generally think of as renting an apartment, right? Zhou Jialu felt that since schoolmate was so rich, his needs in terms of renting an apartment must also be higher than ordinary people. Ordinary students who rented an apartment were looking for a cleanliness and freedom.
Other than that, they don't really care much about the decoration, space, living conditions, or anything else. Or even if they do, they don't have the extra budget to pick and choose. But Subai was different. He had more wealth than billions. There is indeed a bit of difference. Subai frankly admitted, my needs are to live in the best possible house, preferably with someone who takes care of it, not needing me to clean up too much on my own. It was too troublesome to rent a model house or even one that was close to a rough state like a normal rental and then set it up on your own. If he really wanted to arrange it himself, Subai preferred to wait until his wealth accumulated to tens of millions of dollars, directly buy a mansion, and then slowly toss it. Now first rent a good house. By the way, the rent can also return cash. After all, to indulge indulgence is to enjoy the moment, Zhou Jiadir said. Then you can directly live in the hotel
the hotel room by month-long package.
There are discounts. Usually can talk about 80% or even 70% discount, according to the operating conditions and location of each hotel brand. Slightly different. Hotel is not bad, Subai mused, thinking, having read some online news.
A lot of people who got rich violently were fond of living in 5-star hotels.
Subai hadn't experienced it yet,
and felt that he could try it.
First book a room for a few days and stay for a few nights in a row to see how it feels. He opened Meituan on his phone and searched for luxury hotels near the school. After looking around, he felt that JW Marriott looked good. According to the introduction of the room type sorted by price, Subai directly pulled down to the bottom and looked at the expensive ones. Riverview Executive Suite. Enough 94 square meters of space. Parlor, bedroom, bathroom, all very grand. Comes with access to the hotel swimming pool, gym, and executive lounge. 678 yuan a night, recently considered the tourist off-season. Wait until the National Day holiday will increase the price. This price has exceeded a large portion of the students' living expenses for a month. Subai, however, directly ordered, booked a week. The reason why it is a week, because any more will not be able to trigger the indulgence cashback.
In terms of the current system's judgment of Subai,
the maximum order is 1 week.
When Subai's life becomes more and more extravagant,
the system will follow and upgrade,
and the amount of cashback available at that time will also increase.
Ding!
Detected that the host booked a luxury hotel and indulged in spending
746 yuan, triggering a tenfold cashback, rewarding plus 460 yuan.
Subai made the payment in front of his schoolmate,
and greatly did not hide anything.
Looking at Zhou Jiadir was heart-stopping.
Just now,
the schoolmate said that he wanted to try living in a hotel first, and then decide whether he wanted to rent long-term or not.
That is to say, he intends to live in the Riverview Executive Suite for a long time? This is also too exaggerated, right? Even according to the off-season price, and then negotiate a 70% discount on the agreed price. A month is still almost 35,000.
Zhou Jiadir's shrewd brain quickly calculated the approximate figure.
Breathing became rapid.
This is really spending money like running water.
Simply the perfect boyfriend in the dream. Many claim that the family assets of hundreds of millions of rich second generation. Spend money is not so ruthless. The university, the essence is still a student. Parents often do not give too much money.
Not to mention the economic situation in these 2 years is a bit depressed. Many rich brother hand budget is weakened.
On the rental piece,
spend thousands of dollars a month in the school near the rent-a-good residential area of 3-room apartment type.
100 to flat, has been the top of the student body in the conditions. There is a love of enjoyment of the girl followed out to live. Subai, however,
is a direct budget doubled several times.
There is a kind of numerical beauty. Imagine being his girlfriend. You can follow him every night to live in the Marriott's Riverview Suite.
And you can shake a glass of red wine in the executive lounge overlooking the night view of Jiangcheng.
Then go to the swimming pool to play for a while, and return to the room with a big bathtub to take a beautiful bath. The price is just being slapped by Subai. No, this can't even be said to be the price. After all, Subai's face value and body are online. Although there is no male celebrity male idol, but it's also a small handsome man of class grass. Usually this level of rich people either looks difficult to say, or middle-aged beer belly greasy stroke. Think of it, feel sick, and Subai in love. But there is absolutely no concern in this regard. There was a moment, Zhou Jialu almost fell, simply pouring it. However,
her heart is still a bit reserved.
It is not that she does not want to pay the body. Just, she hopes that Subai can feel her charm. Was her tease cannot stand, take the initiative. In fact, her heart has already decided. Subai is her body, waiting for so many years of that man. From now on, her natural flirtatiousness no longer needed to be used on any other person. She only needed to focus her firepower on seducing Subai. Sister, are you free after dinner later? What? Can't let sister go? Jo Jia licked her lips and winked. Accompany me to take a look at the hotel. To be honest, it's my first time staying in such a good hotel, Subai honestly said. First time? Jo Jia was surprised. Because of my family's reasons, I've always received a poor upbringing. The main fight hard in simple efforts to get ahead. And now that I've arrived at the university, it's only then that I can enjoy myself to my heart's content. So it's like this. No wonder. Jo Jia instantly realized. No wonder his elementary school brother looked so low-key. It was really a good education from his family. The kind of male child who grew up being wasteful and extravagant would most likely grow up to be a waste of money, and would not be capable of taking over his family's business at all. Having experienced the life of ordinary people and suffered, it is easier to empathize with the grassroots employees and be reliable when formulating corporate policies. Well, that's how it's written in the Overlord novels. Instantly, Jo Jia had a rippling brainstorm about Subai's life. The affection that surged within her heart became even more fiery. She was already in her 4th year of college, and had been doing internships for quite a long time, so she had already left the state of being a young and ignorant student, and had a basic knowledge of society. Girls at this stage tend to become realistic quickly. Money is really able to change fate, is also really hard to earn. If she could become Subai's girlfriend, she was definitely taking a shortcut in life. Who didn't want to take a shortcut? People have inertia. Chapter 16, Sister's First Man and the Last One. Sir, how was your experience with this meal? Are you still satisfied with the food and service? When Subai was ready to leave, the manager of the restaurant walked in with a smile and asked in a warm voice. Satisfied. The seafood is delicious. The beef is slightly greasy, but it shouldn't be a problem with the meat. Maybe the Wagyu beef is just greasy. Then you can try our Sunit lamb chop next time. It's a bit lighter compared to M9 Wagyu. Okay, come back later. Walking to the counter, Subai just saw that the Japanese restaurant has stored value activities. Charging 5,000 to send 600. Charging 10,000 to send 1,500. Charging 20,000 to send 4,000. Asked the system, can return cash. Handily, I filled up 20,000, and the system returned $60,000 in cash. Subai loves to eat meat. This store has a variety of high-quality meat, and there are many kinds that have not been ordered, so you can come often in the future. You're addicted to this, school brother. I was not expecting you to charge the card, Jo Jia said. Fortunately, in fact, I can't use it a few times. If I bring a few more people to eat, Subai looked at his schoolmate. Next time I'll call on you. It's a bit boring to come and eat by yourself. That which can old follow you to dilly-dally, is not white occupy your cheap. This is a good solution. Senior sister give me a little return on it. Oh, what kind of return does school brother want? At this time, the two happened to be in the elevator. During the midday mall rush hour, there were quite a lot of people in the elevator. Subai and Jo Jia stood in the corner, just as another batch of people got on. Taking advantage of the situation, Jo Jia hugged Subai's arm, two large soft masses, allowing Subai to experience a rich generosity. Feeling the beauty of his schoolmate, Subai's hands were not idle. The texture of the stockings, paired with schoolmate's plumpness, was simply wonderful. Jo Jia's body trembled a little, her eyes containing water. I can't imagine that my schoolmate has started to take the initiative, or secretly in front of so many people. Walking down the elevator to the underground parking lot, Jo Jia continued to walk on Subai's arm, where no one was around. She suddenly reached out and felt her hand, then covered her mouth and laughed playfully. School brother, you are not completely hard-hearted. Indeed, Subai is a little helpless. School sister, you are like this. If I don't give some feedback, is it not too unfavorable? The Sigma aura could give Subai an advantage against the rookie and fun-loving schoolmate, but one couldn't keep deliberately pretending to be deep. After all, Subai was essentially happy to have something happen with his schoolmate, just like playing a game. The ultimate goal of pulling was to complete the kill. Subai felt that the pulling was almost done, and he could start attacking. So his arm passed behind his back and wrapped around Jo Jia's waist. Her waist was very thin, forming a strong contrast with her full figure. Jo Jia was obviously a little short of breath, but did not resist. Although her body was a little stiff, she still obediently stuck in Subai's arms. She also pretended as if nothing had happened, and raised her head as if she was demonstrating and asked Subai, "School brother, how is sister's waist?" "Superb." Subai looked at her eyes. "However, the waist is always going to be powerful. I still want to experience how it looks when it is powerful." Oily mouth. Jo Jia panicked and moved her eyes away. Alas, simply can't tease him. It's really the charm of the schoolmate is too great. Su-bai, on the other hand, secretly laughed. Really a contrasting schoolmate. Old cute. After getting on the car, all the way Su-bai drove with one hand, and his right hand kept interacting with the school sister. Jo Ja-deer was a bit overwhelmed, so she held Su-bai's hand and didn't let him move around. This is also quite good. The schoolmate's hand is soft. Rather than that, she seems to have that soft feeling all over her body. Marriott JW Hotel. The two had just entered the lobby and attracted the attention of the people around them. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman always captured people's attention. Moreover, the man looked younger than the woman, which was really uncommon in this hotel where a normal twin-bedded room would start at more than 900. Checked in, went up the elevator to the 27th floor. Sea View Executive Suite. Just brush open the door. The interior luxury and elegant decoration will let Jo Ja-lu eyes bright, and quickly stepped on high heels and quickly walked into, came to the front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sparse scenery into the eyes, so that for a time she was a little mental trance. Is this the feeling of rich people? Well, it is indeed enjoyable. Then look at this luxurious and elegant room. If she struggled normally at work, she was afraid that she would have to be many years later and old before she could have the money to live in it. This is even a very optimistic idea. Now this market, graduation can be converted, to maintain a job as not unemployed, are considered very good. While Jo Ja-deer was thinking, Su-bai closed the door of the room. The sound of closing the door made Jo Ja-deer realize something, and suddenly blushed and said, "That, schoolmate, I'll accompany you to visit the room for a while, and then I have to go back to work in the afternoon." "Okay, school sister, please feel free." Su-bai had a smile on his lips and didn't say anything more. Many girls, in fact, on the high-end luxury things, completely no resistance, especially has entered the society. The material desire will be more inflated than when going to school. Su-bai sensed his sister's faltering. It was human nature. Rather, it was better to say that Jo Ja-deer was already a man of God for being able to stay clean until now. With such an extreme vixen, it was reasonable that there should be no shortage of people chasing after her, much less a shortage of rich people. So that means that school sister and him were still a bit destined to be on the right side of the airwaves before. Otherwise, with her emotional intelligence, she definitely wouldn't have agreed to come to the hotel with Su-bai. All adults, a pair of men and women come to the hotel alone. What is the meaning? It is impossible not to understand. Jo Ja-lu excitedly wandered around the room, touching this and that, taking many pictures. "School sister, it's not to be," Su-bai cried and laughed. "As for it, where would I want to stay in such an expensive room? It's not easy to come here once. Of course I want to savor it. It's not that argument either. In fact, if senior sister likes it, she can come often." Su-bai approached Jo Ja-deer from behind, circling her with his arms and resting his hands on her stomach. Her abdomen was flat, without a trace of flab. Lowering his head, he inhaled deeply between her hair. The fragrant smell was mixed with the schoolmate's unique heady hormonal body scent. "Schoolmate, what are you doing?" Well, Jo Ja-deer's heart was beating wildly, and she twisted her head to look at him in panic. But Su-bai took advantage of the situation and raised his hand to pinch her 1001 delicate face. Kissed up. Instantly, Jo Ja-deer's mind went blank. By the time she came back to her senses, the two of them had already shifted to the wide and fluffy sofa, falling softly into her schoolmate's arms. Jo Ja-deer bit her lip and grunted with mixed emotions. "Schoolmate, you might not believe it when I say it. This is my first kiss." "Believe ah? Why don't you believe it? Didn't you follow me on Jitterbug before? Didn't you read the comments section? They all said that I'm 1,000 people's that and 10,000 people's that. There are also rumors in the school. There shouldn't be anything good to say about me either. That's someone else's opinion. I have my own judgment." Su-bai reached out and squeezed. "School sister is so shy. Surely she hasn't touched any man." Oof. A heartfelt joy poured over Jo Ja-deer's heart like sweet syrup. She buried her face in Su-bai's chest. "That's right, school brother. You are my first man and the last." Chapter 17, the innocent schoolmate who just fell in love and learned to protect her food. "No, sis, how did we get to the first man, last man level? Just kissing is like this. If something else happens, isn't it directly fast-forwarded to lifetime?" Su-bai couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Stinky schoolmate Jo Ja-lu pouted and hit him. Her movements were gentle and soft, completely unable to cause any form of harm. "School sister is so innocent. Oh, it's true that she's completely inexperienced at all." Humph. After all, Jo Ja-lu was no longer shy to admit it. After all, this is a very serious issue. Many men care very much about their partner's past. Jo Ja-lu doesn't know if Su-bai will care, but to be on the safe side, it can't be lied about for the sake of boring self-esteem anymore. "I like this kind of school sister." Saying that, Su-bai once again cupped Jo Ja-lu's face. "School sister, let's go out for a stroll. We have nothing to do in the afternoon anyway. good ah.
After warming up for a long time, both of them felt stuffy in the hotel room, so they went to the nearby streets. Compared to the IKC Plaza where they ate at noon, this place was not as busy, but there were a few rather unique stores. Subai was interested in a newly opened Chinese bakery that had their specialty written on the signboard, making products that were moderately sweet, not greasy, and incorporated enzymes to promote digestion. Having eaten too much meat at lunch, he really needed to digest it properly. Zhou Jiadir was being held by his hand, her face overflowing with happiness and a bit of shyness. These emotions, appearing on a foxy, top-notch seductive face, simply envied the passers-by. If I had such a sexy girlfriend, I would be willing to take 10 years of my young life in exchange, but really don't. And this kind of chimera human body to fall in love, already reduce life, and then reduce fear is not directly in situ violent death. Also, alas, or single good, single long life ah. Listening to the passers-by nervous discussion, Zhou Jiadir feel very wronged. What reduce young life ah? She is so terrible? Obviously it's the schoolmate that's more scary, right? Just now when she was in the hotel room, just hugging and kissing him, Zhou Jiadir was so excited that she couldn't catch her breath and was in a daze. The whole process was purely Subai bullying her. But, like to be bullied by schoolmates. And it was bullied in the JW Marriott's hotel. Unique feeling. Subai's hand is big and slightly rough, and it is a great sense of security to be held by his big hand. Experiencing the girlfriend's perspective for the first time, every time he twisted his head to look at Subai, Zhou Jiadir's eyes would be a little surprised. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? I just realized that you're so tall. Oh, you're 1.85 m, right? Yeah. It feels like watching those 1.8½ m stars on TV or in short videos. It's okay, but when I stand next to you I feel like a tall tower. Normal This is based on scientific research. It is said that a girl's visual system, FOV, is relatively small. When looking at a distant view, the size of the target will be underestimated, and their own height is easy to overestimate. In other words, a girl's self-psychological height is taller, but when she looks at others, she feels shorter. There's this kind of research. Schoolmate, you know a lot. Zhou Jiadir listened attentively, with a face of adoration. Looking at Subai, he wanted to laugh a little. Alas, maybe this is the magic of money. In the past when he was in high school, he told this to the female classmate in his class. The result was that the other party became furious and asked Subai if he was discriminating against women. A messy punch was thrown, giving Subai a confused look. Sure enough, the difference between a shrimp head man and a quality man was completely compensated by numerical values. Oh yeah, God ho. While sitting in the store and eating snacks, Subai read what Chen Yuxing had sent him in the morning and gave a sharp review. Zhou Jialu, on the other hand, took the opportunity to give the 4S store's manager Gui a vacation. Manager Gui expressed his understanding and said that if he had plans to buy a car again in the future, he would trouble Zhou to blow Mr. Su's pillow, so that he would continue to consider the Mercedes-Benz brand. What pillow talk? Really, it's not even a thing yet. Hey, sooner or later, our Xiao Zhou has unlimited charisma. Your schoolmate will definitely be happy with you. Zhou Jialu put down her cell phone and asked Subai, "School brother, are you satisfied with me?" "Of course, otherwise why did I bring you to look at the hotel room with me?" I took a good vacation from the company. I can accompany you for the whole afternoon." "Me too. I don't even take roll for my afternoon classes. Just skip them." Zhou Jiadir laughed evilly. "School brother is not good. Only just started a few days ago. Skipping classes skipped so skillfully, can still successfully graduate? It doesn't matter. When the time comes that I can't keep up with my homework, I'll trouble my senior sister to tutor me." Saying that, Subai reached his hand over from under the table. Zhou Jiadir's body trembled, but it was already much more adapted than when she first started. In a low, delicate voice, she said, "School brother seems to like stockings a lot." "Yes, very much. No wonder, always moving my hands. Actually, I prefer to do it to another place. It's just that it's not very convenient in public." "Nasty." Following Subai's gaze, Zhou Jiadir instantly understood what he meant, and instantly lowered her head, her face burning. The heart was quite proud. After all, there was her proudest capital. From a young age, it was better developed than girls of the same age, and when she grew up, she even had an excellent shape and sense of firmness. Ding! Detected that S-class goddess Zhou Jialu's favorability towards Subai exceeded 80 points. Intimate relationship binding successful. Reward draw once. Now, spending money for Zhou Jiadir to satisfy her indulgent thoughts will also earn the host 10 times cashback. Oh, Subai called out the system interface. According to the system's definition of goodwill, 20 points was an ordinary friend, 40 points was an important friend, 60 points was ready for a relationship, and over 80 points, it was a bone-chilling hot love. As for 90 points, it reached the level of till death do us part. Subai scanned at Zhou Jialu and found that her favorability had soared to 85. The distance to till death do us part was actually not far away. However, they had only just met for a few hours. It could only be said that it was love at first sight, seeing eye to eye. So, the senior sister is not the burnt wave sword that everyone generally believes. Behind her lively and passionate character, she dares to love and hate. Once you've decided that you like someone, you'll commit to them regardless of the consequences. Zhou Jiadir's eyesight was also really good, and she instantly fell in love with Subai, who was equipped with a system. Subai will not let her down. Chinese baking is not bad. Subai bought more. Let Zhou Jiadir bring back to the roommate to eat. At this time, Subai did not know that Zhou Jialu's dormitory is the famous goddess dormitory. Of the 4 members, he only knew Lu Yuanyuan and Chen Yusheng. After all, Lu Yuanyuan was Shuetao's girlfriend, and Chu Mingzhi had Chen Yusheng on his lips all day. Zhou Jialu didn't mention this either. She knew that her roommate and her weren't on par in terms of beauty, so let alone talking about it. She tried her best not to even let Subai appear in front of her roommate. Although she had only just fallen in love, Zhou Jiadir already had a mind to protect her food. Chapter 18 These limited models. All of them. After walking a few steps along the street, Subai suddenly saw the LV store. Donkey brand, I've heard a lot about it. It should be a very good luxury brand in the eyes of girls. Subai didn't know anything about luxury goods. After all, before he went to college, he only knew how to study, play games, and brush sand sculpture videos. In fact, most of the boys in this era were pretty much like this, right? It was also the basic elements that made up the hardworking masses. But in the eyes of a girl, such a guy is boring. Even shrimp head. The gas shakes cold. The reason why Subai knows a little bit about the brand LV, thanks to the junior high school and the school idol egg pain, Read the Table brought Gui Jingning novel. By the inside of the luxury reported the name of the dishes shocked to the young mind. As LV, this brand name and logo are the simplest. It gave to remember. In addition, Subai lived in the old family home. The opposite family is a girl of the same age. From kindergarten onwards with Subai the same school. It's kind of like a childhood friend. Summer vacation with Subai rambled for a long time. Said to work to save money to buy a LV bag. As for the result is unknown. That girl, as early as in August in Subai because of inexplicable relationship break, is considered to be cut off. In this regard, Subai has no fluctuation. Even until this moment, seeing the LV store, only remembered this matter. Subai also thought of the new function that the system unlocked just now. Already tried it when he bought snacks for his school sister. Spent more than 100 and got a cashback of 500. It really does work. He noticed that Zhou Jiadir was also looking that way, glowing with both eyes at the things on the dummy models in the window. School sister, let's go in and browse. Subai wrapped his schoolmate's slender waist and straightened his heart. Buy you a bag. Ah, Zhou Jiadir froze for a moment, then waved his hand. No need. My current bag is quite good. There is no need to carry LV for the time being. Create demand if there is no demand. Come. Subai ignored his schoolmate's opinion for the time being, pulling her in the door. Welcome to LV. May I ask if this gentleman is buying something for your girlfriend? The shopping guide lady hung a polite smile to welcome her. There was no dog-eyed classic bridge happening. The main reason was that Subai's temperament was diffuse and relaxed. Not at all like those poor students who came to watch the fun and didn't buy anything, even though he was dressed plainly. These days it was no longer possible to judge a person's economic level based on their clothes alone. It had to be taken into consideration. Besides, the woman beside him was young, beautiful, and sexy, and even the shopping guide lady who had seen a lot of beautiful women was brightened up, much stronger than those tech-faced female netizens, simply a natural siren. To be able to make such a special thing, sticking to her side with strong feelings, logically backtracking, the man's strength is definitely not bad. Yes, pick a bag for her, Subai generously said. Okay sir, may I ask what are your needs? The budget had better say a 2-0. Our home is the most fully stocked LV store in the whole of Jiangchang, and we can find a suitable style for the young lady at all price points. How? Subai asked Zhou Jialu. The latter thought about it, and without any pretense, mused, if you want to buy it, it's best to buy one with a high value retention rate, such as the old flower pattern style, and it's convenient to sell it secondhand. Ha ha, of course, schoolmates shouldn't need to think about this. Indeed. Also, if there happens to be a rare limited model, you can also get your hands on it. Then it's still the limited model. It feels like it can satisfy the collecting fetish. Subai had an idea and turned to the shopper. Show us the limited models that are available in the store and don't have a high market stock. And for the budget, anything within $1 million. Okay, sir. The guide didn't take the argument of $1 million budget seriously, but neither did she show any contempt. Just a professional smile on her face. She took them to look at a few rare styles that had recently arrived. Prices ranged from a couple thousand to over 100,000, providing customers with a wide range of choices. Even if they ended up picking the cheapest one and claiming to have a very adequate budget just for the sake of pretending, they still had to satisfy the customer's pretending mentality. Guide so thoughtful thought. After all, the money is a man to pay. Do not let him pretend to enjoy the turnaround to other luxury brands. Not for nothing to lose a single? This is the store's gold medal shopper's patience. The guide estimates that this little brother, it is estimated to buy a small tens of thousands of his girlfriend almost so young, must be rich second generation or even third generation. Spend the money given by parents. It must not be too much. Jiangcheng, this place, is a standard second-tier city. It's not like the Empire and the Devil's Main is rich people all over the place. The so-called rich son, the average monthly cash flow spent out, in fact, can have a $50,000, are considered to be a strong family, and this $50,000 is all the expenses, which is spent on women, can only be a part. The guide's speculation is based on years of experience as a counterkeeper. However, Subai must be in existence beyond general experience. He came to Zhou Jialu's ear and said, "Sister, listen to me, don't care about the price, just pick what you like." School brother, I know you are very satisfied with me, also generous, but people show us as the occasional arrival of rare limited models, not the kind of 20,000 or 30,000 can be dealt with. The good ones have to be 200,000. 200,000 is just 200,000. Senior sister, like it is good. You know, my family members, in addition to constrain me to be poor before I go to college, there is also a requirement to their own women, cannot be treated poorly, otherwise it is a disgrace to the family honor. Subai had a serious face. Hearing Zhou Jiadir froze. Couldn't help but start brainstorming again. My God, it seems that this elementary school brother, than what he thought before, but also more unfathomable. Oh, truly, these few rare limited that the shopping guide lady took out were all the ones that Zhou Jialu had brushed up against on the little red book and liked so much. Clothes, bags, jewelry, would have been something Zhou Jialu really liked. She admits that she is a vain, superficial and materialistic girl. Honestly admit it, there is nothing wrong. The vast majority of people in the world, the bones are not like this. The reason why usually will not admit just guy's hard mouth. The real spirit of rich and connotative people can have a few of them. The material desire itself is not terrible, as long as you can control it, as long as the cleanliness is not fooling around. Self-respect and self-love do not keep fish. There is no problem. Zhou Jiadir's values were pretty much like this. Nowadays, she had already identified with Subai, so when Subai said for her to let go and pick, even though she thought it was outrageous, she decided to listen to Subai. This, and this. Well, out of these three, school brother, just pick one. You choose. The bag is for you to use. It's not like I'm carrying it. I carry. You also want to see it. Also have to let the school brother eyes not? Zhou Jiadir pulled Subai's hand, and said in a somewhat petulant tone, the attitude of the little girl, let Subai very used. At that moment, he waved his hand and said, I want all three of these. Swipe your card. Chapter 19, from now on, the flavor belongs only to you. These, all of them, similar lines. The shopping guide lady had only seen them at night when she came home from work and idly read Mr. Ba's novels. In reality, she had never encountered it. There are not so many rich people in the world who spend money without blinking. In fact, the richer the more stingy. Those old men who brought their mistresses to buy LV. Hate to be able to sneak the goods to the shopper at the original price of the genuine goods sold to the mistresses and then eat kickbacks together. Of course, the above things are actually impossible to happen. After all, relied on the old man life of the beautiful girls have practiced a pair of fiery eyes. Not to mention, common luxury goods authenticity is still distinguishable. However, Subai really did it. Not only did he speak out of turn, but he also took out his card and had to pay for it. Guest, are you sure? Sure. Okay, sir. These three are all rare models that have been discontinued and out of stock, and are difficult to buy on the market. They are all first-hand goods, transferred from a special channel to stock, but you can rest assured that all the certificates are true and verifiable, according to the current price of the secondary market, respectively, about 160,000 yuan, 200,000 yuan and 180,000 yuan. You need to pay about 540,000 yuan in total. Understood. While Zhou Jiadir was still in a daze, Subai had already quickly completed the payment. Anticipation filled his eyes as he checked the system's cashback. Ding! You buy LV rare model bags for Zhou Jiadir. Surprisingly bought 3 bags at once that she had been coveting for a long time. These are the benchmarks that she set as her goal to fight for before the age of 30. And I can't imagine that it will be realized so soon. Triggered 6 times cashback. Rewarded 3.
$24 million. Ness. Subai realized that his schoolmate was his lucky star.
It seemed like when he was with her,
the cashback multipliers he drew were quite large. Hokey, this is too.
Zhou Jiadir said incredulously.
You still really bought them all? All said
believe in my strength. I will not do overdraft their own things.
Also will not treat their own people. Owners. Zhou Jiadir looked at Subai again.
Her eyes were surprisingly already somewhat touched. Only knowing each other for such a short period of time.
But for some reason,
Subai had a special kind of trust in her. A trust that touched her deep soul.
She ecstatically hugged Subai for a while,
and then started to try the bag with the help of the shopkeeper.
A little bit of trepidation. After all, it was the first time using such an expensive object. Subai didn't understand it at all,
but the system had the function of scanning the items.
In the system's appraisal, these three models were indeed all rare items with extremely high secondary market prices. The first one was a handbag from the Takashi Murakami co-branded series, based on the classic monogram pattern.
It is infused with vibrant colors and artistic design,
complete with a removable shoulder strap, gold padlock and bow key holder,
combining both classic and playful styles.
As Takashi Murakami's collaboration with LV has ended, the collection is an out-of-print limited edition,
rare and with appreciation potential on the second-hand market.
The second is a customized version of the LV capucines in rare leather, which is nothing to write home about. The third paragraph is a hard box bag,
Abduction Zero with the same models, runway with fire style.
These three women's bags, corresponding to the lively casual, elegant, retro 3 styles, suitable for matching the corresponding style of clothing out on the street. As for which one is the best, it's hard to say.
Zhou Jiadir was indeed having a hard time choosing, so she let Subai help her pick. She didn't think that Subai would choose to buy them all, spending $500,000 to buy her a bag in one go. This really sounded a bit too abstract,
but Subai really did the abstract thing with an indifferent face. In fact, Subai is not really without fluctuation. In the end, the heart is still a little excited. In one breath,
he spent $500,000, which was the first time in his life.
More importantly,
this single helped him earn close to $3 million.
School brother, do you know, this bag, when I brushed it online before, I thought if I have a successful career in the future and come out on top, I must find a way to buy one and reward myself. Zhou Jiadir, who was carrying a bag and looking in the mirror,
murmured with her eyes in a bit of a trance.
Afterward, somewhat embarrassedly, she glanced at Subai. Isn't schoolmate very unproductive? What's so unproductive about this? People always have to have a goal to strive for, no matter what it is, as long as it doesn't break the law. It's all good.
Aha, school brother's mouth is really sweet.
Saying this, Zhou Jiadir stood on her tiptoes, hooked Subai's neck, and tenderly offered a kiss.
The intertwining of tenderness and flirtatiousness made Subai incomparably flattered.
The shopkeepers politely avoided their eyes, but they couldn't help but be envious to the point of separating the walls. Such a trenchant boyfriend, also both young and handsome. Where on earth can you find it, I ask? If Zhou Jialu's face value and body oppression is not too strong, now a few ladies in the store, probably already considering digging feet. $500,000 in cash, but anyone who prides themselves on being rich can afford to take it out. However, $500,000 for 3 bags would be too outrageous. It belonged to a scene that most people would never see in their lifetime.
Zhou Jiadir was cozy with Subai for a while before she finally realized that she was shy in front of so many people, so she wrapped up her things and hurriedly fled the store.
As a result, just as the two were about to go out,
Subai suddenly said something that once again shattered the shopkeeper's 3 views.
Come all the way here. Why don't you go buy a few watches again? It just matches the bag you just bought. No, dude, are you speaking Chinese? What do you mean by some ING watches? You're stocking Casio watches here?
But the clerk thought, according to just buy a bag reflects the spending habits, afraid that the budget to be millions of.
Where did this kid pop up from? The money printing machine has become fine, said yes. I don't know, but I feel that it looks good and talks politely. Maybe it's the young master of any prominent family. Scary as hell. Does the young master's family still lack a maid? You can der. People want maids with a nice smile. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Although I don't look good when I smile, I look funny. Outside, Zhou Jiadir persuaded. Don't buy anything else. With these, I'm already satisfied. After all, we've only just gotten together, and I haven't paid anything for my schoolmate. That's fine. Then let's talk about it some other day. After loitering around again, the two returned to the hotel. Zhou Jialu once again took out her bag and looked in the mirror to stink. Retro style and elegant style of the bag first put, every day back that brightly colored best law. After all, she is still a college girl, in her early 20s. She doesn't need to be like those little red book celebrities. Hard to concave that broad wife style. Subai probably doesn't like that either. It's better to be natural. School brother
Now you buy me the dream of my struggle. My life is going to lose its goal. How are you going to be responsible for it? Putting the bag aside, Jo Ja-deer was facing Subai, sitting on his lap, so Subai's eyes were filled with vast chest. Well, then don't stick to the goal of making money. Find something you want to do. I'll support you, Subai said, picked up the cell phone, instantly gave her $100,000 transferred. In the future, the monthly pocket money of $100,000 should be enough to spend, right? Enough, definitely enough. He. Although she knew that she had to remain reserved according to normal thoughts at such a time, Jo Ja-deer still couldn't help but giggle. Life seems to have entered in easy mode. No need to be anxious about employment or saving money whatsoever. But she was also clear that becoming Subai's woman, she had obligations to fulfill. Then I'll talk to the 4S store side tomorrow. The job resigned. By the way, the jitterbug number I don't intend to do. The video I will delete all as soon as possible. Subai was a bit stunned. School sister, you are so decisive, so fast or arranged. Yes, school brother are so good to me. Of course I have to be a little bold. After all, Jo Ja-deer came to Subai's ear, lightly kissed it, and said with flair, in the future, only to you one person burned yo. Hiss. This time, the killing power is really too big. Spare with Sigma aura of Subai, also a little top. Hokage. I'm sorry, I'm going to make a mistake with you. Chapter 20 Escorting online to offline. Couple's private room. Won't really wait that long. The male protagonist is steadily progressing in getting the girl, and will soon get to the part that everyone wants to see. So don't be anxious. It's a bit of a shame that I couldn't get my sister today. Jo Ja-lu feels that the two have only just met. Too fast. The first time should come a little more solemn. Maybe this is the sense of ceremony of the girl. Subai agreed. After all, he is also the first time. Agree on the mouth. The heart is another idea. The last step cannot be done first. The other rubbing of the enjoyment. Cannot treat the small Subai. The panel shows that Jo Ja-deer's demand in that area is very strong, and it is estimated that it is also the first 3 years of the university that is suffocated. Subai is ready to progress gradually, using various intimate ways, step by step to eat the school sister. The agreement with Jo Ja-deer was that after a month or so, that is, on Jo Ja-deer's birthday, she would offer herself to Subai. How many days it would actually take depended on Subai's maneuvers. A good meal should be eaten one bite at a time. There was no rush. Subai decided that when the time came, he would make his senior sister beg him to complete the final step ahead of schedule. In his mind, evil and delightful plans had already vaguely surfaced. Subai's fire had already been stirred up by her. The school sister who was wind-burned on the outside but pure love on the inside was really too much for his eyes. Jo Ja-deer was also very sweet, considering that she couldn't suffer little Subai, so she used her dexterous hands to accomplish her dream. Originally, Subai was hoping to use her strong capital, but the school sister was too shy and said that she would try a new trick next time. Anyway, after a while, Subai paralyzed on the sofa and let out a long breath of bad air. Refreshed, head a bit empty, entered the time period of thinking about the universe, life and entropy increasing hot silence. Jo Ja-deer went back to school, saying that she was meeting her roommate for dinner. It is also good that for dinner Subai intends to explore other methods of brushing cashback. There are some methods that are really not suitable for taking a schoolmate alone. The 3 bags bought for Jo Ja-deer, 2 of which are temporarily placed here in Subai, to get the dormitory always feel unsafe. Only that brightly colored style suitable for daily use. Jo Ja-deer carried away. She said that she was carrying such an expensive bag, so that other men would know that she had a master, and wouldn't come to harass her. Then what if others think you're adopted because of this? Subai asked. It's fine. Anyway, there have always been rumors that I've been spoiled by rich old men. I'm not afraid of being discredited. Jo Ja-deer rubbed herself against Subai with a happy face. It's a school sister's luck to be adopted by a school brother. Thinking back to Jo Ja-deer's happy little woman affectation on her face when she said those words, Subai was very satisfied. While Subai was thinking about life, the system rang again. Ding! Jo Ja-deer's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 90. Detected favorability breakthrough of 90. Rewarded with 1 lucky draw opportunity. Currently there are a total of 2 lucky draw opportunities. No, sis, that's how it's going to be? I don't know if it's because Subai spent enough money on her and fiercely enough, or if Jo Ja-deer herself is very innocent, or maybe it's a very metaphysical love at first sight. Maybe there are all kinds of factors. Feelings of this thing, originally very complicated. Doesn't matter, it's always a lottery. 2 consecutive chances to draw a prize made Subai rub his fists. Wait a minute. It's better to take a shower first, bathe and change before drawing. In fact, generally speaking, in slightly larger cities,
The non-chain hotels in the suburbs also had a not-so-small probability of being equipped with a bathtub that could be used, but the hygiene of that kind of bathtub, not to be complimented. Like Marriott, this grade of hotel, at least the bathtub will be seriously cared for. Subai beautifully soaked a bath, wearing a bathrobe in the direction of the river to worship the god of wealth, the sense of ceremony to do enough. Before the system interface, click on the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The cash draw 1 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have won the primary body strengthening liquid in the lottery. Description: elementary body strengthening liquid will adjust the host's body to a completely healthy state, with all physical quality indicators reaching the excellent level of adult males, and the original strengths being additionally strengthened. This is good. The year of senior high school life that had just passed had caused Subai's body to fall into a bit of a sub-healthy state more or less. For high school students these days, chronic gastritis, cervical spondylosis, and lumbar disc herniation were all very common conditions. There's no way. The college entrance exam is too competitive and studying is too hard. Why don't they say that those who study in college now are all brittle college students? With a high school like that, it's impossible for the body not to be brittle. With this strengthening liquid, it's just right to improve the health problem. As for the enhancement of physical quality, it also made Subai look forward to it. Which man doesn't want to have a strong physique? Subai glanced at the detailed description of the strengthening liquid and immediately summoned it. A small cola-sized glass bottle. Inside was a transparent and colorless liquid. One drink. Sweet and silky, very refreshing flavor, as if it was absorbed as soon as it entered the mouth. Subai then lay on the bed. There were no side effects such as being hot, discharging black mud, and the tendons crackling, and so on. It was just asleep. And about an hour later, Subai opened his eyes, and it was as if the entire world had undergone a subtle change. The first thing was that the sense of sight and hearing had become sharper. Secondly, it is that vibrant feeling in the body. The last time I experienced it was before I went to high school. Since I entered the day and night reading and doing problems, the body is getting worse day by day, but now it is back to the peak. No, it is much stronger than at that time. In the mirror, looking at the body optimized a lot, Subai posed a few bodybuilders. Very satisfied. In terms of body measurement indicators, there is definitely a gap compared to real bodybuilders, but that kind of muscle is too exaggerated is not good either. Or now this is a little more beautiful to coordinate. Subai doesn't want to train into Arnold's kind of head top tip for the sake of physical quality. Handsome a little better. At this time, the sky outside is darkening. Evening. Subai's stomach was also hungry. Direct room service, called a set of Western-style dinner. Haven't eaten before, taste the flavor. Since he still wanted to drive out for a stroll in the evening, Subai didn't ask for red wine. The classic Western dinner trio, appetizer, soup and cutlet type, with accompanying bread. Expensive ingredients with mild seasoning. Can't say how delicious it is. Before the meal was finished, Chen Yuxing's message sent over again. Yuxia, playing games at night? Crispy white goose, play. I'll call you when I'm ready. Yuxia, aha. Rain break, then I go out to find a place. Dormitory roommates in. Inconvenient. Rain break, I go out to find a place. Dormitory roommates in. Inconvenient. Puffy goose, goose_okay. Rain break, cat rolling. Subai reckoned. Tonight he is just going to live in the hotel. Can play the game of the laptop is still in the dormitory? Lazy to go back to get it. I can't use an Apple laptop to play lol. It feels so strange. There is a kind of high-grade ink screen ebook to read Tomato Fast Food Net article Sense of Contradiction. So Subai searched the map. Found that this hotel downstairs there is an internet cafe. It belongs to a very good environment in the internet cafe. The reviews generally say that there is no smell of smoke. The machine is very new. And there are many locations. Even during peak hours there can be empty seats. Subai thought for a moment, probably because, here is a little far from the main campus of Jiangnan University, coupled with the high charges, students basically will not come here to surf the internet. The nearby residential area is also a high-end community, and the demand for people in the high-end community to use the internet cafe is even lower. Great, let's play here for a night then. I don't know if the internet cafe has a recharge activity. How much to give Subai a few $1,000s back? Nowadays, Subai has already gotten used to the thinking of the indulgent god's hero, all kinds of wool gathering. When Chen Yuxing said she was ready, Subai went downstairs and followed the door number on the map to find the internet cafe. Just as he entered, he saw the familiar figure paying the bill at the counter. Both sides stared at each other for a moment. It was still Subai who spoke first. No, sis, you came all the way here to play a single? It's because it's far from the school that I can't run into acquaintances. Chen Yuxing's pretty face slightly reddened and said, you're the one. How did you appear here? Oh, I'm staying at the hotel upstairs tonight, and by the way, I'm playing the game here. The upstairs hotel seems to be very advanced.
I am afraid that staying for one night will cost thousands. Chen Yuxing didn't know much about this piece. However, with Subai's level of wealth, it wasn't strange to live in a 5-star hotel. Suddenly, she thought of something and said a little happily, since we met by chance, why don't we just open a couple's private room? This internet cafe has a couple's private room. Only after saying that did she realize that it wasn't very appropriate. Then she lowered her head and squirmed, not daring to look at Subai. Chapter 21. What's the point of having a traditional relationship when you're a godly man? Couple's private room good it is good where? Good is good in two computers side by side. A small room, a great ambiguity. A small door is closed. Who does not love? Subai is aware of. Some students, net addiction is relatively heavy. Love to find a net cafe dating, directly for a small couple suite double row. The bold ones even save money for the room. This kind of thing evolved to a little more high-end form. Is the gaming hotel? Of course, the price is also to a higher level. Subai will not be troubled by the price problem now. But with Chen Yuxing's character of social fear, the gaming hotel is afraid that it is difficult to accept. But the couple's private room, slightly twisted, or followed Subai in. The main thing is that Subai and the front desk directly rushed $5,000. The store is engaged in activities, charging $5,000 to send $5,000. Then Subai said that in the future to come here to start hacking, directly spend his money in this card. At first, Chen Yuxing refused, but Subai followed the temptation, saying that since I hired you, I have to provide you with good working conditions. You spend my money in the internet cafe, just like the boss to open a company to pay for the rent of the office space. The sky is the limit. Is the rent of the office building, but also employees to pay? Chen Yuxing thought for a moment. Well, there doesn't seem to be any problem. As a polytechnic straight girl, she is very logical. Since Subai used logic to convince her, she also had to obediently follow Subai into the couple's private room. Boot. On the clock. Is not right. On the machine. You went to pick up the car this morning? Right. Then what are you doing in the afternoon? Chen Yuxing looked at Subai's puzzled expression, and added with a slightly reddened pretty face, there's no intention to get to the bottom of it. Just curious. Well, just talk about it. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. It's okay, they are all friends. It's normal to share your daily life. In the afternoon in shopping, also bought some snacks. I brought it over. Later we'll play the game playing Hungry Can Eat. Subai put the dim sum from that Chinese bakery on the table, between his and Chen Yuxing's monitors. This net red snack Other than that, the selling looks were indeed looking good. Chen Yuxing clearly made the sound of swallowing saliva, but remained taut with an expressionless face. I'm not hungry. Oh, I'm on the number. I'm good too. Come on. Happy hour began. Exciting game time always flies by, and by the time Subai came back to his senses, the 2 hours of agreed upon playtime with him was almost over. That room service that was ordered for dinner was really not very top-filling. It was only after 9 p.m., and he was actually hungry. Subai reached out to touch the box of snacks, and ended up touching an empty box. No, sister. No, sister. When did you eat it? Subai didn't notice it at all. Chen Yuxing? There are maneuvers. When his gaze fell on Chen Yuxing, the latter looked like she was playing dumb, embarrassed by Subai's look. Only then did he mutter in a low voice, sorry, I accidentally ate it all. Harem, what is there to be embarrassed about? You came over without eating dinner? Ate. Then it was too little to eat. Aha. Really lack of money to this extent? It's not that I'm so short of money that I can't afford to eat, it's just that I've been busy lately and I don't have an appetite. That snack of yours is so delicious. Chen Yuxing licked his lips, and his intention was not yet finished, like a greedy cat that had been starving for several days. The lovely appearance, and the cool appearance formed a strong contrast. Subai's mind moved and said, then I'll take you to get an appetizer. Let's go. Let's have a late night snack together. Chen Yuxing originally wanted to refuse. Subai inviting her for a late night snack would cost her extra money again. Although Subai didn't lack this amount of money, right? It was purely because Chen Yuxing's self-esteem was more vigorous. Ever since her mom had gotten sick, Chen Yuxing had experienced a lot of society's malice, and just the opposite. Subai had already given her too much goodwill. Good people shouldn't be held at gunpoint, and good men shouldn't be treated like ATMs. In the face of Chen Yuxing's tangled hesitation, Subai gave the solution, opened WeChat and transferred $400 to her. Chen Yuxing? Send you a list. A company need to eat hot pot? First according to 2 hours, and play the game for a price. This is not good. What's bad? I will not eat you. Not worried about that. Ugh. Okay. Chen Yuxing expressed obedience. Subai said that he wanted to eat hot pot. That hot pot, well, it is estimated that it is not much expensive. Come to the underground parking lot of this building. The sound of unlocking the Mercedes-Benz GLE together with the flashing lights, the black mighty and domineering silhouette, in the darkness of the underground parking lot, emerged as a rather oppressive figure. Luxury cars, especially SUVs with a relatively high stance, do have an inexplicable sense of oppression for those who have seen less of them. Is this the car you picked up this morning? Aha! So beautiful. Chen Yuxing suddenly thought of something, stood beside the car for a moment in thought, and asked, "Can I sit in the passenger seat? What's not to sit on?" Subai was happy. "I've heard that the co-pilot is for girlfriends or wives, and can't just be given to other girls. So what? I don't have a girlfriend." When he said this, Subai's mind inexplicably floated to the figure of Zhou Jialu's senior sister. There was a saying. It seemed like he hadn't said that school sister was his girlfriend. What's the point of engaging in a traditional relationship when you're a godly man? Isn't it good to have a few more confidants? Chen Yuxing is cute and adorable. Accompanying him to play games, Zhou Jia dear wind burns contrast. Accompanying him to go shopping. You have long legs. She has a big bear. Each occupies a different track and does not interfere with each other. Beautiful, beautiful ah. In the area of love, Subai is a staunch vizier. You don't have a girlfriend? Well, that's fine. Chen Yuxing then got on the car with confidence. If Subai had a girlfriend, then she definitely had to keep her distance. But Subai said no, unable to help but let Chen Yuxing's heart, flooded with some extra thoughts. Thinking wildly, soon, the car drove to the place where the hot pot was eaten. Looking at the imposing restaurant doorway in front of her, Chen Yuxing spat out, "This place, is it really a place to eat hot pot? It doesn't feel much like it." Then what does it look like? Like that expensive and unpalatable Western food. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, Subai laughed, but I asked my friend. This restaurant is delicious. It serves a more special sour soup hot pot, a special flavor from the southwest. It can help you improve your appetite. Oh, walking into the store, Chen Yuxing immediately smelled the flavor of the sour soup hot pot. Her stomach instantly let out a sigh of relief that longed to be filled. She was a little embarrassed, and since it was her first time entering this kind of high-end dining establishment, she kept her head down and kept to herself. Social terrorism is like this. Doesn't matter. Anyway, Subai gave the arrangement. The menu looks good, I'll come one. The whole table luxury set meal. High-end hot pot. Basically the magic city of the foreign house hot pot brought up the trend. This wind is now blowing to Jiangcheng. The form may have changed, such as sour soup characteristics, but its core elements to support the price has not changed. The upper-class dining environment, upper-class service, and upper-class ingredients. Chapter 22, $8,000 for a working meal. When Subai ordered the food, Chen Yuxing was still shrinking in social fear. It wasn't until a few plates of seafood that looked like they cost a fortune were served that Chen Yuxing realized that this hot pot was not at all the same concept as the hot pot she had envisioned. There's no need to be so wasteful. What kind of wastefulness is this? Besides, I want to eat. You're just accompanying me. Why do you still care what I eat? Put yourself in the right position. Chen's student. Looking at Subai's fake serious face, Chen Yuxing knew that he didn't want her to dwell on the price. She could only swallow and accompany Subai to eat. Soon the bottom of the pot came up. The orange-red sour soup looked especially bright under the warm light. After heating, the sour and spicy odor with ginger flavor gradually drifted into the nostrils. This was truly drooling. Looking at Chen Yuxing's eager fingers but unable to let go, Subai picked up a plate of snacks and placed it in front of her. You eat some first. You eat too. I've eaten this kind of seafood at noon. I don't really need it now. You just eat it. Oh, Chen Yuxing looked down. The elegant tableware in a blue and white porcelain color scheme. The plate was large, but there wasn't much inside. The golden fried food piled up into a tiny pile. Is it seafood? Yes. Inside are king crab legs, tempura style. I thought they were little crisps. She tasted it, her eyes shining brightly, her little mouth moving non-stop. Subai looked at her with a smile, and until Chen Yuxing realized she was shy from her outburst, the boy's face was still gently smiling. Don't pretend to be a lady here in my place, okay? Eat when you want to eat. Only when you are full will you have the strength to play with me. Well, thanks. With the addition of shabu-shabu meat and vegetables, Chen Yuxing gradually let go, and was also a bit of a broken-hearted mentality. After all, having finished Subai's box of snacks, the attribute of an eater had already been exposed. There is no need to pretend anymore. Taking a step back, her and Subai's hobbies that were niche and seldom taken out to show people, all overlapped, and eating a hot pot with him didn't seem to be something that was hard to accept. After all, he was really rich, so to say, taking advantage of him a little bit, on the contrary, made Chen Yuxing less psychologically burdened. Girls are really creatures with a strong sense of morality. They are extremely reluctant to spend time in a state of inner guilt, and often, even if they can't return the other party's goodness, they will still find an excuse to get by mentally and paralyze themselves. Not to be judgmental, human nature is like that. The meal lasted an hour and a half. with the two filling their bellies and engaging in a heated discussion about a recently published niche detective manga. When the waiter was serving the food, he heard the two handsome girls discussing crime scene, hide, sure, run away and so on, and his face rose up with a look of respect, and silently retreated away. Laughs, nice guy. I thought they were two rich student couples, but I didn't realize they were a gold medalist and a princess on the road, so I'm sorry for the disrespect. Let me send you back to school. After the meal, Subai led Chen Yuxing to the side of the Mercedes-Benz GLE before proposing to send her back. Not caring whether she agreed or not, he directly entered the driver's side and signaled her to get on the car. Chen Yuxing bit her lip and agreed. This meal can give her eat cool, stomach full, are beginning to sleepy. The thought of having to squeeze the subway plus walking back to school, the whole person is filled with a strong inertia. At such a time, in front of a spacious, comfortable, luxurious big Mercedes-Benz, and a smile of gentle to give her a strong sense of security Subai, it didn't take much struggle for the scales of thought to tilt. Tomorrow is Friday, right? I signed up for a little too many classes during the day. I guess it's better to play games at night, Subai said. Okay, then I'll come over at night. Chen Yuxing nodded. What kind of night snack do you want to eat? No need to rush to say. Think of a good WeChat send me. At that time I will book in advance. Aha. Thinking on the bright side. According to Subai's definition, this late-night snack is considered a work meal. Alas, this work experience was too good. Chen Yuxing silently lamented. Internet cafe couples between the computer. The configuration is quite high. The graphics card is 4070s. Then Chen Yuxing's own laptop 3060 much stronger. Not to mention the superb upper-class night snacks. She saw the checkout list. A meal plus service charge. Spent more than 8,000. It's just NMB outrageous. Of course, considering that the minimum consumption of this box has 3,800, it seems like there is nothing wrong with it. In terms of Subai's consumption level, it is definitely impossible to spend money by sticking to the line of low consumption. Speaking of which, Subai's spending habits are really mysterious. Wear more than 100 shoes, eat more than 8,000 hot pot, giving a very casual feeling. Lousy Egypt bar dry what to do. This kind of spontaneity, to a certain extent, infected Chen Yuxing. Let her feel stay in Subai's side is very easy. It's a rare and enjoyable time in the recent past. Subai drove the car to a small door on the west side of Jiangcheng University. This place was sparsely populated, and it was reasonable to put down the social fear Chen Yuxing here. And the small door was not far from the girls' dormitory. When she left, Chen Yuxing was still a little reluctant to leave. Looking back, the car was still parked there, until her figure completely disappeared inside the school, before restarting and leaving. The corner of the girl's lips rarely hooked up a smile. At this moment, on the plastic pedestrian walkway near the Little West Gate, a boy in sportswear stared at the distant Mercedes-Benz GLE with a face full of horror, rubbing his eyes fiercely. If he wasn't mistaken, the girl he saw coming down from the car just now was Chen Yuxing from the goddess dormitory? This isn't right. It's a big night. At once the boys brainstormed many topics that were pleasing to the melon eaters, but it was only brainstorming. Did not go to any public platform to proclaim. There is also nothing to proclaim. That goddess dormitory. In addition to the mediocre face value of Lu, called Lu what came? Boys forget the name. In short, the other three goddesses are widely circulated all kinds of bad rumors. After all, there are many girls who are jealous of them, and when the guys see the rumors, they automatically turn on the prosthetic eye staring frame mode and identify them as false. Besides, even if the goddesses were taken down by Fu, it's not something unacceptable. The world is like this. At most, wail a few times, venting emotions. The problem that really makes the boys care is that one of his high school classmates, who also attends Jiangcheng University like him, is extremely obsessed with Chen Yuxing, so the boy found his classmate's WeChat. Brother, I'm running outside. I just saw Chen Yuxing coming down from a luxury car. Seemed quite happy. How did you return in seconds? So fast. Haha, didn't expect it. I installed a plugin on my cell phone. As long as the message received involves the topic of Chen Yuxing, it will ring a special beep. Is this the strength of the computer department? Horrible as it is. The boy was stunned. Then his classmate quickly replied. Looked wrong? You must have looked wrong. How can Chen Yuxing return to school so late? This time of the day, she must be working part-time in the lab. No buddy, I really didn't see it wrong. Took a picture? Didn't have time. No picture you say a hook 8. I'm going to study. Don't you dare defame my goddess again. Seeing this, the boys revealed a helpless smile and shook their heads. Alas, licking dog incorrigible. Chapter 23, How rich is the schoolmate's boyfriend? Really? Some time ago, the school cafeteria. School sister, over here, Lu Yuan, who had taken her place in advance, waved her hand to greet Zhou Jiadir. The delicate figure that walked in style attracted the attention of countless people.
Lu Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel a little envious. Alas,
if only she was as pretty as Zhou Jiadir.
In that case,
there would definitely be a lot of quality boys surrounding her in school. She would be able to pick and choose from them in a relaxed manner and get the man of her dreams before she graduates.
Unlike now, after contacting so many boys in her freshman year, all of them were crooked. Either their families were too poor, or their face value was just too hard to swallow. Well, actually Shui Tao is not very good to swallow, but for the time being,
pinching her nose can still make do.
The main reason is that there is no better choice for the time being. Lu Yuanyuan believes that a girl's youth is short,
so she has to seize the time to enjoy herself. And riding a donkey and looking for a horse while enjoying herself is the optimal solution.
Shui Tao was the one she had chosen, a temporary springboard. However, it appeared that Sister Zhou didn't even want a springboard. She said that since the beginning, she had never met anyone she really liked. Alas, it's true that big beauties have high spirits. Just as Lu Yuanyuan was lamenting, Zhou Jiadir gradually approached. Only then did Lu Yuanyuan see the bag she was carrying. Colorful, bright but not gaudy. On the contrary, there is a unique sense of art. It went well with Zhou Jiadir's lively and enthusiastic temperament. Wow, senior sister, is this the new bag you bought? Good looking. Aha. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jialu shyly rose. Gifted by my boyfriend. Lu Yuanyuan's eyes widened and her whole body was shocked. No, sis, just now. She was still chanting about Zhou Jiadir not falling in love, but as a result, she was immediately told that her schoolmate was in love. Sure enough, the elders at home were right. This place, Jiangchang, was permeated with an evil energy. No way. Really? Sister, when did you have a boyfriend? Feels so sudden. I also feel quite abrupt. Sit down first, eat while talking. I will go to beat the meal first. Aha, okay. I'll wait for my senior sister to report back to me. Lu Yuanyuan obediently nodded her head and sat down, her face full of gossipy expressions. To be able to have school sister Zhou look at, and an existence that progressed to a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship so quickly. How excellent a man must he be. Soon, school sister Zhou returned with a plate of green vegetables. Didn't even buy rice. She was too full from eating seafood with Subai at noon, so she just ate casually for dinner. Otherwise she was going to grow meat. Although she had always been proud of her fleshy figure, she couldn't become bloated. She had to be thin where she needed to be. Sister, let me ask first, this boyfriend you found, should be very rich, right? Lu Yuanyuan asked this question as soon as she came up, very much in line with her personality. Previously, when she and Zhou Jialu were chatting at night in the dormitory, they had mentioned many times that they definitely wanted to find a rich boyfriend in the future. In her opinion, financial strength is the core value of a man. As long as there is enough money, what face value personality education can be tolerated. Well, Zhou Jiadir shyly nodded her head. Admitting like this seems to seem a bit gold digging, but, since she is carrying this Murakami Takashi co-branded handbag back, in fact, inwardly she is thinking of showing off to show off. I knew it. This bag is LV's and it looks like it shouldn't be cheap. I remember as if I swiped it somewhere. Wait, let me find it. Lu Yuanyuan gave a operation on her cell phone. Suddenly jolted all over, covering her mouth and letting out a scream. My god, school sister, this one shouldn't be that super expensive joint name. It's been discontinued. The secondary market sells for more than 150,000 yuan. Mamma mia, it's the first time I've seen such an expensive bag in reality. Yuan, you are also too excited. Don't scare the students passing by. Zhou Jiadir has a face of based-on 6. In his heart there is a kind of secret pleasure of pretending to be a bully. As if nothing happened, said, he does have a little strong economic strength. Today we determined the relationship well, and then he said to buy me. I actually do not want, but he said, I carry this bag naturally can be the other suitors scared off. He. Hiss, it seems like that's the truth. As Lu Yuanyuan who dreamed of marrying a rich man, she quickly understood what Zhou Jialu meant. A bag at this price point. The value of use does not match that price at all. Pure and simple toys for the rich. But Zhou Jiadir's spending habits had always been to the extent of a commoner girl. Suddenly carrying a $160,000 bag, in the eyes of others, must have talked about a super powerful boyfriend. Yeah, but, school sister is so frank, will it make those little people with ulterior motives say some bad things about you such as, say you found a broad old man. Lu Yuanyuan's worry is actually very much in line with the viewpoint of the general public. Nowadays, in this society, it's getting harder and harder for young people to make a name for themselves. There are rich second generation, but the number is limited. The general outgoings are also not that ostentatious. In everyone's impression,
Those who subsidize female college students are more often bald and pot-bellied middle-aged or even elderly dirt bosses. Zhou Jiadir laughed easily. No fear, hey, let others be jealous. I'll just enjoy my own life. Lu Yuan instantly realized something and became even more excited. Sister, listening to you, your boyfriend should be in good condition in other aspects as well? Aha, is quite handsome, Zhou Jiadir said a little more conservatively, afraid to give Lu Yuan the stimulus to have a heart attack on the spot in the cafeteria. Joking, Yuan is her only best friend in school. If this heart attack, she shall not die of heartache. Waiting for Lu Yuan's emotions to calm down a bit, Zhou Jialu continued, and younger than me. This time Lu Yuan was really not calm anymore. After checking the price of the bag, she had already had a preconceived notion that her schoolmate's boyfriend, at the very least, had to be a socialite in his late 20s, almost 30. The odds were that it was a 30 or 40-year-old. The fact that it was $160,000 out of the gate meant that the amount of money spent each month had to be at least at the level of several $100,000. Lu Yuan guessed that it should be the owner of a more powerful company, the kind whose family also has a background. However, the answer given by the schoolmate was a shock to her. It was actually younger than the schoolmate? Doesn't that mean that the other party is still a college student in school? No, this is a bit counterintuitive. Lu Yuan had a good idea of how much pocket money the rich second generation in the school could receive each month and the family assets that corresponded to that amount. She has discussed this with some of her finance sisters and has also studied the relevant information on the Little Red Book. It is very common for high net worth families to have over $10,000 in basic living expenses. However, if it is more, it will not be given casually. Parents will usually ask what the money is used for, or simply let the child swipe the credit card in the parent's name, so that every purchase is clear. Perhaps the amount of discretionary funds will expand to $50,000 or even $100,000. The corresponding household income would certainly have to be higher. But you want a rich kid to spend $160,000 on a bag for his girlfriend? Almost got to. His mom may not even be able to spare such a good bag. It's one thing to be able to afford it. It's another to be able to tolerate such extravagant spending. Besides, it's just a gift. All things considered, the schoolmate's boyfriend, monthly pocket money, $1 million at the bottom. After rationalizing her thinking, Lu Yuan had an epiphany. No wonder since the meeting started, Zhou Jiadir's face was overflowing with sweet smiles. These days, indeed, were going to be sweet. Chapter 24, Lu Yuan angrily reprimands her boyfriend. Sister, can you reveal a little bit? Your boyfriend should also be a college student. Is he from our school, or is it from a foreign school? Lu Yuan asked curiously. For this question, Zhou Jialu had long pondered what answer to give to her best friend. From Subai's style, it was obvious that he liked to keep a low profile. If he wanted to, he would easily be able to dress up in an expensive manner, the kind that even those who didn't know about luxury brands would be able to tell at a glance that they were rich. But he didn't. Instead, like most college students, he wore Uniqlo, H&M, these cheap FMCG brands, or Taobao goods. Therefore, Zhou Jiadir planned to not introduce Subai to the people in the school, for the time being. There were also some small thoughts hidden in here. After all, Subai was too outstanding. It was good to hide it, lest it attract other girls to plot against him. I'm sorry Yuan, my boyfriend is more low-key, usually not show his wealth. I still don't say his specifics. I can only tell you, well, the school he goes to isn't very good, but he has a very good personality. I talk to him very well. That's so. It's okay, it's understandable. Lu Yuan heatedly giggled. If I talked about a super excellent boyfriend, I'm afraid that I'm also covering up and hiding it, not willing to let him get to know his girlfriends. Well, oops, you eat a few mouthfuls of rice first, the food is getting cold. Ah, really, chatting too energetically with my schoolmate, I forgot to eat. At this time, Lu Yuan suddenly felt hungry and didn't push too much, hurrying to eat. Zhou Jiadir also took out that small net red snack to share. While eating, Lu Yuan didn't forget to take a picture of the ridiculously expensive bag and send it to her boyfriend Shuetao. The older sister in the dormitory is in love, and her boyfriend gave her a nice bag. Oh, alas, when can I use a bag of this grade? Although Zhou Jialu said that she would not introduce her boyfriend to them, Zhou Jialu meant to take the initiative to release the signal that she already has a famous woman. Therefore, Lu Yuan saying this to her boyfriend is completely in line with the requirements of her schoolmate. At this moment, male dormitory 7 building 510. Xu Mingjie used his cell phone to connect to his computer and drummed away. No dude, it's after class and you're still so diligent. What kind of code are you writing? Shuetao couldn't help but ask. It's just the beginning of freshman year.
Could it be that the dormitory is already about to give birth to an involution pussy? Shu Mingjie smiled slightly. Made myself a small plugin for reminding me to pay attention to Chen Yuxing. Aren't you paying attention to your goddess every moment? What's the point of reminding? If someone mentions Chen Yuxing in a group chat, or private chat that I join, or if there's relevant content in my circle of friends, the plugin will trigger a special beep. Shu Mingjie fussed. Timeliness of information is very important. Sometimes by finding the right entry point, you can seize that fleeting opportunity to enter the heart of the goddess. Shade the sand to avoid the wind. Xuetao rolled his eyes straight.
Master Shanghai, this is also too perverted.
Other licking dogs are at best a little more seriously ill. However,
Shu Mingjie vaguely already has a bit of a behavioral artist's flavor.
He disdained. What fleeting opportunity are nonsense. To me in the university to tease the girl is very simple. As long as you are willing to spend money, and then provide some convenient conditions on the line. For example, right, you have to have a car. Driving a girl out to play. How convenient. That instantly and other suitors to open the gap. For example, let's say I drive a Miting, a joint venture B-class car. Spacious and comfortable. Wang Haoren, who was in the middle of liver source god at his own table, moved his shoulders a little. He was stifling a laugh. When Xuetao started to talk about his experience in teasing girls, Wang Haoren had already predicted his next silky little streak. Within 3 sentences, it would inevitably segue into his beloved maiden. It turns out that Wang Haoren has already figured out the temperament of the 2 housemates. In addition to local, another obvious label on Xuetao's body is miting. The thief loves to show off, sometimes from the dormitory to the other side of the school to participate in ideological education activities, have to drive his favorite car. Therefore, in addition to the nickname local, sometimes students also call him miting brother. But then again, a college student driving a car that costs close to $200,000 is already pretty good. After all, using a car maintenance, parking fees in the city, are a lot of money. Ordinary families can't really afford it. This car also did give Xuetao an advantage. When the military training just ended, there were girls from other majors, entrusting people to ask Xuetao about it. One can only say that Xuetao's pompous style has an audience. Plugs with plugs, kingpins with green beans. Not strange.
Wang Haoren remembered that Su Bai said that he went up to mention a car.
It is not known what grade it is, but according to Su Bai's current level of godliness, it must be better than a maiden. Just as Xuetao was gushing, his girlfriend Lu Yuanyuan's message was sent over.
It caused Xuetao's brows to furrow and his face to change.
What's stopping the locals? Keep talking, Wang Haoren asked. He hadn't heard enough fun. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys still remember that schoolmate from my girlfriend's dormitory, right? Remember Zhou Jia dear, one of the 3 goddesses, should be in her senior year this year?
Known as the sexiest school flower in the history of Jiangcheng University.
For the situation of the goddess dormitory,
Shu Mingjie was as familiar with the situation.
What? Sister Zhou is in love. Oh, exempt. The moment these words came out,
Shu Mingjie and Wang Haoren were both a little surprised.
It is said that school sister is very demanding.
Stayed in Jiangcheng University for 3 years.
Countless suitors. Have not been single. And now actually is very sudden to have a boyfriend.
Previously did not hear any rumors.
Estimated to talk about a special money. Today Zhou Xuejie carrying LV bag back. This brand seems to be very expensive, right? Wang Haoren said. Even if he doesn't understand luxury goods at all, he has heard of LV's reputation. Expensive. The basic models are thousands of tens of thousands of dollars. Slightly unique design. In the spirit of tens of thousands of dollars to go. Xuetao finished inside. Lu Yuanyuan sent him this. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. It means that he wants it too. To say that the basic models of LV, Xuetao find an excuse to ask his parents for an extra pocket money. It is not unaffordable. The problem is, Lu Yuanyuan, is she worthy? Before the confession and take her out to play, plus this weekend arranged Japanese food, have spent how much money? Still want a bag? Xuetao heart is very upset, but also do not dare to lose temper with Lu Yuanyuan. After all, it is not easy to lick to the girlfriend, although far less than the 3 goddesses' roommate, but also a small beauty, so that Xuetao in front of the classmates is very lifted up, only to send a message to coax her. Is it? This bag is quite beautiful. Right. This is co-branded with the famous designer Takashi Murakami. Using, Lu Yuanyuan talked a lot about design language, artistic color, and so on. Xuetao did not even read the hair, and when Lu Yuanyuan finished, he sent a sentence. Quite good, but students with LV really is still too extravagant. I think that Mingxuanjiupan is also good actually. Yuan? The only people who would use the crap bags in Manhwa are junior high school girls with less than $50 of pocket money. You don't know anything about it. Yuan, I'm not chatting with you anymore. I'm going to study. Shuetao froze for a moment, then became angry and suffocated. For S sake, is this a matter of aesthetics? It's money. It's money. The other sister Zhou is considered outstanding compared to the netizens, and was even spotted by a talent scout, and LV feels like a good match. Yu Lu Yuan Yuan is something. Also do not take a piss to look at themselves. Chapter 25 God's Dormitory. Have to invite Hockey High. Looking at Shuetao shelved at a face of impotent rage, Shumingzhi came over to watch the fun. What's the matter? Quarrel with your girlfriend? Shuetao put Lu Yuan Yuan with words to find him to ask for a bag of things to add oil and vinegar once again. At the end of the righteous indignation, now female college students generally use Zara. CK this grade, which is about the same. At most a Coach and other light luxury. Thousands of less, but also LV. L her grandfather. Reasonable. Wang Haoren agreed. This Lu Yuan Yuan is really floating Actually let the local people to buy her LV. Local people have this ability? Don't have that ability, know it. Although Shuetao is the owner of the Honorable Mining 330, but in terms of liquidity in the hands, that still has to be Master Shanghai is better. Shumingzhi expressed his opinion. Indeed, LV's entry model is too vulgar. Rotten Street R. Take like the kind of special industry. No taste, good looking style and too expensive. I go. Master Shanghai you rare views with me unified Shuetao slapped his thigh, as if he had found his soulmate. Hurriedly zoomed in on that bag picture and held up his cell phone to show Shumingzhi. However, Shuetao did not continue to receive Master Hu's approval, only to see Shumingzhi push up his glasses and scrutinize the picture. The eyes revealed a brilliant light. The voice trembled. This is Louis Vuitton x Takashi Murakami Joint Collection Speedy Bandolier 25. What the hell? Shuetao was dumbfounded. What the hell did you just say? This bag belongs to the out-of-print limited edition. You take the money to go to the store to buy, cannot buy, can only wait for the secondary market to release the goods to, or by chance was the manager of a store to get. Shumingzhi looks like he understands his brother. Local people? No. What is its recent transaction price? No, man, your expression is too exaggerated. Even if it's a limited edition, how expensive can it be? Not just a bag. Shuetao said disdainfully. Oh, you know nothing about the strength of broad wives. Shumingzhi shook his finger. As far as I know, the transaction price of this bag last month has reached 157,800, and it may have risen a little bit recently. Conservative estimation, 160,000 to start. Taking less? 160,000. Crap. Shuetao was truly refreshing his worldview. To be reasonable, his family's relatives would occasionally buy luxury goods to fill the doorway. A bag of several thousand, or even tens of thousands, was still within the scope of Shuetao's understanding. However, just such a handbag, fancy, actually want 160,000. Really let Shuetao open his eyes. No, did all these rich brothers' money come from the wind? Shuetao spat. I reckon that school sister Zhou's boyfriend is a rich second generation at the top level of Zhangcheng. Even if you put it in the Magic City, it's still very powerful. Shumingzhi analyzed, not forgetting to yin and yang a sentence in passing. After all, sending a bag is more expensive than the car you drive. Fart. Lousy drove a Miting 330 TSI Premium Edition. The official guide price of 179,900. Where is it cheaper than a bag? Shuetao's voice suddenly became louder, red in the face and thick neck, a look of being poked to the sore spot. In fact, it really was said by Master Shanghai, said the official guide price of 179,900 yuan. In fact, in the past 2 years under the impact of domestic new energy, the price of the car in general have come down. Summer vacation Shuetao's parents took him to pick up the car, just happened to be preferential, and the sales of some mouth, cheap 35,000. The final bear car offer 144,900 yuan. You don't say, you really don't say. It's really not as expensive as Zhou's LV bag. Of course, if you take into account the purchase tax and insurance, then it's still Shuetao's maiden 330 that narrowly wins. But what's the point? It couldn't change the bloody facts. Zhou Jiadir's boyfriend was of a far higher wealth and class than Shuetao. Alas, compared to that man, I'm just a poor man. And what's the difference between Wang Haoren? Shuetao lamented. Wang Haoren, sweating soybeans. Shumingzhi snorted coldly and said smugly, as expected, as I expected. Sister Zhou belongs to the kind of girl with high materialistic desire, which ordinary rich people cannot satisfy at all. Ha ha, as it happens, I don't like her either. What difference does it make if you like her or not? She can't look at you anyway. Shuetao spat. Long-winded. Shumingzhi said in a deep voice, is that the point? The point is that Chen Yuxing would definitely not be such a gold-digging girl. Ha! Shuetao lazily sprayed. He kind of found out.
Old Chu, this bid is purely licking dogs into the brain. Can't be persuaded. Or he is more sensible. Use their own advantages. Just a month after the beginning of the school year, took the little beauty Lu Yuan. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for it. Shui Tao cannot help but melancholy again. He put aside here with the roommate bull asterisk at the same time. Do not forget to send a message to coax Lu Yuan. As a result, Lu Yuan didn't pay attention to him at all. It seems that she is really angry. If you want to coax her, you have to give something. You can't really buy her an LV, right? But girls are often like this. What kind of material conditions the close girlfriends have got? She also has to go to the standard. So annoying, so annoying. Shui Tao couldn't think of any solution for the time being, so she can only turn on her computer and play Smash Brothers. In annoyance. Fortunately, Shui Tao's annoyance didn't last long, because Chu Mingjie also quickly met an untimely end. Around 10 o'clock or so, Chu Mingjie's cell phone rang with a special tone. After chatting for a few sentences, Chu Mingjie threw his cell phone aside and sat cross-legged on his bed, wooden, staring at the large white wall of his dorm room. When Wang Haoren went to the restroom, he was suddenly called by Chu Mingjie. Brother Haoren. What do you think it means if Chen Yuxing returns from off-campus in a luxury car at this time? Ha! Wang Haoren froze. Shui Tao was energized by this. Ha ha ha. What else could it mean? Falling in love. It's the same situation as senior sister Zhou. Oh no! Chu Mingjie held his head and let out a painful wail. Things are not like this. Not like this. Right. In fact, we have to analyze the specific situation. Mainly have to look at that so-called limousine. In the end, how luxurious. What does it say? Wang Haoren was puzzled. If it's just a 34C level entry-level luxury car, then it's probably just hitting a net car. I'm really grassed up. How come you're so good at self-compassion, Master Hu? Shui Tao was happy. Do you believe yourself when you say this? Chu Mingjie coldly said. It's not whether I believe in myself or not, but I believe in Chen's noble and proud character. Shui Tao was speechless. Child, you are invincible. Still high and pure and proud. Put this aside to do ancient poetry reading comprehension? Wake up. Senior year has passed. Wang Haoren expressionlessly stifled laughter. Crazy melon. Our 510 dormitory can have both Haji Shui and Haji Chu. A pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. How can we do that? We really have to invite Hakigao. If the female dormitory where Sister Zhou lives, Block 2, 321, is a goddess dormitory, then our male dormitory, Block 7, 510, is a goddess dormitory. Our men's dormitory, Block 7, 510, is a god's dormitory. Do you have such a godman in your dormitory? I want to ask. It's really god and goddess and everyone. Knock knock knock. Suddenly someone knocked on the door of the dormitory. Wang Haoren went to open the door. And what met his eyes was a well-proportioned woman in sportswear. It was the counselor, Xia Lin. Good evening, Counselor Xia. Good evening, classmates. Charlene fell into a generous smile. I just ran in the playground. It just so happens to be close to the boys' dormitory. I came over to see you all. Where's Subai? Is he not in? Chapter 26. Charlene, who lost sleep seeing Subai's figure. Subai, he hasn't come back yet. Probably went to play soccer. I'll ask. Wang Haoren coped and then sent a message to Subai. Tell him that the counselor came to check the bed. Intuition told Wang Haoren, Bai is roughly going to stay out at night tonight. Generally do not actually need to report to the counselor. But unfortunately, Bai was unlucky and happened to run into the summer guy to patrol the men's dormitory. Charlene walked into the room and subconsciously sniffled. The dormitory exuded the unique smell of a boy's dormitory. Not to say how bad it smelled, but it certainly didn't smell good either. The whole thing was a bit messy, with cluttered personal belongings lying everywhere. There were underwear and socks hanging from the bed rails. As a graduate student's sister, she had followed the student union to check the dormitory when she was an undergraduate, and had seen this kind of situation many times, so her face was not red and she was not ashamed. On the contrary, it was Shui Tao and Chu Mingjie who were too shy to do so. After all, Charlene is also very beautiful level. Then Shui Tao's girlfriend Lu Yuan even better look a little, not up to the top, but also enough to be called a goddess. A slim-fitting sportswear, sandwiched with a thin layer of fragrant sweat just after running. Her hair, dyed dark brown, was tied into a high ponytail behind her head, revealing a long, fair neck and nice, slightly pink-colored ears. Shui Tao and Chu Mingjie didn't even dare to look at her a bit. On the contrary, Wang Haoren, who was usually more introverted, didn't feel much. In his eyes the women of the third dimension were all the same, inferior to the source god. Your hygiene here is okay, Shui Tao and Chu Mingjie. Remember to clean up diligently. Especially the garbage must be taken out every day. Otherwise it will easily breed bacteria and lead to illness. Xia Lin exhorted. Got it, Director Xia. Both of them were quite ashamed. A bit of a social death after being seen in a sloppy manner by the beautiful counselor.
Wang Haoren is good. Subai. He. Subai's bunk is cleaned up so neatly. Xia guide. That is not neat. He is simply less things. Chu Mingzhi couldn't help but say, by the way, in his own defense, I look messy here. In fact, it's just that I have a lot of things. Men's skincare products, original English books, capsule coffee maker, and a ukulele. Oh yes. Summer director, can you play the ukulele? I don't play. Xia Lin inexplicably glanced at Chu Mingzhi. Why did this kid suddenly start reporting the names of dishes to her? Like the kind of person who wasn't good at socializing but forced himself to show off his rich hobbies in a dating bureau. Director Xia, don't look at Subai's clean table. But in fact, he's usually similar to us. Perhaps inspired by Chu Mingzhi's speech. Xuetao also spoke. All these dirty clothes of mine, I have to bring them home to wash on the weekends. The washing machine at home washes them clean. After all, I have a car, Maiden 330, it's very convenient for the locals to drive home. Oh, Charlene gave a perfunctory sound, her heart spitting madly. Who asked you? Charlene couldn't help but secretly sigh. This Xuetao and Chu Mingzhi, really, and classmates usually spit like that, too love to show off. It couldn't be denied that their family background was indeed considered very good in the student body of Jiangcheng University. The problem is just how old all day show off to show off. A little bit of student-like are not. And is not the kind of money like dirt real, broad young. Well, there is nothing else. When Subai comes back, you guys help me tell him. Don't come back too late. After saying that, Charlene left the 510 dormitory. The crowd let out a long breath. Phew, this counselor's sense of oppression is quite strong. Although the temper is very good. Right, but there is always the feeling of medium shrewd and strong. Chu Mingzhi thoughtfully said, I heard that when Xia Guide was an undergraduate, he participated in a lot of student work. And his achievements were outstanding, so he really has a leader's temperament. Xuetao had a sudden thought. If I could fall in love with Director Xia, it would also be very dignified. After all, it's only a schoolmate who is 4 years older. It's quite appropriate. Appropriate? Chu Mingzhi snorted. People are the type of excellent strong woman. How can they find a demolition thug? Asterisk. Who are you, Yin Yang? Just as a new round of Shanghai Master vs. Local people unfolded, Charlene finished checking a few other dorm rooms and walked out of the dormitory building. After thinking about it, she was still ready to give Subai a call and knock it off. After all, when she ran into Subai in the cafeteria earlier, this kid said he was skipping class to work out. Now he is back late again. Doesn't seem very honest. Has the feeling of a prick. In fact, the pricks in the students are very recognizable. For example, in the 510 dormitory room, other people faced the counselor, more or less have a feeling of fear. Subai was the only one who wasn't condescending. Of course, Charlene didn't really want to punish Subai. Even if he did stay out at night, it wasn't very serious. It is just to knock a little. Remind him to take it easy and don't make trouble. Charlene found Subai's WeChat and made a video call over. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, it was connected. The screen shook for a moment, followed by the scene of the swimming pool, which seemed to be very upscale in terms of decoration, looking like the pool of a luxury-type hotel. Then, the screen flickered and switched to the front camera. Subai, who was only wearing swim trunks, his tall and fit body, was displayed in front of Director Xia's eyes. Director Xia, you have something to find me? Actually there's nothing. Just now I went to the boys' dormitory to look around. You weren't there, and asked about you. Oh, I'm staying in a hotel outside tonight. Pro up to see me. Just now swimming it didn't look at WeChat. Sorry. Subai laughed. Originally thought to talk to you. The result of playing too happy to forget. Saying this, Subai picked up the room card and shook it in front of the camera. It's fine, just have your own count. Pay attention to safety. Charlene quickly hung up the video call. Reaching out, she caressed her chest, breathing heavily, and the capital of her chest, which was sizable in size, rose and fell up and down. This kid's figure was too good too. Being caught off guard and admiring Subai's appearance while swimming gave Charlene a great visual impact. Charlene usually liked sports, so she also particularly valued a man's body. Subai's figure was definitely the best she had seen in the 4 years she had studied at Jiangcheng University. More than 1 meter 8, very well proportioned, robust in just the right way, neither a fine dog, nor as incongruous as those big muscular men who worked out. What was even more rare was that Subai not only had a good body, but his face was also handsome. Thinking back to the astonishment in the video just now, Charlene gulped hard. Fortunately, she hung up the video call in time. Otherwise, she would definitely be embarrassed, really shy, actually almost in front of their own students. Well, according to the tradition of Jiangda University, between the counselor and the student. It is actually the relationship between the predecessor and the predecessor, and is not the traditional sense of the teacher and the student. Greedy for a little bit of schoolmate is the body. It is not so unbelievable. Charlene consoled herself. Then she realized something else. The room card that Subai displayed had the name of the hotel on it. JW Marriott. It should be the one not far from Jiangde, 2 subway stops away. A random room would cost 800 or 900 a night. This is also the recent off-season. The price of popular times to double. His family's relatives, living in a hotel of Marriott's caliber, seem to be quite rich. Then Subai looks so simple. In the end, is it really the family conditions in general? Or is it a low-key person? It's hard to say. This night, Charlene inexplicably always think about Subai. Insomnia. It is not easy to fall asleep in a daze, but in a dream, dreaming of her and Subai, swimming together. Chapter 27. The girl who is loyal is the one worth paying for. The next day, early morning, in the graduate student dormitory, the roommate woke up in a daze to go to the bathroom and found Charlene busy at the sink. Fixing his eyes on it, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaolin, you're also too virtuous, getting up early in the morning to wash your personal clothes." Okay. Charlene smiled in response, her expression a little awkward. The roommate didn't pay too much attention, so she didn't see the abnormality in Xiaolin's demeanor, but just chanted to herself, "Xiaolin, you can be really, and hardworking, and strong workability. Whoever marries you in the future is really going to enjoy the blessings." It's not that exaggerated, it's average. For her roommate's praise, Charlene was a bit shy. After all, it wasn't that she was diligent in washing her intimate apparel this morning, but when she woke up from her dream in the morning, she realized that it was dirty and had to be washed. It was so shameful. The key was that dream. The impression left in her mind after waking up was particularly clear, causing Charlene to feel guilty. In fact, when the military training, Charlene has already noticed Subai. This is a calm and indifferent character of the boy, compared to the same age to be much more mature. His looks was considered the most handsome in that class, and even in terms of Charlene's aesthetic preference, it could be said that he was the most handsome in this term of the computer department. His facial features are masculine and manly, and the kind of feminine fresh meat that is popular in the entertainment industry now is not away. Rather, it is a bit of the old-time Hong Kong star feeling. During military training sometimes need counselors to watch. Charlene watched them military training. Eyes fell on Subai there, standing military posture, upright as a pine. Just did not expect the body under the clothes. But so, washing clothes, Charlene's brain and uncontrollably rambling, cheeks flushed, drying the small clothes well. Charlene did not have the heart to lie back to sleep again, playing with her cell phone in boredom. Ghostly, it tapped into the private chat with Subai, the avatar of the big white goose emoji pack. The name was also called Crispy Big White Goose. It looked like he really liked geese. After doing a mental struggle for a while, Summer Lin finally started typing. Summer Lin, Sue student. Return to school on time for class today. Oh, remember to tell me when you get back. Well, this is the duty of a counselor who cares about her students and is responsible for Subai's safety. No problem. After paralyzing herself for a while, Charlene sent out the message. Unexpectedly, Subai actually replied in seconds. Crispy White Goose, okay, I'll go back to the second class at 9 o'clock or so. I'll talk to you when I get there. Summer Lin, aha. Summer's Lin, Sue got up so early. Crispy White Goose, I was tired from swimming last night, so I went to bed early. Summer Lin, haha, that's good. Early to bed, early to rise to nourish your body. Summer Lin, you're busy. I'm going to go to the subject group. Summer Lin, you're busy. Puff pastry Big White Goose _ waves. Puff pastry Big White Goose, Summer Guide hard work. At this time, Subai just popped up from the bed to stretch, messing with refreshed, his body is full of inexhaustible bullish energy. Last night, I experienced the Marriott's pool, also encountered 2 young ladies accosted. Was Subai refused? It looks like the wind and dust flavor is quite heavy, and there is a kind of bad feeling. By the way, Subai also used the system to scan a wave of them. See their staggering number of relationships after the decisive for their own refusal to accost behavior and feel awake. In the final analysis, Subai still likes to eat fresh, clean. Who is not a man at heart? After swimming, Subai went to the executive floor and ordered 2 cocktails in the executive lounge. Quite a good drink. The degree is not high, just slightly drunk. After returning to the room, I just wanted to lie down and rest for a while, but I fell asleep directly. I guess it was just after 11 when I fell asleep, and I slept until 7:30 in the morning. The quality of sleep was extremely high, comparable to a sound baby-like sleep. From here, it was enough to be sure that the system had indeed improved Subai's physique through the primary body strengthening liquid. The standard 8 hours of sleep. No more sleep. This was Subai's ideal physical state.
Too much or too little sleep proved that there was something wrong with the body. In addition, the system said that the strengthening liquid would take Subai's original strengths and additionally strengthen them. Yesterday, Subai was still a bit confused as to where his strengths actually were. Now, Subai looked down. Immediately, he realized, hey, this early in the morning, there's no way to find someone to help me. I guess the school sister is still sleeping. There was no way. Subai left a message for Jo Jiadir and went swimming. After swimming to eat a buffet breakfast. The hotel breakfast is still quite sumptuous. There are comments on the internet that it is easy to get tired of eating too much. Subai has not yet experienced the feeling of eating for a few days in a row. Wait for a few days and then experience it in detail. This is also the significance of Subai staying at the Marriott for a week in a row, to experience whether a long stay in a hotel is comfortable enough. By the way, using this time to spend money and return cash, accumulating funds, so that when choosing a place to live later, there were more options. When eating breakfast, Jo Jiadir returned the message, saying that she intends to go directly to the forest store to resign, and then come to the hotel to find Subai. Crispy big white goose, then I'll go pick you up. When will you probably be able to talk about it? Dear, very soon. Intern resignation is not that troublesome. Besides, I talked to the manager last night. The relevant procedures are actually ready. Puff pastry big white goose _ thumbs up. Puff pastry goose, sister's power of action is so strong. Dear, this is not afraid of slow action. So that the school brother think more well. After all, luxury car sales of this kind of work, have fallen in love, and then do it is not appropriate. Crispy white goose, indeed. Dear, I'm very dedicated. After my tenderness only belongs to the school brother a person. Oh, not bad. There really aren't many girls who are as dedicated as schoolmates in this day and age. Admittedly, the reason for Jo Jiadir's dedication was rooted in Subai's wealth, and Subai's decisiveness and casualness in spending money for her. But many girls, even after hooking up with a rich man, are still restless in their hearts, thinking of using this as a springboard to become a more high-quality celebrity. What's more, they fall in love with their rich brothers, accepting each other's material offerings, but also dislike the days as too plain and boring, and cheating on them with other men. Do not think that the rich will not be hat. Some gold-digging women are really, in vulgar terms, is the service consciousness hanging poor? How good she is treated can give her a reason to convince herself to cheat. Bottom line? There is no bottom line at all. On the contrary, the senior sister, whether it was in Subai's observation or the system's judgment, proved that she was a genuine purist. Only girls who were loyal to him and consistently provided emotional value would Subai pay for them. After 8 o'clock, Subai got organized and drove his Mercedes-Benz GLE to the forest store that he had just visited yesterday. This time around, the goal and mindset was completely different. Chapter 28 Buying a car for a frugal school sister. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Jo Jialu, who was about to leave, was surrounded by several colleagues, taking advantage of the fact that there are not many customers in the store in the morning, whispering chattering gossip, all around with her to inquire about the status of her boyfriend. Everyone looked concerned. After all, the sales lady who works here, who has not fantasized about being led away by a rich man, and from then on to the life of a broad wife who does not need to work. This is a job where the rich are exposed to more or less similar tendencies. Some of these young ladies, originally before graduation, and the school boyfriend to talk about the youthful campus romance. After graduation, feeling the heavy pressure of reality, the idea in their hearts gradually deteriorated. It's not that they don't really like their school sweethearts anymore. It's just that their hearts are swollen with desire, and they are not just satisfied with the love of water, but they are asking for higher material conditions. In the school, food and accommodation are subsidized by the state. Not to spend a few dollars. Worked to realize that. Not to mention, just rent a room every month is a small amount of money. Zhangcheng here is not bad. If you work in the big city, the suburbs to rent a bedroom have to start 1 or 2,000 per month. Not to mention that after the buy a house, buy a car, have offspring, every item is a big expense. So, learn that Jo Jialu's boyfriend is still in school to study. Sales are simply envious of the explosion. This is getting both youth and bread. No, sisters, it's so mysterious to hear you guys talk about it. Is that Subai really tall and handsome? The one who said this was a heavily made-up sales. Her name was Feng Liyun. She happened to be off yesterday and didn't come to work, so she hadn't seen Subai. Before Jo Jiadir joined the company, she was in charge of shooting the new media promotional video, and then she was robbed of her position by Jo Jiadir. There is no way, from the face value to the body, and even the temperament, all aspects of the hanging, Jo Jiadir was simply a natural demon. Honestly speaking, Jo Jiadir successfully caught up with Brother Fu's departure. Feng Liyun was very happy inside. If this sister really turned long-term in the store, that is really a tragedy. Feng Liyun do not know how long to be suppressed.
Phone Li Yun has been looking forward to, which tycoon to her to lead away. But in her expectations, the one who took Zhou Jiadir should be a middle-aged greasy uncle. That way her heart is still balanced. Sister Phone, it's true. I happened to be on duty yesterday, and I stared at that boy for a long time. Oops, at that time, I just thought it was good looking. I didn't mean anything else. Jia Lu, you won't be angry, right? A sales young lady joked. He, it's okay, look at handsome and not a crime. Zhou Jialu smiled and said, look at it, anyway, you see and can't eat. How much did you eat last night? Can I feed you enough? Hate saying such weird things in public. Between the girls playing around, the tall and straight Subai, striding into the 4S store, the chattering girls suddenly quieted down, suppressed by the handsome man's aura. In fact, this was a very common thing. If a boy with a high face value and a noble aura approached, those girls who were chatting in piles of 3 or 2 would suddenly become quiet, sneak a few glances at him, and then talk excitedly about him when he walked away. Good morning, everyone. Subai gave a generalized greeting, then approached his schoolmate, gave her a hug, and gently kissed her on the forehead. Zhou Jialu was a bit surprised and responded with a light kiss on Subai's face. This immediately caused the girls to rise up. Oh hey, why is someone spreading dog food early in the morning? Shame on you. Jialu, why don't you guys just kill me? Single dogs are going to explode with jealousy. Subai dealt with them and exchanged a few pleasantries, and then asked Zhou Jialu, sister, have you finished your departure procedures? Well, it's all done. You can leave with you at any time. Zhou Jiadir pulled Subai's hand. Her face was full of sweet expressions. To be able to meet her schoolmate, it was really her luck. Subai sniffed and nodded, took out his cell phone and called out to Manager Gua. Manager Gui, I intend to pick a car for Jialu, since she has already left. I can only trouble you to come out and go through the process. Ha, no trouble. Manager Guo waved his hands. Who would mind the trouble if he had a track record? Brother, really want to buy me a car? There is no need to it. I feel that usually is not very need a car, eh? Too wasteful. Zhou Jiadir rode, saying no on her lips. Her expression was quite surprised. Of course I want to buy. Senior sister also has times when she needs to move on her own. Jiangcheng is so big, it's still convenient to have a car. Subai insisted. Already bound to a close relationship with Zhou Jiadir. Give her indulgence in consumption. You can return cash. Well, then, since the school brother feels the need, buy a car, but don't buy too expensive. Too expensive and can't use it. It should be said that Zhou Jialu's emotional intelligence is still very high. If it is insatiable fishing female, there is a chance to buy a car. Naturally pick too expensive. In any case, the money spent is not their own, not heartache. But Zhou Jialu does not think so. If she drove a car more expensive than Subai's, is not it feel strange? Very unintelligent look. Even, it doesn't need to be more expensive. As long as it's about the same, it's not quite right anymore. What class are you? Driving a car at the same price as your schoolmate? Zhou Jialu's positioning of herself is very clear. She is the little woman of her schoolmate. It is appropriate to lower her posture. The more you are favored by your schoolmate, the more you have to be mindful. Instead of being like the women in TV dramas or romance novels, bullying, Zhou Jiadir thought a little, and soon had a choice. After all, she had already been doing sales for a while, and knew the product line of the Mercedes-Benz brand very well. The entry-level C260L will be fine, and there's no need for a high specification. All aspects of the features are completed. Is that so? Subai is the feeling that this rebate is not strong enough. Why don't you buy E-Class? E-Class feels a little better. Don't. E-Class price cuts have to be almost $500,000. There is no need. In fact, if it is not afraid of losing the face of schoolmates, I open 30,000 yuan of chopped pepper fish head are not a problem. Anyway, it is a transportation tool. Zhou Jialu spit out his tongue. Playful and a little naive look appeared in this foxy demon face. The killing power of men simply pull full. Subai couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. Sister, you are so thrifty and diligent. He, that's for sure. I'm your person. It's only right to help you save money. Manager Gua maintained his professional smile, and in his heart, he spat madly. Hurry up and take the car to go away, but also put aside here you and I love each other to spread dog food? Single dog envy. Spit to spit. In fact, pick up the car is very fast, because the C260L is the classic Mercedes-Benz C-Class entry-level luxury car. The stock is very sufficient, and, because Subai is full payment, there is no need to go through the loan process. Insurance taken care of is actually almost the same. The result was that it was only 9 o'clock. Subai and Zhou Jiadir were already driving on the road to JW Marriott Hotel, one after the other, watching the two brand new cars drive away from the 4S store in an imposing manner. Salesphone Li Yun was a little lost in thought. It's actually really handsome. The moment she saw Subai, she was all flustered and wanted to take the opportunity to hook up. However, really do not have the confidence to engage in this in front of Zhou Jialu. Calculated. Alas, who let Jialu's sister born beautiful, and life is good. Oh, envy dead. Chapter 29. Why Subai is qualified to sit beside her? As a car salesman, Zhou Jiadir was quite skilled at driving. The two cars were parked side by side in the underground parking lot of JW Marriott. You don't know, they look quite good together. The C260L is exquisite and the GLE is domineering. Subai put his arm around Zhou Jialu and looked at the two cars, also very satisfied. This car of my senior sister spent a total of 280,000 and drew 8 times cashback. 24 million. Sure enough, schoolmate was his lucky star. It seems that Subai will have to take Zhou Jiadir with him when he encounters a large spending place in the future and needs to draw cashback. Is school sister using the temporary license plate first? Or will you accompany you to the license plate in the morning? Don't you still have a mandatory class? Yes, but you can actually take a vacation. No need, and not in a hurry. You go to class first. I'll just stay in the hotel by myself, play with my cell phone and watch dramas. It won't be boring. Zhou Jiadir started to show her good behavior again. This sense of service was many times better than those celebrities who just knew how to act blindly. Subai nodded with satisfaction and came to Zhou Jialu's ear and said, "Then let's go up first. Senior sister will help me relax, and I'll be ready to go back to school." Nah, Zhou Jiadir answered in a small voice, glancing at Subai's already dumb. "Oh, school brother's talent is also too good. Waiting for his birthday, I'm really afraid that I won't be able to get out of bed because of his tossing." However, for women, this is actually a happy annoyance. Especially after a while, after helping Subai relax, Zhou Jiadir vaguely felt that Subai's strength was somehow stronger than yesterday. Even more so, a wave of anticipation surged up. If this goes on, even if school brother has patience, I'm afraid that I won't be able to wait for my birthday. I won't be able to help but take it a step further with school brother. Alas, if it's really not possible, just let nature take its course. Zhou Jiadir gradually relaxed the restrictions in her heart. Driving back to school, Subai found a parking space in the open-air public parking lot in the south area of Zhangcheng University. Many faculty and staff parked here, including the few students who had their own cars, such as local Shuetao. The dormitory area is to the north, and the place where the classes are held is to the west, all a little distance from the parking lot, about 10 minutes walking distance. There is a shared bicycle, but it does not matter. The physical quality of the body enhanced by the body-strengthening liquid. Stomping on the small bicycle all the way wildly, successfully rushed to the higher math classroom before class. Subai entered the door and looked toward the back of the classroom. Unexpectedly in the last 2 rows, he found his 3 roommates. Unfortunately, it was already full, and his roommates didn't help him take up a seat. As we all know, the last 2 rows of the classroom in the university where the big classes are held, are all feng shui precious land. The farther away from the teacher, the more comfortable. Wang Haoran also saw Subai, and made a certain basketball star's classic gesture towards him, showing his hands, expressing helplessness. WeChat also sent a message. Wang Haoran eating mountain flexible inspiration mushrooms today, silly son. There are only 3 seats left when we come, so you're on your own. Wang Haoran eats flexible inspiration mushrooms from the mountains today. Winged daisy taffy _ big dummy. Crispy big white goose _ middle finger. Subai scanned the entire classroom. It seemed that only the first row still had seats. The problem was that sitting in the first row meant becoming the object of the old professor's interaction and receiving the old professor's flogging. This kind of thing don't. Suddenly, Subai was pleasantly surprised to find that there was still an empty seat in the middle of the classroom. Fixing his eyes on it, ouch, isn't this Chen Yuxing? In a large step classroom, the seats were relatively close to each other. Chen Yuxing's right side is the wall, the left side of the empty seat no one. In the vicinity of the premise of all full, seems very strange. Subai could probably understand the cause of this phenomenon. The oppressive feeling of a high-cold imperial sister school bully. Boy, this class is a freshman's advanced mathematics, which means that those who come to class are basically freshmen, and are generally still in the state of just coming out of high school and having a thin skin. Dare not sit next to Chen Yuxing is normal. Besides, Chen Yuxing didn't have any female friends. At this time, Chen Yuxing also saw Subai. The corner of his mouth hooked up a touch of joyful smile, but he quickly put up his face again. He didn't dare to show too much. However, he expressed himself with his actions. Opening the folded chair beside him, he beckoned towards Subai. Oh, exempt. This action provoked a suppressed murmur. There were a few students who happened to be paying attention to Chen Yuxing, and when they saw that she actually took the initiative to invite the boy who had just entered the classroom to sit beside her, they immediately became nonchalant. No, what is this situation?
Didn't Goddesschen have 2 ears that didn't listen to what was going on outside the window,
and was only interested in reading holy books? Isn't she not close to men and only engages in scientific research? Would she actually take the initiative to invite a boy to sit with her? No, this can't be. I must have been mistaken. However, the truth was a blow to these people's heads. Subai very naturally took a seat beside Chen Yuxing. Immediately afterward, Chen Yuxing came to his ear and whispered, "In the future, in this high math class, you can sit with me. There's usually no one sitting next to me." Good idea. Subai thought it was good, so he wouldn't have to worry about grabbing a good seat. In fact, the middle of the classroom was also good. Sometimes the teacher would take extra care of the godly people in the last 2 rows. It was also considered an anticlimax. There was always a dynamic game going on between teachers and students. Chen Yuxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Subai would refuse, but she so likes to stay with Subai. It feels especially comfortable. She could also secretly chat with him in class, sharing the interesting things she saw on the internet. Chen Yuxing rounded up as a net-addicted girl. In the real world, lack of interpersonal interaction, or, for ordinary interactions, also have no interest. Only Subai is particularly to her liking. And Subai has money. Since her mother is sick, Chen Yuxing more and more recognized the importance of money. In fact, she has long known that money is important. After all, she is only autistic, not stupid. Middle school textbooks have learned the significance of money. Only, in the hospital is easier to intuitively experience the warmth and coldness of the human world. If I become Subai's girlfriend, the money for my mom's treatment will not be a worry at all. My mom will be properly treated, and I won't have to run around for a living. Chen Yuxing's afterglow looked at Subai's upright sitting posture, as well as his sunny and handsome face, and steeply came up with such a thought. Immediately afterward, she gave herself a slap in the face in her heart. What are you thinking about, Chen Yuxing? To fall in love with such a utilitarian goal is a very immoral thing, right? It feels like there won't be a good outcome. Besides, even if she really became Subai's girlfriend, there was no reason to ask him to give out so much money to help cure her mom. Rationally speaking, Chen Yuxing felt that the idea that just popped up was very sandy. But then again, Subai and her were really compatible, at the level of being soulmates. To fall in love with Subai, that would be the level of true love. And it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. The young girl's mind was in a tangle. At the same time, Subai reported to Counselor Charlene on his cell phone, saying that he had returned to class, so that the summer guide could rest assured. Should I say not to say that this counselor is quite serious and responsible, and the management is very loose, which is tight and loose. It is really rare. To be able to run into a reliable counselor is definitely a major benefit for college life. The back of the classroom. Shumingjer stared at his dead fish eyes, staring tightly at Subai and Chen Yuxing over there, a face of lost soul. Incredulously, he opened his mouth and said, "No, this isn't right. Why would Chen Yuxing allow Subai to sit beside her?" Chapter 30, Young couples not allowed to talk to each other in class. For Shumingjer's shock, Wang Haoren was unimpressed. So what? Brother Bai isn't a plague. What's so strange about Chen Yuxing sitting next to him? Brother Haoren, you might not have noticed the details. Shumingjer pushed his glasses, bursting with a wise light. It was Chen Yuxing who took the initiative to invite him over, and after guttering Subai took his seat. Chen Yuxing was still talking in his ear. Gutters Subai. That was too detailed. Wang Haoren was speechless and could only sweat soybeans. Keep your voice down. Don't be crazy here. Shui Tao was embarrassed and upset. If you don't mind being ashamed, we still mind being ashamed. Shui Tao bloated, but couldn't be happy. Although Master Shanghai's deep blow made him look good, Subai did seem a bit close to Chen Yuxing. Shui Tao couldn't help but ask, when did these two people know each other? In Shui Tao's impression, Subai and Chen Yuxing hadn't said a word. Could it be that in an unknown corner, the two had some kind of intersection, some kind of bond? But the problem was that Subai, apart from attending classes, basically just lay in the dormitory playing cell phones and playing games, and wasn't the type to go out and wave around. Chen Yuxing was said to be similar. Dorm room, classroom, laboratory. 3 points in one line. So how exactly did this cross-eyed hotness develop, I want to ask? To be honest, Shui Tao is really sour. Like Chen Yuxing is beautiful and excellent girl. In fact, is Jiangcheng local demolition of the family's only son the first choice to select a partner? But unfortunately Chen Yuxing is too outstanding. Shui Tao do not even dare to delusion. Nor had I heard that Chen Yuxing was on good terms with that boy. It turned out to be Subai who had the fastest progress. This is really hard to accept. Shui Tao admitted. Subai is a bit handsome. The problem is that the male chasing Chen Yuxing, there is no shortage of handsome. In addition, his economic conditions are too shabby. To put it bluntly, may be eligible to receive low-income conditions. Shui Tao at least is also tens of thousands of pocket money every month. Just freshman year on the drive miting. the local four sweets. What exactly is the problem? The said Shuetao although love to show off, but also a bit of brain. No brain cannot get into Jiangcheng University. Thinking about it for a long time, suddenly a light in front of my eyes, and I caught something in the dark. Wang Haoren, is Subai and Chen Yuxing met through playing games? Wang Haoren, who was lowering his head and concentrating on his liver's hand game, was confused. You're asking me? Yeah, don't you usually play with Subai? Not always play together. He rose on his own more often. I still mainly play secondary. Wang Haoren smiled coyly. His meaning was obvious. Don't ask me, don't know meow. Hey, that's weird. In the middle of the classroom, Chen Yuxing was oblivious to the crowd's comments, or rather, didn't care at all. Her mind was on Subai. The entire math class was almost always dwelling on that problem. Ask herself, Chen Yuxing was sure that she liked Subai, but would Subai like her? If she takes the initiative to pursue Subai, and then ask Subai to give her money, Subai will think that she is a gold-digging woman. Right, alas. Chen Yuxing has no experience at all in this area of love, and has never even thought about falling in love. She has been very knowledgeable since she was a child. Studying, fiddling with the computer, single-row rushing segment, going to the B station to watch abstract videos, on the bar to get abstract. Probably too niche a hobby for a girl. Never had any BFFs or anything like that in existence. Boys are holding impure thoughts close to her. Chen Yuxing always harshly rejected, and gradually developed a high cold image, until that day in the cafe, and Subai brain chat a lot, only to be surprised to find that the world actually has a soul so similar to their own. The so-called love at first sight is nothing more than that, but from a practical point of view, is Chen Yuxing really worthy of a relationship with Subai? With her father divorced and running away, and her mother seriously ill and hospitalized, her family is already in shreds. Shang, are you free this afternoon? I'll send you another escort list. Subai's voice interrupted Chen Yuxing's thinking. The latter froze for a moment and suddenly blushed. What did you just call me? I think it sounds better to call Shang. If you are unwilling, there's nothing to be unwilling about. You can call me whatever you want. Really can? Really? Well, after all, we're not that strange and polite. Right, I think we're on the level of soulmates. Soulmate. Chen Yuxing felt that this definition was too ambiguous, but he couldn't muster the strength to refute it. Just acquiesced. Which aspect of companionship is it? Accompany me to buy a computer. We talked before. You said that you have already mapped out the computer city at the south gate of the school. Not only will you not be pitched, but you can also get a lower price than e-commerce. So, help me set up a computer. Play games with, budget well, then the eye of defeat cost effective on it. Mentioning this, Chen Yuxing instantly remembered that she couldn't help but remind Subai because she saw that he was going to buy an unjust kind of computer, and the two of them spoke for the first time. In other words, this was the opportunity for her to strike up a conversation with Subai. Surprised, if you don't count the online accompanying game, the two people's acquaintance was actually Chen Yuxing hitting on Subai. Thinking about it makes me feel so perverted. She is a social terrorist, Maybe this is called the will of God in the underworld. Okay, no problem. Chen Yuxing agreed cheerfully. The pay will be based on accompanying the game, 200 an hour. Since it was a conversation that was not convenient for others to know, and only belonged to Subai Chen Yuxing's two small secrets, Chen Yuxing had a little bit of heartburn, so she stuck very close to Subai, and the two of them were on the verge of getting to the point where they were rubbing their ears together. Ahem. The teacher on the podium couldn't stand it. The young couple on the right side by the window. Pay attention to the influence. Don't talk to each other in class. The classmates urged gossipy gazes to look over. Chen Yuxing was instantly so ashamed that her brain went blank, lowered her head and played with her fingers, not saying a word. From her neck to her ears, she was a bright red, delicate and beautiful to look at. As for Subai, grinning, he apologized. Okay teacher, I know it's wrong. Red Bean Mud Private Marseille. Unashamed look. To put it nicely, he had a sunny personality. To put it harshly, he was pure rolling meat. Perhaps it was because he was shameless that he was able to pick up Chen Yuxing. There were quite a few students who were born with similar thoughts. This scene in front of me, say they are a couple, completely does not contradict Lang talented woman. Moreover, after being named by the teacher, Chen Yuxing didn't draw a line with Subai, but instead waited for the wind to pass, and the two continued to bite their ears. At the back of the classroom, Shumingzhi suddenly struggled to stand up and covered his chest as he stumbled outside. Brother, what's wrong with you? Wang Haoren asked. Going out for air. Heartache. Can't breathe brother. Chapter 31 Chen Yuxing's favorability breaks through 80. Subai has a bold idea. In order to prevent the murder from happening, Wang Haoren was very righteous to accompany Shumingzhi to the infirmary. Looking at his posture,
He was obviously struck by Subai and Chen Yuxing's intimate behavior. If he didn't care about him, he was afraid that something would happen. The young man's body is not a big problem. It's just that the spleen and stomach are a bit weak. Let's stay up late. The school hospital. The doctor smiled and put away his stethoscope, and the hand that took his pulse was also withdrawn. Immediately after that, he added, less Taoism. Shu Mingjie, just to be on the safe side, let's do a blood routine. If it's still uncomfortable, give you a prescription for moxibustion physiotherapy. No problem, then withdraw. Wang Haoren cannot understand. Doctor, you this in the end is Chinese medicine or Western medicine, I want to ask? It does not matter. In any case, Master Shanghai is not in any serious trouble. That is very good. Sitting on the bench in front of the emergency room, Shu Mingjie's eyes were lifeless. Suddenly muttered, on what grounds? Grass. What makes Chen Yuxing so passionate about Subai? Who can say about things like feelings? Don't think so much. Wang Haoren comforted, but in his heart, he was thinking completely differently. He was aware of Bai's hidden strength. Rich, good personality, handsome. This is clearly a good match for Chen Yuxing, I see. Jiangcheng University Southgate, Computer City. The computer city in this era has obviously fallen out of favor. Self-media information is developed. Everyone knows that the ditch traders eat people without spitting bones. Half of the pit for the living. Acquaintances Grand Slam. What i9 level CPU. Military grade motherboards. Server level memory. Blowing up. In fact, all do not know where to find electronic garbage. Assembled into a seemingly high-level computer. Cheating do not know how to do. $600 cost computer. Sell you 5,006. Tearful blood earn 5,000. Nowadays. But wherever the usual brush a little science video, generally will not come to the computer city to be slaughtered. However, Chen Yuxing is an exception. She is very familiar with the principles and market prices of hardware and software. She had also helped Professor Luo with his purchases. So, in turn, you can get cheap goods in the computer city. Simply put, bypassing all levels of agents. The price is a little lower than the e-commerce. It is also Chen Yuxing's skill. No wonder Professor Luo praised this new student is really powerful. That is not powerful. Can write code, can also run procurement? Or a character straight never corruption naive. Subai even suspected that Professor Luo has the suspicion of labor pressure. Therefore, Subai doesn't need to use his brain at all. Following behind Chen Yuxing and enjoying her bargaining. There was no doubt that Chen Shuaba was a social terrorist, but it seemed that when it came to her favorite field of expertise, she had a killer demeanor. From time to time, she twisted her head to ask Subai about her needs, and then negotiated with the boss selling computer parts according to the needs. Soon came up with a whole set of configurations, and the accessories were gathered together and assembled and debugged on the spot in a store that had long cooperated with Professor Luo's lab. Yo, little Chen, this computer of yours doesn't look like it's for the lab. With so many RGB light strips, Prof. Luo can't help but think you guys are playing games in the lab when he looks at it. The boss was an amiable old aunt, commenting sharply while high on melon seeds. It's just for playing games. Matched for him. Chen Yuxing, who was busy, looked up at Subai. The adoration swirling in her eyes was captured by the boss. The boss didn't poke holes in it, but just laughed and sized up Subai. Well, not bad. The young man's plate is beautiful and smooth. If he can afford to buy a few tens of thousands of computers, I guess his family is not bad either. Subai was oblivious to the boss's attention. He was concentrating on watching Chen Yuxing install the computer. Quite skillful. Anyway, it was better than Subai. For that matter, it must be pure modesty for her to say that she was not good with her hands. Or perhaps in comparison, her skills in other areas are more powerful. The so-called can't, just compared to herself. What are you always looking at me for? It's fun to see you installing computers. To be honest, I never thought I'd be assembling a computer with any girl before I met you. It's cool, alright. Cut the crap and come over here and give me a hand. The two worked together to disassemble the partitions. Screw and screws and such. Fingers inevitably rubbed and touched during the period. An ambiguous atmosphere gradually brewed. Chen Yuxing's head, on the other hand, kept pondering over Subai's words. Looks like, in Subai's eyes, she is also a special existence. Soon, the computer was loaded and lit up. Then came the installation of the system and related drivers. Everything is ready. It is time to run a score to test the strength of this computer. The score that came out was higher than Subai expected. Subai was slightly puzzled by this, and Chen Yuxing explained, I set a set of overclocking parameters for you, which will give better performance than the standard parameters. Sounds very dangling. It shouldn't explode, right? No, there's a huge surplus of power and cooling. It's definitely pressurized. After all, your budget has been stretched to the limit, and I've gotten you the best pieces. Chen Yuxing was very sure of himself. At that time, the eye of defeat that Subai wanted to buy was about 70,000 to
100,000.
Chen Yuxing said that its cost effective was not good,
and as a result, the set that was matched out for Su Bai, the whole $100,000, was also quite outrageous, but it is true that the performance is more powerful. The appearance also looks good, rich in technological aesthetics. Absolutely is a man's dream game host. Su Bai paid the money, found a paper box with plastic foam, loaded up to carry the computer to the car. Very heavy desktop host, was Su Bai on the shoulder but light as nothing. He then carried a top panel to build a monitor, keyboard, headphones, mice and other peripherals, all complete. A whole set down, spent more than $100,000 and returned about $500,000. Where to go now? Chen Yuxing asked. It should not be the dormitory. The power supply of this set, the dormitory that little power limit cannot hold up, that's for sure. I recently stayed in a hotel near the school. Pull it directly to the hotel. When I find a place to live for a long period of time, I'll ship it again then. Oh, Chen Yuxing immediately thought that the hotel where Su Bai was staying was definitely not simple either. Sure enough, the car drove to the JW Marriott. Chen Yuxing knew this hotel brand and knew that it was expensive. However, when she followed Su Bai into the Riverview suite, she didn't feel much for the grandeur inside. This was in stark contrast to Zhou Jiaolu. After all, Chen Yuxing was not interested in these luxurious materialistic desires. She cared about other aspects. If a bunch of computing cards for AI research were placed in the room, perhaps Chen Yuxing would be as excited as Zhou Jiaolu was when she walked in. After helping Su Bai set up his computer, Chen Yuxing realized with hindsight that she was actually alone with Su Bai in the hotel room he had opened. In this regard, Chen Yuxing had always been very wary and would never be alone with a man in a closed space. But with Su Bai in a piece is so natural, vigilance is completely absent. Chen Yuxing was all about rigorous logic, and analyzing this phenomenon proved that Su Bai's position in her heart was already more than just a friend, or as Su Bai said, soulmate. Alas, already, hopelessly in love with him. Chen Yuxing thought grudgingly. Ding, ding, detected that S-Class goddess Chen Yuxing's favorability towards Su Bai exceeded 80 points. Intimate relationship binding successful. Reward draw once. Now, spending money for Chen Yuxing to satisfy her indulgent thoughts will also earn the host 10 times cashback. Oh, this one also broke through 80 points? In fact, Su Bai was not surprised by this. After all, he also felt, from the bottom of his heart, that he and Chen Yuxing were very close. Only, for this kind of self-esteem super strong, family situation seems to have a hidden girl, cannot rush, to slowly strategy. As a result, he was actually moved so quickly, and it became a bitter and passionate love. So Su Bai followed the guidance and said, Shang, I have a bold idea. Chapter 32, A young girl's shyness is worth 1,000 words. What are you going to do? Chen Yuxing instantly tensed up. Subconsciously, she took half a step backward, her hands grasping the side of her long chiffon skirt. Well, if Su Bai really made excessive demands on her, in fact, it wasn't impossible to consider it. The girl's head was flooded with strange and bizarre counterintuitive thoughts. However, the next moment, Su Bai was the one who spoke words that were completely unexpected by Chen Yuxing. Why don't we upgrade your equipment as well, so that when you hack with me in your dorm room, it's also more comfortable? Is this a bold idea? What's wrong? Nothing. Chen Yuxing was inexplicably a little irritated, biting her lip. Foolishly, it was angry at herself for why she was thinking crookedly. The other person, Su Bai, was clearly super decent. So what do you think? Open Jingdong, pick a computer. Dormitory power limit with desktop is definitely not suitable, and you also need portability. Well, don't say you don't need it. Still the same sentence. I am to satisfy my own emotional value. Think about it. If you are lagging while playing games with me, I will be very upset, right? Isn't that the reasoning? The reasoning was right, but what Chen Yuxing was entangled in was actually not this aspect. Seeing the way Su Bai was very sincere about choosing a computer for her, Chen Yuxing couldn't hold back her small mind and blurted out, Su Bai, are you not fond of hacking with me in the couple's private room? Su Bai froze. What does this have to do with the couple's private room? Then if you change my computer, doesn't that mean you want me to try to play with you in the dorm and don't want to see me offline? Goddamn, don't want to see you. What kind of top understanding is this? Su Bai laughed. You're not free to come to the site every day to play with me. Isn't this so that you can have good equipment to use anytime, anywhere? That computer of yours has quality control problems. The after-sales service doesn't give a replacement. Sometimes inexplicably stuck a bit. This is what you said to me yourself. Wait, Shang, you mean, you actually prefer to open a couple's private room with me? The corner of Su Bai's mouth hooked up in a meaningful smile. Looking at Chen Yuxing's body was uncomfortable. Dropping a sentence, there's something else. I'm leaving first. She fled JW Marriott's Riverview suite in a sorry state. Goo. Not bad. Chen Shuebo shy little look. The shyness of a young girl is better than all the words on earth. This sentence, Subai got an extremely deep understanding in Chen Yuxing's body. Schoolmate, I'm back. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the graceful Zhou Jia deer once again appeared in front of Subai. At this time, not too much time had actually passed from Chen Yuxing's escape. Zhou Jialu went back to school in the afternoon to go to class. Is the previous failed subjects? Stay to the senior year to repeat. Some teachers were watching the students who were repeating their studies closely, so they had to go. Subai took advantage of this time gap, not letting the Chen Yuxing and Zhou Jialu meet thing happen. There is a timing. It looks like the operation is superb, but in reality, it is blindfolded. Subai didn't even know these two were roommates. Zhou Jiadir didn't talk to Subai at all about who her roommate was. Subai's knowledge of the goddess dormitory was limited to Lu Yuan and Chen Yuxing. Seeing that there was an additional arrogant-looking computer in the Riverview suite, Zhou Jiadir asked curiously, Junior, did you go to buy a computer this afternoon? Well, I got a computer that I'm very satisfied with. Then playing games must be very cool, but unfortunately I don't know how to play games. If you don't mind, you can teach me. As soon as Zhou Jiadir saw Subai, her whole body stuck to Subai, like some kind of parasitic mollusk. She still seemed to enjoy teasing Subai, and liked to see Subai having trouble holding himself back because of her charm. Subai keenly perceived this. It seems that school sister was like this before, longing for her charms to be recognized, but in her bones she was a very conservative and self-respecting and self-loving woman. That's why some people say she burns. Only now, the object of seeking recognition was firmly locked in Subai alone. That feeling of happiness, it was self-evident. So Subai enjoyed another wave of services from his schoolmates. Refreshed, he lay on the sofa and opened a bottle of drink taken from the hotel room refrigerator. Zhou Jialu was resting there studying the Evian mineral water packaged in glass bottles, which always appeared in all kinds of literary works showing luxurious life. It comes in a 330 milliliter gift pack, priced at 200 yuan a bottle. If you want to say how it tastes, it's really good, but is it really worth the money? It's hard to tell. Almost tired of being bored, the two of them went downstairs and found a Cantonese restaurant in the neighborhood to eat. The food in the past 2 days was a bit greasy, so they had to change their tastes. Although the system would eliminate the negative effects of indulgence for Subai, the taste buds would still tend to taste more different cuisines. Well, it is actually Subai likes to wave. Foodies are like this, rich people want to taste everything. When eating, Chen Yuxing sent a cat probe expression. Subai also does not force more, directly told her, 8 o'clock in the evening to fight. According to Subai's estimation, at 8 o'clock, the older sister will definitely go back. Sure enough, less than 7:30 Zhou Jialu said to go back to the dormitory and girlfriends chat. Withdrawn. Mainly afraid to stay late, they are lazy, don't want to go, and then go along with the schoolmate. Subai took a bath and went online at 8 o'clock on time. Today's Chen Yuxing in the game is relatively silent, even did not open the free mic, just occasionally briefly open the mic to say a word, obviously still in a state of autism. This is very normal. According to the system, Chen Yuxing has completely heart to Subai, her kind of character of the girl. After the heart, the whole mental state is bound to experience a strong baptism. Just give her some time. There's a saying that good food isn't afraid to be late. Chen Yuxing this kind of Subai is really like. The 2 hours of accompanying play ended, and just after exiting the game, Chen Yuxing said on WeChat, Yuxia, are you angry? Crispy big white goose, no. Yuxia, oh. Yuxia, I'm not angry either. Yuxia, well, I'm not angry from start to finish today. I just have a bad throat, so I talk less. Puff pastry goose, understood, goose underscore cheers. Puffy big white goose, gave you an order ROG gun got 8+. Address fill in the distance from your building closer to the rookie station. Tomorrow morning should be on the arrival. Received a text message to remember to go to get it. Rain break, aha, rain break, thank you. It should be said that the aesthetics of the two are indeed heartfelt. Although Chen Yuxing verbally declared that the ROG brand has a high premium, but in fact it is precisely this laptop that Subai is now buying for her. And during the summer vacation, Chen Yuxing had been eyeing it for a long time, but it tops out at more than $30,000. There's no need to spend this wasted money. It's only right to have money to save for your mom's treatment. Subai really treats her very, very well. Plus when Subai flirted with her in the hotel in the afternoon, it was obvious that Subai was aware of Chen Yuxing's feelings. How do I feel that this man has a scum flavor? Well, but, really like him. Chen Yuxing silently spat, holding her cell phone and going to bed to chat with Subai. At this time, the goddess dormitory had a rare full complement of 4 members. In addition to the 2 goddesses who had gotten entangled with Subai, and Lu Yuan who had gotten entangled with Subai's roommate, the 4th member was Jiang Qiuzheng from the Department of Broadcasting and Hosting. Chapter 33 The Subai you mentioned, is that Subai?
Jiang Qiujing is not tall, but has a doll-like delicate and beautiful face,
enough to arouse any man's protective desire. As a result of practicing dance since childhood,
Jiang Qiuye's demeanor has some more graceful charm.
Petite and delicate slender body, chest hill size is not big, with the overall temperament but especially charming. So, not just a pure type of goddess,
but the most popular pure lust system now.
First love face white thin young. When classmates mention Jiang Qiuzhan,
similar words would always appear. Her face is always hung with a smile full of vitality, knitting her brows and smiling, a sense of girlhood,
like a dainty elementary school girl who traveled from an island anime. In fact, of these three goddesses in the goddess dormitory,
Jiang Qiujing had the most suitors.
Chen Yuxing was too cold,
and Zhou Jiadir was too hot. There was a feeling of being difficult to manage.
Only Jiang Qiuzhan, even the most ordinary boys couldn't help but fantasize.
What if schoolgirl Jiang uncovered his inner beauty and created a spark in his heart?
At this time, Jiang Qiuzhan had just finished participating in club activities.
It is reasonable to say that the clubs of Jiangcheng University only start recruiting after the end of the National Day holiday.
But Jiang Qiuye is an art student. Following the broadcast hosting department of the schoolmates will mix into the animation club.
Mainly engaged in amateur dubbing work, the popularity of the work is very high.
Aya, so tired oh. Ha, what smells so fragrant? A JK uniform pleated skirt.
Stepping on the slope-heeled small leather shoes into the house,
Jiang Qiuzhan was attacked by the rich aroma of food. Lu Yuan said, "School sister brought food back again. Come and share together." Wow, school sister is so nice. She just brought us snacks yesterday.
Aha, this time it's fried goods, using special healthy cooking oil.
It's not easy to gain weight after eating it.
Zhou Jiadir slightly with a bit of bragging.
After all, like yesterday's dim sum,
belongs to the local popular net red store in Jiangcheng recently.
The price is not affordable to the average student.
Now she is considered developed.
Monthly pocket money of 100,000 yuan.
And Su Bai to buy her a variety of expensive luxury goods. Often bring some small snacks to bride roommates.
Make good relations, is supposed to. After all, people will always be jealous, and jealousy brews for too long, and it is easy to form malice. People with high emotional intelligence, on the other hand, were good at dissolving malice into nothing. Then I won't be polite. Thank you, senior sister.
Jiang Qiuzheng's mouth was also gluttonous, but she was very concerned about keeping her body in shape,
and generally didn't dare to indulge at night.
And this that school sister Zhou had bought was just right for her.
Don't say, although it is a low-fat approach, the flavor is not bad. In fact, she has long wanted to taste, but that store is a little far from Jiangcheng University,
in the more busy commercial district side,
and is really expensive.
For example, the fried mushrooms, this very common ingredient,
in a normal store,
would only sell for $12 a bag, but this store wanted 58.
Then again, in Jiang Qiuye's impression since enrollment,
Sister Zhou actually spends money quite frugally.
How did she suddenly change her style? Thinking in her heart, Jiang Qiuye's face did not show any emotion. Occasionally, some girls would slander her,
saying that this new school flower girl was a green tea.
However,
most of the students felt that she was very nice.
After all, Jiang Qiuzhan didn't hang on to any boys either. In reality,
it was only because Jiang Qiuye's mind was deep enough to be too lazy to play those ordinary green tea tricks.
She wasn't an ordinary green tea. She had far-reaching plans.
So, until she meets a man who is truly worthy of a strategy,
Jiang Qiuye has to maintain her persona. Pure desire system second dimension beauty girl. At this time, Lu Yuan said with a gossipy face, "Qiuyan, let me tell you,
our sister Zhou has already found a man of her choice."
Sister Zhou is actually in love.
Jiang Qiuye was surprised.
Well, met a special favorite.
It's kind of love at first sight.
Speaking of love at first sight, Chen Yuxing, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but glance this way. What a coincidence.
She also fell in love at first sight. It seems that the recent luck of the guys in the dormitory is good.
Qiuye, look,
this LV bag is what Jia Lu's boyfriend bought for her.
Wow, it's so pretty. It shouldn't be cheap, right? Jiang Qiuye looked like she was innocent and ignorant, completely unaware of luxury goods. Well, it fit her usual carefully crafted persona. In fact, inside, she had already started screaming. Louis Vuitton x Takashi Murakami co-branded collection Speedy Bandolier 25. Whether it's the value, the rarity, or the price of the bag itself, it's a young woman's dream come true. And when Lu Yuan said the price of 160,000 yuan for this bag, Jiang Qiuye appropriately displayed the emotion of shock. Her eyes rounded and her eyelashes flickered. Geez, senior sister, your boyfriend is too good to you too. Is pretty good to me.
Zhou Jiadir was a little embarrassed by the compliment. If they knew that for the same price bag, Subai had bought her 3 in one breath and spent more than $500,000, they must not be scared to death.
There was one thing to say, Subai's financial power was indeed quite exaggerated, fully satisfied Zhou Jialu's vanity.
It also made her identify more and more how correct her choice was. Only knowing each other for a few hours, she offered her first kiss to Subai.
It sounds a little too flattering, but for a man as outstanding as Subai, a girl should be flattered. The three girls chattered and discussed. Chen Yuxing watched in silence. She actually couldn't understand why a bag could be worth so much money. It felt like a pure IQ tax. However, such outrageous spending habits made Chen Yuxing inexplicably think of Subai. If Subai had bought her a bag, she would have preferred not to have it and replaced it with a graphics card. Bah! What's Subai to buy her bags? They are now. Well,
is the relationship of soulmates?
Is not a couple. Read this.
Chen Yuxing opened Jingdong and searched the interface of that $30,000 laptop.
Tomorrow we'll be able to get your hands on it. Thinking about it is still beautiful, because for all kinds of electronic products, she is really like.
If it wasn't for having to pay for her mom's treatment, Chen Yuxing would definitely want to buy all kinds of electronic products if she had money on hand,
and toss them around in the dormitory. Senior sister, when will you bring us to meet your boyfriend? Lu Yuan asked. She was really curious as to what divine hero actually looked like. Let's wait until we have the chance later. We're not stable yet, and he's also relatively low-key, doesn't like to flaunt it around. Oh, I see. The school sister is afraid that there are so many beautiful women in our dormitory.
After seeing them and she snatched her boyfriend.
What? Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Jialu blushed. Jiang Qiuye flirted. Don't worry about it, senior sister. We're all good girlfriends. We definitely won't snatch it from you. That's right, senior sister. You're just measuring the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. Lu Yuan also smiled and said, I already have a boyfriend.
Xiaodia schoolmate doesn't intend to fall in love for the time being.
As for Yuxing schoolmate, she has Subai. Me?
Suddenly being abducted by her roommate.
Chen Yuxing was a bit confused and immediately denied. I'm not. I don't have a. I'm just an ordinary friend with Subai. Well, what happened again that I don't know? Jiang Qiuzheng was a bit excited. Could it be that the cold and icy school bully, Chen Yuxing, was also getting off the hook? Today when Yuxing was in class, she sat with a boy. This is something unprecedented. I've heard it from the computer department. Wow, looks like there's a situation.
There's no situation.
Don't listen to their nonsense. Chen Yuxing defended in a raw manner,
then burrowed into the quilt and closed herself up.
At this time, Zhou Jiadir's face was slightly changed, pretending to ask carelessly, the Subai you guys are talking about. Which Subai is it? Chapter 34, Sister Jealousy. Subai, that's the freshman in the same class as Yuxing, Lu Yuan said. She didn't notice Zhou Jialu's abnormality. However, Zhou Jialu's heart was thumping violently when she just heard Lu Yuan mention Subai's name. She only knew that Subai was a freshman in the computer science department, but she didn't know that Subai and Chen Yuxing were in the same class. What's more, she didn't know that the two were close enough to sit together in class. According to reasoning, normally, sitting together in class doesn't mean anything. They are all college students. They aren't school children who are up in arms when they see boys and girls walking together. The problem was that Chen Yuxing was not an ordinary person. She had always kept her distance from any boys. Plus, when Subai was mentioned just now, Chen Yuxing's shyness was visible to the naked eye. No, not to mention visible to the naked eye, visible to the blind eye. A blind man came and saw it clearly. It was reasonable to say that Subai was very low-key in school. Maybe there were girls who would approach him because of his face value. But Chen Yuxing didn't look like the kind of person who was simply a brainless face controller. Could it be that Chen Yuxing had also discovered Subai's multiple wealth and billions? This kind of thing don't Zhou Jialu's heart set off shockwaves. Very bad taste. But she didn't ask anything more. It would be too obvious if she said it out loud. She didn't want the people in the school to know for the time being that her boyfriend was Subai. Hey, that's Subai. Although it looks like his family is quite poor, but the person is really handsome. If only my boyfriend Shuetao is also that handsome. Lu Yuan continued to spit out. Shuetao is not only ugly, but also has a bad personality. I didn't just look at Subai a little more when I was eating in the cafeteria. Look at how irritated he is. So unhappy. Jiang Qiuzhen was unsure. Subai and Shuetao seems to be the same dormitory, right? Right. There is also a rich boy, also from the computer department. Chu Mingzhi, also in that dormitory. He is from Mordor. Hey, Qiu Dai is not interested? Ha, senior sister. I don't have any plans to fall in love for the time being. Zhou Jiadir pretended to be playing with her cell phone already, and perked up her ears to listen to the conversation between the two of them. It turns out that Lu Yuan's boyfriend is Subai's roommate. It's also good that in the future, she can sidestep information about Subai from Yuan.
What made Zhou Jiadir laugh and cry was that Lu Yuanyuan seemed to be a fan of Subai's face, babbling on and on about how tall and handsome Subai was, which was also absolutely brilliant. It seems that in this dorm room, except for the outsider Jiang Qiuye, the remaining three are all favorably disposed towards Subai. Zhou Jiadir vaguely smelled the flavor of smoke. After a while, no one spoke in the goddess dormitory for the time being. Jiang Qiuzhen climbed into her own bed and pulled the bed curtains. After entering solitude mode, her pretty face, which was full of energy, was suddenly colored with a layer of shade. Will you really be good with Chun Yushin? The next day, early morning, Subai was dazed and confused when he heard the sound of someone swiping the door card to enter the house, followed by the familiar aroma of his schoolmate. Good morning, my elementary school brother. Opening his eyes, Subai saw Zhou Jiadir's near, charming face. After a shallow kiss, Subai opened his arms and lifted the comforter. Zhou Jiadir smoothly drilled in and lay in his arms. School sister today wearing a very refreshing t-shirt and denim A-line skirt. Is female college students in this Jiangchun late summertime. Very classic dress, but her body is too good. Just ordinary slim fit model t-shirt. Will be that full presence and the contrast is particularly slim waist. Set off the blood boiling. This early in the morning indeed is a little difficult to top. Zhou Jiadir was hugged by him for a while, naturally felt it, and slyly smiled and giggled. Schoolboy, do you want to help? 2. Details omitted. Subai washed in the spacious and luxurious bathroom. Refreshed. Through the reflection of the mirror, he saw Zhou Jiadir leaning against the bathroom door and looking at him. So he asked, does schoolmate have something to say to me? Gu, you're so smart. School brother, if you have something to say, it's fine. In front of me, school sister doesn't have to be formal. Well, then let me ask you, do you know Chen Yusheng? Recognize played the game with her. Subai frankly said, she and I live in the same dormitory. Hey, that's right, it's worthy of being a goddess dormitory. So that means that when she was hacking with Chen Yusheng last night, the senior sister was actually in her neighborhood? Ghost. Thinking like this felt like a kind of inexplicable bandwagon. Subai was very clear that he was not a dedicated man. After binding the divine hero system, it even activated his harem instinct. Wiping his freshly washed face clean, Subai looked at Zhou Jiadir playfully, waiting for his schoolmate to continue speaking. Subai looked embarrassed, but Zhou Jiadir still cannot help but want to say the words out. Had to drill into his arms again, rubbing against his body. With a petulant tone of voice, school brother wants to play games to bring a sister. In fact, I can also school brother like to play the game. I can learn it. Mom look at this service attitude. Those girls who find a boyfriend and then restrict each other from playing games just because she herself doesn't like to play. Come on, learn from Zhou Jiadir. Subai cheerfully said, I'm touched that you have this realization. The problem is that things are not what you think at all. Playing with Shang Shang, it's not me bringing my sister, it's her bringing me. She's especially good at playing games. Zhou Jialu even saw worship in Subai's eyes. It was also true that boys would all worship girls who played games well, right? Not to mention that Chen Yusheng was so good looking and was also a school bully. Especially Subai's name for Chen Yusheng was actually Shang Shang. The goddess dormitory's roommates didn't even call her that intimately. What? Is senior sister jealous? Well, a little bit. Only a little bit of jealousy. Zhou Jiadir's side face pressed against Subai's chest. Her tone of voice carried a trace of melancholy. However, before Subai said anything else, she raised her head again, her beautiful eyes gently like water looking at Subai. In fact, I have long been psychologically prepared. Like school brother, such an excellent man. How can there be only one woman? I just hope, in the heart of the school brother, to occupy a unique position. Pack unique. School sister, you are my first love. Really? Really? First love. First kiss. Our school sister. Subai suddenly remembered what? Laughed, and the first time that what is that thing? Only to see Subai take out his cell phone and open the jitterbug to show Zhou Jiadir the history. Sister is the first beautiful blogger I paid attention to on Shake Tone, although at that time, the personal number of the sister, the popularity is still very low. After all, the sister is just a normal sharing of life, and occasionally shoot a few dancing videos. The degree of rubbing is very low, but I was young at that time. I don't know why I felt that the school sister was particularly attractive. So, against the school sister's video, for the first time in my life, I made a mistake. Subai's sincere self-explosion. Hearing Zhou Jiadir dumbfounded, her face reddened. Only after a long time, did she stumble and open her mouth. School brother, why are you so bad? That's why the destiny between school sister and I can be said to be predestined by heaven. I am school sister's ideal type, and school sister is also my, this seems like it's not quite appropriate to call it a white moonlight. Subai pondered for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he thought of a very appropriate saying. School sister, is my time moonlight. Nasty. Joja dear was thoroughly amused by Subai, laughing and making a mess with Subai. When she came back to her senses, she had already been carried to the bed by Subai. The two of them stared at each other from close range, and then unanimously exuded sweet smiles. It's so good to meet you. Chapter 35, Subai is really giving too much. School brother, what is today's arrangement? After getting tired for a while, Joja dear asked. Subai thought for a while and said, there's nothing to arrange today. It depends on the mood. Until tomorrow afternoon there's no need to go back to school. Then what do we need to go back to school next year in the afternoon? There is a class meeting to be held. It should not be long. After the class meeting by the way to eat dinner at school. All this time in between belongs to you. Saying that, Subai pinched the tip of Zhou Jialu's nose. The latter smiled as she obediently pampered herself, whispering, me too. I don't have anything else to do on the weekend, so I'll focus on accompanying you. Good but tomorrow afternoon when I go back to school, senior sister also go back to the dormitory. Don't fall in love and leave out your girlfriends. At that time, people will say that you are light on friends. He. That's not because you're too tempting. As she said that, Joja dear suddenly realized something. Subai asked her to return to the dormitory tomorrow. That is, Sunday afternoon. Meaning, let her stay in the hotel tonight? At once, Joja dear's skin began to burn. There was one thing to say. She did want to stay here, wanted to lie on the same bed with Subai, fall asleep in his arms, and wake up and be able to immediately see Subai's handsome face. A woman who had just fallen in love. Who wouldn't like that? But if she really did that, Zhou Jialu was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist going further with Subai. She still preferred her first time to be on a more monumental day. After thinking about it, Joja dear decided to test Subai's attitude first. School brother, do you welcome me to stay here tonight? Of course I welcome it. I'm definitely happy if you're happy. Subai met her eyes for a moment and suddenly laughed. Senior sister is worried that I can't help my nature and directly take you down? Well, actually I also have a little want to. Lying in Subai's arms, Joja dear's eyes were hazy. If school brother really can't help it, if you want to eat me at any time, it's no problem. That won't do. Have to prepare properly and give school sister a super unforgettable first time, Subai decisively said. Zhou Jialu was a rare high-scoring goddess who was both loyal and considerate to Subai. It definitely had to be grand. Besides, when the time comes to make some big scenes, more whole ceremonies, what play is expensive to choose? Can eat a wave of indulgence return. However, looking at her confused little eyes, it was obvious that she was already a bit unable to suppress her inner emotions. So Subai suggested, the first time is equivalent to war, and before the official war, there can actually be drills. For example, familiarize yourself with the feeling of each other's body, as well as exercise both hands. Not only school sister's hands, but also my hands. The innocent Joja dear was a bit confused as to what it meant. However, in the next second, her body shuddered violently, instantly understanding what Subai was talking about with the maneuver. Showing an angry expression, she was obediently allowing Subai to fiddle with her. All day long, Subai and Joja dear stayed in the hotel, either watching dramas on TV or practicing drills. Joja dear realized that she was a bit addicted. In front of the man she really liked, girls also had that aspect of need. Subai's big hands seemed to have magic power, making Joja dear very popular. If a couple was in a good relationship, it was actually something that pleases each other. Doing it yourself, and doing it for each other for your partner, that was really different. Subai had a deep understanding of this. In the past, he had watched his senior sister's videos and did it himself. Now enjoying his schoolmate's service at zero distance, there was a joy of a youthful dream being realized. The two people are tired of staying indoors, so they go downstairs and stroll around the neighborhood to eat, leisurely and cozy. After eating dinner and wandering around, Subai pulled Zhou Jialu into the Chanel counter again. Buy a few outfits for school sister. At least it must be able to match those bags. Good school brother choose for me. I'll wear whatever school brother likes to see. Joja dear got excited. For her, buying clothes was more interesting than buying bags, because there were more patterns for various matches. Subai, however, shook his head and said, school sister picks. I'm responsible for appreciating just fine, as long as it's what school sister likes to buy. You are so good to me. Hearing Subai's bold statement, Joja dear didn't float and probably had a number in her mind. The price point of the clothes and bag should match. Various styles to pick 4 or 5 sets. A set down tens of thousands to 100,000. Adding up to a budget of between 500 to $1,000,000. She listed the budget on her cell phone memo, and took it to Subai, who nodded with satisfaction. Let's do it. Okay day. Jo Ja-deer joyfully went to pick out clothes. Looking at her leaping figure, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Jo's school sister's spending money was indeed tasteful. This was a good thing. After all, after the binding, the school sister's indulgence was equivalent to Subai's indulgence. Fiercely returning to the present. Don't laugh. Well, spend money is also itself. How many rich tycoon? Spend the money in a variety of upstrange place. Buy things a little beauty. Even spend wrong money. Deep hit money. Such as what sky-high metaphysical ornaments. Sky-high healthcare products. And Jo Ja-deer has another advantage, a sense of proportion. Some girls are insatiable. The man opened his mouth and said just pick. She could not wait to catch the wool gathering. Could not wait to give the wool gathering bald. Jo Ja-lu is not like that. She will take the initiative to figure out Subai's intentions. Not only do not treat herself poorly, but also in line with Subai's psychological expectations. Smart. Living with a smart woman is the enjoyment of God's greatness. Ding. Detected Jo Ja-lu purchasing a set at Chanel, spending a total of about 680,000 RMB, triggering a 9x cashback, rewarding 12 million renminbi. Detected that the host's savings exceeded $10 million, rewarding +1 draws. Subai paid the money for the clothes in one payment, looking for a big cashback multiplier to draw. A wave of fat. The result really didn't let him down. After this consumption, Subai's deposit has exceeded 10 million, and those really top rich cannot be compared. However, for idle freshman students, is already enough to spend the day drunk in assets. After buying clothes, time is not early. Subai returned to the hotel, opened the computer, ready in Chen Yuxing hacking. Subai bought her a new computer. She already got it. The process of opening the box also recorded a small video in the dormitory, from the chat records during the day. Chen Yuxing is very satisfied with this computer and likes it a lot. Obviously before, he also advised Subai not to buy the Eye of Defeat. He had it himself but he was too precious to do so. Sure enough, Chen Yuxing actually likes this brand, just because it is too expensive. So do not force. Oops, how come all the women around us are so understanding? Is schoolmate going to play games with Yuxing? Open mic. I know, I'll be quiet. I won't let Yuxing know that there are other women around you. He. Your awareness is too high. That's of course. School brother, you have spent more than $1 million on me these days. Such a powerful man. Asking for exclusivity is too unrealistic. Anyway, I'm school brothers. Well, Thai moonshine. Ha, I'm already very satisfied, said Jo Ja-lu, gave Subai a fragrant kiss, took the initiative to go into the bedroom and closed the door, letting Subai concentrate on the living room of the Riverview suite, and Chen Yuxing hacking. Subai couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. More than Jo Ja-lu's thoughtfulness. What made him a little surprised was that in just a few days, he had actually already spent $1 million on his schoolmate. Pinching his fingers, it was still true. Bags, clothes, plus a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. $1 million. According to an ordinary person's salary, how long must one save? Zhangqing's university graduates. The common monthly salary is $5,000. The economic situation in these years is not good. The salary increase is slow. According to the average down to 8,000 per month to calculate, plus 2 months of year-end bonus, the annual income of 112,000 yuan. Do not eat or drink, have to save 9 years. Even if it is a 4S store star sales, high commission after the transfer, then at least have to save a 5-year bar. How many 5 years are there in a person's life? Not to mention the most precious years of a girl's youth. With this kind of calculation, it seems not strange that Jo Ja-deer has no problem at all with Subai playing games with other girls. After all, Subai was really giving too much. Chapter 36, sleeping with a girl in my arms for the first time. In the bedroom, Jo Ja-lu's ear was pressed against the doorway, and she could vaguely hear the sound of Subai playing a game outside. It was quite exciting, and completely consistent with how she remembered boys playing games. It seems that elementary school students also have similar aspects to their peers, which can't help but make Jo Ja-lu feel cute. After all, most of the time, Subai seems to have an overly mature and sophisticated personality. Occasionally showing a little bit of juvenile mentality is also quite good. Game this piece. Jo Ja-lu admitted that he is completely compared to Chen Yuxing. Just started school when she knew that the dormitory this Chen schoolmate playing the game is very good. Since this is the case, let Subai play with her well. Do not be too greedy, at least in the dressing, shopping and maneuvering this piece. Jo Ja-deer is confident to take the lead. Shengsheng, you operate so fiercely tonight. It feels like it's a step up from before. After following Chen Yuxing and mixing up 2 more heads, Subai couldn't help but praise. Has it? Chen Yuxing was a bit unsure. She didn't really feel much herself. Yes, it feels like I've already touched the threshold of a bit of a professional player. Maybe it's because of the change of equipment. This computer is really good. It doesn't drop frames at all. and my eyes don't get tired after staring at the screen for a long time. Right, I told you that I have to buy you a good computer. Shang Shang's eyes are so beautiful. If it's because of looking at the screen more myopia, how unfortunate. At this time, Chen Yuxing is playing games in the study room of the female dormitory building 2. Every building in Jiangcheng University comes with a study room, which is overcrowded every time the end of the semester is near the exams. But now that the school year has just started, it's still far from the exams, so there are very few people suitable for Chen Yuxing to play games at night. Hearing Subai compliment her on her good-looking eyes, a shy feeling surged up. Similar meaty words, she had also heard other boys speak, but at that time, she only felt so disgusting. Pure and simple resistance mentality. This time the situation is completely different. Not only do not hate, and even still beautiful, feel very pleased. Subai, like her looks. Well, then, it means that Subai also has that aspect of the idea of her right. Come to think of it, Subai gave her money, said to buy emotional value, but really just that? Among them, there must be a meaning of wanting to tease her as well, becoming a couple with Subai? It's a bit interesting. The corner of Chen Yuxing's lips hooked up into a smile from the bottom of her heart, although she always felt that she was not worthy of Subai because of her condition. But people always have inertia. Recently, when she was working as an escort for Subai, she was earning a lot of money, and there were good things to eat and a good computer to use. Don't even need to worry about financial problems. The high cold school bully is also a human being. There is also inertia. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, and it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Coupled with her and Subai's personality, hobbies fit well. In Chen Yuxing's mind, the idea of plotting against Subai gradually emerged. Tonight's accompanying game played for 3 hours. When she was about to get off the line, Chen Yuxing abruptly said in her voice, Subai, can I not call you Subai and change my name? Can I? What do you want to call me? Subai was a bit puzzled. I'll call you Big White Goose. Ha ha ha, no problem. What? Do you think it doesn't sound good? Good to hear. You know I've always loved creatures like the great white goose. Why? Because white is very beautiful, and the fighting power is super strong. The rural family raised geese. Watching the gate is better than the wolf dog. Oh, then I'll call you a big white goose from now on. After a pause, Chen Yuxing said rather solemnly, good night, great white goose. Then he exited the voice. Subai froze for a moment and shook his head with a smile. Ha Ji Shang. You this guy, as the other me in the world. Subai naturally guessed Chen Yuxing's thought process easily. A unique name meant an increase in intimacy. Since Subai called her Shang Shang, she couldn't call Subai by his ordinary name. For Chen Yuxing, this already seemed to be an active hint. Well, for the little social terror, it was already considered very proactive. Subai was in a good mood, went to the bathroom to take a shower, wrapped in a bath towel and walked into the bedroom, and found Zhou Jiadir leaning back and sitting on the bed to play with her cell phone. Surprisingly, she had already changed into her pajamas. The purple tone of the halter nightgown, charming. The semi-transparent design, hazy and hidden, paired with Zhou Jiadir's bumpy figure. It was simply stunning. What makes Subai unable to move his eyes is that Zhou Jiadir seems to have been ambushed early, and posed in a sexy position on the bed, with watery foxy eyes, blinking towards Subai. Subai was frozen in place for a few seconds, and straightened his chest. Sister, you're so burnt. Egu, what are you saying? Shame on you. Zhou Jiadir was a bit taut and hurriedly burrowed into the quilt. The seductive behavior just now had already consumed a lot of her courage, and it didn't take long to hold out and start being shy again. The main reason was that Subai had just finished showering, his bare upper body, covered only by the bath towel around his waist, exuding a charismatic testosterone odor. The shock that this scene brought to Zhou Jiadir was no worse than the shock that her nightgown gave to Subai. However, how could Subai let her go? Only to see Subai get under the covers with a deft hand and launch an attack. A new round of maneuvers began again. Ding! Detected that the host's maneuvers are too frequent. This is really too indulgent. Even if it's the first time you've fallen in love, such physically damaging behavior is excessive. Rewarded with +1 number of draws. Looking at the system panel, 3 draws had been accumulated. Subai was ready to save up a few more times and find a chance to have a continuous draw and have a blast. At this moment, Subai was holding Zhou Jiadir, who was lying on top of him, and the latter's gasping voice was obviously a bit tired, obviously being tossed around by Subai for a long time. It was already hard to remember how many times it was the maneuver tonight. After all, when a person is having a particularly quick time, their head will be more dizzy. Right now, Zhou Jiadir's entire body was dizzy, crunchy and soft from head to toe. How could this be? Obviously she had also defeated Subai several times in the maneuvers. How did she feel that Subai's energy was not decreasing in the slightest? Instead, she was on the verge of not being able to top it. What she didn't know was that the system would automatically eliminate the negative effects of indulgence for Subai.
That is to say, no matter how much Subai messed around, he could always maintain the best state of energy. Jo Ja-deer's breath was a bit out of breath, as if she was already in a state of complete surrender. As a result, after only a short while, she sensed Subai's full battle spirit. At the same time, she was horrified, but at the same time, she felt a sense of inexplicable pride. School brother, really liked her then. Schoolmate, do you know anything about Chen Yuxing's financial situation? Subai suddenly asked. Haven't talked to her, but as a roommate, usually look in the eyes, more or less guessing. She seems to be very short of money. Right, this thing only we with the dormitory only vaguely feel. Usually she will not show outside. Then what is the reason for her lack of money? It's not clear. We guess it might be that someone in the family is seriously ill, or is in debt. That way. Basically, it was also in line with Subai's guess. Looking at Subai pondering, Jo Ja-deer scolded. School brother, you really are. Hugging me but inquiring about another girl. Scum. You're her roommate. Me finding you to inquire means I trust you. No matter. Scum man. Jo Ja-deer reached out and fluttered gently on Subai with a pouty affectation. Alas, this school sister was really good at pampering. Subai feigned anger and said, it seems that the intensity of the maneuvers is not enough. Don't. Jo Ja-deer hurriedly begged for mercy. I already don't have any strength at all. Oh, school brother, spare me. Do you still call school brother when you beg for mercy? Jo Ja-deer adjusted her emotions before shyly calling out, husband. This cry was really crispy to Subai's bones. Ignoring his schoolmate's pleas for mercy, Subai pulled her through the maneuver once more. Only then was he finally satisfied. This time Jo Ja-deer completely can't top it, vaguely grunted a few times, hugged Subai's arm, and fell asleep in no time, entering a sweet dreamland. It just so happened that Subai was also a little sleepy, so he hugged his sister and closed his eyes. This was the first time Subai had hugged a girl to sleep. The experience was excellent. Chapter 37, Sneakily Buying a Nightgown. Early in the morning, Jo Ja-deer gradually awoke from her tiredness. It was said to be tiredness, but it was actually a relief similar to a big sleep after a sound exercise. Habitually, she rolled around on the bed, but she rolled on top of a warm and sturdy body. There was also that charming testosterone, which instantly made Jo Ja-deer wake up and open her eyes. Come to think of it, I slept with my schoolmate last night. He. Looking at Subai's near face, Jo Ja-deer's face flooded with fondness. Emotions were 1,000 times. Just a week ago, Jo Ja-deer was still worrying about whether she could be converted after graduation, what kind of job she should look for if she was laid off, and whether she wanted to go to graduate school or take the editorial exam. In short, it is all about survival. Jiangcheng University is a 985 university is not false, but the liberal arts marketing majors, the employment situation is actually quite miserable, especially in these 2 years of the situation. The liberal arts counterparts of the position, basically in the vigor of layoffs, not to mention the recruitment of new people. As a result, only after a week, lying in a hotel bed close to 2,000 a night, beside is sleeping soundly, is just met a few days to give her more than $1 million of men. Before she graduated, Zhou Jialu had a limited edition bag worth more than 100,000 yuan, a high-end fashion Chanel suit, and an exquisite Mercedes-Benz C260L. Mom, I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhou Jiadeer was suddenly inexplicably nervous and reached out to pinch Subai's face. Schoolmate, does your face hurt? It's okay, how is it? I suddenly feel too happy, afraid that this is all a dream. Subai, who just woke up, his brain is still not turning fast, froze for a few seconds before he let out a laugh. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? Why are you so cute? Senior sister, ha ha ha. Zhou Jiadeer was so ashamed and angry that she hid under the quilt, and was again molested by Subai lifting the quilt. Playing around, it was natural to move into the morning drill session. Once upon a time, Zhou Jiadeer heard some female friends talking about asking their husbands to hand over food after marriage, and even, some women would cheat because of their lust. At that time, Zhou Jialu felt incredible. That kind of thing, really so attractive? Until now, Zhou Jialu himself experienced the fun, only finally understand, and like people intimate, is really addictive. For a long time, Subai patted the rounded buttocks of the schoolmate who was resting on his body, and joked, "Schoolmate, this nightgown can be fantastic, but I have a doubt. You wear this in the dormitory, don't you feel ashamed to be seen by your roommates?" To know, Zhou Jiadeer was very pure in her bones. A girl that shy, wearing something close to ex-fun clothing like this in her dorm room was unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiadeer guffawed. Of course not, he, secretly telling you, it was actually when I was shopping yesterday. I took advantage of you not paying attention to secretly buy it. Subai was dumbfounded. There is such a thing? Why didn't I notice? At that time, schoolmate, you went to buy ice cream to eat.
I was at the Chanel store, and the store where I bought this nightgown was nearby.
Wow, Subai scared. What a scheming schoolmate. Thinking about it, this setting seemed reasonable.
A luxury store opens up near a luxury store to buy XX underwear. Rich brother buys the sister to play with luxury goods,
and then buys a consumable item for the night along the way. No problem, as long as learning is enjoyable.
Jo Jadir rubbed her face against Subai in a super enamored manner. As they rubbed against each other, the two of them's stomachs began to rumble almost simultaneously.
It was time to order food. Yesterday's dinner wasn't much,
and it was mainly nourishing.
After a few maneuvers,
they took advantage of their sleepiness and went straight to bed,
and didn't eat any late-night snacks.
Subai thought about it and simply ordered that Cantonese restaurant's morning tea takeout.
That is, a combination of various types of Cantonese tea.
Breakfast and dinner were solved together. It just so happened that this restaurant had pig liver soup with wolfberry leaves.
Subai ordered 2 people's portions.
Both himself and his schoolmate needed to make up for it, although the system would eliminate the negative effects of indulgence.
On a psychological level, it always felt like there was a deficit. Besides, choosing nutritious food would always be good for the body. In the afternoon,
Jo Jadir was the first to drive away from the hotel.
Subai had to go back to the class meeting, so naturally she had to prepare.
At least she had to take a shower and wash off the smell on her body that belonged to her,
right? After all,
she had to meet Chen Yuxing, so Zhou Jialu was very good and reserved time alone for Subai. Just after arriving at the underground garage and getting into the Mercedes-Benz C260L,
Zhou Jialu's cell phone rang, and it was a call from her roommate Lu Yuan. Hey, senior sister Jialu, where are you now? I'm still outside.
It shouldn't take long for me to return to school.
What happened? Zhou Jialu heard Lu Yuan's voice was a bit anxious. Fear is that there is an unexpected situation. Sister, do you remember Zhang Kong from the finance department? That's the one who pestered you in the student union. I remember. What happened to him? Last night he didn't know where to pry into the news, knowing that you don't sleep at night, and then he had a seizure, and said that he wanted to meet with you.
I was talking to him on WeChat,
and stabilized him. Originally he wanted to come to our dormitory under the floor, and I said that I would meet with you in a different place.
Well, it is necessary to change a place.
The dormitory floor under the influence is not good.
Zhou Jiadir took a deep breath, barely flustered, and very ably arranged.
Yuan, thank you for helping me. It's been very useful.
This way, you tell him to come to the parking lot in the south area of the school, and I'll meet him there to make things clear.
Okay, senior sister. I'll be right over there as well. Hanging up the phone,
Zhou Jialu shook her head helplessly. Zhang Kong from the finance department was someone she had worked with in the student union, and was considered a colleague for the time being.
This person's family has a little bit of money. The person is quite pretentious. The first time she met Zhou Jialu, that Shibumini's eyes exposed the lewd heart. He kept saying that he wanted Zhou Jialu to be his girlfriend. He brainwashed her that girls should take advantage of their youth to realize their face value capital. The implication is that he, Zhang Kong, is the perfect object to realize. However, Zhou Jialu was very indifferent to him, harshly rejected many times. Zhang Kong is still not dead. This time, I guess he inquired with the girl in the next dormitory,
knowing that she was in love and didn't come home at night.
It is estimated that people were furious. Sure enough,
as Zhou Jialu guessed, when she drove to the school's south parking lot, she saw Zhang Kong standing on the side of the road, with a face of impotent rage,
saying something to Lu Yuan next to her. Lu Yuan's face wasn't good either. After all, she wasn't a vegetarian. How many times have I told you guys? Zhou Jiadir, she just can't find any better than me. Let you guys help keep an eye on her. But as a result, now it's good. Being given. By the trashy little yellow hair that popped out of nowhere. What a waste.
Zhang Kong rubbed his head and fumed.
To Lu Yuan exasperated. No, buddy, you're brain dead, right? What do you mean she can't find one better than you?
You're underestimating our Jialu senior sister too much.
Isn't it? A foreign countryside out. Study is not earn money professional.
And even flunked almost cannot graduate.
These days an ordinary 985 graduates. In Jiangcheng, not even a fart.
Zhang Kong did not hide his contempt.
Like me, this condition
is already willing to seriously end her relationship with the man inside.
The existence of the top match. Know it?
Yes, maybe there are some very rich men who wouldn't mind being short-term lovers with her.
But that nature is completely different. Alas, I am really willing to be with her. Chapter 38. The domineering schoolmate. Subai is her bottom line. Saying that,
Zhang Kong tapped the hood of the car behind him.
Brilliance BMW 320. The color is a bit old. Is his old man eliminated down to pass on to him? But so what? It was a BMW anyways. My father opened the company, the size of hundreds of millions of dollars. In the province have business. I have a BMW to drive as soon as I graduated. Have the ability to buy a wedding house in full. On this condition, Jo Ja dear, she has what can be dissatisfied. Then no one has stipulated that a schoolmate has to like you. Lu Yuan rolled her eyes. This person is also too lowly, feeling that the pattern is no higher than Shui Tao. Alas, it is estimated that Jo Ja dear has temporarily met a handsome guy and was mesmerized by the temptation of male sex. When she really walks on the society and is poisoned by the society for 2 or 3 years, she will know how wrong her choice is, and shouldn't casually hand over her precious first time. Just when Zhang Kong was talking nonstop in a forced manner, a brand new Mercedes-Benz C260L, silky smooth, parked into the parking space next to it. The parking was a bit crooked, but it was done in a single, dashing motion. Afterwards, the car door opened. Jo Ja dear stepped on her high heels and came down, grabbing a pack of toilet paper from the 4S store in her hand, and threw her hand in Zhang Kang's direction. Splat! The toilet paper hit Zhang Kang's face, and since it was one of those hard paper shells with edges, it hurt Zhang Kang so much that he wailed. Where did the brainwashed come from? What does it have to do with you as to who I'm willing to be with and who I'll give my first time to? Jo Ja dear came over in a domineering manner, pointing at Zhang Kang's nose and cursing. You're just a wild dog on the side of the road. Usually I'm too lazy to pay attention to you when the dog barks twice, but as a result, you stomped on my nose, and you still want to affect my normal life, don't you? Crawl for me. Zhang Kong was scolded and shrank his neck. After all, it was a woman who could keep her body in the position of 4S sales, and never even be taken advantage of, and if she wanted to do that, it was impossible for her character not to be shrewd. Gentleness, that was reserved for the husband. Against such a mangy dog, that was to be fought hard. Zhang Kong, who was shocked by Zhou Jialu's temperament, froze for a while before coming back to his senses and said incredulously, Zhou Jialu, you dare to hit me? The one who hit is you. Let you grow a long memory. In the future, roll far away from me. Come back to harass me. You come once, I hit once. Oh, you poor bastard from the countryside. Who gave you the courage to be wild? Believe it or not, I'll find a relationship, so that you can graduate difficult? Seeing that Zhou Jialu did not give him any face at all, Zhang Kong broke his defense, completely tore his face, and even began to threaten in an icy tone. Zhou Jialu is completely not false. Sneered, who do you think you are? Have a few stinking money, marvelous? Open a broken second-hand BMW. Nostrils are going up to the sky. Really think you are what character? Said Zhou Jiadir, lifted the LV handbag in her hand and shook it in front of him. Your car is now taken to be sold. It can't be exchanged for this bag of mine. Ha ha, you're dreaming. The smile on Zhang Kang's face suddenly solidified, because, upon closer inspection, he realized that this bag looked a bit familiar. Instantly, he recalled that when he was flirting with the girls at the bar last month, a young lady from the Atmosphere group had mentioned this bag. Later on, Zhang Kang asked that young lady to go out shopping, and the young lady even took him to the LD counter to see it. It was exactly the same as the one in front of him. Zhang Kang's first reaction was, a goods, absolutely fake. However, in looking at the clothes Zhou Jialu is wearing, a full set of Chanel, and are designed very good. Not college girls love face to buy the kind of basic models. His heart suddenly thumped. Could it be that the boyfriend Zhou Jiadir found is actually a very powerful one? Immediately after, Zhou Jiadir pointed to the Mercedes-Benz behind her and said, including this car, it's also the boyfriend who bought it for me. Ha ha, bought you a car? I think it's a car that's listed under the company's name, so I'll lend it to you for the time being. Zhang Kong was still talking tough. Don't believe me, right? Come on, let's give you a long look at what a real rich buddy's way of picking up girls is. Zhou Jiadir took out the big green book from the car, and on the title deed, her name was clearly written. When the big green book was thrown in Zhang Kang's face, his expression was completely gray. Now, it was impossible to believe it even if you wanted to. Zhang Kang's heart was horrified. No, what kind of road is this? A $300,000 car, bought just like that. Zhou Jialu has been single before. This boyfriend talk should not be long. Car, clothes, bag. This set of clothes alone is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not surprising that you can get a girl if you spend so much money. If Zhang Kong dared to steal his parents' money to do so, he would probably be killed. At this moment, Zhang Kang's face changed rapidly. Frustration and jealousy intertwined. Gritting his teeth, he said, Zhou Jialu, I really wasn't wrong about you. You're just a gold digging. The reason why you don't care about me is entirely because I'm not rich enough. Then what? What Zhang Kong never expected was that Zhou Jiadir didn't let his bad words break her defense at all, and frankly said, I'm just a gold digging, but I'm very dedicated to my husband. I don't screw around, I don't cheat, and I don't keep fish, but it's you. Zhang Kong, do you think that I don't know about it? Play ambiguous with the subordinate of the student union, and go to the bar to find someone to date. I think you are the, don't show up in front of me again. I'm not interested in you. The BMW seat you're so proud of can't even compare to the mobility scooter my husband casually bought me. If you keep pestering, my husband won't sit back and watch. Oh, you know, his temper is much grumpier than mine. After saying that, Zhou Jiadir no longer paid attention to Zhang Kong and turned around to get into the car in a dashing manner. Zhang Kang's face turned white, but he didn't dare to retort at all. Zhou Jialu's words reminded him, a man with such a strong capital. The energy behind him was naturally not to be underestimated. Perhaps if people moved their fingers, Zhang Kang's family's business would be affected. Thinking about this, Zhang Kong immediately withered, his back breaking out in a cold sweat. In his heart, the idea of wanting to retaliate against Zhou Jiadir had just arisen, but it was also quickly extinguished. Not daring to make a move again. Just kidding, for a woman to make the family business are lost, not cost-effective. Rather, Zhou Jiadir chose to let him off the hook instead of letting her man clean up Zhang Kong, already giving face. Compared to a real godly tycoon, Zhang Kong was just a small karami. Having assets of over $100 million sounded impressive. In fact, some people have counted that for the bosses in the traditional manufacturing industry. With 100 million in assets, most of the boss's annual income is between 1-3 million. Compared to ordinary wage earners, it is definitely much stronger. The problem is, people Zhou Jiadir's boyfriend just fell in love and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for her, and the boss's annual income, but also consider the maintenance of human contacts, living expenses, children's education investment, Linlin total deduction, can casually spend the free money? And not so much. In short, Zhou Jiadir's boyfriend belonged to an existence that Zhang Kong could not defeat even if he tried his best. Damn it, I thought I was already the best among her suitors. Who knows how suddenly. At the same time, Lu Yuanyuan also followed closely behind and got into Zhou Jialu's car. The car started and drove towards the outside of the campus without any speed. Phew, Zhou Jiadir took a long breath, and after calming down, she resumed her usual enthusiastic and lively appearance. Let the school sister look at the joke. Tonight I invite you to dinner. The delicious food near the school. Take your pick. Thank you, school sister, Lu Yuanyuan happily said, then revealed an expression of adoration. School sister was so domineering just now. Too powerful. If I were to be harassed by Zhang Kang's kind of difficult guy, I wouldn't know what to do. Alas, this person is quite annoying. His family has a little bit of money, and mixes with the student union, and will flatter the teacher. If it were an ordinary girl, and there was no one to back her up, it would really be very troubling. Zhou Jiadir analyzed. Then a happy look spread on her face. Fortunately, I have an awesome boyfriend. He is my backbone. Chapter 39, How to Bind Subai for Life. What Zhou Jialu said might be a bit snobbish, but it was the truth. Walking in this society, money is your bottom line. On the way out, Zhang Kang's face, why was there an element of fear? Of course it was because of the financial power Zhou Jiadir's boyfriend had shown, which made him fearful. In fact, Zhou Jiadir didn't know what exactly the background of Subai's family was, but it could definitely crush Zhang Kang's dream as all. Ever since she received Lu Yuanyuan's call, how to deal with today's events had already been mapped out in Zhou Jialu's head. This time, Zhang Kong must be completely scared off, eliminating the possibility of him finding trouble in the future. Otherwise, Zhou Jiadir herself would feel annoyed, and Subai would also be annoyed, because if this kind of thing upsets Subai, then accordingly, it would lower the evaluation of her in Subai's mind. This evaluation was mainly about dealing with people. Rich people are not cuties either. For a girl's emotional intelligence, it was highly valued. Zhou Jialu, but she wanted to be bound to Subai for life, to stay by Subai's side for a lifetime, to enjoy glory and wealth. If she can't even solve the harassment of a Zhang Kong independently, then what qualifications does she have? Then what qualifications did she have to enjoy Subai's favor for a long time? Although Zhou Jialu's face and figure were top-notch, the problem was that pure vases were not a scarce resource in this world. What was truly scarce was the likes of Subai, young, golden and handsome, and even that aspect of the capital R. Fortunately, this time, the matter was quickly and properly resolved. Zhou Jialu cannot help but be a little smug, really often participate in a variety of internships during the school year, exercise social skills, but also very useful, know how to deal with other people, how to take Zhang Kong, this kind of rotten people. By the way, there is also Lu Yuanyuan's schoolmate, in time to help her cope together. Looking at Lu Yuanyuan next to her, Zhou Jialu spoke. Thanks a lot, schoolmate. You did a good job today. He. Actually, I didn't do anything. It's still school sister. However, if school sister slapped Zhang Kang's face like this, Will he say bad things about school sister behind her back? Or even create nasty rumors? Lu Yuanyuan suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but worry. It doesn't matter. He doesn't dare to jump too much. At most he'll just secretly poke around and catch rumors. Zhou Jiadir said easily. That kind of degree. I don't care. Since high school my public opinion has never been good. Long ago I didn't care about other people's comments. On the contrary, I also hope that Zhang Kan will hurry to go and help me publicize and advertise, so that everyone will know that I've been adopted by a godly man. This aspect of Zhou Jiadir was really quite different from ordinary girls. She worshipped gold and worshipped it with a straight face. When she thought of the group describing how she was being treated by the rich man in bad terms, hating her but jealousy filled her hopeless face. Zhou Jialu's face flushed red and she couldn't help but hum softly. This was sort of a rather strange pleasure point of hers, liking the feeling of being encumbered by a powerful man. As for becoming Su Bai's possession, that was great. It would make Zhou Jialu feel very secure. She was such a little woman in her bones. Externally spirited and strong, internally a little birdie, compared to those celebrities who were both powerful and independent, who obviously spent men's money but still called themselves independent women. Zhou Jialu's character was simply a breath of fresh air. Sister, your heart is so strong. I admire you so much. Lu Yuanyuan praised from the bottom of her heart. Say a few words. It's weirdly needy. I'm embarrassed by your compliments. Hurry up and open the Meituan to think about what you want to eat. The other side. Su Bai drove back to school, on the way to buy some snacks, ready to eat in the dormitory at night. Tonight and stupid son Wang Haoren hacking, ready to go back to the dormitory to live. Although the school sister is good, cannot always be bored when the Siamese twins? Life has to be colorful. Delayed for a period of time, so did not meet in the parking lot of the Southern District of Jiangnan University. Sister vs. Zhongkong drama. The class meeting was held in a certain building, and the counselor, Charlene, booked a classroom, so students could arrive at the classroom at the scheduled time. In total, only one class period was reserved. Charlene said in the class group that she would make arrangements for everything from now until the National Day holiday, and the next class meeting would be in October. This thunderous and efficient style, Su Bai liked it. In the classroom, Charlene moved a stool and sat behind the podium, holding an old iPad in her hand, which was displaying a thesis, looking very impressive. Director Xia, you're so hardworking. You came to the class meeting and still didn't forget about your research. It seems that this year's postgraduate scholarship in our department is not yours. As soon as Shui Tao entered the door, he saw Xia Lin reading her thesis, immediately piling a fawning smile on his face to pat his ass. Xia Lin frowned slightly, did not have the good sense to say, our department is considered to be relatively rich in funds. Generally speaking, graduate students can receive scholarships, do not need to be how excellent. Oh, then it seems I don't understand the situation. Shui Tao laughed awkwardly and added, then I wish you to go further and rate that young scholar or something. Young scholars are teachers with teaching positions who participate in the evaluation. It's irrelevant to me. Charlene was speechless, crying and laughing. Don't talk nonsense, quickly go and sit down below. Okay, teacher. 2 consecutive times to pat the horse's ass paddle only. Shui Tao cannot help but be a little embarrassed, but since the other counselor has said, he can only smile and run to the back row to sit down. And the witty Wang Haoren has already started and brushed 3 copies of the second tour at this time, which is lamentable. Yesterday there was a game on the new card pool. Wang Haoren WeChat with Su Bai said. Immediately Su Bai and Krypton tens of thousands of dollars into it. It's really not treating money as money. Too powerful. Really give by contemporary liver is the right choice. This is not more cool than playing their own number? Xu Mingjie, wearing a big international brand of in-ear headphones, is listening to what classical music? A very intoxicated floating look. Shui Tao looked at the 2 roommates on the left and right and couldn't help but shake his head. Also childish. A little bit of human feelings do not understand. Now that the counselor is not familiar with the class, take the opportunity to perform in front of Charlene, and strive for the next semester, to be recommended to work in the Youth League Committee through Charlene. This is Shui Tao's plan. As a mature local, one should plan for their college life early. It was not only the work of the Youth League Committee, student unions, clubs, various exchange associations. Life must be enriched, at least posted in the circle of friends to appear to be full, in order to have a high-end atmosphere. Shui Tao himself admits that he is fond of being in the limelight, wanting to be the man of the moment on campus so that he can have the opportunity to get in touch with higher-end girls. Lu Yuanyuan wasn't bad, but Shui Tao wanted something better. Just as Shui Tao was fantasizing about his next 4 years of reigning supremacy, Su Bai walked in through the front door of the classroom. At once, the few girls in the class stared at him. They had vaguely sensed the change in Su Bai's body. Chapter 40 Mid-Autumn Festival Outing Plan.
Girls are super sensitive to a lot of things, just like the change in a man's temperament. The male-to-female ratio in the computer department was a bit exaggerated, with 25 people in the class, of which there were only 6 girls. In addition to Chen Yuxing, who was obsessed with studying and earning money, the other 5 girls, since the beginning of the school year for a month, had all paid more or less attention to Subai. After all, it was the class grass, but through observation, they all realized that Subai's financial situation was average, and his personality was rather withdrawn, preferring to nestle in the dormitory by himself to play. The girls' interest in him cut down quite a bit. After all, female college students aspire to a colorful life, and the boys who can make their lives colorful, their families are not bad. However, in the last few days, Subai, who was seen in class, seemed to have more indescribable temperament. Is it self-confidence? Or maybe it was a kind of calmness that was very well grounded. Chen Yuxing looked up at Subai. She wanted to sit with Subai, but it so happened that the 6 girls in the class were all sitting in a group. If she was a maverick, she always felt a bit shy, so she didn't dare to open her mouth in public. Good day, Director Xia. Hello. Charlene stared at Subai, her eyes ghostly wandering over his figure, and her mouth actually went a little dry. For 3 consecutive days, Subai lived off campus. Every night, he sent her a small video to prove that he was in the hotel. Sort of a security report. It sounded like there was no problem, but this guy Subai didn't know if it was on purpose or if he was being unconventional. Every time he sent a video, it was a little bit of that. Either he was at the swimming pool or just got out of the shower. Either in the executive lounge, wearing a bathrobe vaguely reveals strong pectoral muscles. In short, they are all luxurious and high-end scenes, matched with his super good body. These nights, Charlene watched Subai's short video before going to bed. First she couldn't sleep, then she dreamed of Subai. Surprisingly, for several consecutive nights, she dreamed of her student. It was really undeserved. At this time, seeing Subai face to face, Charlene recalled those broken and absurd dream images and couldn't help but color her cheeks red. Even worse, Subai was wearing a slim-fit version of a sports t-shirt today, trimming those broad shoulders as well as his upright stance to be extraordinarily masculine. Charlene couldn't help but want to look and feel guilty inside. Quite a bit torn. Ding! Detected Charlene's favorability increase. Current favorability, 51. Regarding counselor Charlene's goodwill information, Subai discovered it the night before last. At that time, Subai had just finished sending Charlene the selfie video for the security report, and the system message popped up. And, every once in a while, the good sense went up a little bit. Last night, the same thing happened again. This couldn't help but make Subai speculate. Could it be that Director Xia was interested in him? Before going out today, Subai speculated about the chat records with Charlene, summarizing a law. 3 selfie videos. The common point is that they are all in a luxury hotel, and they all happen to take his good body shape that has been strengthened by the body-strengthening liquid into the picture. Therefore, Subai wore clothes that emphasized his body today. The result was as he expected. After seeing Charlene, the other party obviously produced a different mood swing, and the favorability has increased, have gone up 51. Still missing 9 points of favorability. Is the degree of willingness to fall in love with him? No. Summer guide you? Looking at such a serious and dignified Charlene, I can't imagine that she is actually a body control. This is a good thing, Subai thought to himself. I heard that Charlene came from a bookish family, and her family had quite a background. And this background was not limited to Jiangcheng, but a higher level of meaning. After all, she was from Mordor. It is estimated that the identity is much harder than Chu Mingzhi's kind of small burnt bag from Mordor. There was no harm in having more contact with Charlene. If the favorability could continue to rise, rising to above 80, bound as a consumption object, then the indulgence system would also have an additional way to return cash for consumption. After all, the meaning of indulgence was that one had to get pleasure enjoyment from the heart, and everyone's pleasure point was different. In that case, collecting different styles of confidants was actually conducive to Subai's wealth accumulation. Well, no problem. It's all about making money. Not too shabby. Subai pondered, and didn't say anything more to Charlene, quickly walked to the back row of the classroom, and sat down on his butt next to Wang Haoren. Silly son, the main line to help me liver finished yet? Liver finished? I'm playing the event for you here. This period of the event is quite difficult. The players on the forums are screaming for help. Is there any difficulty with my number? There are hairy difficulties, the new 6 plus 5 big CA, and the abyssal environment to add support. Casually over it. That's fine. In fact, Subai does not care about the rewards of the game's high difficulty level. Anyway, the reward resources are also used to draw cards. Draw cards, charge money on the line. Just since all play hand tour, sure to hold the collection of mentality to do into the achievement. Just like the collection of confidants. Interesting.
Looking at the two people chatting about the game, Shuetao could not help but ask, Subai, your kid these days are living off campus ah? Well, a relative came to see me. Oh so. What? Looking for me for something? Nothing, just asking. To be honest, Shuetao felt that Subai had been quite mysterious lately, changing his Apple phone and staying out at night.
Oh, and also made friends with Chen Yuxing. Now it seems like the whole computer department has spread the word that Subai and Chen Yuxing play LOL together. After all, the computer department has a lot of meat. Our polytechnic straight male, love this piece of dark poking thirst, it is quite depressing. And like Chen Yuxing, such a stunningly beautiful girl, placed in the computer department, simply like a diamond dazzling. Countless people want to get close to her, such as Chu Mingjie, racking their brains to think of all sorts of ways, classy, unexpected, and even pure and simple big spread coin. Some people have tried. For example, there is a rich brother in the Western restaurant near the school, booked a table of more than 2,000 set meals, invited Chen Yuxing to eat. In order not to let Chen Yuxing resentment, that buddy even directly on WeChat said, let Chen Yuxing bring roommates to eat. He himself can not appear. It's a real bullseye. As a result, Chen Yuxing didn't pay attention to him at all. On the contrary, Subai sighed, but and Chen Yuxing hit it off. How not to let people envy ah? Say, what's it like to bring Goddess Chen to play games? It should be tiring, right? It seems like pretty girls playing games are all novice and have a lot of things to do. Shuetao poked around. I feel quite good. She's not a vegetable, Subai honestly said. At this time, Chu Mingjie took off his headphones and said with a grudging face, Subai, I know you're in the silver segment, and silver is all about debauchery and love of freedom, but promise me that when you play with her, take care of her and let her have a little bit of peace. Can you? I'll try my best. Subai is going to sweat soybeans. No, it's true that no one in the class knows that Chen Yuxing is a Korean king, right? Looking at Chu Mingjie's constipated expression, Subai had a hard time commenting that this guy was suspected of reading some deep love literature into his brain. Well, soon, Charlene announced the start of the class meeting. After a few insignificant trifles, the summer guide began to lead everyone to discuss the most important agenda of the day. Next week, the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. The school has a freshman autumn tour vlog activities. Mid-Autumn not go home to stay in school students. You can choose to contact a few classmates companion in the Jiangcheng surrounding tour. Will be the process of filming and editing into a vlog. After the school reunion committee will be collected vlog evaluation. Rated on the award of the prize has a cash award but also can top quality practice credits. Chapter 41, Female Schoolteachers Escorted Tour. 3 days and 2 nights. What? There's money to be made from the Mid-Autumn Festival tour and it counts for credits? Hearing this, the students were instantly excited. Originally, they were sleepy from listening to the boring class meeting, but as a result, one by one, they were now very energized. There were a lot of places to play around Jiangcheng, and there were already a lot of people who were planning to take advantage of the vacation to go out and have fun. After all, the Mid-Autumn Festival and the weekend is only 3 days of vacation. Home far away from the students, basically do not consider going home. It's just that when you go out to play, you can shoot a vlog, and if you're lucky, you might be able to earn money in credits. But if you're not lucky, you don't have to lose anything. You've had your fun anyway. Watching the enthusiasm of the students being mobilized, Charlene announced again, I've helped you contact a class in the College of Fine Arts, and our class will join together to organize this activity. Later I will pull a large group in WeChat. Students can look for partners in the group. Free to form teams. Students who want to go to the same place happen to team up to go. Of course, in principle, the number of people in a team should not exceed 8 people. Those who want to serve as the captain can take the initiative to chat with me privately. Holy, there's actually a fellowship? That's great. Hearing this, quite a few boys' eyes were glowing and they were rubbing their fists together. After all, the male-to-female ratio in the computer science department was extremely disproportionate. Polytechnic men are introverted and shy, and don't know how to get to know unfamiliar girls. This is great. With a group outing, there is just a chance to hook up with a girl in the group. I'm sure the opposite Art Academy's class was thinking the same thing, except that their situation was just the opposite. With more women and fewer men. Director Xia, you're so powerful. We adore you. Shuetao started kissing ass again. Don't be poor. Save your mind for the group to communicate with the girls. Charlene laughed. No dude, you have a girlfriend, what are you excited about, I want to ask. Chu Mingjie spat. Shuetao glanced at him with a face full of righteousness. Who said that if you have a girlfriend you can't associate with girls from other classes? It's just hanging out together. It's not like we're doing nasty things. Subai, don't you think so? Me? I don't care. Subai really didn't matter. This activity could be participated in. Let's see if there are any beauties worth recognizing among those art students. Preferably those whose charisma value reaches an S rank that can give him a cashback brush. If there wasn't this activity, he would ask Chen Yuxing or his schoolmate to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival, and he wouldn't be lonely. Rich people, but whenever they want someone to accompany them, it's hard to be lonely. This idea of Shui Tao is not a problem, but I don't know if the sorority girl will take care of him. The girl who studies art, the material requirements are high. I don't know if he can look at him. What's the point of girls who study art? They're all materialistic and have empty brains. Xu Mingjie was declaring his taste again. I'm not interested. As a result, after a while, Charlene pulled up the big group of the two classes association. Xu Mingjie secretly poked point into those girls' circle of friends. Read once, changed his words. In fact, this activity, experience is also quite good amount of. Egu me, you are not uninterested, Master Shanghai? Shui Tao grimaced. Wrong. I looked at some of the girls' circle of friends, found that they actually quite taste, such as this one. She actually know to use Sennheiser's headphones. No, Sennheiser's girls are tasteful. Ordinary girls will only brainlessly buy Apple. A headphone is just a headphone. What can it represent? Shui Tao muttered unconvincingly, and came over to look at Xu Mingjie's cell phone. Hey, this girl is also from the goddess dormitory. Jiang Qiuye. I remember that she's a freshman in the Department of Broadcasting and Hosting. I didn't think that we'd happen to be sorority with their class. Yeah, I always thought before that Jiang Qiuzhen was the kind of very superficial art student. Who would have thought that she actually knows so much about music? Shui Tao's face was a bit unhappy. In fact, Jiang Qiuye was the girl that Shui Tao had just come into contact with and looked at when he first enrolled in the goddess dormitory. It was said that that girl originally started out as an elementary school dance student, and only switched to broadcasting and hosting in high school, and as a result, she was exceptionally talented, and was admitted with the #1 professional score during the art exam at Jiangcheng University. That is to say, she has both the excellent body of the dance student, but also has an angelic voice, the doll-like delicate face of pure desire, together with the slender curves, perfectly interprets the three words white, thin and young to the fullest. Any boy would be mesmerized by her at the first glance. There was even a rich man with over $1 billion in family assets who confessed his love for Jiang Qiuzhen on the first day of school. Because of this, although Shui Tao was very greedy, he didn't dare to have delusional thoughts about Jiang Qiuzhen. The truth is that the competitors are too fierce. Shui Tao's strength is not good. That rich brother is said to be driving a Porsche. Looking at Xu Mingjie's statement, it can't be that he is also interested in Jiang Qiuye, right? Shui Tao muttered in his heart. It's not impossible. After all, Chen Yuxing had recently gotten close to Su Bai, so maybe Xu Mingjie had given up and switched targets. Hearing the name Jiang Qiuye, the corner of Su Bai's mouth hooked into a meaningful smile, but did not participate in the discussion between Shui Tao and Xu Mingjie. At school, one had to pretend that he didn't know Jiang Qiuye. This was the agreement between them. The class meeting was practically over, but the guys were busy water grouping in the sorority group, and the boys were showing themselves one by one, so there were still quite a few people who remained in the classroom. Shui Tao and Xu Mingjie transformed themselves into water group domain gods, and the battle of Shanghai Master versus Local continued from the dormitory to the sorority group. Soon, Jiangcheng Local 4 Suites, Freshman Driving Miting, Magic City Executive Family Origin, The Book of the Family, and other keywords. Not surprisingly, brush screen. The group is overflowing with a happy atmosphere. Subai even group notes are too lazy to change. As fate would have it. Yuxia, Big White Goose, are you going? Chen Yuxing's message was sent over. It was brief, but Subai tacitly understood it. This outing is voluntary. It doesn't matter if you don't want to participate. Originally Subai felt that with Chen Yuxing's autistic personality, he definitely wouldn't go. Now but suddenly private chat asked Subai, which implied the small mind is very obvious. The first thing I want to do is to ask Subai to go with me. Puff Pastry Big White Goose, transfer, 15,000 yuan. Rain break? Rain break, why are you transferring money to me again? Puffy White Goose, I thought you didn't like traveling, but I do want to be with you. So here's the cost of the escort, which is about the same as a play date. Rain break, where it's going to be that expensive. Crispy Goose, I'm not going to lie to you. The market price is like this. Don't believe you go online and search against Sanya escorts. 3 days and 2 nights is almost the price. Rain break, cat will believe the expression package. Chen Yuxing went to search. The result of the search out of the thing. See her eyes wildly jump. Shortness of breath. What kind of escort is this? This escort is not at all immodest, right? Yuxia, cat scared. Rain's here, the kind of escort you're talking about. It includes that kind of service, but Crispy White Goose, I'm sure I won't ask you to do that kind of thing. Don't worry about it. Rain break, but escorts that don't include that kind of service, the price is nowhere near this high, right? Yuxia, Great White Goose, I can't take this money. It's too much. TSK, this nerdy school bully is quite witty.
Subai just needs to continue to utilize his logical sophistry skills. Puff pastry big white goose, but in my case, the emotional value you provide, and the value that Sanya escorts provide to their customers is equivalent, and I think it's fun to act with you. Puff pastry big white goose, keep it. You know I have a different mindset about spending money than normal people. Rain break, but I think, well, puff pastry big white goose, I don't want you to feel, I only need me to feel. Rainy hiatus, good blah blah blah. Rain break, cat rolling. Chapter 42, Traveling Team, inviting Jiang Qiuzheng. In the front row of the classroom, Chen Yuxing pinched her cell phone, looking a bit torn, the watery waves rippling in her cold eyes, however, proved that her mood was, in fact, fluttering. Subai's analogy with that Sanya escort had stirred up a strong and rich imagination in Chen Yuxing's mind. She didn't resent it. On the contrary, she was looking forward to something ambiguous happening between her and Subai during this trip. Taking a look at the $15,000 that had arrived freshly in her account, her mom's expenses for her treatment next month had fallen into place again. It meant that Chen Yuxing could go to the lab a few less times and rest more. Working part-time in the lab was actually quite exploitative. Knowing what I know, professors receive high fees for corporate projects, but a very small percentage is given to students. The undergraduates have no other channels to make money, and they wantonly lower the price. There are even students who have their brains involved and are happy to work for professors even if they are subsidizing their money. In these good students licking dog-like behavior, Professor Luo's laboratory, you must clock in a certain amount of time each week, before giving the students working subsidies. In fact, it is similar to working. Chen Yuxing is really speechless to these people. Of course, speechless to speechless, Chen Yuxing in front of the professor. There is no bargaining power. She is a genius girl is not false, but only a freshman, is still in the development of genius, everywhere subject to restrictions. In comparison, the cost-effectiveness of working for Subai was simply awesome. This cost-effectiveness obviously contained Subai's crooked thoughts about her. However, Chen Yuxing also had crooked thoughts about Subai. I've decided, I won't work in Prof. Luo's lab next month. If she has that kind of time to spare, she might as well serve Subai and save time to write her own private project code. It's easy and fun. So, this time the escort, Chen Yuxing secretly decided to express a little meaning to Subai. For the social fear of her, it is quite difficult. But, after all, to go out to play 2 or 3 days it, drum up the courage, can always catch the right opportunity. The big deal is to just hug him and kiss him. And her long black silk legs. Should men will like it, right? Chen Yuxing fell into strange and chaotic fantasies, pinching her cell phone, her slender white neck flushed with a nice pink color. Charlene on the podium, reflected all this into her eyes, blinking her beautiful eyes. Her heart set off an interest in gossip. She was in the group of students and had recently heard the gossip about Subai and Chen Yuxing. In Xia Lin's eyes, these two students were quite compatible. However, once she thought of those little videos Subai had sent her, and then looked at Chen Yuxing's expression that was like a young girl falling in love, Charlene unexpectedly surged with a wave of jealousy. She was suddenly awakened, followed by a deep sense of shame. People Subai, just follow the customary practice of giving her a safety report. As a counselor, how can you think crookedly? The ashamed Charlene could only open her mouth and say, students feel free to discuss. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Hard work, Counselor Xia. Goodbye, Counselor Xia. Seeing the counselor leave the classroom, Chen Yuxing's sanity sobered up a bit. She looked around and found that there weren't many people in the classroom before she hurriedly came to the back of the classroom and walked in front of Subai. Chen Yuxing reached out and tugged on Subai's clothes, whispering, let's go register. Chu Mingzhi? Only to see Chu Mingzhi's face change at the speed of light. Colorful, a trembling hand, reaching for his chest. Wang Haoren, who was in the middle of the Liver 2 tour, sensed something and hurriedly looked up at Chu Mingzhi. This kid is going to karma again. Just when Wang Haoren thought he was going to send Chu Mingzhi to the infirmary again, Subai asked suspiciously, what registration? Looking for the summer director to register the list. The outing I'll be in a group with you. Oh, this I'll just tell her. You don't have to care. Aha. Chen Yuxing paused and spoke with difficulty. Traveling. With you. I'm looking forward to it. After saying this, she covered her face and ran away shyly. The people around, especially the boys, revealed murderous eyes. I should have known that I should have left the classroom at the same time as Director Xia. Look at you. Is this like it? It's only been a few days since school started, and Subai actually really hooked up with Chen Yuxing. I thought it was a rumor, but it turns out that Chen Yuxing is the one who took the initiative. Why? In addition to being good-looking, Subai is very ordinary and mediocre in every aspect. There are several people chasing after Chen Yuxing who are better looking than Subai. Those are the real rich and handsome. Why on earth would they lose to Subai? What Chen Yuxing had just said to Subai was bound to spread amongst the students.
which in turn caused an uproar.
At this moment,
Chu Mingzhi covered his chest.
At least, he was able to breathe normally. Initially, when he heard Chen Yuxing say registration,
he thought it meant that he was going to register for marriage with Su Bai.
It turned out to be registering for a traveling activity. Ha ha, brother Su Bai,
I think we still need to maintain unity and friendship between our roommates.
How about we 510 dormitory room or together, plus Chen Yuxing, and then find a few more from the art college? Chu Mingzhi said, I don't have a problem with it, but are you really okay with it? Su Bai was a bit skeptical.
If he let Chu Mingzhi see his ambiguous behavior with Chen Yuxing, this guy could die violently on the spot.
No problem.
Chu Mingzhi had a face of righteousness, letting me see the sweet moment between you and Chen Yuxing with my own eyes.
It just so happens that it also makes me die. Alas. In fact, I've pretty much accepted the reality. Now I think, Zhang Qiuye is my dish. After all, she buys Sennheiser.
She has music taste.
No, can you have some backbone, Master Shanghai? Shui Tao was not happy. What do you mean by backbone?
I call it taking advantage of the situation and improvising.
Besides,
Chen Yuxing already has Su Bai. Zhang Qiuye is still single and doesn't even have an ambiguous object. So of course I'm going to chase after this kind of pure girl.
Worthy of being Master Hu. Too much pure love. Su Bai lamented. In fact, this is a good thing.
Young people do not have some pure love ideals.
Cannot all be morally corrupt, right? Right. Chen Yuxing and Zhang Qiuye happen to be roommates. We can ask Chen Yuxing to invite Zhang Qiuye to join the team.
Chu Mingzhi looked at Su Bai with a burning gaze.
Brother Su Bai, you will help me, right? It depends on what Shang wants. Pretty? It's all called so intimately. What level have you guys progressed to now?
Chu Mingzhi held his head in a seizure.
Shui Tao, however, had a gloomy face and thought of another level. His grandmother, really letting this grandson Chu Mingzhi go and hook up with Zhang Qiuye? What if it really came true?
It is not impossible. It is said that Zhang Qiuye is a poor place out of the province.
May be very yearning for the Magic City account. Plus Chu Mingzhi, this person is more literary, more pretentious. Maybe really give him a crooked right. At once, Shui Tao up a strong sense of crisis. So Shui Tao also decided to join the team.
Wang Haoran looked at.
Well, then he also went to have to. Chapter 43. What? Su Bai actually bought a car? Logically speaking, this kind of outing that could be gone or not. As a genuine dead otaku, one would definitely choose not to go. But then again, it could potentially offset the quality practice credits. And since it's an outing,
there's a chance to eat and drink with Brother Bai.
There is a chance to dabble in food, not to go as a person. Anyway,
it does not delay the liver hand game. Bring 2 more rechargeable treasure.
So this traveling team instantly expanded to 5 people. Male dormitory 7 building 510 4-person team, plus Chen Yuxing. Regarding the matter of who will be the captain of this team,
Shui Tao and Chu Mingzhi had a small argument. Both felt that they were the most suitable. The two started their debate from eating in the cafeteria and debated all the way to the dormitory.
In the end, at 8:30 in the evening,
they managed to split the difference. The reason for the split was coincidental to say the least. Chu Mingzhi and Shui Tao staggered in the sorority group, saying that their traveling squad already had 5 people, 4 boys plus Chen Yuxing, and recruiting a few more girls to come. Then Chu Mingzhi focused on his own experience of traveling abroad many times since elementary school, having been to more than a dozen countries, and also posted a lot of photos taken.
Honestly, Chu Mingzhi's photography skills are not bad.
Master Shanghai does have some taste. It also really attracted a few girls from the art college to add him and discuss travel and photography. After all, being able to travel abroad from a young age meant that the family was well off, and being able to take photographs meant that they could play, which could easily arouse the interest of some girls.
Unfortunately,
the quality of those girls was not great.
Chu Mingzhi looked through the photos in their circle of friends one by one, revealing an expression of old man, subway, cell phone, say good art students it. How one by one are like this?
I thought that broadcasting and hosting majors on the face value is a requirement.
Did not think. Alas, is it that exaggerated? Wang Haoren was bored and went over to take a look. Isn't this all okay? This is after the makeup P after the picture. It is barely able to see
the real face. What kind of I dare not think.
I see. I don't understand. I see the 3-dimensional women are all the same. Face blind.
Wang Haoren made a deadhouse comment.
Not as good as General Thunderbolt. Shui Tao also came over to look for a while,
and suddenly called out,
Master Shanghai,
how come they all added you for pure chatting,
and didn't agree to join the traveling squad? I don't know either. What's the situation?
Chu Mingzhi was also confused. All chatted with several sisters,
and as a result, once they mentioned traveling, they all politely refused, saying that they had other arrangements. Brother Bai, what do you think? Wang Haoren asked.
Su Bai thought for a moment and lazily said, probably looking at our combination is too strange.
4 boys plus Chen Yuxing,
Chen Yuxing, this kind of high cold school bully type, comes with an aura of rejecting others, often not easy to get close to other girls. Regarding Subai's analysis, the crowd expressed that it made sense. Although Subai was a person who usually kept a low profile, sometimes he looked at things quite soberly. Xue Tao said in displeasure. Damn, it must be because you're too plaguey. Master Hu, I'll do it. So it was Xue Tao's turn to run to the group to force the issue. Students, our biggest feature of this group is intended to self-drive tour. After all, the attractions around Jiangcheng, with the group is not free, hitchhiking and inconvenient. In fact, self-driving is the most appropriate. I am not talented. Own a free to use at any time Midan 330. It should be said not to say, although the locals show off a little deliberate, it actually had an effect. A girl with a head like a glutinous rice ball spoke. Is there really a car? That's great. We don't want to squeeze the subway. The Mid-Autumn Festival holiday is sure to be especially crowded, and it's best if you're traveling by car. Xue Tao's spirit was invigorated, and hastened to add the girl by private message. After a brief exchange, I realized that the girl is called Wan Xinyan. She also has a sister called Wan Xinyue, also in the same class. The two are twin sisters. Actually got into the broadcast hosting program of Jiangcheng University, is also quite rare. Sisters are used to move together. Is wondering which team to join will be comfortable to play. The result is to see Xue Tao bragging about his Midan 330. It's also pretty rare for a guy to have a car to drive in college. I searched for it, and it's not a great car, but it's not bad either. Anyway, as a tool person who goes out to travel to make use of it, it is certainly enough. So Wan Xinyan accepted Xue Tao's friend request. Slight exchange. Feeling that this boy is very enthusiastic. Just does not seem to be very smart. Look. Not smart good convenient to manipulate use. So the two sides hit it off. However, Wan Xinyan still thought of a problem. If you add us, it's 4 men and 3 women. A car can't sit open, right? Xue Tao expected this. Replied, I'm going to rent another car. We have other roommates who can drive. Let him drive. 2 cars, 7 people. It's very easy. Wan Xinyan satisfied. That's good. Xue Tao, you think well thought out. Feel that the average boy is not as mature as you are. Being complimented by the sister. Xue Tao's whole person is floating up. A face of astringent power, giggling to himself. Hey, you guys say, will this pair of twins all fall in love with me? You ing Lubei see too much right, but also all look on you. To take yourself too seriously. Xu Mingzhi threw a pot of cold water on him. Anyway, our traveling squad has already taken shape. There is no problem for these 7 people to go. If we can add 1 or 2 more sisters. Anyway, 2 cars can sit 10 people. Looking at Xue Tao dejected. Xu Mingzhi, that difficult How be all let this old boy installed it? Could it be that he Xu Mingzhi, who has traveled to 17 countries at a young age and is well versed in photography, can't attract girls? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Xu Mingzhi had another important task. Invite Jiang Qiuzhan to join the team. To be honest, he had no idea in his heart. After all, he and Jiang Qiuzhan had no interactions whatsoever. On the other hand, she was the one who was coveted by a bunch of rich brothers every day, and could be called the most popular existence in the goddess dormitory. However, it was precisely because this task was difficult that Xu Mingzhi had to find a way to complete it. In doing so, it would surely overpower the locals. Little red guy, let you taste the power of Master Shanghai. Just as Xu Mingzhi's ambition was about to ignite, Su Bai, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Just now, Shang told me that Zhang Qiuye took the initiative to ask her if she could play together in the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I agreed on behalf of the guys? No, buddy, how the hell? Did she take the initiative to come? Xu Mingzhi's face was suffocating. Oh, then I refuse? Su Bai squinted his eyes. Xue Tao hurriedly said, refuse a hair. Come, welcome. After saying that, he gave Su Bai a strange look, although he didn't know why Jiang Qiuzhan wanted to join on her own initiative. But since she came, it was a good thing. Xue Tao definitely welcomed it. After all, Jiang Qiuzhan was the most perfect schoolflower in his heart. Chapter 44, Late Night Life Counseling with a Counselor. The 2 goddess dormitory members, plus the twin beauty queens. This trip was just too much to look forward to. Even if you can't hook up with Jiang Qiuzhan, Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue, it is also very coveted. Just now Xue Tao looked at the photos in Wan Xinyan's circle of friends. The 2 are fresh and cute type of small beauty. The kind of growth is relatively young, but the size of the chest is very considerable. Can be called giant that what lowly. After fantasizing for a while, Xue Tao suddenly remembered the main thing and asked Su Bai. Su Bai, I remember that you took the driver's license in the summer, right? Took the test. Then we'll rent a car then. And you'll drive it? You've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? TSK, how can you call it calculations? Obviously is between the housemates to help each other. You see, This tour we have 4 beautiful women accompanied, is a rare good opportunity.
Hearing the meaning of Subai's words flirting, Shuetao a bit of face cannot hang. Defense. Subai was too lazy to bother with him, waving his hand and saying, "It's okay, I know what you mean. However, renting a car is exempted. I just bought a car recently, it's just right to drive together to play." "What? You bought a car?" Shuetao pulled out his ears, thinking that he had heard wrong. Subai, this poor bastard, could still afford to buy a car? The conversation between Shuetao and Subai also aroused Chumingzhi's interest. Originally had already put on his beloved Sennheiser headphones, immediately gave off again. Surprised, "Brother Subai, buy a car is not a small matter. Such an important consumption. How are not with the gang to discuss a word? It just so happens that there is a fancy one, so I bought it," Subai said with a bashful face. "Thinking that you are not my father, discuss with you a hair, but Master Shanghai is like this. Whenever someone in the dormitory is going to buy something, they always have to express their high opinion and show their taste." As expected, as Subai expected, Chumingzhi seriously said, "Buy a car, this kind of thing, or to carefully weigh. Now the new energy is in full swing. The young people should buy new energy, but there are a lot of doorways. Car, this thing, it is, after all, symbolic of the temperament of the person. For example, the young people to buy a traditional joint venture oil car, it will look old-fashioned." "Who the hell are you pointing at?" Shuetao blew his beard and glared. "But also old-fashioned. There are open good. Besides, now these trams just popped up 2 or 3 years. Unstable, in case you buy a frequent failure, how to do? It also has to be German craftsmanship, time-tested. Driving a maiden is a mature man." After that, Shuetao turned to Subai and continued to ask, "Oh, I remember. You said before that you made a small fortune? It should be the car you bought with that money." "Sort of. What kind of car?" "An SUV, kinda big." "Oh, it's also quite good. Now that you're in a relationship with Goddess Chen, it's necessary to have a car to make it convenient, but you still have to spend money daily to maintain the car after you bought it. Can your family support it?" Shuetao had an aggressive look, obviously not believing that Subai could afford the cost of maintaining a car. "No problem. Anyway, I'll drive it here when I'm traveling. It's just happily decided," Subai simply replied, then put on his headphones and started to double row with Wang Haoren. Often being taken flying by Chen Yuxing and winning too much was a bit tiresome. Tonight he and Wang Haoren experienced the original flavor of real gold and silver. Shuetao felt that he was ignored, resentfully back away, muttering in his heart, "It seems that Subai's made a small fortune may not actually be small. Did he win the lottery? Or trader luck bought foreign financial products, overnight rose dozens of times?" Shuetao does not know much about this piece of investment, but no matter how, Subai's economic situation seems to be better. First change the Apple Pro Max, and then buy a car. This makes Shuetao vaguely have a sense of crisis. After all, in the dormitory and even the whole class, has always been his Shuetao leading the way. Oh no, is he in Chumingzhi division? It is even the only student in the class who has a car. Now that Subai also has a car, it feels like his unique attribute has been diluted. However, Shuetao also turned to think, to Subai's consumption habits, buy a car is certainly also the pursuit of cost-effective. It is estimated that also bought a less than 100,000 domestic SUV, probably Chery, Great Wall, Chahan, and other brands, and he drove the Maiden 330, is a serious joint venture B-class car, completely not a concept. The girl sat on it. The perception is completely different. Imagine, Chen Yuxing, that kind of level of goddess, sitting on top of a domestic Havel H6. Think about it, feel very discordant. Shuetao estimates that Subai and Chen Yuxing are still only in a somewhat ambiguous stage, and there is still a long way to go before they fall in love. Maybe Chen Yuxing gradually lost interest in Subai after feeling his poverty. Thinking this way, Shuetao's mind was much more balanced. Otherwise, if Subai really talked to Chen Yuxing, he would have to die of jealousy. Why would such a beautiful goddess be able to look at Subai? This kid, just a little bit handsome. Other than that is completely a low-quality male. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. The host threw his major coursework aside and immersed himself in the Summoner Canyon. What an indulgence! Rewarded cash plus 1,000 yuan. Subai and Wang Haoren were in the real money segment and battled to the end. In the end, they counted on their fingers and ING dropped points. Doesn't matter. Shunshang will take him to fight back anyway. Before going to bed, Subai went to wash up. Wang Haoren followed and took the opportunity to ask Subai, "Brother Bai, why did that Zhang Qiuzhen want to travel with us? I remember Master who said that girl and Chen Yuxing have an average relationship." "Really? I don't know." Subai really didn't know what Zhang Qiuzhen and Chen Yuxing's relationship was like. Before today, he didn't even know that Zhang Qiuzhen was a member of the goddess dormitory. According to the agreement, after going to college, Subai and Zhang Qiuzhen pretended not to know each other. In order to act like it, even QQ and WeChat were deleted. Cutting cleanly. Obviously grew up together childhood sweethearts relationship even in the old family. Jiang Qiuzheng live Subai home across the door. I don't know what Jiang Qiuzheng really thought at that time. However, for this plum, Subai actually has no extra ideas, cutting it. At that time, he was a little sad, but soon forgot. Now it seems that Subai's forgetting is indeed very thorough. He didn't even bother to inquire about which dormitory Jiang Qiuzheng was in. I fearlessly forget. Alas, it can't be helped. Subai is such a naturally thin-skinned man. For example, recently, while picking up his schoolmates, he was hitting it off with Shengsheng. There was no sense of shame inside. It seemed like this was natural behavior for Subai. Subai brainstormed for a while, and said to Wang Haoren, it might be that Jiang Qiuye is also generally well liked. That kind of girl who is very pure desire and delicate might have a lot of superficial friends, but in reality, she is easily isolated by various cliques. Is that so? I don't understand girls at all. It feels like the relationship between them is very complicated. It's okay, traveling. It's good to have a few more people to join in the fun. We should eat and play. It doesn't affect. Also, Subai climbed on the iron frame bed in the dormitory, lying down and brushing the cell phone for a while, but also feel quite comfortable. It was even more cozy than when he was in the hotel. This couldn't help but make Subai reflect on himself. Could it be that he was the type of person who would have a hard time living in more luxurious places? Shouldn't be. In fact, Subai aspired to be paper drunk in his bones. Which man didn't want to become powerful and didn't want to pretend every day? Not to mention anything else. When he was paying for his schoolmates in a luxury store and spending money like water, enjoying the like worshipful gaze of the sales clerk's young ladies, that's when Subai felt awesome. But it seemed like sleeping in a hotel just had an inexplicable sense of displeasure. This question seemed to be a bit philosophical. Thinking about it, Subai decided to find someone to discuss it. The candidate for the discussion was rather alternative, and he chose the counselor, Charlene. The system panel showed that Charlene's favorability towards Subai had already exceeded 50, which was the basis for the discussion. After all, if there wasn't favorability, which counselor would discuss that kind of strange and bizarre philosophical issues of life with the students? In addition, the group said that Charlene was a rich white beauty with a thieving family. According to Subai's observation, Charlene's speech and behavior, including the daily use of things, are not cheap, and is quite tasteful kind of not cheap. The eye taste than the Shanghai master still tricky some. Then the local people that kind of soil big money style is even more I do not know where to go. So, in Subai has the conditions to chat with the girls inside. Charlene is the most suitable to discuss this issue. Puff pastry big white goose, summer guide. I have a confusion. Want to find someone to discuss? May I ask you are now free? Summer Lin, I'm free. Tell me, what kind of confusion is it? Crispy white goose, in theory, it's a dream of many people to stay in a luxury hotel every day. But I've tried it recently, and I'm a little tired of it after a few days. Obviously it's nearly 2,000 a night for a Riverview suite. Summer Lin? Chapter 45, Sending Selfies to Director Xia. Luxury Serviced Apartments. Graduate Student Dormitory. Charlene looked at the message sent by Subai on her cell phone and couldn't help herself. Look at you, are you talking like a human being? Tired of living in luxury hotels, right? Ordinary people can't afford to live there if they want to. However, given Charlene's origins, Subai's seemingly outrageous question was actually not a disease-free question. When Xia Lin was very young, she had followed her parents to live in a 5-star hotel that cost more than $1,000 a night. Even more expensive ones had been experienced. There was a time when mom went back to her hometown, dad was on a business trip, and it was during the summer vacation, so she took her to stay at the Hilton for half a month in a row. For Subai's troubles, Charlene was very vocal. After all, recently fascinated by Subai's body, Charlene seriously thought for a while, organizing the language to type. Summer Lin, although the hotel is luxurious, but then again it's a hotel. Lack of life atmosphere. Living for a long time is easy for the whole person to be vapid. Crispy big white goose, it makes sense. Puff pastry big white goose, that's so see. In fact, long-term living is still traditionalist rentals. Puff pastry big white goose, but the hotel has someone to help take care of. Really convenient, which is another advantage of renting cannot be compared to. Summer Lin, what? Is Sue planning to move off campus? Crispy white goose, I'm planning to do that, but I'm also going to check in with Mr. Summer Lin. Summers Lin, Sue is a good girl. Kudos. Big white goose in puff pastry. Big white goose _ scratches his head in embarrassment. Puff pastry big white goose. That said, is there a possibility that there is a higher-end way of renting a room where you can enjoy the services of a hotel at the same time? Summer Lin, the kind you're talking about exists on the market. It's just that the price is relatively high and the average student probably can't afford it. Puff pastry big white goose, summer guide. Do I look like an average student to you?
Crispy big white goose, picture. Subai took the opportunity to send a set of abs photos to Charlene. It was taken in passing when he was in the washroom just now. It should be said that the body-strengthening liquid given by this Unity Z brother was really bullish. The body shape is better looking than even a male model. Summer Lin, shy emoticon. Summer Lin, how can you send pictures at the drop of a hat? Save it for your girlfriend. Don't be a lunatic here at the counselors. Puffy Goose, I'm not thinking that you love to see it, and you didn't have a problem with it when I posted it a few days ago. Puffy White Goose, if you don't like it, I won't send it. Summer Lin, honestly, it does look good. Su students with this body must have put in a lot of effort, right? Summer Lin was a sports lover, and naturally had a strong interest in maintaining a good figure. The two of them chatted for a while about sports-related topics before returning to the main topic. Summer Lin, the kind of living style that you were talking about, which combines the sense of living in a rented room with the services of a hotel, is called serviced apartments. Summer Lin, a business model that originated abroad, and has been operating very well in China in recent years, favored by high-end business people. Summer Lin, let me ask in advance, what is Su's budget? Subai did some math. Right now his savings are over $10 million. The system said that indulgent spending in the rental category would be paid for up to a year's worth of volume in advance. That is to say, a monthly rent of no more than 1 million would be fine. Crispy skin big white goose, not more than 1 million a month, I guess. Summer Lin. Summers Lin, puppy punching emoji. Summer Lin, with this budget, are you trying to live in a palace? Crispy big white goose, the palace cannot. I heard what the palace castle ancient town and so on. The network is not good. I like to play the game of the Summer Lin, puppy dog grin. Summer Lin, wait a minute find you a few links. Are guaranteed big brand? Zhangcheng has a branch of the serviced apartments. Not long after, Summerlin sent a few web links. Subai looked around and felt satisfied. The so-called serviced apartment was a building contracted by a certain brand and operated independently like a hotel. The decoration and design inside was similar to a high-grade large flat civil residence. Kitchen, bathroom, check room, parking lot, all kinds of settings, are similar to you buy your own home to live, but you don't need to worry about your own decoration. And there is also 24/7 butler service, cleaning, maintenance, and even what you want to eat. You can directly call the butler to help solve the problem. In addition, serviced apartments also come with independent gyms, swimming pools, Chinese and Western restaurants, leisure clubs, audio-visual rooms, bars. Some of them even come with golf courses, racetracks and other outrageous things. Of course, the price is not comparable to the kind of Wanda apartments that cost $2,000 or $3,000 a month. The starting point is a 100 square foot unit, and the price for a single day's stay is higher than the Marriott Riverview suite that Subai lives in. If you want to live in a large apartment, it's even more expensive to start at $3,000 a night, calculated a month to $100,000. Of course, the actual signing of the contract is a monthly package. A one-time package of a few more months can be discounted. If you pay directly for a year, the discount is also more. But any more discounts would be unimaginable for office workers to rent. For Subai, money was not a problem. The key was the quality of living. It needed to be both luxurious and have a sense of routine. After reading the link that Charlene had sent him, Subai had an epiphany. Wasn't this a long-term rental of a top-class large flat property in the center of the city, with a bunch of attentive services attached? Pick a top-level serviced apartment, rent it for a year, and you can get a few $1 million back, when the deposit is a little more, directly in the city of Jiangqing to find a mansion to take, and then slowly according to their own ideas to decorate. The decoration is done, and then moved to the mansion to live. Subai's thoughts flowed, quickly finalized the plan. Crispy big white goose, thank you, Mr. Xia. This information is very useful. Pastry big white goose, I feel that the brand Ascot is good, although it is a bit expensive, but there is a branch very close to the school, next to the river. The location and the scenery are very good. Summer Lin, Su has a good eye. If you don't care about the budget, this one is really the most suitable for school students to live in. Crispy big white goose, I'm planning to go and take a look tomorrow. Is summer counselor free tomorrow? Do you want to accompany me? Inviting a counselor to go look at a house with you? You kid, you're quite bold. Charlene was a little bit rushed, but it quickly turned into a pleasant playful mood. After all, she was a daughter of a rich family and had seen a lot of the world. It was obvious that Subai's family was very powerful, which was a sharp and strong contrast to Subai's simplicity in terms of food and clothing. It's a low-key young masterate. Body is still so good. Really the college student group and the crouching tiger hidden dragon Charlene muttered to herself and couldn't help but click on the picture that Subai had just sent and had been saved in her photo album. Looking at it made her tongue grow warm. Crap, I'm going to drool. Seriously, Charlene was really a little bit moved. In all these years, she hadn't fallen in love, and with her family's wealth, she didn't need to fall in love to get anything from a man. She could be said to be a girl who grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth. However, Charlene didn't like to show off her wealth either, and had been honestly going to school, studying and working to improve herself. There were no great pursuits, but at least to become useful to society. She suddenly realized that Su-bai and her seemed quite similar. He also belonged to the type of low-key rich man who lived an honest life. Moreover, Su-bai had such a good figure. He must like sports a lot, and it just so happened that Charlene also liked sports. It was simply a match made in heaven. Except for the slightly awkward relationship of her being a counselor and Su-bai being a freshman. Charlene shook her head. For the time being, do not want to think so much. First as a friend to get along with it. So she immediately agreed to Su-bai's invitation and made an appointment to go to Ascot tomorrow morning to look at the house together. Chapter 46, Charlene who dresses up for Su-bai. The next day, Monday's morning only had classes in the second major period, and it was an elective class that could be skipped. Su-bai came to the cafeteria at 9 o'clock on time and gathered with Charlene. From afar, Su-bai saw Charlene in a sportswear outfit. Even though she was in an inconspicuous place in the cafeteria, she stood out from the rest of the students. As a graduate student's sister, originally developed a few more years of good foundation, and will dress up. Slim sweatshirt and yoga pants, dark color design. Will Charlene incline to bodybuilding body? Reflected to the fullest. With a fresh and natural light makeup painted on her face, she was overall a very bright athletic beauty. Director Xia, you're so pretty today. Su-bai just carried his breakfast tray over to the inside and casually complimented. Charlene's face showed a bit of an unnatural look and said as if nothing had happened. Is that so? I feel like I look pretty much the same every day. That means that Director Xia's makeup skills are good, so her image is stable every day. Su-bai greatly sized up Charlene. This clear water makeup is brilliant. Hey, you kid, you still know Ching Shui makeup? Strange. Very few guys know about this. Right, and there were quite a few people who thought I was a vegetarian before. Charlene laughed. As a counselor, who also held some jobs in the reunion committee, Charlene was not convenient to wear too much makeup. However, girls are still aesthetically pleasing for the time being, so she likes to wear fresh, everyday makeup. Sometimes it was busier or lazier, so she simply did not wear makeup. The premise is that there is no need to meet with people who care. Today to accompany Su-bai to see the house. Ghostly, Charlene got up very early, spent almost an hour, seriously dress up. The reason for this, Charlene actually understood herself. In her early 20s, she is no longer a naive young girl who just graduated from high school. Charlene's parents have been looking for a suitable man for her, but the one she found, Charlene is not satisfied. Either too old, or personality problems, more is the hardware conditions. Really let Charlene is not very acceptable. Face value is not bad, mainly body. The rich son often life indulgence. Can maintain a good body too few? Su-bai happened to hit the point that Charlene cared about the most. That tall and broad shoulders, that small abdominal muscles. Think about it all, let Charlene feel body heat. Even better, Su-bai's conditions in other areas were also very good, especially from the point of view of his consumerism. Like Charlene, he was the type of low-key rich person, not much of a show-off, but would also spend money on material enjoyment. This is actually the most crucial point. To develop a long-term relationship, the matching of economic conditions is the first place. In Jiangcheng, the boys who can keep up with Charlene's spending level are too few. Coupled with the constraints of figure and age, it is simply a rare bird. So Su-bai such properly scarce resources. Charlene intended to seize this opportunity to see if she could attract Su-bai's favor. Such a good little boy. Can't let go. Hearing Su-bai compliment her makeup, Xia Lin's heart couldn't help but feel pleased. From her own dinner plate, she pinched a sesame ball and handed it to Su-bai's mouth. You try this. New from the breakfast window, taro flavored. Su-bai froze for a moment, because Charlene did not use chopsticks, but used her index finger and thumb to hold the sesame ball and fed it to Su-bai. Su-bai instantly realized. His face didn't fluctuate much as he opened his mouth and ate the stuff. By the way, he tasted the tip of the summer guide's finger. How's the flavor? Delicious. So good. Charlene's fingers felt the touch of Su-bai's lips and teeth, but instead of being shy like a little girl, she just narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and smiled warmly. Her looks were of the bright and dignified type, the kind that would make a good match as the wife of a successful man, commonly known as a prosperous husband's face. When she smiled, the corners of her eyes were curved and her eyebrows were especially nice. This woman, suitable to marry home as the main wife, Su-bai silently judged in his heart. The two chatted and ate breakfast, and came to the school's parking lot together. Su student, take my car? No, I'll drive. If it's confirmed that you're staying there, it's just right to drive again to carry some things. Okay. Seeing Subai take out the key to unlock the Mercedes-Benz GLE, Charlene didn't find it strange, and even thought it was justified. Big hundreds of thousands or even millions of luxury cars. Charlene had seen a lot. She herself was driving an Audi Q7. Subai naturally has no intention of pretending to show off. Waiting for Charlene to sit down and set off. The journey is not far. 10 minutes to arrive. Taking the opportunity, Charlene introduced a few sentences to Subai about that serviced apartment. Ascot is considered a relatively old high-end apartment in China. Of course, the one we're going to look at is a new branch built 3 years ago. It just doesn't have the smell of renovation, and the facilities won't be obsolete. It belongs to the peak. That's pretty good. I'm lucky, Subai said, and then changed his words. No, I shouldn't say I'm lucky. It's also thanks to Director Xia pulling strings. Small matter. As a counselor, taking care of students is proper. Soon, the two arrived at the Ascot apartment Zhangcheng Shuefu store. When they walked into the apartment's door hall, Subai saw several residents coming in and out, and among them, there were also foreign faces. It looked like all of them were a social elite. According to Charlene, some foreign scholars who came to Zhangcheng University for exchange visits liked to live in Ascot. There was reimbursement anyway. With a professional smile, the lady at the front desk bowed to the two visiting people and said, "Welcome to Ascot. May I ask if you two are here to check in for retail or to talk about long-term rental?" Charlene said, "Long-term rental? The time may be longer. The room type and service requirements are also higher. Is your marketing and sales manager here?" "Yes, both of you. This way please." The receptionist led the way, leading the two into the office deep on the first floor of the apartment. At this time, the manager had only just started work for a short while, and when he heard that someone had come to talk about long-term rental business, he immediately raised his spirits. "What are the names of the two of you?" "My surname is Xia. His surname is Su. He is the one who wants to rent the apartment. Let me help him palm his eyes." "Okay, you look a little familiar. Is it Ms. Xia Lin of Jian University?" "Yes, it's me. Ha, I said it looks familiar. I remember that you also came to see the room last year," the manager said enthusiastically. Obviously, he had some knowledge of Charlene's background. Charlene politely returned, "At that time, I was actually very satisfied with the house here, but I just felt that it was too big and spacey for one person to live in. It was a bit of a waste, and I eventually chose to live in the graduate student dormitory, and it was also more lively with my girlfriends." "Indeed. Then, is this Mr. Su planning to live by himself?" The manager turned to Subai. "Sort of, but most of the time he will bring his female companion back." Subai cleared his throat and said his request. "My request is to choose the biggest and most luxurious room type. The accompanying rights and benefits pull the best. I don't care about the price. The budget can be within $1 million a month." Manager. Chapter 47. The only way to arouse the desire to conquer a rich white woman is to be a bad man. Not to mention, this kind of request was quite rare. There were two kinds of people who lived in Ascot. One was the really rich who needed to stay in Jiangxing for a few months because of personal hobbies or company affairs. They tend to have a very strict control over their budget, having money, but not spending it in vain. After all, they are all social elites and can do the math. Negotiating prices with this kind of customer is more tiring. The second kind is to go on the public account, like the kind that Charlene gave Subai to popularize. Foreign visiting scholars. Anyway, is the scholar belongs to the university or Jiangda to reimbursement, directly in accordance with the agreement price to go on the line. Do not have to spend more words. This kind of customers save trouble, but often choose the lowest grade of room type. Will also require attached to a variety of rights and interests. In short, is not earn much. The above two situations basically constitute 99% of the customer base of high-end service departments. But, obviously, Mr. Su is the remaining 1%, commonly known as the rich brother who can't spend enough money to experience life. Just pick the best, pull it all in, all of it. The manager understood and flipped the foil-decorated brochure in his hand, directly to the last part. Mr. Su, this side gives you the recommendation of the Supreme Landscape Stack Suite. The upper and lower two layers of the stacked area of a total of 302 square feet. Listening to the manager's colorful introduction, combined with the pictures on the brochure, as well as the manager's cell phone playing the 3D live video, Subai couldn't help but light up in front of his eyes. Indulgence. This is too indulgent. Originally, Subai's expectation was to rent the best large flat, but he didn't realize that this high-end apartment even had the option of a stacked spell, from the house type to the decoration, and then to each functional living room. All-round low-key luxury and comfort, perfectly in line with Subai's long-term living needs. The system even directly popped up a prompt bar in his mind, indicating that this consumption was in line with the system's definition of indulgence. It was estimated that it was indeed too outrageous. What kind of college student lived in a 300 square feet? Perhaps it was Charlene who also felt that it was a bit exaggerated, and asked Su-bai with a smile on her face, "Your parents won't be upset if you live in this kind of, right?" "No, the family is very tolerant of me, and this is not much more expensive." "Right, I see the above written. The retail price of a single night stay, only 5,000, just over 5,000. The manager was secretly staggered. His face smiling, took out his computer and crackled a press. "Mr. Su, if you choose this supreme landscape stacked pieces, you need the rights and interests are all free to you. Pay by the month, in the retail price of 5,299 on the basis of a 20% discount. That's 1,277,000 per month. Paying monthly is too much trouble. Can I pay annually? Pay it all at once on the spot and don't worry about it afterward. It's also possible. If you'd like to, we're certainly welcome." The manager had a quick brainstorm. "You wait, I'll get on the phone with the regional headquarters and ask what kind of discounts you can get for paying annually at most." In reality, this mountain water stack was simply very difficult to rent out. After all, the rich people in Jiangcheng were still few, not as exaggerated as the first-tier cities, and, with the majority of local bosses, they preferred to get a villa in the countryside and slowly toss it around. Like this business-style downtown luxury apartments, the audience is relatively young. The problem is that the young people had to bring so much money. The manager ran out to make a call. Su-bai could have just asked for a 20% discount. Anyway, pay more cash back is also more. But this behavior is a little too burnt, Su-bai thinks, or do not do in front of the summer director. Xiaoguide is obviously the kind of white rich beauty, surely hate too much publicity of the behavior of the tycoon. To pick up a girl, it is necessary to cast a favorable impression. Talking about ideals with Chun Yusheng, talking about money with his schoolmate, and pretending to be a bully in front of director Xia. "Student Su, you live in such a big house by yourself, won't you feel lonely?" Charlene asked seemingly carelessly. In fact, what she was concerned about was the female companion Su-bai had just told the manager. Which girl would Su-bai bring? Charlene's mind immediately conjured up the image of Chun Yusheng. Intuition told Charlene that there should be something between Chun Yusheng and Su-bai, but Chun Yusheng looked like the kind of girl who was very conservative. She shouldn't have developed that level of relationship with Su-bai yet, right? Humph. This little guy, also female companion, quite good at playing A normal college boy would only say he's bringing his girlfriend to live with him. Female companion, there is a kind of feeling that every time you have to change someone. Scummy. But Charlene didn't let this cut down on her good feelings towards Su-bai. It was good to be scummy, precisely because it was a scummy guy. Conquering it, there was a sense of accomplishment. As a rich white beauty who liked sports, Charlene's heart was actually very wild. She herself doesn't like to mess around. She is 22 years old and still a virgin, but she likes Su-bai like this, a man with the temperament of a lion. Facing Xia Lin's question, Su-bai replied with a smile, "If Director Xia is willing, she can come as a guest often." "Good. I'll take it seriously if you say so. I just want Director Xia to take it seriously." "Look, this landscape stacked puzzle, there is also a small fitness room." Su-bai pointed at the floor plan and said, "Director Xia should be very good at working out, right? Well, when I was an undergraduate, I took a bodybuilding class for a period of time, and I know all the related programs, but I don't practice professionally myself. And for girls, it's not a good look when it's too professional." "That's right, too much is too little. A body like Director Xia's right now is the most perfect in my eyes," Su-bai complimented with a sincere face. In fact, honestly speaking, in Su-bai's eyes, Director Xia and Chen Yusheng and Zhou Jiadir each had their own ring of fat and thinness, but since the words had all arrived here, it was only human to spread a little panic. Sure enough, Su-bai's words made Charlene very flattered, covering her mouth and smiling like a flower. "What perfect it's just like that. Su student, you are too exaggerated. However, if you are interested in fitness, I can really come to point out to you, and I would also like to try out Ascension's best room type. Private fitness room is what kind of yet? Then it's happily decided. I'll ask Director Xia to exercise together sometime." "Aha, okay, ding." Detected Charlene's favorability increase, current favorability, 65. The two looked at each other and smiled. The eyes seemed to carry a bit of adult tacit understanding. The returning manager happened to see Su-bai and Charlene shelving this ambiguous staring at each other. He couldn't help but thump in his heart. "Goo, this Xia family big miss. Looks in this boy's relationship is not general. The manager didn't ask Xia Lin to bring this little handsome boy. And what is her relationship? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. After hanging out in the business world for a long time, emotional intelligence can't be too low more or less. Mr. Su, I just asked the leader for instructions. The supreme landscape stacked pieces. If it is rented on a yearly basis, the highest discount can be up to 70%. In addition to giving you a special service dash,
We will arrange an exclusive housekeeper for you, responsible for taking care of your life and living, on call 24 hours a day. This is good. Subai nodded his head. A 300 square feet house. That really had to have a housekeeper in charge of taking care of it, or else just packing things would be exhausting. In fact, when living in the hotel recently, Subai has already found out that Riverview suite alone, cleanup is quite troublesome. There is something have to call the front desk attendant. This manager is quite good at doing business, but also know with the leadership to apply for an exclusive butler service. So, in the manager with Subai field inspection of the apartment, Subai decisively swiped the card to pay. Chapter 48, Special Attribute Points, Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. Ding! Payment successful. The retail price of 5,299 Supreme Landscape Stacked Apartment, totaling 1,335,348 yuan. The manager made the decision to erase a zero. The final payment of 1.33 million. Those stars in the news who live in hotels all year round. According to reports, the yearly consumption is just a few 100,000 too much. Subai chose a place to live. Almost twice the price of the star treatment. The manager has seen the world. Just the annual business reception. Brush the big single, do not know how many. Only Subai so young and green college students. Eyes are not blinking, a breath of brush more than 1 million. I've never seen this before. The most let the manager touched special. Is his light-hearted bottom? What kind of distinguished family can raise an 18-year-old boy with such an air of dignity? In fact, it was the system that gave Subai the bottom of the air. Ding! Detected the host indulging in consumption. Long-term rental of a Scott Supreme Landscape Stacked Penthouse, 1 year period. Consumption of 1.33 million yuan. Trigger 10 times cashback. Cashback plus 13.3 million yuan. Subai's heart was delighted, and he actually drew the highest multiple of cashback, which directly skyrocketed the deposit to more than $20 million. Trying to indulge for a while longer. I'm afraid I can start looking for a big villa. If you don't look at the system cashback, a 1-year stay of 1.33 million is indeed a super luxury. Of course, the living experience is also difficult to compare with a luxury hotel. Not only is the high-end atmosphere at the same time, the room type that is close to living and allows people to sleep at ease. There is also the Ascot Plaza integrated leisure and entertainment facilities. After paying, Subai focused on visiting the kitchen and bathroom of the landscape stack. Subai's parents died a long time ago, and it was the aunt of the family across the street who pulled her up. That's right, that aunt is Jiang Qiuzheng's mother. Auntie is busy working. Many times Subai cooks on the stove in his own home. Doing more is very skillful, and even fell in love with cooking. The kitchen in this luxury stacked apartment was designed with a whole kitchen from an internationally renowned playing card, with all sorts of amenities, huge oven, embedded dishwasher, steamer, air fryer, oversized 4-open-door large refrigerator, German top luxury brand kitchenware 18-piece set. Subai has even been a little impatient to show off his skills. As for the bathroom, naturally, it also needs attention. After all, it is the place where the battle. Alright, your side is done. I still have things to do at school. I'll go back first. Charlene said goodbye to Subai. Okay, many thanks to Director Xia. Subai had some regrets. I had wanted to treat you to a meal at noon to thank you. It's fine. I'll finish my school work and then come over. There's no delay for you to treat me to a meal. Charlene joked. This was also a kind of signaling release. Generally speaking, after doing a favor, if you don't stop by, it's to accept a treat on another day. The fact that she also made a special trip back was enough to prove that Charlene had a more intimate heart for Subai. Subai comprehended this and smiled faintly. Then I'll wait for Director Xia to come back. Wait. Charlene left in style, the yoga pants on her back. Looking at Subai's heart was a little hot. He hurriedly ran to the private mini gym attached to the stacked collocation and exercised. Sweat out and expend energy. Take a bath, by the way. To be honest, since binding the Divine Hero system, Subai loved taking a bath more and more. It felt like a very soothing and relaxing feeling, very much in line with the theme of a life of indulgence and enjoyment. Lying in the large bath that was large enough to accommodate 3 people together, Subai opened the system interface. Over the past few days, 3 lottery chances had been accumulated. Now it was just the right time to be alone, idle and draw the prize. Lucky draw. 3 consecutive draws. You are drawing a reward for you. Congratulations, you've drawn a cash prize of $1 million. Congratulations on winning the special attribute point plus 3. Congratulations on winning the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore AP15500 ST Steel King Blue Dial Automatic Mechanical Men's Watch for $615. 000. $1 million in cash was of little use to Subai. Casually spend some money to return this amount. It belonged to being a consolation prize. Special attribute points plus 3. It looked like a strengthening of a certain attribute of the body. Clicking in and reading the slim description, Subai's face was a bit odd. No, buddy,
I'm already perverted enough in that area.
But you're still giving me reinforcement? Gotta. It's not a bad thing. After all, in the visible future, little Subai is definitely going to suffer.
College animals have money and leisure. That is bound to be crazy to pick up girls. Reinforcing a wave would also allow Subai to adapt to more violent battles.
The last reward. The wristwatch. The wristwatch is not bad. Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak series. It is said to be a premium model that needs to be booked,
and it is quite troublesome to buy it by yourself.
Subai originally thought of buying himself a good watch, and the system directly arranged it. So thoughtful. Subai clicked in to check the picture. Silver steel octagonal bezel, one-piece bracelet,
equipped with self-produced movement,
sporty and luxurious.
The representative of the top sports watch is suitable for users who pursue extreme craftsmanship and unique design.
With a price of more than $600,000, it is also brand name enough to wear. Casual sports style.
Also in line with Subai's daily wear preferences. If it is the kind of watch that is partial to the formal style,
wearing always feels strange. Subai is not a person who is dressed in a suit every day.
Click on the system to extract. Immediately have a phone call in.
Contact Subai.
Claiming to be the staff of the Audemars Piguet flagship store in Magic City.
The watch has been shipped to Jiangcheng. Within 15 minutes, it will be delivered to Subai's location. Subai pondered.
It seems that the system's arrangement still fits well with the rules of reality.
After all, just now he searched on his cell phone map. There were no Audemars Piguet stores in Jiangcheng. Many top luxury brands, stores in second-tier cities were lacking.
The lack of spending power in the region was not worth the brand opening a store here. Just like the Supreme Landscape stack pieces that Subai just rented for a whole year, it is actually very difficult to rent out in Jiangcheng.
When the room type was first designed,
perhaps it was to enhance the compulsion of that branch,
or perhaps it was a poor decision by the management. In short, it was for Subai to pick up the slack. 10 minutes later, Mr. Su, this is the love watch you ordered. Please check it.
The full set of certificates and related accessories
are all here. If it's convenient for you, you can try it on now.
We brought professional tools to help you adjust the length of the strap to better fit the shape of your wrist. The ones who came to deliver the watch were a sales manager and an after-sales watch repair master.
The master looked not too young and kindly,
helped Subai measure his wrist and use professional tools to adjust the strap.
The movement was dexterous and swift, and it was done in a few minutes.
It was the first time Subai watched this process and was quite curious. I remembered that in the old movies I had seen before, the protagonists who bought hundreds of thousands of watches had to look for specialized repair masters in the stores to adjust the straps. I heard that some countries in Europe,
this adjustment process is particularly in fact, is not much complicated, is pure pretentious, to create a very high-level atmosphere,
or our domestic sharp,
cool crash 3 or 5 times for you to get it done. Thank you for choosing Audemars Piguet. I wish you a happy life. This is my business card. You can add the phone number later WeChat. You can find me in the future if you need anything. Okay. Sending away Audemars Piguet service staff. Subai wore his watch and looked in the mirror. Self-indulgent wave. Don't say.
This type of sports watch is really a good match for his Subai's hangdog cynical temperament.
Dripping. Cell phone suddenly continuous ringing WeChat message tone. Subai curious look. The original is a new Pola group. 510 and Beauty's Mid-Autumn Festival eating, drinking and playing group. Chapter 49, Shuetao? It's just an old man's hat.
Subai is the one who's really rich. It's the members of that traveling team that we discussed yesterday.
Not surprisingly for Subai, the group was pulled by Shuetao. After all, he is the captain.
It was also extremely attached to this tour.
Chen Yusheng,
Zhang Qiuya, 2 school flower-level characters, plus the child-faced giant what's-her-name twin Lolitas. Such a luxurious lineup will certainly stir up the local strong desire to pretend.
Of course, Mr. Shanghai is certainly not willing to lag behind. There's a good show to watch again.
The corner of Subai's mouth hooked up in a pleasant arc. The simple students were still condemning Shuetao for showing off his wealth,
while Subai and Wang Haoren, the two of them, were already enjoying themselves.
Shui Jitao,
ladies, these days I plan to buy some supplies in advance for the trip. If you have any needs, you can send them to me in private chat. I will try to fulfill them. Smiley face, smiley face. Shui Jitao, selfie wearing sunglasses leaning on a maiden 330. There's one thing to be said for that. It's actually not a bad car for a local to drive.
According to national statistics, most private vehicles owned by residents are around the $100,000 mark. Not to mention college students who are generally so poor that cafeteria freedom is unattainable. But Shuetao every time in the group to show off their wealth.
All give people a kind of villainous feeling. How to say, is quite ode to beat. The point is, right, he really relied on the two attributes of having a car to drive and having a lot of pocket money to pick up Lu Yuan Yuan. A lot of boys are not happy with him,
But they don't want to confront him head-on because they will be called by Xue Tao as a sour dog who can't find a girlfriend.
Engineering faculties, only a freshman,
can get off the single after all is a minority. Not long after Xue Tao spoke in the group,
Wan Xinyan, one of the twins, responded.
Red bean paste glutinous rice ball, really?
Xue Tao, you really good, consider it. Red bean paste sticky rice ball, can you prepare some snacks for us? Hey, my sister and I have a craving, we might eat quite a bit on the way. Green bean paste sticky rice dumpling, shy. Mung bean paste sticky rice dumpling, it doesn't have to be too much. Sticky rice balls with red bean paste, thank you. Brother Xue Tao, hands clasped. Xue Jitao, excited, drooling. Xue Jitao, promised to finish the job.
Wang Haoren eating mountain flexible inspiration mushrooms today. Click on the link to receive the Source God's Perspective live streaming benefits XWS34YU.
Wang Haoren today eat mountain flexible inspiration mushrooms withdrew a message.
Wang Haoren eat mountain flexible inspiration mushroom today, sent in error.
Sorry, Xue Jitao.
Xue Jitao, playing with the Source God, nose picking.
Hokkaido Snow, Sennheiser's fall new product review, the second issue. Xue Jitao, HU Master, you are posting your headphone review again. Why post it? No one cares. Xue Jitao at HU Master, you are posting your headphone review again. Why post it?
Hokkaido Snow at Jiang Qiuye 25th grade broadcast hosting. Jiang Qiuye 25th grade broadcast host, what happened?
How suddenly someone ate me, puzzled. Hokkaido Snow, LOL, it's fine. Subai dives in with relish, watching the group perform. It was fun, watching, however,
the locals seemed to suddenly remember him.
Xue Jitao at, where are you surfing? Come back and accompany me to the supermarket when you have time. Nice guy, you want to pay out of your own pocket to please the girls, and you're dragging me as a laborer, right? At this time, Subai's body was still wrapped in a bathrobe. He stood up and took a selfie in the mirror. Tall body, hidden muscle outline,
as well as the background of the high-grade decoration of the bathroom.
Another photo in the photo album was just taken while working out.
The two together in the 510 and the beautiful people of the Mid-Autumn Festival eat,
drink and play group.
Puff pastry big white goose, picture.
Crispy white goose, busy. You go by yourself. Xue Jitao. At this time, in the school's parking lot, Xue Tao, who was preparing to leave, saw the photo that Subai had sent, and suddenly his face changed, showing his teeth. In fact, he was just asking casually, mainly to create an image of himself as the captain in giving orders. That's how it is to pick up girls. You have to create an authoritative image for yourself as the leader of the small group, and only then it's easier to make the girl's heart flutter. Of course, if Subai was free to come and help him move things at the supermarket, that would definitely be the best. After all, Xue Tao is not going to go to the small supermarket in the school.
That kind of small supermarket things are not complete.
He wants to go to Walmart, a big purchase, to buy imported snacks, drinks, girls like that kind of tone.
Then Subai sent 2 selfies.
It looks as if it is in a luxury hotel? No, this background seems to be a little different from the hotel. Xue Tao could not guess. At once, this made Xue Tao anxious. Subai, this guy, would even go to a place that even he couldn't guess.
According to Subai's own words, it was because he had recently made a small fortune that he started to engage in these materialistic enjoyments.
As a result, he came to the group to pretend to be a pussy. It must be to see that there are a few big beauties in the group, so he went against his low-profile norm. Xue Tao sneered, childish.
Subai, this is also too childish.
The 4 school girls in the group, that are all seen the world. Now the girl is not like the previous so good to cheat. Take to live a Hilton can hand over the body. Such a clumsy means, surely useless. However, let Xue Tao unexpected.
At this time in a classroom, a pair of twins with cute childish faces were sitting next to each other at the back of the classroom,
pretending to listen to the lesson and secretly water group. The looks of the two could almost be said to be identical, and the temperament they exuded was very different. One was quiet and shy, while the other was spirited and lively. Wow, sister, look at this Subai. He actually lives in Yashir-gu-a. Wan Xin Yen suddenly exclaimed. Next to her, Wan Xinyue asked in a low voice, Yashigaku, what is that? It's a very expensive long-term rental apartment, the kind with butler service. The people who live there are basically rich people, or at least have to be senior hitmen. Subai is a freshman like us, so his family must be rich. How do you know so much?
Looking at her younger sister's convinced look,
Wan Xinyue was a bit confused. Just a photo, can you analyze so much? Anyway,
Wan Xinyue could only tell that this Subai was so tall and handsome, the kind of handsome man that would not be able to resist looking at him twice even if he passed by on the street.
It's very simple. His bathrobe has the Ascot logo on it, and there is another fitness photo. In the background you can vaguely see the outside. It should be that Ascot on the river. With a wise expression on her face, Wan Xin Yen pinpointed the location of a Scott Schoolhouse store on the map of her cell phone,
giving her sister a dumbfounded look.
Yen, I think it's a pity you don't become a detective.
That's for sure.
I'm smart, Wan Xinyan said proudly, and look at the watch Subai is wearing on his hand. Although I don't recognize it, my intuition tells me that it's definitely not cheap. Wait, let me get an AI literacy map.
Looking at his sister's busy and feverish appearance,
Wan Xinyue was truly impressed. Murmured, so there are so many doorways.
I thought that Shui Tao is the one who was rich.
Shui Tao? Harem. That's just an old man. A tool man. Chapter 50. The state banquet should be eaten, and the specialties should be eaten, so that it can be called sound. Wan Xinyan's tone was filled with undisguised contempt.
It was a completely different face from the enthusiastic and lively one she displayed when she was conversing with Shui Tao in the group. This was normal. Girls had several faces when faced with different relationships. The reason for joining Shui Tao's traveling party was because Wan Xinyan could see at a glance that Shui Tao was a simpleton who was eager to show off his materialistic conditions to please the girls.
She and her sister, on the other hand, happened to need this kind of enjoyment. Self-driving tour. Someone to take care of. Not more comfortable than traveling with a group on a bus? The experience of traveling and touring is also completely different. Why is it that a large proportion of young people are averse to traveling? Especially traditional domestic travel, frankly speaking, do not want to spend so much money.
Now all kinds of services related to tourism are very developed.
If the budget is full, out of the airplane or first class, landing on the high-end escort is responsible for the whole arrangement. The night back to the 5-star hotel,
and then with the outstanding value of the escort poker.
Believe me, no one will not.
I'm sure no one would not like to travel.
However, joining Shui Tao's team doesn't mean that the twins will be picked up by Shui Tao. The first thing you need to know is that you are not going to be able to get your hands on any of them. Wan Xinyan, however,
has been well versed in the ways of the world since she was a child,
and is especially good at playing with men.
Slightly pampering Shui Tao a few times and sending out 2 nice voices.
Shui Tao was like a chicken blood. Aya, what a good tool man. However, what Wan Xinyan was really interested in now was Subai, only to see her operate in the AI literacy software with a flourish, followed by a frozen expression on her face. Her sister curiously came over to look, her beautiful eyes rounded in surprise. Watch brand, Audemars Piguet, guaranteed valuation of $500,000.
Hiss, Wan Xinyue was shocked,
obviously a classmate from the same school, even wearing such an expensive watch. This AI literacy software, is the judgment accurate? It won't be a fake. Wan Xinyue was a bit disbelieving. After all,
wearing a fake watch to pretend to be a big spender.
This kind of thing was actually quite common. Maybe it's real, maybe it's fake. I also don't have much research on watch identification. Wan Xinyan shook her head.
Although she had a deep heart, she and her sister were just from a poor rural family.
The money to study broadcast hosting was still borrowed.
The reason why they chose the path of an art student was really that both of them had an average level of cultural studies, and the only way to read the best Jiangcheng University in the province was to use this method.
Here, the probability of meeting a good boy was much higher than in an ordinary university. That's right. The point of the Wan sisters going to university was to aim for a rich second generation with a strong enough family background. With their IQs and origins, it was too difficult to arrive at a wealthy life by struggling. Instead, because of their natural bridge pretty face and good body shape, they did have an advantage in the area of marrying someone. At this moment, Wan Xinyan seriously analyzed. Let's not talk about the authenticity of the watch first. If Subai really lives in Ascension, then he is definitely the hidden tycoon of our term. Humph. Let me explore his reality first. Wan Xinyan opened WeChat.
She happened to see, Shui Jitao has applied to add you as a friend.
Immediately,
her beautiful eyebrows knit up.
This Shui Tao was also too eyeless. She had ignored Shui Tao's friend ad twice in a row and still came?
This was actually a sign of low emotional intelligence. In the world of adults, many things were actually agreed upon as unspoken rules.
Obviously, little Shui, a student, was still a child. Once again ignoring Shui Tao's friend application, Wan Xinyan clicked on that cartoon Big White Goose's avatar in the group. Taking the initiative, she chose to add a friend. After a while, it passed. Big White Goose with puff pastry. Hello? What is it that you're looking for me for? Big White Goose with puff pastry. Big White Goose _ crooked neck ? Red bean paste sticky rice dumplings. Hello, Subai. When I look at the photos you posted, I feel that you are very good at sports.
Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. It so happens that we this mid-autumn travel itinerary.
There is a climbing project.
My sister and I want to buy some climbing equipment.
I want to ask you to shop with us, to help us choose a bit. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Well, if you are free, I hope you can help us. If you are not free, forget it, then we will look for you on the line to ask some questions. Please, red bean paste glutinous rice ball, Bunny Yamadakan. At this time,
Subai in the Shanshui stacked apartment, had just changed his clothes and was about to go out to find Zhou Jialu.
Seeing the message from Wan Xinyan, he was a bit confused. No, sis, I just casually showed up. Purely because I couldn't stand to see the locals pretending to knock him around a bit. How can you tell that I'm good at sports? Subai felt that this girl was probably just using this as an excuse to ask him to go shopping. It will not be a senior gold-digging woman. Only from the 2 photos. It will be a peephole in the tube. See the strength of Subai? I've been thinking about it for a while now. Subai clicked on Wan Xinyan's circle of friends. Egu. Not bad. The original child's face giant that what is real The secondary Yuan is right. The secondary Yuan is not fooling around.
Although the face value of this pair of twins, from Zhou Jialu, Shen Yuxing this level of school flower to be a grade, the key lies in their body is very rare. They belong to the category of being little beauties with very distinctive features. If you take food as an analogy, the former is a national banquet, and the latter is equivalent to local specialties. The national banquet should be eaten, and the specialties should also be eaten, so that it can be called sound. Subai decisively accepted the invitation. Big white goose with crispy skin, okay, I'll accompany you guys for a stroll. Can I do it tomorrow afternoon? Red bean paste glutinous rice dumplings, yes, we're free. The big white goose, I'll make an appointment with you at that time. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. The big white goose, I'll make an appointment with you at that time. Big white goose _ running wild. Red bean paste sticky rice dumplings, aha, you're busy with your business. Thanks a lot. Today's schoolmates are still laying flat at the JW Marriott, not bored and tired at all. Zhou Jialu was very easy to satisfy the character. She will not make days to ask her boyfriend to provide her with emotional value. As long as she gives her material enjoyment, she will be good and gentle and considerate. When Subai came back, she was brushing the Netflix with great interest. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhou Jiadir immediately got excited. Trembling with the fullness of her chest, she ran in front of Subai, and suddenly revealed a shy look again, lowered her head, hugged Subai's waist, and rubbed the tip of her nose against his chest. School brother, I miss you so much. It's only been one night since I've seen you. Why do you miss me? Subai was a bit happy. Just want you well, but there is no blame. You mean I live by myself in such a great room, is also super enjoyable. He is always feel that there is something missing. Saying that, Zhou Jiadir's fingers crossed Subai's abs and moved down. Hiss, this little vixen. After being with Subai, Zhou Jiadir's sultry wind-burn attribute did not diminish in the slightest. It's just that once upon a time, she liked to burn for everyone to see, letting everyone covet it as a way to gain psychological pleasure. Now, the target of burning was all set on Subai, for the 18-year-old teenager who was new to the world. This intensity was too fierce. Then the nutritional piece you're lacking. I'll now fill you in. Subai picked up Zhou Jiadir by the waist and threw her on the big bed. It provoked a cry of surprise, as well as a burst of flirtatious and joyful laughter. Chapter 51 The Power of Money. Making schoolgirls become licking dogs. After a long time, Subai leaned against the window, embracing the fragrant shoulders of the beautiful people in his arms. Once upon a time, he saw the use of fragrant shoulders in literature such as the description. There is no sense of immersion. After all, have never experienced. Now he felt that this expression was simply too appropriate. Stroking the white jade like delicate lubricated skin, his heart could not help but rise a wave of happiness and throbbing. Is this what it feels like to have a girl's wholehearted first love? It was so good. Subai was resting when Zhou Jiadir suddenly got up. What's wrong? Subai asked. Not going to lie down for a little longer? It's still early until lunch. Stinky schoolmate, you've blurred my makeup. I have to fix it before it's too late, or else I won't be able to go out in a hurry when I'm hungry. Zhou Jiadir glared at Subai rather exasperatedly with 1,000 piquant glances, then wiggled her butt and went to the restroom. Subai couldn't help but recall the scene just now. The two of them had been playing hot exercises, and Subai, in his excitement, had asked his senior sister to use her most well-capitalized weapons to carry out a new tactical exercise. After all, it was such a shame not to make good use of such good weaponry. In the past, Subai had fantasized about many similar scenes when he fantasized about Zhou Jiadir's jittery videos. In response, Zhou Jiadir softly refused once, and after a symbolic reserve, she still obeyed Subai. It couldn't be helped. Who made her like her schoolmate so much? Looking at how hard it was for her schoolmate to hold it in, Zhou Jiadir felt that she had an obligation to let Subai obtain pleasure. This was also where her greatest advantage lay as Subai's woman. Perhaps it was the first time he used that maneuver tactic. Subai failed to grasp the main points during the incentive exchange and ended the maneuver early. Caught off guard, Zhou Jiadir took it head on and hard, so the makeup got smudged. After waiting for about half an hour, Zhou Jiadir was able to straighten her appearance and sit back on the edge of the bed. Seeing that Subai's hand was about to move again,
She hurriedly scolded. Don't. Let's think about what to eat for lunch or go out for a stroll right now. Always doing that kind of thing. It's not good for schoolmate's body. School sister is so considerate for me. Of course, you are my future reliance. Of course you need to be in good health, Zhou Jialu said with a smile, seemingly easy to write, but expressed her true heart. She wasn't holding the mentality of a fishing girl who was drunk today, but wanted to stay by Su Bai's side for a long time. Su Bai was quite satisfied, so he gently kissed his schoolmate's glossy forehead and arranged, then you accompany me to move, and find a place to eat near your home after moving. Moving? Schoolmate has found a place to live permanently? Zhou Jiadir's eyes lit up. Well, a serviced apartment, not far from the school. When all was said and done, Su Bai packed the things in the hotel, and the front desk called out two waiters to help move together to the car. Things are not much, mainly the school sister's clothes and the $100,000 computer. The rest are trivial household items, basically Su Bai brought from the dormitory in the past few days. After all, in the future to be based outside, the dormitory only occasionally go back to play. This is the time to reflect the practicality of the SUV. Easy to pull cargo. A trip can be all moved. The famous Porsche Cayenne. Why is it popular with contractors and factory owners? Because of its space and body carrying capacity. Are great. Emergency when loading some goods. Temporary as a small pickup truck with no problem at all. Mercedes-Benz GLE is also good, at least for Su Bai. Used for traveling, camping, can certainly meet the demand. On the way, Zhou Jiadir checked the price of the apartment, and asked curiously, Senior, this apartment shouldn't be cheap, right? How much is the rent for a month? I rent it on a yearly basis. 33 million all-inclusive. What? Is senior sister thinking that it's strange for me to rent an apartment when I'm so rich? Where is it strange? This renting an apartment of yours is completely different from renting an apartment of an ordinary person. Zhou Jiadir spat out her tongue. 33 million is enough to buy a new house for marriage in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, commonly known as the car plate. Maybe the location is not good enough. Maybe the area is a little small, but enough to let the young couple settled in Jiangcheng. In this case, many young people who just graduated. Shy. Even the down payment cannot save it, but also to find parents to seek support. However, for Su Bai, this is just the consumption of renting a room for a year. Pure enjoyment. Just in the aspect of living. The expenditure of 1 year is equivalent to the results of an ordinary couple's 10 years of frugality. And said rent just rent, completely without the appearance of careful consideration. This cannot help but let Zhou Jialu's heart once again set off shock. The cognition of Su Bai is also more profound. The upper and lower floors are 300 square feet, with elaborate decorations, plus the many services that come with it. Zhou Jiadir understood at once. With Su Bai's vision, he definitely wants to buy a top floor, and is bound to personally control the decoration. Ordinary houses he can't see, might as well not buy. Whether it was picking a property or decorating it, it all took time. In the short term, a Scots landscape stacked collocation is indeed a good choice. The main one was not a worry. For the rest of the morning, Zhou Jialu accompanied Su Bai to clean up his home. This is Su Bai's first nest in Jiangcheng. It's not wrong to say it's home. Marriott Hotel does not count. That thing is still too business. Really, as Xia said, live for a long time, feel feet do not touch the ground. The whole person is floating. As for Zhou Jiadir, she took the opportunity to develop the mentality of a hostess, wandering around the space of 300 square feet on the upper and lower floors. Senior sister, I'm going to eat with someone else for lunch, so you order a takeout to fix it. Or, after packing up, Charlene's message also came, saying that she had finished her work and was driving over to Ascot. So Su Bai asked her schoolmate's opinion. Zhou Jialu's expression was stunned for a moment. However, it quickly turned into a smile. It's okay, I'll just order takeout myself, waiting for you to come back. Oh. Saying that, she hugged Su Bai's neck, stood on her tiptoes and kissed him, her eyes flooded with reluctant attachment. The corner of Su Bai's mouth hooked up a bad smile. You also don't ask me with whom to eat. School brother does not say. Just do not want to tell me. It's okay. Before I also said, for school brother's love life, I do not have a monopoly on the idea, as long as the school brother's heart has my position on the line. So good. Su Bai couldn't help but praise, touching Zhou Jiadir's head. Is this the power of money? Can make the school flower-level girl, like an incorrigible licking dog, surprisingly hallowed herself and not interfering with Su Bai's contact with other women. In fact, it's okay to tell you, it's the counselor of our class, Charlene. In the morning it's her who accompanied me to look at this room. The summer guide's family seems to be quite rich, and knows a lot about this area. Charlene, I know her. Zhou Jiadir laughed provocatively. People read undergraduate is also the school floweret. Many people chasing, all failed. She even agreed to you to invite her to dinner. It seems to be on the school brother good feeling almost got it, just thanking her for her help. Yes. School brother is a big good man, never to the girls around the heart. Looking at Zhou Jiadir shelding this yin and yang, Subai was angry and funny. He had just complimented his senior sister's understanding, but now he's drifting away? Punishment, must be punished. So Subai pressed her to maneuver once more before setting off to have lunch with Charlene. Chapter 52, Summer Lin's blind date was scared off by Subai. Summer Lin, wait a minute. Summer Lin, don't come in yet. I met an acquaintance and have to deal with him first. The lunch appointment was at a Western restaurant near the Escot. This serviced apartment near the high-end dining, opened very much, visible apartment living groups of consumption ability, is recognized by the store owners. Subai had just walked to the entrance of the restaurant when he suddenly received a message from Charlene. If it was an ordinary acquaintance, it shouldn't be so bad that he had to specifically ask Subai to avoid it. So, it was probably the more troublesome type. It immediately provoked Subai's strong desire to eat. According to the system's appraisal, Charlene had never been in a relationship, so a troublesome acquaintance would either be her suitor or a difficult sand sculpture relative. Honest students would choose to listen to the counselor at times like this, but Subai was clearly not an honest person. He directly put his cell phone away, pretended not to see the message, and walked straight towards the Western restaurant. Sure enough, leaning against the wall side of the card seat, Charlene was sitting there with a polite but somewhat impatient expression on her face. A man in a suit stood there a few meters away, curtly talking to Charlene. Charlene, I don't know exactly what makes you so displeased, to the extent that you won't even give me a chance to have a blind date for dinner. Choose a day. It just so happens that we meet here today. Why don't we sit down and talk? Xiao Yan Chen. I remember that I have already clearly told you on WeChat. I am not interested in blind dates. I have no recent intentions in this regard. The intermediary is arranging it haphazardly. It can't be blamed on my head, right? The man laughed bitterly. Don't say the words so absolutely. First sit down to understand each other. I believe you will have a different evaluation of me. In fact, I have a solid overseas education background, business climbing and fighting for a few years, and for the time being, it is also quite excellent. I've said I'm not interested. I'm not interested in dating. It's not related to whether you're excellent or not. Charlene cried and laughed. This buddy is one of her great aunt to help matchmaking. To be honest, the person is indeed quite excellent. The problem is too formal character is too common. Completely not Charlene's dish. And are 33 years old. Then Charlene older 11 years. Also do not know how the great aunt is thinking. Although bar Charlene indeed looks and temperament on the mature side. Looks like the kind of 25 years old or so demure atmosphere white rich beauty. The problem is, with her family background, there is absolutely no need to commit to an older man. If you can choose, who doesn't like the younger ones? Just as the conversation reached a stalemate, Subai rushed over and sat down with his butt in the seat opposite Xia Lin before tilting his head to look at Xiao Yanchen. Director Xia, this uncle is? Xiao Yanchen immediately felt a tightness in his chest and grumbled. Young man, I see that you should be an adult as well. Why do you call out uncle when you see someone? I don't look that old, right? This is not to think that your temperament is mature and steady. Subai laughed. I have an uncle, also look with you almost old. Oh no, almost big. The child is 5 years old, but the stability of this piece, and you cannot be compared to you. You seem to be a large enterprise to do executives. Hey, you kid. Only then did Xiao Yanchen's resentment calm down a bit, and asked Charlene, is this little handsome man your relative? He subconsciously saw Subai as a certain cousin of Charlene. After all, Subai had a big grin and looked like he was familiar with Charlene. Basically, he seamlessly ran over to join their chat. It was important to realize that unfamiliar males tended to show their shyness in front of Charlene. After all, Charlene was the type of a great lady, and rich in bookishness. The vast majority of men were unable to handle it. Unexpectedly, Charlene smiled and introduced herself. Subai, my student. I accompanied him out to do something today. Student? I remember. You just became a counselor. So he's a freshman? Xiao Yanchen was instantly on guard. In Xia Lin's style, would she accompany a student out and eat at a Western restaurant with this kind of romantic atmosphere? The price of this restaurant, Xiao Yanchen is aware of. Per capita 1500 to start. Slightly open a bottle of good wine. But also the budget cannot hit. To Charlene's family background is of course can easily afford. But the students. It would not be that kind of relationship, right? Jiangcheng University's counselors are all part-time graduate students. Essentially all the university elder sister. And undergraduate students in love with more than one case. And does not violate the morality. Subai is tall and handsome. Instantly let Xiao Yanchen brainstorm. This kid, wouldn't it be a little white boy raised by Charlene? Yes, I just enrolled in school not long ago. Thanks to Xia Guide took care of. Today he accompanied me to the Escot to see the long-term rental. Oh right, uncle, you are Xia director. What person? Ah, you are in love? No. Ha ha,
I'm a blind date introduced by your Xia Guide's family.
oh, then you another day with the summer guide about it. Today I in the summer guide about it. To drink some wine,
after dinner, but also to go to the movies and so on. She should not have the time to match with your blind date.
Xiao Yinchen's face was very bad. Charlene smoothly added, he's right, as a counselor,
you have to do what you promise to provide help to students.
Ha ha, that's right, then I'll leave you alone. See you later. Xiao Yinchen fled in a sorry state. This Su Bai, his mouth is really poisonous. Don't look at him as sunny and handsome and harmless.
Knowing that he was on a blind date with Charlene,
he turned out to be completely unrealistic and forcefully drove him away. A normal white boy would never be so tough. After all,
this is equivalent to making decisions for Charlene and overstepping the bounds.
However, when Su Bai was speaking,
Charlene had maintained a faintly affirmative smile, and also glanced at him rather approvingly from time to time, proving that the relationship between the two was definitely a bit intimate. It also proved that Su Bai was powerful.
A freshman student, living in a Scot, wearing a royal oak, definitely couldn't be a white boy from a humble background. Xiao Yanchen noticed the watch Su Bai wore on his left wrist, didn't recognize exactly which model, but Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak series.
The cheapest one also cost more than 300,000.
Charlene was rich, but with her character, she would never buy such an expensive luxury item for a white boy.
Even do not rule out that possibility. Su Bai's family's strength.
Then Charlene also strong.
When he thought of Su Bai and Charlene having lunch,
having drinks, and watching a movie together in the afternoon, Xiao Yanchen's entire body fell into jealousy and indignation.
The expression crumbled.
No, we have to find someone to check the bottom of this kid. No, we can't check it hard.
In case we mess with the big brother behind it,
it's better to ask someone in the circle, so that we don't easily offend people. And in the restaurant, the young lady in the mage waitress costume, the scene opened the red wine, the set meal. Charlene had already helped Su Bai order it. Su Bai looked at the wine list and used the system to identify the flavor of each wine, choosing one that looked like it would be more in line with his tastes.
There was no telling if it would be good to drink.
Actually, he quite liked the flavor of red wine, but he didn't have the money to try it before, and only drank the kind that cost a few $dozen a bottle,
the ordinary red wine sold in the supermarket.
As the waiter operated the wine awakening device,
Charlene's beautiful eyes flashed and her mature and melodious voice spoke.
Su Bai, you're really bold.
You've arranged the counselor's afternoon schedule.
Ah, did I? I don't remember having an appointment with you to go see a movie together in the afternoon. Oh. Chapter 53, Only smart women are suitable to be good wives and mothers.
The waiter poured 2 shallow glasses of wine and placed them in the hands of Charlene and Su Bai respectively. Charlene picked up the goblet and gently shook it. The posture of holding the cup was very standard. The elders in the family had taught it. The noble manner of every move was definitely not comparable to the goods that came out of the celebrity training course. It had to have been raised from a small temperature.
Moreover, Charlene's temperament, relatively speaking, is much more introverted than that of a celebrity,
so it's no wonder that her blind date licked her so much.
Nowadays, even the second-generation rich third-generation girls, there are also many quality and looks of a difficult to say. Even in the group of rich white girls, Charlene is a standout, down-to-earth and working with a gentle temperament.
She was definitely the perfect marriage partner.
Shaking the red wine, Charlene sized up Su Bai, her eyes overflowing with obvious interest. Watching a movie? Ah, just putting off that uncle's statement, Su Bai said indifferently. It feels like Director Xia is quite annoyed with him, so I'll just say a few more words to piss him off. How can you still call someone an uncle? He's only in his early 30s. He's around older than me. What's wrong with calling him uncle? Nowadays, young people are all 3 years old. A generation gap.
Just went to the first year of high school. Children also call me uncle.
This I find who to reason to go?
Su Bai innocently spread his hands.
Ha ha ha. Also, Charlene was amused by Su Bai. This kid is quite good at chatting.
She saw a rare sense of looseness from Su Bai's body. Not the so-called sense of relaxation of those petty pretenders, but the feeling of really loving whoever and whatever hangs around.
Living with such a person will be very happy. Appetizers soon came up. Is the molecular cuisine salad? The so-called molecular cuisine is in the cooking process to let the ingredients undergo some special physical and chemical changes, so that the characteristics of the ingredients deconstruction, reorganization. For example, foamy potatoes, lychees that look like caviar. It's still quite a novelty to eat once in a while. However, this restaurant's best specialty was the meat steak. Su Bai had a big appetite and loved to eat meat. Charlene ordered him 1 lamb chop, 1 steak, and 1 fish chop each, and with the side dishes, it was enough for Su Bai to have a great meal. The top quality of the ingredients, paired with red wine, was delicious. The red wine chosen for this meal, Sassicaia, Production area Tuscany, Italy.
Both the structure of Bordeaux and Tuscany terroir characteristics,
with black currant, cedar and tobacco aroma.
Aging after the complexity of better. Subai wanted 2015.
The price is also very top, 36,000. After all, it is to thank the summer director for the meal. Open a more expensive wine. No problem. Well, not bad. The flavor of this one I like it, but usually can't afford to drink it. Today rub your wine on. Charlene and Subai clink glasses. Small things. It so happens that I also have a craving. There is a summer guide to accompany me. Drink good wine to be in the mood. In fact, if you're in a good mood, we can really go to the movies together in the afternoon.
It just so happens that there's a recently released literary film that I haven't had time to watch yet.
Can I take it that director Xia is inviting me to watch a movie? Yeah, coming or not?
Charlene stated quite bluntly,
and,
with no shyness at all. When she smiled it was breathtaking, completely without a trace of windiness. Yet her healthy athletic body and delicate snowy skin that was translucent with a light pink color made people a little bit dumbfounded. If Zhou Jialu is a look at people want to do bad things to her fox charming,
then Charlene is a natural wife type. Let a person cannot help but fantasize about her wearing a pure white wedding dress. Subai thought about it and said, watching a movie is fine, but I don't want to go to the cinema. By the way, a Scots private screening room can also order theatrical movies, right? Yes, it's a benefit for the residents. Then let's try it together and see if there's that movie that director Xia wants to see.
Good. Making a date to watch a movie, the two of them coincidentally accelerated the speed of their meal.
For this movie, Charlene was still quite looking forward to it. Her family's teachings were rather strict,
and it was still a bit hard for her to pull her face off when she was asked to fall for or seduce a man in the open.
However, the private screening room was a good environment for two people to be alone. So did Subai.
After helping director Xia drive away the annoying blind date, Charlene's favorability towards Subai had risen to 68 points. After figuring out how to make the favorability go further and break through 80 points, Charlene would also be bound to become one of the system's indulgent cashback objects.
Subai was curious.
Would there be a more powerful cashback item on Charlene's side, such as her family's business? If Subai smashed money to invest, would it be considered indulgence?
After a meal,
the consumption was almost 40,000, of which 36,000 are that bottle of wine.
Should not say.
High-grade liquor is indeed the main factor to support the price of a meal.
Subai swiped the card to pay, drew a triple cashback, net profit of 80,000.
This feeling of eating and drinking and still making money is too good.
It was important to know that many rich people's money, in fact, did not come easily and it hurt to spend it.
They might put on a posh face when paying the bill, but their hearts were not that relaxed.
Subai's relaxation, on the other hand, was from the inside out.
When it fell in Charlene's eyes, it was the calmness that came from family education. She couldn't help but start brainstorming about Subai's life.
In fact, when school started, she had read Subai's file. Both parents were ordinary workers in the enterprise. Both died at a very early age, and the guardian was a neighboring aunt. There seemed to be absolutely no ability to be able to support this level of consumption.
Charlene guessed that the so-called parents might not be Subai's real parents either. It was not uncommon for rich families to have similar dog-blooded stories,
but that was all an afterthought. Right now,
the thing that Charlene was focused on was watching a movie with Subai.
Originally, she had asked her girlfriends to go play tennis in the afternoon,
but for the sake of this movie, it was all put off. She had to use this movie to advance their relationship to a level with a little ambiguity.
With a little ambiguity, but not too hard. The real white rich beauty, out of the hand are stable, accurate and ruthless.
The Escott's private theater was located in the complex where the apartment was located, an artificially excavated alibi surrounded by a small stream.
According to Charlene,
the exterior of the Escott is decorated in a new Chinese style.
What is new Chinese style? It's when our traditional ethnic style is mixed with some weird stuff, so that the gardening master will vomit blood when he comes to see it. So, I don't understand at all. Just think it looks good.
This paving material is not cheap,
right? Well, the material is marble. If you look at the character, it's at least better than the average 5-star hotel.
The corner of Charlene's mouth curled slightly.
The place I recommended to you is definitely classy enough to fit your identity. What identity do I have? How come I don't know? Subai vaguely heard the meaning of Charlene's test and chose to play dumb. The so-called lie, covering up a cloudy mountain to better bluff the effect. There is no need to say too much. Subai's consumption, nature will advocate for him. Charlene tried not to succeed. Lightspeed switched to the next topic. Very silky smooth. There will not be any embarrassment at all.
It is a smart woman. Subai silently evaluated in his heart.
Smart good smart to have the appearance of a good wife and mother. Chapter 54 Human Wife Type Virtuous Big Sister. Subai is actually a master investor? The private audiovisual room reminded Subai of the classroom where the music specialists trained inside the high school. It's all dark and gloomy tones.
The walls are sound-absorbing materials,
and there's a very quiet feeling when you walk in. Of course,
Subai's high school in his hometown is decorated with materials that are naturally not comparable to this place.
After communicating with the staff of the apartment, the other party said that the movie that Charlene wanted to watch could just be played. And so a movie started logically. Is it Sue's first time watching a movie with a girl? Next to her,
Charlene played with a strand of broken hair hanging down from the corner of her forehead and asked absently,
"Sort of. Oh, if you exclude childhood friends." Subai light smile up. "I have a childhood friend. Grew up living across the street from the family. Remembered that when I was very young, I was taken by my parents to go to the movies together. At that time to see what seems to be still a rice blockbuster. But I have already forgotten what it is about. Feel inferior to the oxygen-sucking goat big movie. For little kids, there's often not that much patience to enjoy a movie. This is also why the noisy voices of small children can always be heard in the theater. That surely does not count.
Between childhood friends usually do not go in the direction of male and female friends that direction.
Right, after all, too familiar with each other. Indeed,
Subai recalled the many pasts between himself and Jiang Qiuzhan, and couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth into a faint smile.
I don't know what this guy was thinking, having to join them as a traveling team. Didn't he say that he had an appointment with the university to pretend he didn't recognize them? And then he came to me again. It's really weird. Forget it, Jiang Qiuzhan, that guy. The temper has always been elusive. Subai is also too lazy to guess. Before is lazy to guess. Now is not need to guess. God ho, economic strength. Should be the beauty to figure out his Subai's mind is right. Okay, the credits are over. The movie officially starts. Charlene poked Subai's arm, imploring him to be quiet, and then began to concentrate on the movie. To be honest, Subai really couldn't appreciate literary movies. He preferred to watch hot-blooded battles or funny daily routines. However, with Charlene by his side, and the nice body fragrance of her lingering on the tip of his nose, it was also refreshing. The dimly lit private movie room had excellent privacy. Compared to the usual movie theaters, there was no surveillance here. The usual routine of rich buddies who lived in luxury apartments was to bring their girls here for dates. However, Charlene was a completely different concept from those vulgar lipsticks, so Subai was not in a hurry, just occasionally glancing sideways. Charlene's features and contours in the style of a young lady, under the reflection of the bright and dark screen, was very good looking. After looking at her a few more times, she was finally discovered by Charlene, so she also tilted her head to meet Subai's line of sight. Always looking at me for what? Good looking. Tisk. Charlene didn't show a shy expression. Those bright eyes were even more churlish at this time. Sue, classmate. In fact, I have always wanted to have a close friend similar to the identity of a younger brother, so that we can play together and talk together. Alas, but unfortunately the little boys I met are too superficial. Could it be that I have a lot of substance in the eyes of director Xia? Of course, you kid is not ordinary. How to say? Willing to recognize me as a sister, not?
With pleasure.
Then you come over a little. Subai moved over to Charlene's side, sticking very close to her, even feeling her sweet-smelling spit. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Bai. You can call me Sister Lin, or Sister will do. Okay, Sister Lin, lie down. Now let you feel your sister's tenderness. Put your head here. Xia Lin patted her yoga pants-wrapped thighs and signaled Subai to lie down. This is the legendary knee pillow? The curves of the thighs were rounded, and because of frequent exercise they looked tight. In fact, when the head was pasted on it, he immediately felt an unspeakable and wonderful elasticity. I see that you just drank red wine at lunch and it's a bit on your face, so I'll rub your head. Is treatment this good? Subai was a little shocked. He could actually see that Charlene wanted to draw closer to him. After all, Charlene probably had feelings for him. Don't think that white rich women are immune to money. The more the family is in good condition and the strict tutelage of the girls, the more they value the economic strength of the object. Will be on the basis of wealth up to the standard, and then consider the face value, personality, and so on. By no means is Subai narcissistic. In the ranks of rich buddies, his face value character is top, so it's normal for Xia Lin to be attracted to him. Only, Subai did not expect Charlene draw close to the relationship way. Surprisingly, knee pillow plus rubbing the brain. It's really human wife power pull full ah. Charlene just gave Subai a few presses, and the latter let out a comfortable grunt. Is the force a bit heavy? No, just right, very comfortable. Subai honestly said, Sister Lin, you also learned massage? Well, Mom taught me, saying that when you get married in the future, you have to take care of your husband, and make him feel the warmth of the family, so that you can run a long and happy marriage. Charlene said, pinching Subai's nose, this is a treatment for the husband in the future. Oh, It's cheap for you. He. Subai giggled for a while, didn't say anything more.
There was no doubt that this level of innuendo was already the most revealing words that Charlene could say. After all, she was a traditional human wife type of girl. In Charlene's body, Subai experienced a long-desired feeling of being taken care of by a big sister. This feeling made Subai very receptive. After all, his parents died early. This feeling was relatively scarce, even though Subai was a very independent and strong character. But, who didn't like to be taken care of? Subai couldn't help but compare Charlene and Zhou Jiadir in his heart. Speaking of which, Sister Jialu was only a year younger than Charlene, a senior and a graduate student. However, when Subai got along with Zhou Jialu, he did not feel that the other party's mental age was older than his own. More than that, it was a feeling of being a little stepford wife. In fact, Zhou Jiadir was essentially a small family type. It was just that her unbelievably sexy body masked the inner core. Charlene, on the other hand, was the very reliable big sister. Big sister versus small family. Do you guys know? Nope. Subai didn't need to know. It's going to be mine sooner or later anyway. To be honest, Subai was a bit dizzy after drinking red wine, and Charlene's head massage was very comfortable. Plus the literary movie was really hypnotizing, so Subai didn't take more than a few minutes to fall asleep very dryly. Ding! Detected that the host fell asleep on the lap of an S-class goddess, belonging to special indulgent behavior. Rewarded cash plus 1 million yuan. Rewarded skill finance and finances, master level. If it was falling asleep watching a literary movie with a literary young lady, then she would inevitably burst into a rage and hang you to a small certain book. But, Charlene was not a literary young woman. She and Subai came to the private theater originally with a purpose. Now, the purpose has been achieved. While Subai was passed out, he could also do something interesting. Just as Charlene was about to lift the hem of Subai's t-shirt, the screen of Subai's cell phone, which was placed next to her, lit up and a text message popped up. Construction Bank, your tail number account credited amount 100000000 yuan investment portfolio income settlement. At that moment, Charlene's beautiful eyes opened roundly. Chapter 55. Let me re-dye the flavor of schoolmates. Charlene swore to the heavens that she definitely didn't mean to look at Subai's cell phone. She didn't have the bad habit of casually prying into other people's privacy. Just by chance, subconsciously saw it. What she saw, however, made Charlene's mind come alive. Investment portfolio settlement. That is to say, this kid usually has in tossing investments. It seems, the scale is not small. A million-level profit meant that the size of the capital must be large tens of millions of dollars anyways, and even likely hundreds of millions. Normal freshman boys obviously couldn't have such a huge amount of money in their hands. Charlene thought of a possibility that Subai's family had given some of the funds to him to manage as a means of exercise. Of course, it wasn't possible to earn all the time. Investing in this kind of thing, there were fluctuations, but this at least showed Subai's ability. The true gentry, the ones in charge are not cuties, wouldn't leave money in the hands of someone who wasn't capable of managing it. This would also explain why Subai had such a generous allowance on hand. For the outstanding offspring, the big families are never stingy, and can even be said to be very generous. The thing about genes, what level the offspring was actually at was purely a lottery ticket. No matter how powerful the family was, there was no guarantee that the child would grow up to be an outstanding character. It is not easy to stumble upon a capable officer. It is definitely to the death to spoil Subai. Probably this is the case. With a flurry of brainstorming, Leader Xia had already brainstormed this recently recognized godbrother into a little financial genius. At once, her gaze towards sleeping Subai became even more tender. Inwardly, she felt incomparably correct for her decision to draw closer to Subai. What? You asked Charlene why she wanted to take on the role of godsister? You have to know, like Subai, such a demonic young talent, that all have to play in the world of flowers for a few years before getting married. In this regard, although the traditional character of Charlene felt a little resentful, but also had to resign herself to accept. Alas, who let the good man is too sought after. She could not ask Subai to marry her early. Instead, it will provoke Subai's rebelliousness and gradually reduce his goodwill. Coming from a family, Charlene had seen a lot of similar situations. Instead of asking for fun, it would be better to first take the identity of a big sister, accompany Subai's side, and wait until Subai is a little older to collect himself, and then propose marriage. In this process, Charlene will let Subai gradually get used to her presence, with a quiet way of immersion, tethered to Subai. In this way, in order to laugh until the end, plan through. After calculating in her head, Charlene no longer think too much, and turned to concentrate on enjoying Subai. The younger brother sleeps well. Then the next, let sister help you check the body. Kong your development. The door is closed in the private theater. A pair of evil catkin, stretching to the teenager's abs. I don't know how long it took, but Subai leisurely woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Charlene, who was looking down on him from above, with a smiling expression on her face.
Ah, I actually fell asleep. How long did I sleep? The movie has ended. Oh.
Charlene gently pinched Subai's ear.
Get up. Sister's legs are sore from your pillow. Ha ha, sorry. It's alright.
Taking care of little Bai is what sister should do.
Saying that, Charlene also helped Subai organize his collar. That feeling was simply too enjoyable. Subai was secretly happy, but unfortunately, Charlene still had to go back to school, so this date had to come to an end for the time being. Only after parting with Charlene did Subai notice the changes in the system. The first was falling asleep on Charlene's knee pillow, gaining a special indulgence reward.
1 million cash was not important.
What was important was the skill. Finance and finance, master level. Subai's mind flowed. Countless profound and extensive knowledge and experience surged in his mind. This could not help but make his heart happy. Subai does not need to rely on finance to make money. After all, finance has risks. Indulgence cashback is zero risk, is really a business of a million profits. But since he wants to be a god, he can't avoid contacting all kinds of upper-class people. For the upper-class field, Subai cannot understand a little. The skills rewarded by the system made up for this shortcoming. With the master-level skill of finance and finance, at least Subai and the bigwigs blowing awesome at doing business could talk and laugh without any obstacles. Very good skill to make Subai's brain spin. Summer Lin, in the future, if you have any problems inside or outside of school, or if you want to talk, you can talk to your sister. Oh.
Subai saw the message on his cell phone and a smile spread out. It's so nice to have a big sister to take care of.
Crispy big white goose, then I won't be polite. If you have trouble sleeping in the future, come to Sister Lin. That sleep just now made me comfortable. Summer Lin, is that so? Sister me I'm also very comfortable. Oh. Chatting with Summer Lin.
Subai skipped around the plaza of the Escott apartment, returning from the private theater to the apartment proper, and returning to the Shan Shui stack.
As soon as he entered, Zhou Jiadir jumped into his arms. Apparently, she had heard the sound of the elevator and ran to the door ahead of time. This couldn't help but remind Subai of the pet cat he kept at home. Hearing the sound of its owner coming home, it would also wait at the door in advance. School brother, do you think it's coincidental?
I just woke up from my nap and you're here.
Well, what a coincidence. I also took a nap. Really?
Zhou Jiadir's expression suddenly changed, sniffing hard before coming over to Subai's body to smell him. A wary look surfaced on her face.
What's wrong?
There's the smell of another woman on schoolmate.
It's normal. I went to watch a movie after dinner with director Xia. The movie was too boring and gave me sleep. Oh, it's sleeping against your counselor's body, isn't it?
Zhou Jiadir pouted her lips and said with jealousy. Subai's face did not fluctuate.
I don't know. Anyway, I slept very well. Maybe when I was asleep, Director Xia did something to me? It's hard to say. After all, my charm is here. It's normal that people can't help but take advantage of it. No way. No way.
My dear schoolmate has been sullied by another woman.
Schoolmate is unclean. Oh, Zhou Jiadir let out a wail. With a look of coaxing, Subai had a brainwave. Then it's not that simple. You can just re-dye it again for me. Dye it back to the flavor of my schoolmate.
Zhou Jiadir was dumbfounded by Subai's strange brain circuit.
In fact, she was only pouting in an angry manner, allowing Subai to coax her. Who would have thought that Subai would say such tigerish words? Then how should I dye it? Zhou Jiadir began to shy away, having a bad premonition. Of course it's with it. Subai reached out and squeezed. Here, use them to go over all the places on my body that don't smell right. This play, just imagining that image alone, Zhou Jiadir felt so perverted. To know, Zhou Jiadir is actually a traditional little woman in her bones. She simply can't top it. However, Subai was beside the root of her ear, letting out a devilish murmur. Make me comfortable. Later go out shopping and buy you a necklace. A schoolmate, you're bad.
Zhou Jiadir glanced at him hopelessly in a flavorful manner. She then began to undo the clasp on her back.
Chapter 56, Sister's Finest Thing, taken in advance. 2 in 1. 4K words, a new maneuver, unlocked. Feeling the wave after wave of soft touch on his body, coupled with the extremely explosive visual effect, Subai instantly had a kind of soul-soaring joy. The incomparably wind-burned and flirtatious schoolmate, paired with her easily shy personality, was simply not too wonderful. Ding! Detected the host enjoying the school sister's service. Simply too indulgent. Reward cash plus 50,000. Tip, Zhou Jialu's current mood has reached a critical level. Critical? Subai couldn't help but carefully observe Zhou Jiadir's state, only to see that the senior sister was clearly serving Subai in a super seductive way. But she herself seemed to be even more agitated than Subai. The blush on her face swooned out, and fine beads of sweat emerged from her entire body, which was simply the legendary fragrant sweat. Her body,
more and more close to Subai. Finally, she could hardly restrain herself from coming to Subai's ear, exhaling warm and good-smelling breath, and said to Subai in a trembling voice, "School brother, I can't hold down my inner emotions anymore. I want to give myself to you in advance." Jo Jadir's sincere eyes were mixed with ecstasy. It made Subai a little surprised. Oops, didn't he say that he wanted a sense of ceremony and a mood? Subai actually knows. That's just a girl's bad habit. Anyway, in these days, Jo Jadir has not let him feel good. Just haven't done the last step yet. Unexpectedly, Jo Jialu unexpectedly then he first to tense up. The reason, in fact, is also very simple. In these few short days, Jo Jialu and Subai high-intensity boredom, more deeply feel Subai's ability, and felt how popular Subai was with the girls. Not only the high-cold school bully Chen Yuxing, even the reserved and dignified young lady like Xia Lin was interested in Subai. Compared to looks, Jo Jialu was confident that she would not lose to them. It was hard to say who was better than who, each had their own specialties. However, when it came to family background and talent, she was far worse. Both can be said to be absent. So Jo Jialu decided to seize the first opportunity. Inwardly, the young girl's dreamy thoughts about the first time, decisively discarded. Take the pragmatic route. Seize the present, right now. Become Subai's first woman. Any man, for his first woman, will always have a little favoritism. Although the two had only been together for less than a week, Jo Jadir's handing over her body here seemed a bit hasty. However, Subai is good enough. So this is not called hasty, called kill and decisive. So Jo Jadir hooked Subai's neck, gave him a warm kiss and reached out to pull Subai's clothes. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit crazy. School brother, have me. I don't want to prepare any special ceremonial feeling. Your appearance in my life is the grandest wonderful ceremony. Jo Jadir spoke moving words of love, dragging Subai into the gentle abyss. Ding! Detected S-Class Goddess Jo Jadir favorability +4. Current favorability, 95. Reward draws +4. You have obtained the most precious thing of an S-Class Goddess for the first time. Rewarding the special skill, Manipulation Da-Di. Manipulation Emperor. As the shallowly experienced Chao Chunan, you will automatically gain a wealth of experience in a certain area. And your maneuvers will be extremely strengthened, even surpassing the strongest male actor in history. Subai was having fun with the 4 chances of the lottery, when good news came one after the other. This special skill, well, one could only say that it was too practical for rich people. What's more, Subai already had a super high special attribute, which meant that the hardware was inherently powerful, coupled with the addition of top-notch software. How strong the combat power would be, he simply didn't dare to think about it. Looking at Jo Jadir who was cowering under the quilt, Subai thought, it's better to let her rest for a while before trying out Brother Unicorn's freshly baked heaven-defying skills. This school sister, by and large, was exhausted. At this time, Jo Jadir shrunk her head in the quilt, not coming out for half a day. When her emotions came up, looking at her schoolmates' enjoyable appearance, her wind-burned nature was activated, teasing Subai in various bold ways, successfully taking each other's treasures with Subai. Finally, after the previous several mind-blowing maneuvers, the first official encounter was completed. Waiting to calm down, the high ground was again occupied by shy reasoning. Had to do some mental construction before daring to face Subai again. Another reason for shrinking under the covers is also tired. That's right, Subai's guess was correct. Originally, the body-strengthening liquid will Subai's ability to strengthen to the top level of human beings, in addition to the special attribute points +3 from the lottery. Nowadays, Su Xiaobai was simply like a god of war. It took Jo Jadir a lot of effort to finally reach a peaceful and tranquil situation. Well, it's probably pain and pleasure. Jo Jadir in the quilt hugged Subai and snuggled up to him. Suddenly noticed Subai moved. Seems to go. Hurriedly pampered. School brother, you do not go well. Let me hold you for a while more, okay? I'm not leaving. I'll go get a bottle of ice coke. Subai reached into the comforter and patted his schoolmate's butt, soothingly saying, don't worry, I will stay by your side. Just want to drink a can of ice coke afterward. Oh, people were smoking aftermath cigarettes, but it turned out that Subai was switching to iced coke. Schoolmate is really interesting. Maybe it is this kind of dashing and uninhibited love whoever character that attracts Jo Jadir. Soon, Subai came back, half lying on the bed and drinking coke. The ice-cold cola slid into his throat, soothing his body. However, Subai's coolness did not last long, because Jo Jadir still relied on the comforter and came over to embrace his waist. The small hands were not honest, attempting to provoke a bilateral military conflict again. This was purely bumping into the muzzle of a gun. Subai was worried that there was nowhere to practice the many new knowledge that had emerged in his mind. School sister, girls with unclean little hands are to be punished. Subai lifted the quilt and transformed from a sitting position to landing on the bed with his knees, straightening his back and facing the first-time vixen head-on. Jo Jia-deer, who was located in a much lower position, raised her head and saw Xiongqi's presence. She immediately held her breath, closed her eyes, and her entire body shivered. School brother, you pity me a little. Ah, manipulation great emperor. Start. After a long time, Jo Jia-deer had already been tossed by Subai and had no strength at all. Lying in Subai's arms, she was as weak as a wounded deer. On the contrary, Subai was still in high spirits. This is the great emperor of maneuver do you have such a maneuver I want to ask? Not only the technique, but also the waste method is strong and invincible. Successful in his first battle, Su Xiaobai was satisfied. Pityingly playing with Jo Jia-deer's hair, Subai looked at the system and found that his sister's favorability had risen to a full 97 points. There were 2 more chances to draw, and 6 draws in stock. Subai decided that he would simply save up 10 times and have a 10 consecutive draw. Right at this moment, Jo Jia-deer suddenly asked with a lazy and coquettish voice, "School brother, will you think that I'm a particularly vulgar woman? Vulgar where? Originally I didn't even want to do that for you, but after hearing you say you want to buy me jewelry, I just, oops, so much happened logically. I'm actually not simply love money, is that I think you're so good to me? In that case, we'll be in the water." Jo Jia-deer rambled on and on, slimy and sticky, and before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Subai with a kiss. Subai kissed her cheeks and gazed at her and said mildly, "I like the school sister who loves money. After all, I have money power." The other party froze for a moment, then snorted out a laugh. The slightly worried face instantly blossomed into a peach blossom. Yeah, she herself didn't resist being thought of as a gold worshipper, but would care about Subai's opinion. Essentially, it was Jo Jia-deer who didn't care about other men at all, and had already identified with Subai. The good thing is that schoolmate is also a man with an open heart and a clear mind. It's simply a perfect match. Half an hour later, the two of them appeared on the nearby pedestrian street. Originally, they could have continued to get bored, but Jo Jia-deer was afraid that Subai would attack again, in which case she would definitely not be able to handle it. So they each took a shower and came out to shop. What? You asked why they didn't take a bath together. Just kidding. In that case, the nature of the bath will change. Jo Jialu really can't stand it. She is still very delicate, and Subai's force is extraordinarily powerful. Alas, I don't know how this schoolmate is so powerful, making Jo Jia-deer wonder if it's his first time or not. Doesn't matter. No matter what, she must be his first woman after college. Hey, that's enough. Jo Jia-deer's mindset and contentment. Subai didn't know enough. He still wanted to brush his money, and he was addicted to brushing. If he corresponds to the LOL professional circle of characters in the God Ho world, then he, Subai, must be Chovy. He is a great god in the field of money brushing. Subai decided to buy a necklace for Jo Jia-deer before dinner. For a girl with a proud top like her, a delicate and gorgeous necklace would be more than suitable. In addition to the necklace, Subai also had his eye on a brooch. Well, it was also a perfect fit for little dear school sister. The criteria for choosing jewelry was purely based on eye appeal, completely disregarding the price. 2 necklaces plus a brooch. Again spending out more than $200,000. Jo Jialu felt already a little numb. In Subai here, money seems to be just a number. What a blissful feeling of numbness. Let me be immersed in numbness for the rest of my life. Jo Jia-deer hugged Subai's arm tightly and wished. Her footsteps were a little staggered. Not quite natural. Well, no at all. Subai took care of this and specially slowed down her steps, making Jo Jia-deer beautiful. Time is still early. Subai saw that there is a high-end barber store on the street, and the Tony teachers inside all look like thieves and professionals. Thinking of a few more days to travel in a group with the schoolgirls, Subai decided to give himself a little upgrade in terms of image. Although he is already considered to be a little handsome, the hairstyle is relatively ordinary. Are in the school of the small store cut, 20 yuan a price. Mediocre, basically no design. The clothes he wore on his body were also a bit ordinary. Subai did not pursue brand name, but who does not want to make himself more handsome and arrogant? Subai told the idea to Jo Jia-deer. The latter brightened up and said, "Why don't I contract your image remodeling? First get a haircut, then go buy clothes. Believe me, I guarantee to make my schoolmate's degree of handsomeness go up 2 more grades. No, 3 grades. So exaggerated 3 grades. That shall not directly debut as an idol." Subai flirted. School brother was originally a good bottom In fact, now the male love beans in the entertainment circle. The face value is just like that, mainly relying on packaging. When it comes to this, Jo Jia-deer looks like she doesn't really look down on it. She really isn't the kind of girl who is addicted to the entertainment industry. Watching TV dramas and variety shows is purely for fun. If you really want Jo Jia-deer to choose, she is more than happy to surround her husband. Little Stepford wife is like this. Walking into the barbershop, the foreman at the door, Tony, swept a glance at Joe Jadir's clothes and Subai's watch, and immediately filled his face with smiles. Hello boss, welcome to La Lavina Customized Styling. We are the highest end and most professional styling design in the whole of Zhangcheng. May I ask if it is you sir who wants to create a brand new personal image? That's right. Well, you guys communicate with her. I don't understand. You guys discuss a program out? I'll just clap, Subai said. In the foreman's mind, he immediately sketched out Subai's personality portrait. Afraid of trouble, a thief with money, but very opinionated. Having been in the service industry for a long time, they were all very good at figuring out the customer's personality. Some rich buddies were brought in by women to have their hair done, and were basically led by the nose by the women. There are even those who are obviously PUA'd and follow each other's preferences completely. However, Subai was clearly not like that. The woman beside him, foxy and sultry, and with a spirited temperament, looked like she was not to be messed with. Yet, she was submissive to him, her eyes full of gentle little stars. This little guy Juice, definitely a tough guy. So the foreman also did not promote the vain head of the package. Directly with Joe Jadir exchanged some, and quickly came to a conclusion. Boss, you are tall and lanky, suitable for the route of a tough and handsome man. We recommend American front spurs for you. It's not too much trouble to take care of it. When you go out the hairspray will just scratch it a little. In addition, the eyebrows also give you fine-tuning refinement, so that your temperament appears more sharp and domineering. In this case, clothing with American college style, suitable for daily outings, with the effect of formal wear, but also very outstanding. There is a kind of suit thug yuppie paradigm, should not say, this high-end Tony teacher, but also quite trendy, took a tablet computer to, with AI-assisted modeling, to get a 3D virtual image of Subai, to show Subai the expected effect of the new hairstyle. Subai looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. That's it. After a 40-minute long fine cut, standing in front of the full-body mirror, Subai was slightly in a trance. Sure enough, for people with a good base, regardless of gender, the effect of changing hairstyles is comparable to plastic surgery. The school sister next to him, her eyes were going to be drawn. Mr. Tony here's craftsmanship was really good, and the hair that was repaired was very layered. Relatively, the price is also outrageous, charging Subai more than 1,300. At least male customers have less hair and don't need special care. If it's a female customer, the price is even higher. If he had bound the Indulgent God's hero system before, Subai would not have entered this kind of store to get a haircut. According to the current average price of 20 for a haircut, more than 60 times can be cut. Once a month, it is enough for several years. Although the head of $20, not so handsome, and will even play a role in weakening the appearance. However, handsome cannot be eaten. At that time is so think. Now the situation is completely different. With a delicate and beautiful appearance, it is convenient for Subai to pick up girls, get more indulgence returned to the object of cash. Immediately after that, Subai was guided by Joe Jadir, in a hip store, matched with American college-style wear. Chapter 57, repeatedly rejected by sisters, incompetent and furious Shui Tao. It was now the turn of summer and fall, and Jiangcheng had gradually cooled down. It was the right time to buy fall clothes. Subai still wanted to be a bit more youthful and flamboyant than wearing all luxury items in a riotous manner. This niche hipster brand was really good. In terms of price, a dress or pants, with a higher grade of material, was 2,000 or 3,000 to start with. It was actually considered a light luxury brand, easily took a few sets of wear, and spent more than 50,000 in one breath. Shopping this set of operation down, almost consumed 300,000, cashback 150. The combined ratio is almost close to 5 times. Joe Jadir really is a little lucky star. I always feel that in her place. The percentage of cashback drawn tends to be very high. While Subai was immersed in the joy of upgrading his handsome image, male dormitory 7 building 510, Shui Tao, however, was immersed in distress. The reason was simple. Until now, Wan Xinyan still hadn't passed his friend application. This was strange. It was clearly this girl who was attracted by his charm in the group and took the initiative to request to join the traveling team. As a result, she didn't even give her friends a chance to add them now. Girls nowadays are too unintelligent. The Mid-Autumn Festival is close at hand. There are still a lot of details to be arranged for the tour, and communication is so poor. Alas, Chu Mingjie, who is drumming up a collection of headphones, interjects, that's too much detail, so let me ask you, what are the details that can't be communicated in the group and have to be chatted privately? This, you just want to tease people in a private chat, and the little girl has no interest in you. Recognize it. Chu Mingjie mercilessly mocked. Shui Tao was poked and prodded by Master Hu, his face red for a while and white for a while, his mouth hardened.
What do you mean I want to tease her? Cha AV only, what era is it? Master Shanghai, why are you so feudal? As the saying goes, one more friend one more road. Oh, so you have more 1xin yen this art academy friend. What road are you planning to take? Shu Mingjur was conspiratorial. On the contrary, she as an outsider, more me as a friend. Is she more in the encounter of various difficulties when the life road? After all, I am a local. The family 4 sweets, freshman year to open the maiden. Shui Tao began the classic chant. To Chu Mingjur look silly. Local people this strange thinking angle, is really unexpected. No, buddy, you are also too narcissistic right? Really think you are what top connections? Everyone to grab the meat and potatoes. After being annoyed for a while, Shui Tao still couldn't wait for 1xin yen's consent to the friend application. So he switched his thoughts and went to add Wan Xinyue. Although, this pair of twin sisters inside, looks like Wan Xinyan to be more cheerful. Wan Xinyue very quiet, quite afraid of the appearance. But as the saying goes, people have 2 sides. Maybe in private is actually very good to talk. Is the kind of sticky gibberish little girl, holding an unrealistic fantasy. Shui Tao added Wan Xinyue's friend. The result was almost a second rejection by the other party. And the rejection was accompanied by a message. Do not add strangers. No, sis, how am I a stranger? Shui Tao was so angry that he hastily added her once more, explaining, I'm Shui Tao, the leader of our 510 mid-autumn travel team, the one who drives the maiden. I don't want to be added, so I'll talk to you in the group. When Shui Tao tried to add for the 3rd time, he found that the other party had blocked him. This was a big blow to his self-esteem. He declared that he would kick the Wan sisters out of the fall tour team. To be honest, it was more or less tainted with incompetent rage. Although Wan Xinyue's attitude was indeed a bit cold, but since people have said that the group has communicated, it is not bad, not so much as to directly give a kick. Anyway, Wang Haoren watched the whole thing from the sidelines and felt so. Looking at Shui Tao and the dormitory feet endless, Wang Haoren is really a bit annoying. Had to Archfire said, really kick, brother? I also think, traveling or something a little less people good arrangement. Indeed, Shu Mingjur pushed his glasses, the lenses flashed with wisdom. As long as there are Chen Yuxing and Jiang Qiuya, that won't do. Then again, this pair of twin sisters, although they are poor in this area of dealing with people, but it can be forgiven. After all, also just left high school campus. Not knowing things is normal. Shui Tao frantically made up for himself. Wang Haoren finished his work, smiled slightly, put on the headphones and continued the liver game. There were no words in the night. The next day, Subai woke up naturally at 8 o'clock sharp. This statement seems to be a bit contradictory, but since Subai's body was strengthened, his daily routine was quite regular. School sister was sleeping. Last night Subai had pestered her to come again, completely exhausting Zhou Jia Lu's physical energy, and now she was purely in a state of oil exhaustion, sleeping especially well. Let's just be human for now, Subai thought. So he didn't wake up his schoolmate, just took a shower, changed his clothes, and silently went out. Open today's journey. The first section of the morning has no class, and the second section is physical education. Physical education class also belongs to the type of signing up to catch more strict. Have to go. The state attaches importance to the physical quality of college students. Jiangcheng University has established strict attendance rules and examination standards. Subai is okay, even before the body strengthening. His sports performance is not bad, not slip level. Over the examination should not be a problem. Now he is even less worried. What should be worried about is Wang Haoren kind of seldom exercise otaku. Yesterday in the Tide store, by the way, also got 2 sets of sportswear. Running and playing basketball are all suitable. When Subai left the Escot, he saw his own reflection on the building's glass curtain wall and was instantly handsome by himself. Well, always feel as if something is missing? Immediately open the phone. In the small sweet potato platform search the sports department handsome man out of the streetwear. It should be said not to say, although some girls on this platform, the speech is more controversial, but in the consumption of this piece, the small sweet potato is absolutely professional. What to buy, where to play, all can easily check the strategy. Jime guys are really going to consume So Subai saw the brightly colored headphones hanging around the neck of the male model in a certain promotional soft article of Little Sweet Potato. So it is. Subai slapped his thigh and realized on the spot, he really needs to go out in portable Bluetooth headphones. According to the netizens, Bluetooth headphones can't be compared to wired headphones in the area of sound quality, but it doesn't need a wire. Hanging on the neck is also quite handsome, usually outside the wave. The phone is not convenient to external audio, with headphones to listen to also suitable, and high-end Bluetooth headset also has a noise reduction function. On the way back to school, Subai drove around the corner, in a hi-fi comprehensive experience store, bought a AZ100, Panasonic in-ear Bluetooth headphones, a Sony XM5, headset. In total, I spent less than 4,000, and the cashback multiplier was unlucky. Only 2 times. By the way, I added the owner's WeChat. The system is upgraded, and in addition to the headphones, the stereo is also in the category of indulgent consumption. After all, Subai is fond of listening to music and watching movies, and the usage rate of the stereo is very high. And audio this thing, as long as you are willing to add price, there is always enough expensive equipment waiting for you. You can't see. Those who play hi-fi equipment old burner, expenses can be more than playing computer most. Subai remembered.
In the B station brushed to a million level of personal audio.
Well, when he searched for his villa, also a whole set, all kinds of high-end subscription pull full, strive to burst at 10 million level of cashback. However, the task of the moment, but also the physical education class.
Chapter 58, the Wan family sisters went to watch Subai play soccer.
The programs in physical education class are optional, and some popular programs such as basketball, archery, and Go need to be grabbed at the stage of class selection. Go is the most tawdry, sitting there without moving, at most running before class.
It is popular with brittle college students as well as lazy dogs.
Subai has no interest in Go. What era is it still playing traditional Go?
He prefers to play 8-player Go on the computer.
The game is a great way to understand the world, so he chose a basketball. This can be regarded as a project he will play. High school occasionally with friends in the class to play. Relaxation and relaxation. To the basketball court, the teacher is organizing the formation. Running to warm up. Subai joined the team, next to the boys in the same class. Zhang Jishuan, 514 dormitory, in Subai, diagonally across the door.
I don't know this guy very well, but I've heard vaguely that he's been in several relationships and is known as the sage of love in the class, often with classmates to popularize the useful knowledge about girls.
Well, it is not useful. For many guys, maybe the whole 4 years of college is not useful. It is really sad. Seeing Subai,
Zhang Jishuan somewhat obscenely squeezed his eyebrows and said, "This playground where we have class today,
there is something to enjoy."
How? There's a class for girls' physical education that learns aerobics,
and they're practicing in the indoor gym on the north side of the playground today. So suck it. Saying that,
Zhang Jishuan hated to suck a mouthful of water backwards.
Beautifully YY said, waiting for the free activities. Absolutely have to go to see an overdose. Feast your eyes on awe. As we all know, you have to wear that kind of tight aerobics uniform for aerobics class.
18 or 19-year-old freshman girls, warbling and swallowing. Thinking about that scene was blood-curdling.
Brother Bai, will you go with me? You're handsome. In case we get caught peeping, people won't get angry if you're there.
Zhang Jishuan also called him Brother Bai,
mainly because Subai was tall and big, and came with a big brother aura. Subai shook his head decisively and said, I'm not going. Why what a good opportunity
Next week they still don't know whether to come this way or not.
In fact, most of the girls,
wearing clothes that show the body is a disaster.
Either wherever flat, either 5 short body, either, well, you know, press F to enter. Ha ha ha, grass. You say so really. Zhang Jishuan happy, but I investigated. Choose this class.
There is a pair of twin sisters,
art college, child-faced giant that what? Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue?
Subai coldly said.
Hey, brother Bai, you know them?
Sort of. Zhang Jishuan nodded his head at once to express his understanding.
If it was a bit of a friendship, it would feel weird and inappropriate to go peeking.
It would also be awkward in case a crossover arose. What Subai thought in his heart was another layer of logic.
The current situation was that Wan Xinyan took the initiative to add him on WeChat and asked him to go out shopping. Probably saw his strength. So, just wait for her to lick it. There is no need to take the initiative to come up. Besides, this kind of thing,
like a sexy body, has already been tasted on Zhou Jia, dear school sister.
Subai is not very greedy now. Okay, people are due. I will say a few words first. After the National Day vacation back, the school is going to prepare for the opening of the sports meeting, when there will be a variety of projects. I hope that students enthusiastically enroll. This class is based on restorative physical training. Well, I'm sure that after your senior year of high school and military training, your body is in need of restoration. Warm up, run 5 laps around the playground. The teacher of the basketball class was a retired city team basketball player, taller than Subai. Visual estimate must be 1 meter 9, looking very able to fight. Beer belly is a little obvious. I guess the old boy usually shelved office fish did not eat a lot of food and sea stuffing. A mouth is to run 5 laps.
Make the physical fitness of the students screamed bitterly.
In the middle of the team, Wang Haoren, Xuetao and Xu Mingzhi crowded in a pile. The team is lined up according to height. These 3 people are about the same height, so they are located in the middle of the team, and Subai is at the back. Wang Haoren's physical fitness was a dud, and he started panting after running a lap. Xuetao wasn't much better.
but was strong and calm in order to compete with Master Shanghai. Chu Mingzhi looks quite relaxed. This kid often go out to run after 10 o'clock. The time is quite intertemporal. Wearing a thief burn bag. The body also stick a bunch of fluorescent strips, said to be ready to join what Fluorescent Night Running Association. It is said that Fluorescent Night Running Association is a very easy to facilitate the single society. This is enough to show that Mr. Shanghai is actually very sullen. While he complains every day about the locals not being picky about what they eat, he is in fact eager to get married quickly. After 5 laps, some of the students are already tired. Directly to the turf ally. For example, Wang Haoren, like a dead dog, panting with his mouth open, and then was lifted up by the physical education teacher. Don't sit or lie down immediately after running. Take a walk for a while first. Let your body gradually recover. Chu Mingzhi walked idly, looking askance at those unprofessional students. Alas, I see that these people are completely ignorant of sports. Oh, really lack of taste. Looking at it, Chu Mingzhi saw Subai, who was also walking idly. Immediately, the tiger shook. No, buddy, your clothes? Because Subai was at the end of the line. Chu Mingzhi didn't even notice it just now. Now hitching an eye look. Subai actually changed his Uniqlo, changed into a very niche. But Chu Mingzhi tentatively considered to understand the Tide brand. This brand, Chu Mingzhi is actually very like. Design aesthetics online. Tease the girl is very good. And the price is not cheap. Very able to satisfy the Shanghai master of petty cash psychology. Unfortunately, it belongs to the American street style. Chu Mingzhi figure is too thin. To put it bluntly, is a thin dog. Where this kind of thing, purely self-defeating. Subai, on the other hand, is like a model hired by the brand. I drop a cabinet. It seems that Subai is really rich. Just today's gym class, this sportswear, counting the shoes, add up to $10,000. Subai brother. What? You also began to pay attention to wear. Hiss, your new hairstyle is also good. Ah, originally thought that you outsiders do not understand fashion. Unexpectedly you actually will also refine the hair. Should not be the barber store in the school to do it? It feels like those Tony teachers aren't up to par. Well, off-campus cut. Alas, why is the Prime Minister sighing? I originally thought that my aesthetics, amongst the freshmen, was unique, but I didn't expect to have a rival now. Chu Mingzhi cast a middle-aged look towards Subai that was also an enemy and a friend. Like Sasuke gazing at Naruto. It gave Subai a laugh. No, buddy, we don't have to. Subai patted his shoulder and comforted. I don't know how to dress. It's a schoolmate who helped me get it. I see. This news made Chu Mingzhi feel much more at ease. However, he was soon skeptical again. Wasn't Subai flirting with Chen Yushin? Why did a schoolmate pop up again? Gutters, is this kid's woman's fate really that good? Chu Mingzhi envied. If he knows, in fact, the school sister to help Subai get far more than just wear. It is estimated that the envy of the original geological wall separation. After running, the physical education teacher let the students group activities. Those who don't have a basketball foundation, follow him to learn the basic movements of the 3-step layup. Although nowadays certain basketball stars go more than 3 steps on the layup. But, newbies still need to learn the basics. The final exam. The ones who can play, just let them go and play on their own. That's why a lot of guys like to take basketball and soccer classes. Zhang Zhishuan, who was thinking about his aerobics sisters, took the opportunity to sneak into the indoor hall on the north side. As a result, he pounced. After scanning the crowd for half a day, it was clear that many girls were training, but he couldn't see the figure of the Wan sisters. There was no choice but to find someone to ask. As a result, the other person replied, today is a free activity. Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue, along with a few others, went to the basketball court to watch the boys play. Zhang Zhishuan, oh well, a trip for nothing. Chapter 59, I'm a local. How did I lose to Subai? That being said, it wasn't a strange thing to have girls watching when the boys were playing soccer. Many people had experienced something similar in high school. But the problem was that usually only the more powerful scenes would have more onlooker girls, like the varsity team taking on another school. And then again, it would have to be a game between class teams. Yet this was just a mediocre gym class. So what was it? Exactly. That attracted the girls practicing aerobics in the arena to voluntarily run to the basketball court to sunbathe? To know, girls in gym class, that are sun protection priority, can stay in the shade, who run outside. Holding such doubts, Zhang Zhishuan decisively retreated. Roughly swept a glance. Indoor hall wearing aerobics clothing girls, generally face value figure are worrying. Also do not know if good looking or running to watch the boys play ball. Basketball court. The guys are very silky smooth to group up a few 3v3, 4v4. There are exactly 3 of us. Let's make up a half court. Okay. Harem, not very good at playing. Hey, alright. We also do not know. Blind play. When the game is organized, all of them are not very good at it.
and the ball is played more than one fierce. Subai and two roommates a team. Don't get me wrong,
there was no Wang Haoren in the team. This kid was already paralyzed after running 5 laps. He was following the physical education teacher to learn the 3-step layup. In fact, Subai wanted to take the opportunity to get to know his classmates from other classes, but Xuetao and Xu Mingzhi insisted on pulling Subai to form a team, saying that the two of them were a backcourt duo, and they happened to be missing a big center. Subai feels that his 1.85 m is not considered a big center, but considering the height of these two, in contrast, it is indeed quite big, and Subai is stronger. To the basket below the station, the package has a sense of security, so Subai agreed. He played the main ball a mixer, a little bit of everything, mainly for exercise and relaxation. It is said that exercise can make the body promote the secretion of endorphins, which helps to get a good mood. Also, with the Indulgence system, there was no need to worry about injuries from exercise. It didn't matter. Brother Unicorn would step in. After consulting with his 3 buddies across the street, he threw a few balls to warm up his hands and was ready to start hitting. Wait, let me take off my watch. Don't paddle you guys later. Subai is very qualified to take off his Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. Thought about it, just put it under the basketball rack. Put a piece with the cell phone. Anyway, the personal belongings of the guys are put here. Not afraid of losing. At this time, a sweet lowly voice came from the side of the court. Subai, let me hold your stuff for you, if you don't mind. Turning his head to look, a giant now whatever lowly, was smilingly trotting over towards Subai. That adorable voice made people unable to resist the idea of committing a crime. In contrast to it was her chest, the super strength granary. Subai visually estimated that it should be a circle smaller than Zhou Jiadir. The senior sister was still too powerful. After all, she was Subai's Tai Moonlight. However, this girl had a petite and lovely figure. Her visual estimation was less than 1.6 m. It just seemed like an exaggerated and secondary figure, especially since she was also wearing aerobics training clothes, which outlined her body to the fullest. Of course, it would still be a bit too flashy to run out onto the playground in just her training clothes, so she is also very clever to cover a sunscreen jacket. Semi-transparent style on the outside, the body inside is hidden. The visual effect is simply unbeatable. Even if the vast majority of rubbing female anchors come, they have to be inferior. Subai instantly recognized. You are Wan Xinyan. Yeah, he, how do you know that I'm Wan Xinyan and not my sister? With her hands behind her back, Wan Xinyan came in front of Subai, if unconsciously standing on her tiptoes and leaning her upper body forward. This action extraordinarily emphasized her thou. If it was an ordinary Shao Chunan, he was afraid that his heartbeat would accelerate and he would not be able to speak well. Unfortunately, Subai had a stable mindset, coupled with the Sigma Aura enchantment, only slightly fluctuating inwardly, casting an appreciative and calm look towards Wan Xinyan. Your sister is over there. Subai pointed to the side of the court, the girl with the same dress and appearance as Wan Xinyan. I heard that she is quieter and you are more lively. Then do you like the quiet one or the lively one? Like both. I'm more fraternal. Subai said and stuffed his cell phone and watched into Wan Xinyan's arms. Watch it for me. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. The fingers of the two men rubbed slightly. Wan Xinyan's eyes seemed a bit mesmerized, and he didn't know if it was a deliberate discharge or what. Ding! S-Class Goddess Wan Xinyan detected. Favorability increased. Current favorability, 65. The initial favorability was over 60. Terrifying as hell. It also meant that her attitude towards Subai was already at the level of wanting to fall in love with him. In short, it was easy to see that she wanted to hook up with Subai, but the two had only met for the first time. Why was the favorability so high? It was a bit hard to understand. Subai is too lazy to think about it. Since the meat has been fed to his mouth, it's human not to eat it. As long as you maintain a certain degree of vigilance not to be pitched. Enjoy can be. Indulgent life should be as it is. Under the envious gaze of the onlookers, Subai returned to the court. The 3v3 matchup began. In just a few minutes, the 510 dormitory team was beaten 5 o'clock. Honestly, Subai was really having a good time protecting the frame. However, the locals and Master Shanghai stayed in one stroke, and the defense was beaten by all kinds of one-step passes, and the opposite classmates beat them as easily as a shooting practice. What can Subai do? Does he have to defend 3 by himself and find his own problems? Little Ming's Sword Demon. JPG. No, dude, you two are resting here sleepwalking? Subai spat, glancing at the Wan sisters and a few other girls on the sidelines. Or is it just that too many beautiful women on the sidelines are nervous? It's a little. Xu Mingzhi squirmed. A little bit of interest line. You see the opposite side of the 3-old brother. See the beautiful women watching the battle instantly on the chicken blood. You also get high up. Wow. Xuetao froze for a while, suddenly complex as constipation. Subai,
When did you recognize Wan Xinyan? Ah, just met. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just a little strange. Alas. Forget it. Just now. Shuetao looked at Subai and Wan Xinyan shelved that ambiguous small interaction. The whole person to be jealous crazy. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. But I'm not sure what I'm talking about. So I don't know. Wan Xinyan even her friend application does not pass. A group of high cold. How in front of Subai is so passionate. In the end where is the problem? Shuetao was puzzled. Well, he admitted that Subai's look today was indeed a little bit handsome. But he, Shuetao, wasn't bad either. Wearing a genuine basketball equipment, James Lakers jersey with AJ, and he is a local. The family 4 sweets, freshman open-minding. How to lose to Subai. Shuetao is not convinced. He is not convinced mouth teeth. Chapter 60, tonight, play together. The more Shuetao thought about it, the more he felt that something wasn't right. Subai said that he had only just met Wan Xinyan. The problem was how would someone who just met take the initiative to ask to keep your personal belongings for you, and Subai actually agree to do so? There is a problem. Between these two people, there is definitely a problem. Shuetao is a person who can't hide things in his heart and doesn't have much of a city. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but ask Subai, did you and Wan Xinyan chat on WeChat before? Oh, chatted a little. Subai revealed a hint of a meaningful smile. How? I chat with her still have to find you to report No, hey, I don't mean that. In the previous sentence, Shuetao also brought a bit of questioning. As a result, when Subai's tone was hardened, Shuetao was abashed in seconds. Originally, Subai belongs to the masculine type of temperament, and now there is a unified son of the brother to support. The bottom of a batch, only to see him smiling badly, put his arm around Shuetao's shoulders and said, Taozi, play well the girls are watching it. You also do not want to show la crotch was noticed by them, right? Don't go out to travel at that time. Wan Xinyan they don't take care of you. Look at you this. What words? Shuetao smiled sarcastically. That game just now. It's because I didn't play well. This one definitely blows them away. Okay, watch out for you. Subai finished, and went to find Shumingzhi to chat again. The main game was a CPU. Although Subai and Wan Xinyan's marvelous relationship had caused Shuetao to suffer greatly, but things had come to this. It was the right time to perform well and reverse the situation. Think about it. Wan Xinyan is just helping Subai to get things. It's not like she's refuted with Subai. Maybe it is to see Subai handsome. Slightly give him some benefits. Raise a fish. Like Subai's poor family has not seen the knowledge of the small kitchen man. I guess to be fooled. Alas, it's still me, Shuetao, who is as discerning as a torch and has a bright ear, knowing how to dominate in a man-woman relationship. Win. On the other side Shumingzhi also pulled himself together after being CPU'd by Subai. The main thing was that he came back to his senses. Although the Wan family sisters were bright, they probably didn't have much taste. Not worthy of him. Shumingzhi, this hi-fi player, amateur host, writer, folk singer, oil painting artist, tambourine artist, leather smith, silversmith, and Zen Linji disciple. Such a multi-talented male god. Anyway, it was Wan Xinyan who was close to Subai. It's not like it's Jiang Qiuzheng or Chen Yusheng. These two people are probably not the kind of superficial type that would come to the basketball court to see a handsome man. So, win. Well, win not so much. In any case, has not lost. The reorganized 510 trio, and then the unnamed Roadrunner 3 brothers. Both the locals and Master Shanghai were playing at their usual strength. Subai, because of his improved physical quality, rampaged through the interior, grabbing boards and making up baskets. Surprisingly, they won a handful of games with a 5-4 record. The last shot was scored by Shuetao. Subai knuckled down and helped him keep the defense at bay and shot an open shot, just as he was self-indulging in his handsome goal-scoring pose. I don't know which girl's murmur floated in. That boy wearing the No. 23 jersey. How to shoot the ball and still split, like a big horse monkey. Put. Shuetao was about to spit out blood. Goddamn big horse monkey. Lousy, this is called lagging. How dashing, right? Next came 2 more games with the opposite side. There were winners and losers. This situation was actually the best. Both sides were close to each other in terms of strength, and the fight was intense and not one-sided. Anyway, Subai was having a great time. Although he was a technical novice, he had a good body, and after a bouncing around to his heart's content, the system unexpectedly rang out. Ding! Detected the host's indulgent consumption of physical energy, rewarded with cash plus 1000 RMB and restored physical energy to its peak. There is hanging. Subai was shocked. This indulgence system's mechanism, was it so wonderful? That meant he could make up for it as long as he consumed his physical strength quickly and triggered his body's protection mechanism. Then if he participated in the games, wouldn't he be invincible? Enroll in a long-distance running competition and charge hard on the first lap. A moment of slamming is a moment of pleasure. All the time slamming is a straight-up pleasure. Subai, I bought you an ice drink. See which one you want to drink. Pick it. Subai is thinking about the system mechanism of the heavenly wonderful use. Wan Xinyan with a full of plastic bags to come over. It was filled with a lot of ice-cold drinks, which she bought at the convenience store next to the basketball court. As for Subai's cell phone and watch, they had been transferred to her sister Wan Xinyue's hands at this time. I do not know where to get a large hard plastic bag, that is, the kind of criminal investigation scene to load evidence. The phone and watch are placed inside. Transparent plastic bag. Can see the situation inside at a glance, but also shows that the two sisters will not touch Subai's privacy. Momi, this is also too. Subai was secretly staggered. Could it be that under the deterrent of money, every beautiful girl would transform into a Zhou Jia deer analog, turning into a backwards chasing creature with excellent service attitude? Only to see him casually pick up a bottle of blue Gatorade, unscrewing it and filling 2 mouthfuls. The cold and refreshing drink slid down his throat comfortably. Shui Tao, Chu Mingjie, you guys take a bottle as well. Wan Xinyan greeted those two immediately afterward. The two of them revealed surprised expressions. They were truly not expecting that they would be named. Especially Shui Tao. His brows tightened as he stammered. Classmate, you know me? Recognize you're Shui Tao, the one who drives a meeting. These drinks count as my sister and I treating you. After all, the snacks for traveling out need to be prepared by you, but the drinks are still too cheap. At noon and then treat you guys to a meal. The South District Cafeteria's spicy hot pot is quite good. Wan Xinyan's small mouth blared. A meal arrangement. It was very reasonable, and Shui Tao had no way to refute it. But he wanted to ask right now, why didn't you pass my friend request? But his meditative intuition told him that if this question was asked, in an occasion like this, it would probably directly turn him into a clown. Alas, forget it. Subai quietly sipped his drink, observing this younger sister among the twins. Very active girl, compared to Zhou Jia deer. A few points less spirited, more naivety of a young girl, but in fact, she is also quite heartfelt. She naturally fawned to Subai to show her goodwill, and, molding the crowd into a playmate relationship, not relying on the advantages of a beautiful young girl to take advantage of Shui Tao for nothing. Very good. Playmate, this ecological position is indeed, at least for the time being, empty. Subai thought so. Xia Guide is the facade. School sister is the stepforward wife. Chen Yusheng is the soulmate. Just after reciting Chen Yusheng, he saw a tall and graceful thin figure, walking from the distance. The iconic black silk pantyhose. The upper half of the body is a knee-length knit shirt, plus a small jacket. There is a Japanese lady feeling, however, with Chen Yusheng's high cold and intellectual face, as well as super smooth and good-looking black long straight. Quite a kind of anime inside the flavor of genius girl scientist. Only to see Chen Yusheng walking quickly, her eyes staring at Wan Xinyan. It caused Wan Xinyan's back to go cold and the group to tremble. Ha! The jangling is scary. Oh, the good crowd of onlookers were also pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought that Chen Yusheng, who stayed in the lab on a daily basis, would come to watch the boys play soccer? Then they saw Chen Yusheng walking straight to Subai, taking out a tissue from his coat pocket and wiping the sweat from his face. A bit stiffly but firmly, she said, "Tonight, play together." Chapter 61. Jealous schoolgirl takes the initiative. Oh, Chen Yusheng's sudden appearance, sudden movements as well as sudden speech. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The cool little face was taut. However, her heart was on the verge of being taut. What the hell am I doing? Chen Yusheng couldn't help but suspect that she was possessed by something dirty. If someone had told her a month ago, when she had just reported to the university, that she would be wiping a boy's sweat in a public place like the basketball court, Chen Yusheng would have surely scoffed at such a statement. Scoffed at such a statement. Just kidding. She wasn't the kind of relationship brain who watched idol dramas and got stupid. Well, it wasn't that she had become a love brain now, but Subai had appeared in her life in a devastating manner. The distance of the soul is so close, and it is a high rich man who conforms to the worldly standard, and it is no longer the degree of ordinary richness, which Cinderella has not fantasized about being blessed by a prince. It's just that, because Chen Yusheng is a school bully, her heart is more noble, and her spiritual pursuit is a bit more advanced, so she dreams of a prince less, can't ask the prince to be like her, like playing games, and like to make abstractions on the internet, right? Hey, guess what? It really gave her an encounter. Chen Yusheng only realized that Subai was playing in gym class when she saw someone posting a live photo in the class group. Boys and girls gym classes were separate, and the class she chose wasn't on today. However, those girls on the sidelines, especially that pair of twin sisters with particularly nasty figures, clearly had bad intentions. So on impulse, Chen Yusheng put down the coat at hand and killed her way from her dorm room to the basketball court. It just so happened that he saw Wan Xinyan handing Subai a drink. When she saw Subai drinking the drink, Chen Yusheng's heart throbbed. Her chest tightened.
and her whole body was bad. It was as if the liquid Subai drank was not Gatorade, but Wan Xinyan's. Well, it wasn't that shrimp head. In short, it is that Chen Shueba is very unhappy. With a hot head, he wiped the sweat of Subai in full view of everyone. When her sanity returned, Chen Yuxing instantly fell into a trapped stiffness, not knowing where to put her hands and feet. However, because of everyone's impression of her high spirits, the performance at this moment, in the eyes of others, was coldness. It was the killing determination of stealing a man. Even the scheming woman, Wan Xinyan, had misjudged this. This Chen Yuxing, did hear that she and Subai went quite close, but it seems to be just playing games together. Playing games well. This year, boys and girls play games together, more to go. May not necessarily be the development of ambiguous relationship. Now, Wan Xinyan is in Chen Yuxing's body. Smelled the killing gas. No, we have to avoid it for the time being. You're Chen Yuxing, right? Jiang Qiuye from our broadcasting and hosting department. Seems to be your roommate, eh? Wan Xinyan kindly struck up a conversation with her. The Mid-Autumn Festival tour is coming together soon. It's quite good to get to know each other in advance. Well, you too. That, Subai. I suddenly remembered that I still have a homework to catch up. I can't treat you to lunch at noon. I'll withdraw first. Okay, let's talk about it later. Anyway, there are many opportunities. Then I'm leaving, bye. The Wan family sisters retreated at light speed. Subai glanced at Chen Yuxing and kind of wanted to laugh. So it turns out that the high-cool female school bully would also be jealous. Come all the way here. Help me hold my stuff. I'll play some more. Subai handed the plastic bag containing his cell phone and watched Chen Yuxing, continuing to play ball. The system had just reset his stamina. If he didn't play a little longer, what a waste. To be honest, Chen Yuxing was so shy that she wanted to run away. However, Subai had given her the task of taking things, so she couldn't run away even if she wanted to. She could only continue to tense her little face and stand in place. From time to time, other people's comments were thrown in her ears, about her and Subai, and Wan Xinyan's love for each other. Well, these people, they really know how to make up. There is no such thing as loving each other. It is just her impulse. In Chen Yuxing's opinion, Subai and the Wan sisters, probably just traveling together? It didn't matter. This trip, she was going too. Returning to the court, Subai suddenly saw Chu Mingzhi holding the basketball, sitting disheveled on the ground. What? You shriveled up? Trying my best. Can't beat. Chu Mingzhi mumbled something strange and looked up sadly at Subai. Brother Subai, leave us something to live for. How come every beauty girl is not getting along with you? Are you a Japanese light novel hero? Obviously. Chu Mingzhi could no longer continue the game. The only way to replace the sidelines to watch the drama of the Saint of Love Zheng Jishuan. This kid is not bad, and the mentality is obviously much better than Chu Mingzhi. Just a face of envy Subai's expression, but not to collapse. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Zheng Jishuan took the time to say, I go, brother bye. I did not expect you privately actually play so flower. Chen Shueba and Wan sisters are for you to take down. Not taken down. Subai was positive. We are just the relationship of the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival to travel together. The class activity is just, there are a lot of boys and girls who participate together, right? Do you think I believe it? After all, Zhang Jishuan was a person who had been there before. He could see that this Subai was also a scum. The physical education class ended. Originally, Wan Xinyan was going to treat her, but it turned out that this girl was scared away by Chen Yuxing's aura. So Subai went to the cafeteria with Chen Yuxing. The lunchtime when the two of them were alone was a situation that Chen Yuxing had been looking forward to. However, because of what happened on the basketball court, as well as some of Chen Yuxing's little thoughts, she just lowered her head to eat, not daring to speak to Subai. It wasn't until the meal was almost finished that she put down her chopsticks, took a few deep breaths, and solemnly said to Subai, I don't have classes in the afternoon, and I don't have anything else. Oh, Chen Yuxing's words choked again. She had actually never been very good at expressing herself, especially when her mind was impure. She then had no choice but to bite her lip and stare at Subai with a sly grudge. Hiss. Too cute. Subai's heart rippled and he couldn't bear to continue bullying her, so he laughed openly and said, accompany me to the internet cafe in the afternoon. Can. Chen Yuxing's tightened brows instantly relaxed, picking up chopsticks to finish the rest of the meal. Sigh. This nerdy school bully is really good at understanding Subai silently spat. In terms of writing code for scientific research, Chen Yuxing was extremely outstanding, but when it comes to socializing, 10 Chen Yuxings can't even beat Wan Xinyan. Speaking of Wan Xinyan, originally Subai promised her to go shopping together in the afternoon. Now it seems that it has to be postponed. Subai immediately sent her a microblogging, said something temporary, asked her shopping cannot be pushed to the evening.
Wan Xinyan quickly replied that there is no problem. Alas, money is really good. If the normal situation, about a good date time, boy's temporary change of heart, it is sure to wear a shrimp head man's hat, hanging a small book. Where would like to Wan Xinyan so good to talk Chapter 62 The first kiss of the nerdy schoolboy. Filling her stomach, Chen Yuxing handed over her dinner plate, then ghostly turned a corner and took the side door of the cafeteria under Subai's curious gaze. Why did you take the side door? Well, Chen Yuxing grunted inexplicably, her watery eyes blinking and blinking. It wasn't that she and Subai were too conspicuous walking together. When it was time to eat, it had been chosen in a very corner location. As a result, there were still students passing by who kept looking at them and talking about them. To be honest, Chen Yuxing didn't like being noticed, and she wasn't the kind of girl who thought of herself as especially high because she was pretty. In Chen Yuxing's worldview, her Korean king and computer skills were worth more than her physical appearance, but others, it seemed, didn't feel that way yet. Of course, if Subai can appreciate her appearance, Chen Yuxing is still very happy. Maybe this is love. Women in love. The attitude towards lovers, always special, commonly known as double standard. Will Shunsheng be shy walking with me? Subai had read it and deliberately opened his mouth to ask. Chen Yuxing didn't say anything, just walking with a stuffy head. There really wasn't much people on this side of the side door. It was mainly used by the kitchen staff, because after going out, the distance to the dormitory was instead the furthest, and it needed to go around in a big circle to go back. Chen Yuxing felt quite good. She wanted to go around a little more. Walking with Subai, it was very happy. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Subai very naturally held her hand. There was no criminal omen, nor any subsequent sense of surprise, as if it was a perfectly natural thing to do. Chen Yuxing symbolically struggled a little, but Subai's grip was very tight. Her small hands and body, both gradually softened. Let's open a couple's pack in an internet cafe, play for an afternoon, and then treat you to a Japanese buffet in the evening. Chen Yuxing was clutched by Subai's small hand and followed him closely. His hand was so big and warm. Originally, the feeling of being held by a boy's hand was like this. The nerdy schoolboy was pondering. The hand-holding continued until the two of them got on the car, and Subai started the Mercedes-Benz GLE and took Chen Yuxing to that familiar internet cafe. If you want to do something bad to a girl that breaks the bottom line a little bit, then it's best to pick a familiar environment. People would let their guard down in a familiar environment. Car. Chen Yuxing turned down the temperature of the air conditioner, adjusting it to the point where it felt a little cold after blowing for a while. This would lead to the fact that by the time she arrived at the internet cafe and parked the car, her hands were already a bit icy and cold, and originally, her end circulation wasn't very good. Thus, she could logically put her hands into Subai's hands. Subai? Feeling Subai's "you're not right" look, Chen Yuxing expressionlessly said, "You help me warm up my hand to the hotspot, or else I won't be able to take you with me when I play the game later." No, sis, you make it sound like bringing me to play the game is some kind of weight training. It was. Chen Yuxing stomped her foot. Forget it if you're not willing. Don't. Willing? I'm willing. Subai grabbed Chen Yuxing's hand to prevent her from pulling it away, smiling cheekily. Chen Yuxing did not hee. Then again, this girl wanted to hold hands with him, and the routine was too deliberate. It couldn't be compared to the other few Subai had recently met. But on the contrary, this Chen Yuxing was so clumsy that she was cute to pinch. Subai rubbed her small hand, happily walked into the internet cafe. The afternoon battle quickly passed. When Chen Yuxing black screen, Subai touched her hand, said to give her to accumulate the energy to win. A serious look. Chen Yuxing is not good to refuse. Then Subai took an inch and put Chen Yuxing's hand on her black silk thighs, taking the opportunity to feel these incomparable legs. Slender long legs with beautiful curves and a slight sense of flesh. Through the white gauzy long skirt, one could easily feel the beauty as well. The style was very different from Zhou Jialu senior sister's fleshy, practical type. It's hard to tell the difference. Chen Yuxing, as a warning, glared at Subai for a few moments, yet Subai acted as if he didn't see it. Shy words reached his mouth, but he couldn't say them. To tell the truth, Chen Yuxing quite likes Subai to move his hands and feet on her. If Subai has no idea about that aspect of her, purely as a buddy, Chen Yuxing will have to hurt her head. However, Subai is to pay for her to play with her. To do this to her, it seems that the relationship between the two people more and more bizarre. Scummy guy. Chen Yuxing was immersed in strange thoughts, playing with Subai for an afternoon, and then being taken to a Japanese buffet by Subai. Compared to that day's upper-class hot pot evening meal, the price of more than 1,000 apiece could no longer shake Chen Yuxing's heart again. Yet, it allowed her to reconfirm a fact. For Subai, these luxurious purchases that ordinary students wouldn't even dare to think about were just everyday scenery that could be seen everywhere. Oops.
started fantasizing about so many depraved images again. Leaving the street corner of the Japanese restaurant, Chen Yuxing suddenly grabbed Subai's clothes and stood in front of him, blaring fiercely at him. Big white goose. You must say clearly today, what exactly is our relationship? Otherwise I won't let you touch my legs in the future. Subai played dumb, did I? You're not allowed to play dumb. Looking at Chen Yuxing, who was a bit anxious to cry, Subai suddenly felt that bullying her was so fun. He decided to bully a little harder, only to see Subai suddenly cupped Chen Yuxing's cheeks and kissed her under her stunned expression. Chen Yuxing's entire body was jolted and struggled frantically. Unfortunately, her physical ability was too weak chicken, and she couldn't get out of Subai's control at all. Coupled with that marvelous first attempt at kissing, it gradually made her feel unable to breathe. I don't know how long it took. Chen Yuxing leaned on Subai's body all limp. Subai looked at her reddened ears, and in his excitement, he blew a hot breath there. This caused Chen Yuxing to let out a strange cry. Her face became more and more red and dripping. Sure enough, this was her sensitive spot. Big white goose. You will bully people. You. We chatted well on WeChat. Obviously you seem to be is a what? Chen Yuxing did not speak. Her true thought was that Subai was her dream lover, an existence that both spirit and flesh were willing to deeply immerse themselves in. However, this attitude of Subai, including him hooking up with other girls, really made Chen Yuxing angry. Oh, you just asked about the relationship between us. I think it's actually already very clear. Subai suddenly got serious, and as a result, the words that came out of his mouth were still out of Chen Yuxing's expectation. Our relationship is, well, I want to adopt you, so that you will never eat the pain of life again, and become an existence that only belongs to me. Package adoption? Yeah, I've heard that your mom had a very serious illness. The treatment needs a lot of money. It doesn't matter. No matter how much money is needed, I can afford to pay. Let me take on the rest of your life. Subai paused and looked at Chen Yuxing's eyes and said sincerely, I like you, but I can't guarantee that I only like you alone. So I think this kind of relationship is the best choice for both of us. Chapter 63, Being adopted by Subai. Isn't it also quite good? Hearing these words, Chen Yuxing's first reaction was a famous scene line from a certain anime. A mere student. What a big mouth. What qualifications do you have to take on someone else's life? But then she quickly thought, no, that's not right. Subai is not a student. This asshole was a top rich brother. At once, Chen Yuxing's mood was extremely complicated. If it was any other man who said to her the offer of adoption, Chen Yuxing would have picked up anything that could smash people from the roadside and smashed that man's face on the spot. How could she accept such a ridiculous offer when she was so high and mighty? But it turned out that this person was Subai, a man with whom she had an extremely high degree of soul fit, the only person in her life who was able to get close to the heart-to-heart distance. Then, this dog man actually took her as an object of adoption. Well, Chen Yuxing also knew that expecting a man of Subai's condition to be devoted was tantamount to a pie in the sky. Subai liked her, but couldn't commit to being devoted to her, which was also something that Chen Yuxing expected. Only, still so angry. Being confessed by Subai in such a marvelous way made Chen Yuxing angry and sweet. Fundamentally, the overwhelming feeling at the bottom of her heart was heartwarming. There was a little devil muttering next to her ears. Submit to him. Submit to him. This man is super chatty with you and willing to spend money on you. Where in the world is such a good thing? She felt so sad. She was completely taken by Subai. Who told you about my family? Chen Yuxing asked coldly, a little aggrieved. The look of an aggravated person was not intimidating. Human connections, kid. Subai followed the good advice. A lot of so-called terminal diseases. Right. In fact, as long as the money to give enough, early to take the most advanced therapy, control the condition, the chances of a cure is very large. But if because of the problem of money to drag the words, cannot be said, well, Chen Yuxing bit her lip and her eyes darkened. You're right. So just accept my program. Being adopted by me should be a very happy thing for you. Chen Yuxing sulkily held her tongue for half a day, seemingly doing a lot of thought struggles. In the end, she still grumbled, scum. Although it was a negative comment, that tone, it was already tantamount to a pout. Then it's so happily decided. Subai said, asked Chen Yuxing's bank card number, and opened his cell phone to dryly transfer money to her. $100,000. Ding. Trigger has bound S-grade goddess cashback cap. Trigger 6 times cashback. Reward cash plus 600,000 yuan. Chen Yuxing immediately calculated, snapping her fingers and muttering to herself, for $100,000. Optimistically estimate 5 months. Pessimistically. What optimistic and pessimistic? This is pocket money for you. Let's go. Take me to the hospital to see Auntie. Are you going to meet with my mom now? Chen Yuxing got anxious. It's not important to meet or not. What's important is that I'm going to communicate with Auntie's attending doctor.
and by the way, I'm going to pay what I can. Subai forcefully took Chen Yuxing's hand and walked towards the parking place.
The schoolmate had told Subai that according to the little bit of Chen Yuxing's phone call that she happened to hear, her mom had a rare disease. A rare disease meant that the medication for treatment was very niche,
meaning that the medicine was expensive. Generally speaking, a whole treatment program was also expensive. Unicorn's Cashback has been pressed into service. Of course, the original arrangement for tonight, Subai did not forget. Crispy big white goose, sorry, I have an emergency tonight. I have to accompany a friend, so I can only accompany you guys to buy something tomorrow. Red bean paste sticky rice dumplings, it's okay, it's a small problem. In fact, our time is also very casual, or you are the main focus. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball, encountered any trouble? If you need help, you can look for me. Puff pastry goose, no need for now, thanks.
Although the giant lowly twins smell good,
it's still important to heal and save people.
The girls' dormitory.
Looking at Wan Xin and Wan Xin, you both dressed up exquisitely beautiful. The roommate couldn't help but ask curiously, is there any big event at school tonight? You guys are so grand. Those who don't know think you're going on a date. Hearing the word date,
Sister Wan Xinyue immediately a little uneasy, not a date it.
The more this happens,
the more the roommate firms up his suspicions.
These two people, there must be a problem. On the contrary,
Wan Xinyan appeared to be much more calm, about a friend shopping just.
Oops, wait.
Friends seem to have something to go for the time being cannot go it.
It seems that tonight is still our girlfriends alone in the room. He has something to do again. Wan Xinyue a little frustrated. Looks like, Subai and their shopping this matter, not very interested in it.
Don't look at Wan Xinyue one quiet.
In fact, her heart,
more wild than her sister.
Today,
she took the opportunity to watch Subai play ball and get in close contact.
Not only contacted Subai,
but also touched the legendary 600,000 watches. They came out of the poor countryside.
Where have they seen this? For material desire.
She is even stronger than her sister.
However,
she knows that her mind is stupid. So, generally listen to her sister's command. Looking at her sister's disappointed look,
Wan Xinyan laughed. Don't be discouraged. Intuition tells me that he is really something temporary. Take a step back. Maybe it's a test for us. Like his kind of boy.
There must be no shortage of girls around who want to get close to him. More or less have to sift through it.
Makes sense.
Hearing her sister analyze it this way,
Wan Xinyue was much more at ease.
Otherwise, she was going to think that Subai was not interested in girls of their type.
What? Did I hear it right? In other words, you guys asked a boy out and were stood up by him, but you're actually not angry at all? The roommate was shocked. Boys nowadays,
all of them are concerned about the sense of time,
not to mention letting the pigeon go,
and girls who are late for a date don't even dare, for fear of being said shrimp head.
But the Wan sisters are so licked to this boy. Inverted the Big Dipper.
Really inverted the Big Dipper. The roommate burned with a burning desire to gossip.
Xinyan, I'm really especially curious. That boy you guys are dating, just how good is he? Worthy of being treated with so much dedication? It's mostly just about eye contact. Really? I don't believe it. Believe it or not. Let's go. Let's go to the school snack street. Buy milk tea to drink. I've been wearing makeup for a while now, so I can't afford to waste it. Jiangcheng City's Second People's Hospital. Little Chen is here. In the office,
a middle-aged doctor with a tired look received the duo. The doctor sized up Subai rather unexpectedly. This was the first time Chen Yuxing had brought someone else to visit his mother.
This one is a friend.
Subai took the initiative to shake the doctor's hand,
then approached Chen Yuxing and said, you go accompany auntie. I'll talk to the doctor alone.
Chen Yuxing couldn't figure out what Subai was going to do, but he certainly wouldn't harm her. Coupled with Subai's calm but unquestionable tone, it inexplicably had the majesty of a superior, so she let Subai arrange it.
Honestly, the feeling of being arranged and taken care of,
Chen Yuxing hadn't experienced it for a long time. The heart could not help but feel sweet.
Alas, let's just adopt. Isn't it also quite good?
Subai's mature and well-traveled wrist gradually made Chen Yuxing sink.
Chapter 64 Only 5 million. To put it bluntly, enough to do what? Chen Yuxing's mom and she are similar in looks. Personality is also very similar. In the hospital room, mother and daughter didn't talk much.
Chen Yuxing just raised the upper part of the hospital bed,
letting her mom lean in a comfortable position,
while she herself helped her rub her legs and get her some fruit to eat. Watching her daughter busy herself without a word, Chen mother's eyes flashed with reluctance,
and after opening her mouth, she ultimately didn't say anything. Many times, she wanted to simply die,
so as not to drag her child down again. Other girls were enjoying their youth after going to college,
and there really weren't many who worried about their income like Chen Yuxing.
Even the kind of family income is not high.
Work and study,
but also just earn their own living expenses.
Chen Yuxing is to even mom's treatment costs also a piece of earning. However, Chen's mother knows she can't die. She is her daughter's spiritual pillar. If she gives up, her daughter will suffer even more. If she gives up, her daughter will suffer even more. If she gives up, her daughter will suffer even more. If she gives up, her daughter will suffer even more. If she gives up, her daughter will suffer even more.
Why is it that we have to rely on self-healing? Because she has a disease. There is a foreign in recent years the development of new therapies. The cure rate is high. Side effects are small. The only drawback is too expensive. Surgery plus a full set of drugs. The whole process would cost more than $3 million. Where was this affordable for Chen's mother? So it would have to be treated conservatively first.
Not long after, Chen's mother fell asleep.
Chen Yuxing saw this and slowly flattened the hospital bed, covered her mother with a blanket and quietly left the ward.
Passing through the disinfectant-smelling corridor, she rushed back towards the doctor's office location with a somewhat complicated mood. Suddenly Chen Yuxing was a little unsure of how to face Subai. From Subai and the doctor's conversation, more than half an hour has passed. It is estimated that Subai already know it. How much money to spend on the treatment of his mother? Chen Yuxing is to be strong,
so she will not tell anyone what kind of difficulty she is facing.
But the difficulty itself is indeed objective,
so that Subai sends her a list of accompaniment.
She will accept it. However,
the cost of completely curing her mom has completely exceeded the level of college students playing with her. I don't know what kind of attitude Subai will have. Chen Yuxing thought to herself, Subai will surely think that she is very bad luck and troublesome, right?
Imagine,
a boy learns that his girlfriend is carrying a few $1 million of debt.
Surely is immediately want to escape. It didn't matter how rich the boy actually was.
Chen Yuxing didn't even think at all about asking Subai to shoulder this money for her,
because he didn't have this obligation. Rich people's money was not something to be spent frivolously, and rich people were not stupid.
Chen Yuxing, who had just finished seeing her mother,
was a bit emotional,
replaying her mother's sickly appearance in her mind,
and she thought,
since she had accepted Subai's adoption, she would make money from him to cure her mother.
Well, even if it is a per-time billing, it is also good. Thinking about this, Chen Yuxing's face colored red.
After regulating her mood for a while, Chen Yuxing knocked the door of the doctor's office open.
Please come in.
The doctor was pouring tea for Subai, and when he saw Chen Yuxing come in, he smiled and said,
Little Chen, congratulations, your boyfriend has already paid the money, and starting tomorrow, we'll be rechecking your mom's physical examination for an all-around state of the art treatment. Chen Yuxing froze for a moment, then revealed a hint of incredulity.
Paid up?
What does that mean?
It means the best treatment plan.
Mr.
Su has already paid for the full process of treatment,
and also pre-saved some additional amount. In short, it's absolutely enough. After a moment of silence,
Chen Yuxing turned to Subai and stared at him. The eyes were extremely complicated.
Why? Where's the why? It's all been said that I want to.
With our kind of relationship, it's normal to help you with your worries,
right? Subai looked like he was taking it for granted. But it's too expensive.
Chen Yuxing bit her lip, her eyes flashing with waves of light.
You don't need it at all. Expensive?
It's not even to my pocket money for a month.
Base don't 6. Don't make a fuss.
Listening to Subai's tone of voice was light, but the content was very inappropriate words.
Chen Yuxing was speechless, and the doctor's eyes also protruded.
He had just seen with his own eyes that Subai didn't hesitate to swipe his card to pay the $3,780,000 needed for the treatment,
and then pre-deposited more than 100 more, finally rounding up to a whole of 5 million. Of course, the pre-deposited ones will definitely not be spent. A hospitalization fee is not that expensive, and in the end, it will definitely be returned to Chen Ma.
I don't know what the significance of this rounding up is.
Even Subai seems to be a little bit regretful.
The doctor vaguely heard Subai's small voice muttering,
how come it's only $5 million? No, buddy, you don't think the treatment fee is too small enough for you to pretend, right? Of course, the doctor was just spitting inside and was actually happy.
During this period of time when Chen's mother was hospitalized, the doctor also sort of got to know Xiao Chen and felt sorry for this girl.
Looking pretty and learning well. The key is also good quality. Such an excellent girl. Meet a godly man to get saved. Is really a great joy. And also such a tall and handsome young boy. Can be completely said to be a man and a woman. In addition to the love of pretending to be a pussy, it seems that there are no shortcomings. However, Subai was not maliciously pretending. The pre-deposit fee was because the system allowed it. After all,
Chen Yuxing had been bound as an indulgent spending object. Allowing her mom to live in the best ward and enjoy the best medical standards was also categorized under the concept of indulgence.
Spending a total of $5 million was the upper limit of the amount certified by the system. Any more than that and there would be no cashback. Ding!
You paid high treatment costs for Chen Yuxing's mother,
spending 5 million yuan, triggering a tenfold cashback, rewarding cash plus 50 million yuan. At this time, Subai had already left the hospital and returned to his car. Looking at his savings that had already surpassed the $70 million mark, Subai smiled miserably in his heart. Very good. It was already possible to start searching for a top-tier mansion. As a second-tier city, the top villa in Jiangcheng was sold for around $50 million. With Subai's current assets, he could already easily take it. Of course, if it was a king of the building with special added value, it would definitely be a bit more expensive than 50 million. But it didn't matter. If Subai had his eye on it at that time, he would find a way to swipe the money. It doesn't matter. The system will return the cash. When Subai was starting the car, Chen Yuxing, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, suddenly opened his mouth. You don't want to send me back to my dormitory. Let's go. Let's go to a room. Good This girl is quite conscious. Subai looked at Chen Yuxing's shy and forcefully calm appearance and couldn't help but smile. Her character was indeed very special. She didn't even say those words of thanks and went straight to the point. Immediately after, Chen Yuxing added, You saved my mom's life, so whatever you want to do to me in the future, you can. Anything? Well, anything. Everything I have is yours. Saying that, Chen Yuxing came closer. Her cherry lips on Subai's side cheek, pecked gently. The bottom of the eyes was the mesmerization of attachment. Chapter 65, The Great White Goose. I'm yours now. To be honest, Chen Yuxing didn't expect that Subai would pay the money so simply. That was a few $1 million, not a few $100. Admittedly, there was the factor that Subai was just too rich, but Chen Yuxing still felt that being willing to do this for her proved that Subai liked her in his heart. Thinking about this, Chen Yuxing suddenly opened the dark clouds to see the sun. She realized, adoption is the most suitable relationship for the two of them. Judging from the gap between their identities, strengths, and social statuses, they weren't really suited to be a couple. Couples need to get along with each other in a reciprocal relationship in order to last. Instead, it was a package that didn't have so many concerns. Chen Yuxing hadn't been attracted to any man since she was a child. Before she met Subai, the fact that her soul could not resonate and fit together was one aspect, and practical reasons also had to be considered. Her family is not very good. Personal pursuit, but also like to read and study to engage in scientific research. Single-parent family, the only can take care of her mom and sick. As for herself, she has strange hobbies and interests. Unlike ordinary girls, apart from her good skin, she's a burden to most guys. A broken and troublesome existence. But Subai was simply too rich, shattering all her concerns and worries. Furthermore, it really wasn't good to continue delaying mom's illness. From all angles, accepting Subai's adoption is the best choice. The schoolmasters like to argue rationally. What's more, under the premise of sensibility, the prerequisite of getting along with Subai very well was first met. The proof is established, and instantly enter the role of adoption. Caught off guard by Chen Yuxing's kiss, the instant tenderness, as well as Chen Yuxing's body's rich and good smell, let Subai's heart go wild. He hurriedly drove to the JW Marriott Hotel. The Riverview suite had been booked for a week and had not yet expired. It was now empty, and Zhou Jialu's things had all been moved to the Escott's landscape stacked puzzle. It was usable, yet Subai felt that it wasn't enough. But Subai went to the front desk and asked. There was a higher-class presidential suite vacant. The price was exaggerated, 7,888 yuan a night. It was often booked by the rich. It just so happened that it was empty in the last few days. Subai decisively made a move and booked it for 5 days in a row. Ding! Detected the host's indulgent spending. Stayed in the presidential suite. Triggered 7 times cashback. Rewarded cash plus 276,080 yuan. Seeing that Subai had booked the most luxurious and exaggerated room type, Chen Yuxing's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a calm and happy feeling flooded her heart. Although she knew that Subai's consumption level was high, the fact that he could choose to book the best room and complete his first time with her still made Chen Yuxing feel the importance Subai attached to her. The elevator went upstairs and swiped the card to enter the room. Subai just turned around. His mind was still foggy, his thoughts still drifting away. Chen Yuxing could not wait to hug him and kiss him. That extremely blazing active posture, and that high cold appearance, forming a sharp contrast, even when Subai's hands climbed on the black silk pantyhose that made countless men in the school covet. Chen Yuxing also did not have any resistance at all, but instead took the initiative to guide Subai's hand, this time to Subai whole a little confused. Originally thought, like Chen Yuxing such pure girl, do that aspect of things, more or less will be a little twisted. As a result, who would have thought that Chen Yuxing was actually so open and private, even set off Subai a little shy. However, no matter what, he was also an 18-year-old boy with a strong need in that area. Not long ago, he had also just gotten his schoolmate's first time.
And it was precisely the mentality of having the first taste of sweetness and longing to conquer the battlefield, being crashed into Chen Yuxing's heart by the blazing intensity hidden under the iceberg exterior. Despite the short-lived dismay, Subai still quickly responded. Both sides quickly reached an unrivaled level of intimacy. It was a wonderful atmosphere that only couples who truly loved each other could have. And at this moment, both sides put aside their distractions and fully focused on enjoying the intermingling of their souls. Big white goose, I want to be with you for the rest of my life. This battle is destined to be even more intense than the one of the school sister. Su Long. The lights of the presidential suite were adjusted with a romantic warm light. The television was turned on and was playing a recently serialized anime. The two young men who had just completed an in-depth strategic cooperation consultation were leaning shoulder to shoulder, watching the anime they both loved with great interest. Subai's hand wrapped around Chen Yuxing's slender waist from behind and rested on the other thigh. The black silk pantyhose, still wrapped around this pair of heaven-defying long legs. At that time when the love was in the air, Subai originally wanted to remove the stockings, but was stopped by Chen Yuxing. How interesting it is to wear. Don't you like me wearing stockings in you? Saying that, Chen Yuxing took the initiative to tear a part of her pantyhose open enough for further maneuvering. It instantly made Subai's blood run hot. Until now, Subai was still recalling the wonderful taste he had just experienced, and couldn't help but pinch Chen Yuxing's thigh and said, Shang, you're so good at playing, that's for sure. Chen Yuxing glanced at Subai, a little smug. The study materials I've read are not less than yours. Subai froze for a moment before realizing that the study materials she was talking about were not literally conscious study materials. Good guy. He had known that Chen Yuxing was the other him in the world, but he had not thought that Chen Yuxing was not inferior to Subai even in that aspect of artwork appreciation. In this regard, Subai is very convinced. From the details of the battle just now, Chen Yuxing's movements were rusty, but his brainstorming imagination was amazing, causing Subai to sigh in awe. When compared to senior sister Zhou Jiaolu, it was completely two extremes. The school sister was the one who looked burned to death and was so pure inside that she would be shy to kiss her cheeks, and this shyness was in her bones, even though she had now completely become Subai's little woman. Chen Yuxing is different, cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Once she identifies you and pulls you into the house, it is hard to say whether you play her or she plays you. Subai customarily came to a can of Aftermath Ice Broad Drop. Just finished drinking not long, the anime playing on the TV, an episode ended. Chen Yuxing pressed the pause button, raised his legs to change position, and faced Subai very closely in the front. Subai, watch an episode. Once. No, sis, you're exaggerating a bit. Subai cried and laughed. An episode of anime is only 20 minutes in a pinch, so you're just going to give me a 20-minute break? So this is too much for you? Sorry. Chen Yuxing had a thoughtful expression. It seemed to be reassessing Subai's strength. Where could this Subai endure? Grass. Buddy, I'm a first-class human physical quality. Peak human special attributes. Immediately, he turned the other way, and launched a tsunami of counterattacks against the crazy-talking female school bully. This time, Subai used the skill he got from his schoolmate, Manipulation Emperor. The presidential suite was suddenly filled with rapturous air. With 13 episodes in a season of anime, it was less than 5 hours to watch them all in a row. As a result, Subai and Chen Yuxing watched for 12 hours, from the evening until the dawn of the next morning. During this process, Subai discovered a surprising fact. Chen Yuxing's tolerance was extremely strong. Obviously, he had just attempted this kind of thing, and as a result, he was able to fight continuously all night long. Haji Shang, you guy. However, Chen Yuxing was ultimately a human, whereas Subai was the dog thing that possessed a unicorn. The all-nighter was judged as an indulgence, giving him a reset in both stamina and energy. Chen Yuxing, on the other hand, insisted on watching the last episode of the anime before she limply paralyzed on the hotel's fluffy and comfortable king-sized bed, her disheveled hair making her look a little messy, but her rosy face looked like she was happy. Big white goose, you're so powerful, so sleepy, want to sleep. Chen Yuxing muttered in a contented tone. Her head tilted and she fainted. Chapter 66 10 consecutive draws. To be honest, the way Chen Yuxing gave in and fainted was so cute. This made Subai, who had just had his energy reset by Brother Unicorn, instantly have evil thoughts and wanted to do something to her again. Forget it, let the child go. Subai thought briefly and took it upon himself to help Chen Yuxing take off her pantyhose. This way it would be comfortable to sleep. It was estimated that it was time to get a good night's sleep. After a night, the black silk pantyhose on Chen Yuxing's legs at this time had become tattered and dirty. Simply cleaning up the mess, Subai drove away from the Marriott Hotel and traveled on the fast road in the morning rush hour. Due to the help of Brother Tuzi, Subai was still energetic and had to go out for a stroll. Time, more than 9 o'clock. At this time, it was still a bit early for lunch, but Subai was already so hungry that his belly was thundering.
The reason is simple.
The system reset the energy and physical energy for Subai.
Is not completely rootless.
To consume the energy stored in Subai's body, Unity Z Brother Go is also to comply with the law of conservation of energy.
So even though he had eaten last night, and in the middle of the night, in between watching anime with Chen Yuxing,
he ordered a night snack from the hotel room service.
Subai was still hungry now. More than 9 o'clock. Suitable for a Cantonese morning tea. Searching on the cell phone map, he found a high-end morning tea with an average of more than 500.
It was basically the most expensive Cantonese morning tea that could be found in Zhangcheng. This per capita price was considered cheap compared to the various high-end meals Subai had tried recently. The truth is that this kind of thing, morning tea, is originally a very grounded civilian diet.
Any more high-end was just that. However, Subai was very interested in the leisurely lifestyle it embodied. After several years of studying hard, Subai simply didn't have the free time to enjoy life in the morning when his mind was the most clear, and usually used it for studying. But in the future, Subai's life turned on the hangover mode, no longer needing to work so hard. Before heading to the tea house, Subai first chatted privately with Jo Jiadir on WeChat and asked a mouthful, asking her if she wanted to come out and eat together. The answer received was no. School sister's body is still recovering, not suitable to go out and walk.
The bleeding wound caused by the first taste of that with Subai the day before yesterday still hasn't healed.
Crispy white goose, emoticon _ please your weak A. Fawn, who made you so outrageous? It's my first time after all. Dear, I also do not mean to not come to accompany you well. Want to rest at home, save energy, early can recover to the degree that can be intimate with the school brother. He. In the end,
Jo Jiadir also sent a kissing voice.
Subai was satisfied.
He noticed that his senior sister called a Scots landscape overlay home.
Well, that's good. You're getting into the scene quickly. That said, Subai actually noticed.
Jo Jiadir was a rather homely character,
preferring to stay at home.
She wasn't the kind of girl who had to be taken out to play and rack her brain to think of all kinds of tricks to satisfy. She's the type who lives her life down to earth. As long as lying in the big house can be alone silly fun.
It's a very easy thing to do.
It is indeed good to have such a virtuous woman to look after the house. Jo Jialu said that she had to continue to sleep for beauty sleep.
So Subai did not bother. He went to have his own morning tea. The decoration of the tea house was rather retro, using a lot of high-end mahogany furniture, which was said to be the traditionally favored decoration style over there. Subai found a window seat and sat down, and ordered a whole lot in one breath. As for the tea, directly asked for the most expensive tea available in the store,
and strived to bring today's consumption up to a good mention.
Drinking tea, Subai opened the system panel in his mind,
taking stock of last night's harvest.
In fact, when he broke through the barrier with Chen Yuxing, Subai had already heard the sound of ding 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 from Unicorn, but at that time, he was too busy being silly with the cute school bully to pay attention to it.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining another S-Class Goddess's most valuable item, and obtaining a special reward, Military Fighting Technique, Master Level. Military Fighting Technique, Master Level as the name suggests. It grants the host adult comprehensive close combat skills that are sufficient to kill the enemy on the battlefield. The power exerted by this skill is augmented by the host's physical qualities,
and the effects of the host's subsequent physical enhancements will also be fed back into the skill. Not bad. Subai nodded slightly. Which boy hasn't fantasized about being like a martial arts master to fight 100 with one?
Not to mention so middle-aged.
Usually encountered a special emergency. Know a bit of boxing and kicking is also very useful, to be able to protect themselves and the people around them. Often, when reason does not make sense, you can only use your fists to reason.
Subai closed his eyes and slightly moved his shoulders and arms. The brain was linked to the motor nerves and immediately recalled many moves.
These moves, as if they had been polished through many actual battles of blood and fire,
were integrated into Subai's bones.
According to Subai's judgment, this fighting technique, when used in everyday life, would be difficult to meet an opponent.
Detected an increase in favorability of S-Class Goddess Chen Yuxing.
Current favorability, 95. Rewarded with 6 draws. Current number of draws in stock, 12. Subai could sort of see that this Unity Z Brother the mechanism was very simple and rough. The basic monetary gain mainly relies on Indulgence Cashback. If you want to get special goodies, either advancing your relationship with an S-ranked goddess will directly reward strong special skills, such as Manipulation Emperor and Military Fighting Technique, or after raising your goodwill to 90. For every extra point, you will be rewarded with a lottery draw. The number of draws he had accumulated had already exceeded 10, and Subai decisively chose 10 consecutive draws. You have consumed 10 draws to open 10 in a row.
Thump thump stomp. A cheerful music rang out. The system interface in front of Subai's eyes lit up with white light.
Immediately afterward, 2 large words appeared before his eyes. Source God. Just kidding, it's good luck. After a burst of fancy special effects of unknown significance, the results of the lucky draw were visually displayed in front of Subai's eyes. It turns out that this lottery is the same as the second tour. Most of the time what you draw is marginal. 10 consecutive draws, 7 of which were cash, adding up to more than $10 million. This wasn't what Subai wanted. After all, there was an indulgence cashback mechanism, and the last thing Subai lacked was money. What he wanted was cool rewards like military fighting skills. Luckily, the remaining 3 times, the draws were all very useful things. Swimming, master level adds advanced swimming skills and corresponding cardiorespiratory and muscular abilities to the host, including swimming skills in both the competitive and survival directions. Porsche Panamera GTS 4.0T can be customized in the system. For details, please click Universal Membership Card. It can help the host to enter any occasion that requires membership. Going out, identity is self-given, leaving aside swimming, also skipping the Porsche's optional customization session for the time being. Subai was instantly attracted to this universal membership card. This thing sounded like a setting from some funny comics. However, as we all know, the strength of something in a funny work is the most powerful. The occasions that required a membership card, there was a huge difference in the degree of high-endness. The more common ones are the library, Sam's supermarket, amusement park, annual pass, and other life scenes. The more powerful ones, such as nightclubs that only powerful people can enter, and art salons for upper-class rich ladies. Of course, Subai is not interested in art. Rich women are a little bit more interesting, but no matter what, this thing could ensure that Subai would have unhindered access when traveling around the world. As long as there was a membership mechanism in place, it was all taken care of. This can be too comfortable to know that some senior members, not on the spot temporary money can be fixed, even need contacts. And if he could rely on the universal membership card to gain access, it would in turn help Subai recognize powerful connections. After looking at the image of the membership card in the system and admiring it for a long time, Subai turned his attention to the newly drawn car. Panamera, a very famous luxury sedan. It felt like a lot of internet celebrities and young rich second generation like this one. Although it was already a very expensive car, it inexplicably gave off a rotten feeling. Of course, it was on the internet that it was rotten. In reality, in a second-tier city like Jiangcheng that is not very rich, not to mention Pame, driving a 56E class, $400,000 or $500,000, others have to look at you highly. Until Subai clicked on the system's vehicle option customization interface, only to realize the extraordinary nature of this system reward. Chapter 67, Customized Pame. Intelligence Master Wan Xinyan. It is well known, for the million level of luxury cars, many times in the eyes of the insiders of the degree of honor, is to be highly dependent on the configuration level, especially the optional. The richness of the optional configuration can vary by several $100,000, and may even be almost as expensive as the bare car price itself. Some of the luxury cars that look very bluff, beggar version plus secondhand, the price may be amazingly low. Some scum like to use this method to cheat little girls. Subai also cheated little girls, but he didn't need to save his budget in this area of the car. Instead, he wanted to enjoy the sense of luxury and personalization as much as possible. The benefits of the luxury car extracted by the system were reflected here. The interface for optional customization was full of various options, from the basics like panoramic camera, 20-inch wheels, heated seats, to the practical performance options of PDLS upgraded headlights, sport chrono package, and 90-liter fuel tank, then to personalized custom paint, carbon ceramic brakes, air suspension, sport exhaust. Some of these options can also be done with subsequent modifications once the car is in your hands, but stock is better. The disadvantage is that the original will be more expensive, but it doesn't matter. It's a pumped-up car anyway, so you can choose whatever you want. Subai gave an operation and pulled the optional configuration full. There is also a little complicated, especially the choice of paint, because it is a personal customized special color. You can do a very detailed fine-tuning on the palette. Let Subai remembered a certain game that cannot say the name of the game and the modification of the vehicle link. Don't say, this Tuzi Brothers vehicle customization is simply more arbitrary than the game. Waiting for Subai to lock the configuration of this Pame, his eyes returned to reality. A few cages of morning tea snacks were already set up in front of him. With the ordinary morning tea he had eaten before, the style was similar, and in Subai's opinion, the difference in price was mainly reflected in two aspects. One was the quality and freshness of the ingredients. For example, the same steamed phoenix claws, the cheap morning tea store used frozen pre-made dishes, while the high-end store purchased fresh chicken claws ready-made at the slaughterhouse morning market. Another example is steamed fish. The affordable catering chooses sea bass or small yellow flowers. This stored directly on the eastern star spot, and at first glance, it is a very expensive kind. The second aspect is the use of some means of forcing up the price. almighty caviar and black truffles, never mind Chinese and Western food, can be added to the top or added. The price immediately doubled several times. To say how the flavor is, it is actually delicious, but if there is no indulgence rebate, Subai will feel that it is not worth it. Luxury dining experience more. Subai Aunt also touched a little set. This meal Subai ate a lot, a round of morning tea snacks eaten enough, and then ordered 2 rounds of dishes, and is staring at the high premium ingredients fierce point. The total price easily dry on a few $1,000s. Subai realized that since he had the system, his meal size had also become bigger. According to Brother Unity's explanation, the system would absorb some of the energy, store it in advance, and wait until Subai needed it. I'll go. Is this hidden energy in the back? I don't know if Brother Tuanzi will be able to learn the lightning cyclone split one day, due to Subai ordering too many dishes, causing the chef to think that it was some company coming for a reunion. He specially ran out to take a look, and when he found out that Subai was the only one, the whole person froze. Ha ha, young man just can eat. Awesome. The chef gave an admiring thumbs up. Before leaving, Subai incidentally charged the stored value card at the front desk. The vast majority of catering, stored value can trigger indulgence cashback. Subai just like has become a rechargeable card immortal. Eat a certain store feel good, we'll charge a wave. Subai received a WeChat friend to add, is the senior manager of Porsche domestic headquarters. The manager said that his customized payment has begun scheduling, and is expected to arrive in Jiangcheng in a few days. It should be said that it is worthy of the system's metaphysical power to arrange the luxury car. This efficiency is simply absolute. Anyone who has bought a car knows that if it's a more optional and less common style, sometimes you even have to wait for half a year. Ding! The WeChat beep sounded again. This time it was Wan Xinyan. The avatar of the red bean glutinous rice dumpling sent several messages and photos in a row. It said that she and her sister had just finished their morning class and asked if Subai had gotten up yet and if they wanted to go shopping together. A few selfies were attached. In the photos, the petite Wan sisters, wearing exquisite JK uniforms, looked extraordinarily youthful and cute. However, their busts contrasted sharply with their bodies, hardening the cute style uniforms, wearing a feeling that was thought-provoking, especially the angle of this photo shoot, but also particularly heartfelt, and even the deep gully, showing Subai, Ha Ji Yen, you this guy, also want to progress too much. Subai couldn't help but lament. Obviously, he let them off the hook twice in a row yesterday, but as a result, he didn't complain a bit, and continued to do business with all his heart this morning. It was estimated that they had seen Subai's strength through observation or some kind of news channel. This was indeed the case. At this moment, the two sisters who had just gotten out of class were walking on the boulevard of the campus. Sister, what do you think? Will he reject us again? Maybe. Subai just doesn't like little potatoes like us. Oh, Wan Xinyue had a discouraged look on her face. However, Wan Xin confidently consoled, sister don't panic. What is called small potatoes? Ah, we are called giant that what lowly? I asked someone to inquire. Subai likes to watch anime. He loves to watch anime. A lot of have us this type of character. Does not he want to practice in the third dimension? Men they are all so astringent. Oh, is that so? Wan Xinyue's face eased a bit. It's not a big deal to be rejected once or twice. After all, Subai is a big fish and deserves to be treated with care. Immediately after, Wan Xin showed her sister another of her intelligence achievements. Wan Xin had mixed into a small certain books group of celebrities, learning about high society with high intensity every day. She had also gotten to know quite a few like-minded salvage women. Yesterday, she sent Subai's selfie from the Escot gym to a senior Girl Scouting sister to help identify her. Of course, Subai himself to code, otherwise that body that value. Even if the most gold worship most care about the appearance of the salvage women cannot walk the road. The other party told Wan Xinyan, that private gym, corresponding to the best landscape stack spell of Jiangcheng Escot. A year's rent is more than $1 million. Enough to buy a house in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. The problem is, Subai this is pure consumer enjoyment. Buy a house is not the same the house itself is still an asset although many places in the past 2 years of vacation have fallen. But then again, it is just a little bit of a loss. This degree of rich brother, pigeon them twice what happened. You know, the patience of a girl on a date with a guy is directly proportional to the guy's assets. As long as the assets were large enough, any bad-tempered fairy would turn into a docile white rabbit in seconds. Yikes. Subai got back to us and said for us to wait for him at the school's small west gate. He'll be there soon. Wan Xin was all smiles. Look, sister, what did I say? There's no need to worry at all. Yesterday at the basketball court, I felt that in Subai's eyes when he looked at me. He was longing for me. He. Oh, sister, you're so powerful. That kind of I can't even read it. I just think he's so handsome, so temperamental. Wan Xinyu said.
cannot help but look down and blush, toes on the ground shyly rubbing. Chapter 68 The mysterious Mercedes-Benz brother at the small west gate of the women's hostel. Jiangcheng University, Little West Gate. The streets were as quiet as ever. Not many people in the neighborhood, and the weather was clear. A boy who happened to have no classes in the morning, wearing headphones and running through in his sportswear, breathing in the fresh air that was nurtured by the good greenery near JDU. The boy couldn't help but show an expression of enjoyment. It's really good. College life is really much freer than high school. Alas, it would be even better if I could find a girlfriend to accompany me everywhere. Just at the moment he sprouted this thought, a pair of beautiful figures walked out from the small west door. JK uniforms with knee-high stockings, one in black silk, the other in white silk. The boy rubbed his eyes and instantly recognized that these two, were they not the schoolgirl twins of the legendary broadcasting and hosting department of the art college? He subconsciously paused in his steps and stopped to admire. After a few moments, the twins were already standing beside the road in front of the school gate. The boy wanted to continue running, then realized that he would pass by the twins if he continued to run. Inexplicably, the boy was a little afraid to do so. He was the kind of innocent little boy whose heart would beat faster if he talked to a girl face to face. After hesitating for a while, the boy decided to stop for a while at the last corner before the school gates. It looked as if the twins were waiting for a ride. Supposedly, they were going to take a taxi to go out to play. Once they were gone, the boys would resume their run. Phew, right. Anyway, after watching them for a while, the boy's heartbeats and breathing were getting a bit disorganized. Just the right time to take a break and rest. Alas, a girl that pretty is really an unattainable existence. Nowadays, girls have such high requirements for boys, either they are rich or handsome. In short, they have to be special, otherwise they will be scolded as pushing male. Boys have a very high standard for themselves. He knew that he could not get along with beautiful women like the Wan sisters. It was only in this situation that he dared to secretly admire them from a distance. It wasn't long before a tall and powerful SUV came from the end of the road. As the vehicle approached, the boys subconsciously looked that way, and their gaze suddenly became strange. Wait, this car, why does it feel so familiar? The boy tried to recall, finally pulled out the key information from the depths of his memory. Wait, isn't this the car that high school bully Chen Yuxing got into that night? He was also running in this neighborhood that day, and saw with his own eyes Chen Yuxing walk out of the small west gate and get into a black Mercedes SUV. At that time, he also specially reminded his high school classmate, Xu Mingjie, this kid to Chen Yuxing, that is really extremely obsessed. Worship. The boy stared at the Mercedes-Benz with a deadly stare. Eyes wide open, he watched it, parked on the side of the road. Afterwards, the Wan family sisters bounced closer, respectively pulling open the passenger and rear doors, cheekily getting into the car. The Mercedes started up again and whizzed past the boys. The boys hastily pretended to run, but thievishly looked back. Well, that's right, the car's tail mark is indeed a Mercedes-Benz GLE, four-wheel drive version. After meeting Chen Yuxing by chance that day, the boy was curious and idly checked, knowing that the car that picked up Chen Yuxing was a Mercedes-Benz GLE, and now this one, with the same style and color. Although it was a pity that he didn't remember the license plate number at that time, but the boys felt that there shouldn't be such a coincidence in the world. That means, Chen Yuxing and the Wan sisters were targeted by the same tycoon big brother? If this matter were to be discussed in the various groups of students, it would definitely be powerful and big news. After all, schoolgirls and tycoons were the enduring gossip topics among the students. However, the boys were aptly qualified. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they don't mess up the rumor. Just tremblingly took out his cell phone and found his good buddy's WeChat. Keyword, Chen Yuxing. Coming. What happened to Chen Yuxing? Seconds back. Really perverted. Right. Xu Mingjie. Boy's mouth corners twitching. Hastily typed. No, it's not about Chen Yuxing. Oh no, you can't say that either. It is like this. The last time that the boy recounted the matter. Ha, how big a thing. I thought you witnessed Chen Yuxing and which man officially announced it. Not buddy, that car has appeared in the small west gate twice. Pick up a different girl. It is not obvious that it is the kind of come to the university to hunt the rich man? Wrong. Obviously, that's a rich second-generation guy running an online car to experience life. It's just that both the Wan sisters and Chen Yuxing happened to hit this car. If it was a face-to-face conversation, the boys couldn't wait to give Xu Mingjie 2 punches. Forget it, good words are hard to persuade the damn ghost. Since Xu Mingjie's stubborn, buddy cannot help. I'm sorry. At this time, Xuetao and Xu Mingjie were in the elective classroom. This class was not roll call, so theoretically it could be skipped. However, its difficulty was considered to be relatively high within the electives of the freshman year of the computer science department. Many students didn't dare to skip it, unless they were the kind of people who were extremely capable of self-learning.
As a result, even if they come to class,
most of them listen to it in a confused manner and do not get the point, then start playing with their cell phones. Perhaps this is the fate of the college classroom. Teachers with outdated old courseware, speaking obscure, students do not understand, and then pretend to study. In fact, everyone is playing with their cell phones.
Only Subai, who owns a tutelary brother, can skip class in style and gain knowledge automatically. Shuetao was on his cell phone making tips for going out to play. As the captain of the traveling squad, this was a piece he had to hold off, showing off his reliable side while being able to slip a little personal stuff into the schedule. For example, the air-shaking trestle bridge ghost adventure this kind of activities that can easily create intimate interaction with the girl. Locals, do you think that near Jiangcheng University, there will be rich brothers driving million-dollar class luxury cars and running online dating just to pick up girls? Chu Mingjie, who was next to him, suddenly soulfully asked. Maybe? Shuetao couldn't decide on this question. What's wrong with you, Master Hu? You don't want your parents to buy you a car and use it to flirt with girls, right? To tell you the truth, this kind of thing, buy a similar car on the line. Do not need too good. Too good I guess you cannot afford to keep. How can you not afford it?
My parents are both executives in foreign companies.
It's still no problem for me to buy a Tesla. Then why don't you buy one? Chu Mingjie choked for a moment, stalking his neck and mouth hard. They want me to study well in college. Don't mess around. I'm not going to be able to do that. That's why my vision is so high. Taste understand? Only Chen Yuxing and Jiang Qiuye kind of. Untainted by mortal dust girl. Only into my eyes. Okay. You're noble. Shuetao was too lazy to talk to him.
Chu Mingjie was the more he thought about it, the more vain he became.
In other words,
Chen Yuxing will not really have entanglement with the mysterious Mercedes,
right? In that case, what would Subai think?
Chu Mingjie is also a shallow heart of the Lord, cannot help but talk to Subai private chat,
asked sideways. Subai brother if you like the girl,
on the uncle's Mercedes-Benz,
you will forgive her? After a while,
Subai's reply came.
Read less head script D. Mr. Shanghai, Chu Mingjie, Chapter 69 Brother Subai, can we change our fate?
When Subai saw this headless message from Master Shanghai,
he immediately realized, could it be that someone saw him picking up the one sisters on the bus? It is possible. It doesn't matter, just see it, it's not a crime. Su Xiaobai life acted openly and honestly. A few more confidants. What's wrong with it? What? You said I slept with 2 different girls in the past few days? Oh, well, the mood is there, the atmosphere is there, we are just following the mood of the girls. Subai, your car is so spacious, it shouldn't be cheap, right? Co-pilot position, naturally, is occupied by the younger sister Wan Xinyan.
Subai is considered to have discovered. These 2 sisters appear together.
Are the sister in the performance? The sister rounded up like a personal machine, maybe the degree of extroversion of the character.
The difference is indeed quite large.
Not bad, big hundreds of thousands of it. Look at you say this, big hundreds of thousands of dollars.
In our hometown can build a 3-story small building.
The village are envious of it. Where is your hometown? Southwest of the next province, or a national poverty-stricken counties have been on the news, thanks to the state subsidies. Otherwise we cannot go to such a good school Jiangcheng University.
Then you guys are also quite hardworking.
It's okay, the score of the art college is not that high. The good thing is that since we got in, we can take the school signboard
to find some part-time jobs, such as commercial performances hosting
voice actor and so on. Wan Xinyan was very talkative.
Her words did not hide her poor origin. Even the excitement after sitting on this Mercedes-Benz was honestly revealed.
Subai appreciated this kind of frank attitude. You just need to show the demand. We will have to talk.
Belying on the youthful beauty of the presumptuous attempt to pinch the rich,
that kind of girl, Subai does not want to touch. Not that the emotional intelligence is not enough to use, but just too much trouble to deal with. Not much time. The 3 came to the school near the shopping district, the 100 Elephant City.
Different from the IKC Plaza that Subai loves to visit recently.
This place is a more civilianized place of consumption, and when it comes to weekends, it is crowded with college students studying nearby. Today was a weekday, and the crowd was not considered crowded. Wan Xinyan first asked Subai if she had any favorite brands and things to buy, and only after getting a negative reply did the 2 of them head to the store they had planned to target, Decathlon. This is a large-scale affordable sports brand, selling a wide range of products, from the most basic sportswear, hiking shoes to entry-level mountain bikes. Basically any sports-related products can be found. The main focus is on a cost-effective. Wan Xinyan is not stupid enough to take Subai to the expensive brand counter, and then hinted at him to pay. That's a low-level tactic to fish for women. Besides, she and her sister are young and beautiful, fresh and delicious, and don't need the so-called noblewoman brand to set off. only to see Wan Xinyan and sister Tua look ready to start operating. Her sister, Wan Xinyue, understood and ran to the other side of the room away from the locker room, pretending to study the hiking poles. Wan Xinyan, on the other hand, picked out a tight mountaineering compression garment with tight shark pants. After burrowing into the locker room and rustling around for a while, she suddenly poked her head out from the curtain, her face slightly embarrassed. These pants are so tight, oh, how can I lift them up? Subai brother, can you come and help me? Due to the natural tone of her request for help. Adding to that, she had thoughtfully changed her address to Subai brother. The store clerk next to her subconsciously assumed that the two were related. After all, the twin sisters and Subai were both high-color existences. To say that they were family, it didn't seem strange. Thus, the store clerk watched Subai burrow into the dressing room where there were already girls present, and did not stop him without much thought. However, when Subai entered the narrow locker room space, a blood-curdling picture was immediately displayed in front of his eyes. The small number 1 shark pants, lifted upward, stuck to the fleshy buttocks. Wan Xinyan also deliberately twisted the slender waist. The girl department pure white little cute wrapped round, very generously displayed in Subai's eyes. Hiss. How could there be a girl with such a demonic figure under the premise of looking so young and even having a little baby fat on her face? Brother Subai, can you help me lift my pants? The design of this one seems to be a bit problematic. I'll do it. Since people had invited him, how could Subai refuse? We are a righteous man who is willing to help others. Only to see Subai pinching the elastic band of the shark pants with 2 fingers, slightly pulling it outward and then lifting it upward. The sound of the fabric sliding along the delicate skin made Subai's mouth a little dry. In passing, Subai's fingers also felt the touch of Wan Xinyan's skin, extremely soft and tender. It was almost like the feeling of a child that Subai used to hug at a relative's house when he was visiting relatives. Subai couldn't help but ask, "Are you and your sister really both adults?" Adult, ah, we'll be 18 in the summer vacation. Wan Xinyan was happy. Brother Subai, why do you ask such a strange question? Ah, it feels like your skin is so delicate. Not, obviously the same age. You still call me brother? Subai is also happy, because Subai brother gives a very reliable feeling. Ah, in this society, age and cannot prove anything. Wan Xinyan sighed. It's like saying, Subai brother is just 18 years old, already driving such a good car, but never proclaim it everywhere. On the contrary, someone, ha ha ha, he is a bit. Subai instantly comprehended Wan Xinyan's meaning. The local people did show too much prominence, but anyone who knew him, it was hard not to want to spit on him. My sister and I usually also scrimp and save, cannot afford to buy expensive things. Other girls in the College of Arts are wearing Lululemon. We only dare to buy Decathlon. Although the internet often people say, oops, clothes well are similar, but the material is certainly a difference. Really, Subai brother just touched it, right? This pants material is very general. I actually don't quite feel it. Let me touch it again. Subai reached out and savored the back half of the pants that leaned upwards. TSK. Not bad. Subconsciously, Subai used a little bit of the manipulation emperor skill. It caused Wan Xinyan's body to tremble, her legs a bit soft, and her eyes swirling more and more with water. Brother Subai, you know, like my sister and I, orphans from the countryside, with no one to rely on, all relying on our grandmother to pull us up and examine to the big city. The only thought is to change our destiny. Wan Xinyan tilted up her slightly baby fat innocent little face, staring tightly at Subai's eyes. Brother Subai, can we change our fate? Saying that, Wan Xinyan grabbed Subai's other hand again and pressed it on the advantage in front of her own. Chapter 70. The Wan family sisters are 2 people in one. As the saying goes, the poor man's children are born early. The Wanjia sisters were a typical example. There were often similar remarks on the Shake Shack platform, saying that the current college students were stupid and clear, and that even though they had reached the age of 18, on a psychological level, they always felt that they were still children. But Wan Xinyan was clearly not. She was thoroughly and completely an adult. A more visual evidence is, children only fall in love. Adults are directly seduced. The means may be slightly rough, but with a strong desire for a superior life. It was obvious that it was indeed a child who had been poor for a long time. Subai had also been poor, and he read something similar from Wan Xinyan's eyes. Subai moved his hands together and pinched. Only when Wan Xinyan was about to be made unsteady by the manipulation emperor did he leisurely open his mouth. That depends on your performance. It's not my performance. It's us. Wan Xinyan smiled slightly and focused on emphasizing. What does that mean? As for my sister and I, we agreed from a very young age that in the future, we would have to share any good things together, and similarly bear hardships together when we encounter them. Wan Xinyan proudly said, we are 2 as 1. That is to say, Subai produced a very subtle conjecture. You and your sister intend to act together? Yeah, Wouldn't it be fun to be accompanied by a pair of cute and sexy twin sisters? Bringing us out to go shopping. How dignified.
Others would die of envy if they looked at us.
The way Wan Xin said this,
it seemed a bit narcissistic.
but there is really no problem. Men,
many times in the bones have the dream of embracing the right and left,
but really can realize too little. Not to mention bringing two beautiful women out for shopping. However, in the case of the Wan family sisters, it became a unique advantage. With the twins acting together, nothing seemed out of place. If someone wanted to look deeper into the moral aspect, it would be said that they were accompanying their sister/sister out to have fun. Of course, those who can really handle twins at once also need extremely deep strength. In fact, many twin sisters would be repulsed by each other's spouses, and even develop a very serious climbing mentality. It should be said or not, the Wan family sisters are truly united. Subai continued, rubbing with interest, and asked, "This plan of yours, have you discussed it with your sister?" "Definitely. Elder sister has already agreed. Or rather, elder sister than me, but also more interested in brother Subai." "Oh, why is that?" "I won't tell you first. While the staff in the store hasn't felt strange yet, brother Subai first concentrate on enjoying me, and then consider sister after we go out, okay?" Wan Xianyan's sweet lowly voice that was pampered and cute was not incongruous and did not have the feeling of being pretentious at all. Hearing Subai was very comfortable. Of course, the sense of touch was even more comfortable. Wan Xinyan tried this set of sportswear, specially selected. The coat is relatively small. The curve that was already against the sky was further gathered. The hand feeling was enhanced. A few minutes later, Subai left the fitting room unfulfilled. Wan Xinyan followed behind him, her face scarlet, fine beads of sweat scattered on her forehead. Staring at Subai's back, she was a little lost in thought. He is so good at it. Subai's hands were large, with long slender fingers and powerful palms. It was more manly than the kind of weak male lead in romance novels. Being touched by these hands, the agitation from the body to the heart, almost made Wan Xinyan in the fitting room simply too humiliating. However, Subai seemed to be satisfied with her reaction, and even deliberately stopped his hands when she was about to be humiliated, avoiding her embarrassment. "Oh, brother Subai is really super understanding." Wan Xianyan had heard that some super rich brothers, in their private hobbies, were perverted and just liked to see girls being tortured. At least now, it seems that Subai is still normal. Well, it was a good thing. "Sister, did you talk to him? Did you talk to him?" Seeing the two of them come out, Wan Xinyue hurriedly came over to Wan Xinyan's side and asked nervously. She was very concerned about her sister's dealings with Subai, even so nervous that even the hiking stick that she had just pretended to study, she held it in her hand and didn't put it down, hugging the hiking stick to dislike it in front of her chest, squeezing out aesthetically pleasing arcs. "Say yes. Subai brother is interested in us, said to see our performance." "Who? Too good." Wan Xinyue patted her chest with a look of yearning. "That means I can start performing?" Looking at her sister's face of impatience, Wan Xianyan hurriedly reminded, "Sister, be reserved, don't give people a fright." "Aha, I know." Wan Xinyue glanced at Subai, who was picking out hiking shoes, her eyes glowing with adoration. Subai's height of 1.85 m, but there was no water at all. The data when he took off his shoes during the physical test was this. This height in the city of Jiangcheng, this not south not north, has been the boys in the very outstanding tall man. What's more, after Subai's body was baptized by the strengthening liquid, his body proportion was amazingly good. It could be called the golden ratio of male models. With the fashion edition of high-grade hipster brands, it was simply a little girl's dream lover. Wan Xinyue had a quiet personality, but one thing was different from her sister. Sister is only love money. She also has an additional hobby, like tall boys. That feeling of standing next to him and lifting your head up to look up in order to see his face, as well as being held in the arms of a tall boy, fiddling with him like a doll, and doing all sorts of shameless things. After slightly brainstorming, Wan Xinyue couldn't help but hum softly. Ding! Detected S-Class Goddess Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue favorability breaks through 80 points. Bound as consumption cashback object. Current favorability, 82. Subai froze for a moment. "No, why do you two favorability is counted together? The two of you are really one and not separate." To be honest, Subai was really surprised that Wan Xianyan and Wan Xianu were really so united, which was actually quite rare. Subai remembers that when he was in junior high school, there was a pair of twin sisters in his class. Every day they were at each other's throats. It was completely unimaginable for them to serve the same man. Not bad, since they wanted to progress so much. Subai would fulfill their dreams and change their destiny. A cashback delivered to the door. Don't take it for nothing. Besides, the quality of these two chicks was good. From the perspective of orthodox aesthetics, perhaps the height is a little short, but Subai is the man of fraternity.
From the point of view of a secondary yuan enthusiast, the Wan sisters were unrivaled legitimate Lolitas.
That being said, the women around Subai recently, inexplicably, had a premonition that he was going to become a time management master. Maybe this is the inconvenient part of the life of a godly man. Alas, even with the assistance of Brother Unity, Subai is still having a hard time. Chapter 71 Lululemon, improving Subai's hand experience. May I ask if Miss is still satisfied with this one? If you like it, you can try some more outfits from the sports series. Seeing the effect of the set on 1xin yen, the shopping guide Miss brightened up and hurriedly recommended. For short girls, the effect of sportswear on the body is often average, but 1xin yen is clearly an exception. Together with Wan Xinyue, whose looks and figure were almost indistinguishable from hers, the shopping guide Miss felt that she might have made 2 consecutive businesses today. Subai asked, "What do you think?" "I think it's good." "Well, Brother Subai should be satisfied just now too, right?" 1xin yen's tone was a bit meaningful. "Then just take it. Give your sister a whole set as well. Want to choose a different color?" "Yes, my sister likes pink, or goose yellow. In short, it's a brighter color." This is a bit out of Subai's expectation. Thinking carefully, it seems to be true. The lively 1xin yen likes to wear cold colors. On the contrary, 1xin yu likes light warm colors. The girl's preference really is difficult to guess. Fortunately, Subai no longer need to guess the girl's preferences, just with a kind of ornamental mentality, to explore the unknown side of each goddess. Compression clothing plus tight pants, a set of more than 300, 2 bodies added up to more than 600. Wan Xinyue also picked a little sports accessories, 0 total sum, only $800. Ding! Detected indulgent consumption of 832 renminbi for the bound object, triggered 4 times cashback, rewarded cash plus 3,328 RMB. Alas, it seems that his mind has drifted, Subai thought to himself. Seeing the price of more than 800, the first reaction was actually cheap. Put before binding the system, $800 are enough for Subai to eat and drink in the cafeteria for a month. Maybe there is still some left. After all, the cafeteria's poor man's set meal, a meat and a vegetarian plus rice, as long as $6. Breakfast is more 2 yuan 5 hot noodles on the solution. The cafeteria subsidies in good universities are quite high, but Subai's appetite has been given to feed the tricky. More than 800. In the high end a little bit of consumption, only just enough to some women's brand a pair of pants. Oh, wait. Subai found the blind spot. Wanjia sisters have already bought a good outing sports equipment, but it didn't prevent Subai from buying them some more. After being confirmed by the system, Subai walked out of the decathlon store while proposing. "These cheap pants don't feel comfortable. I'll take you guys to buy some good ones." Wan Xinyan was stunned for a moment, and quickly waved her hand. "It's not necessary. Didn't you just help us settle the bill?" "Already very thankful. After all, my sister and I have not yet begun to pay for Brother Subai." The last sentence, Wan Xinyan with a female brat-like teasing smile, tiptoe, close to Subai's ear whispered. A hot breath exhaled by the girl carried a candy-like sweet and fresh flavor. It was really marvelous. It seemed that every girl's body fragrance had a different flavor. Don't be in a hurry. There are opportunities for you to pay later. And buying better yoga pants is also a way to enhance my, user experience. This user experience successfully gave Wan Xinyan a laugh. Subai brother, but do not say this kind of words to other strange girls. Oh, I'm afraid that it is not going to be objectified. Warning. What? You're not happy that I said that? Which is I am looking forward to being used by Brother Subai. Use it. 1xin Yan's charming eyes were like silk, hugging Subai's arm and rubbing it. To be honest, the fever technique was a bit raw. With the innate charming bone of a certain little vixen, it couldn't be compared. But after all, this pair of twin sisters just freshman year, to be the sense of youthfulness. Subai heart beautifully enjoying, brightly laughed twice, signaling the 2 sisters to follow him, reached out and patted their little buttocks from behind. Double line operation. First attempt. There is still a little bit of weakness. This kind of thing, embracing left and right, was rather against the intuition that had been cultivated through years of moral education. At the same time, Subai is also to confirm. These 2 sisters in the end is not ready to meet the buy one get one free lifestyle. The result made Subai very satisfied. Wan Xinyan let out a delicate exclamation of surprise, a little caught off guard, glanced at Subai angrily, but will Subai's arm embrace more tightly. As for the sister Wan Xinyue, not even the caught off guard link, simply directly show enjoyment expression. Wait a minute, how come you started enjoying yourself? I always feel that underneath this girl's quiet and introverted appearance, she is hiding something extraordinary. So, Subai left and right holding 2 giant loli, walking in the mall. He attracted the attention of countless passers-by. In those gazes, most of them were envious, mixed with some confusion. What is this situation? Bringing two girlfriends out for shopping? No, these two girls look exactly the same. I see, they should be related. Big brother with two little sisters. A lot of people had a similar brainwave. Twins through and whatnot. In real life, it was still too shocking. Many people wouldn't think in that direction. However, Subai's strength could be easily taken. This was the confidence that money brought him. 3 guests inside please. Welcome to Lululemon Jiangcheng flagship store. This brand is basically known to those who have brushed more short videos. It belonged to the benchmark brand of yoga pants. What made Subai somewhat surprised was that the Lululemon in this mall was actually the Jiangcheng flagship store. To know that Pashiang City is just an ordinary pro-consumer level. On second thought, it seemed to be fine. A large part of the brand's audience is young women who pursue fashion and petty living. So where is this category of women most widely distributed? Yes, of course, it is Jiangcheng University. These days it's hard to find a job and it's not easy to make money. Many girls who are already working instead can't afford to spend a lot of money to buy themselves pretty clothes. Of course, spending a lickspittle's money is another matter, but not every girl can find a lickspittle to pay for her. In fact, proportionally, most girls with the level of appearance and emotional intelligence will not be able to meet a licking dog who will pay for her generously. On the contrary, the female college students are studying. There is no pressure of life, but now all the family conditions are okay. Are pursuing rich daughter, to give enough pocket money. Spending mom and dad's money doesn't hurt. The purchasing power is quite strong. Walking into the Lululemon flagship store, Subai roughly swept a glance, and saw a number of teenage college student-like customers, trying on clothes, even saw slightly familiar faces. It was estimated that he had seen them when he was taking which public elective class. The visual effect, mixed. The yoga pants thing was similar to an aerobics uniform, worn by girls with good figures. It could serve as an icing on the cake, but it can't bring charcoal to people with poor figures. After just habitually scanning the circle, Subai withdrew his gaze and dropped his attention on the Wan sisters beside him. Well, it's still these two that look good. Chapter 72 Pure Freshman Girl, just easy to satisfy. A beautiful shopper, surveying Subai's outfit, eyes on the Audemars Piguet white oak on his wrist, stayed for a moment, and immediately revealed a bright smile to welcome him. Guide one a long time, although we'll develop a professional smile, not too dog-eyed, but at least they can distinguish who is a customer with high spending power. Subai's a Tide brand wear. All are seasonal new models, like to buy new models of boys, often are more powerful than the surface looks, the kind of pretending to be broad, are buying discounted old models, or even second-hand. What's more, the watch he wears, a glance knows it's not cheap. Specifically how expensive, it is hard to say. The guide is also only experienced in recognizing people. It's not like it's an AI electronic eye that can see through the price of an item at once. This gentleman, is he here to pick out outfits for your sisters? Subconsciously, the guide also took the Wan sisters as Subai's sisters. After all, Subai was a tall, hard-boiled handsome man who looked a bit more mature than he actually was, while the Wan sisters were pure legitimate lowly style. Before Subai could say anything, Wan Xin grabbed the lead and said, "Yes, brother is going to help us pick yoga pants, the ones with a soft texture and good feel, a simple and cute look," leaning on Subai's arm to give him benefits. The shopper didn't think too much about it, and even didn't understand the profound meaning of good hand feel. After a little thought, he spoke, "If you are looking for the ultimate in feel, I recommend this year's new product, the Glow Up series, inspired by diving suits. It adopts smooth and highly elastic fabrics with a strong wrapping feeling in the core area. The legs are designed with laser cuts to reduce strangulation marks, and the matte texture is more advanced, taking into account both support and comfort." The guide led the three to the sample and introduced it, not forgetting to remind, because it's a new product, the price is on the high side. One piece costs 200 yuan. It's fine, price is not a problem, as long as you guys like it. Subai rubbed the two sisters' heads, a bit of doting flavor. The two sisters didn't dodge. Very happy look. Wan Xinyue even took the initiative to rub her face against Subai's hand, and also secretly touched Subai's palm with her tongue. Hiss. This girl seems to be really a hidden. Go to the fitting room. After a few rounds of fitting, Subai was satisfied with the upper body effect of the yoga pants. It was worthy of being a Netflix brand, although many people felt that the premium for this thing was too high, but a sister with a good figure wearing it did burn awe. As for the effect on the upper body, Subai also shallowly tried it on Wan Xinyan. Not bad. There are also matching sports tops, hoodies, and sports underwear here. Try them all. Subai thought for a moment. Right, try the other series of yoga pants as well. Just now when you guys were changing clothes, the guide recommended the Align series and the Instill series, which correspond to the preference for the ultimate nakedness, as well as the shaping and silky feeling respectively. Ah, do I have to try so many? Actually I think it's fine to buy one. Wan Xinyan said. Well, it doesn't cost brother too much money.
Even Wan Xinyue opened her mouth to state her position.
It wasn't that they were playing with tea.
It was really that they wished to establish a long-term relationship with Subai,
focusing on a fine line.
So they didn't want to fish for too much in one hand.
Otherwise wouldn't it look like they were greedy and insatiable? However,
they obviously underestimated Subai's spending power.
Only to see Subai blandly said, "It's not easy to come a few times. It's only good to buy a few more. This is my request. You guys can't say anything."
Since the Golden Master insisted, the two sisters had no choice but to listen, watching them try on one set after another. The few girls in the store, who had revealed envious expressions, exchanged quiet comments with their companions.
Their brother is so nice. He really spends money. Not so much. I think in the end,
we might just pick one or two pieces with the best effect.
It's impossible to really buy them all. Alas. In fact, I also want the new models.
But the old models plus member discounts as long as more than 700.
Cheaper than the new models, almost 500. $500 are enough to eat at school for half a month.
There is no shortage of poor students among these girls who shop at Lululemon. Some are from the living expenses for several consecutive months.
Monthly pumping a little saving,
only to save enough money to buy a basic model of yoga pants.
After buying them, they must go back to the dormitory to take a few beautiful selfies,
send them to the circle of friends and small sweet potatoes, and receive the praise of their friends. But the result is to hear Subai so big tone,
said would like to buy down. Unavoidably, sourness welled up in his chest, repeatedly chanting in his mind. Fake, definitely pretending.
Until the Wanjia sisters' fitting session was over, Subai paid for a whole bunch in one breath.
Various seasonal limited and co-branded models. They even included yoga mats, sports water bottles, and gym bags.
The total price was more than 10,000.
Without blinking,
he swept the code to pay.
Mama, this is too generous, right? Where did the rich little brother come from? No, the little brother is handsome and can dress up, and the word dirt completely unrelated. This is the female college student's dream of the rich. The onlookers are really sour. The person in question, Wan Xinyan, was also opening her small, pretty lips, with a look of being shocked. Brother Subai, how outrageous. The most outrageous than the yoga mat. That thing Wan Xinyan simply did not consider. Even if you want to buy a yoga store, but also certainly will not buy Lululemon brand. After all, yoga mats this kind of thing. Taba to buy cheap. Branded goods dead expensive. Subai, however, said, come all the way. Convenient for them to exercise and stretch in the dormitory. Ding. S-level goddess Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue in Lululemon indulgence consumption of 12,118 yuan, triggering 10 times cashback. Reward cash plus 121,180 yuan. Now, seeing the 100,000 level of cashback in the system, Subai was numb. In his bank account, the deposit had already exceeded $70 million. 100,000 was indeed small money, but looking at the system prompts ding 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 popping out, still felt that the sound was actually so crisp and pleasant. Pretending to make money, but also experienced the happy and worshipful eyes of the beautiful twins. Then again, this big one little sister is just easy to satisfy. Think about it from another angle. If it is the kind of beauty that has entered society and colored the habits of social people, spending more than 10,000 to buy a bag for someone else, maybe she still felt it wasn't classy enough. Yen, don't daze for now. Come over and fill in the address. Subai greeted at the cash register. Brother, what's wrong? Why do you need to fill in the address? Wan Yen came back to her senses. Fill in the address of your dorm room, so that the store can find a time and deliver directly to your door. Subai explained. There's quite a lot of stuff, so it saves you guys the trouble of carrying it back. Good. Brother, you're so well thought out. Wan Yen excitedly jumped up, hooked Subai's neck and stood on her tiptoes to kiss his side. Alas, it can't be helped. The height difference is too cute. There must be 30 centimeters. Wan Xinyan excitedly fill in the address, hand, a little trembling. One thought of that a large pile of clothes sent to the dormitory. Will let the roommates how they envy. Wan Xinyan cannot help but softly hum. Chapter 73, Beauty is not a scarce resource. Rich people are. Looking at Wan Xinyan's excited appearance, the corner of Subai's mouth hooked into a smile. The same situation as he expected. For this gift that Subai bought for them, Wan Xinyan did not resist taking the opportunity to have a wave of vanity. People all have vanity, not to mention the atmosphere of the girls' dormitory in the art college. Compared to the relatively simple and mute straight women of science and engineering, girls who study art will be more precocious. In fact, Subai had only spent more than $10,000, even if he didn't consider the cashback. With his assets, it was still on the scale of a sprinkle, but the reaction of the Wan sisters was interesting. when Subai said that he would have the store send someone to deliver the item to the dormitory, Wan Xinyan's mood fluctuated significantly. In other words, she was more of a show-off than the value of the item itself. Looking at her joyful reaction, Subai felt quite amused. Waiting until everything was arranged, Subai then lowered his head to Wan Xinyan and said, after buying the stuff, "Will I drive you guys out for a drive later? I remember that to the north of this mall, there is a road along the riverside embankment that is sparsely populated, and there is a lot of open space for camping and walking." Yeah, we've always been interested in that side too, but it's too far to visit without a car. Indeed, the range of activities does expand a lot if you have a car. Subai couldn't help but lament. This was indeed the case. Before owning a Mercedes-Benz GLE, Subai was too lazy to run outside the school. Squeezing the subway was also quite troublesome. What was even more troublesome was that many times the target location was far away from the nearest subway station, and pedaling a shared bicycle would take a long time. Wan Xinyan suddenly remembered something and suddenly asked, "Right, for the Mid-Autumn Festival tour, is Brother Subai also planning to take us out in this car?" "Yes, right. What's wrong?" Nothing, just curious to ask. This car is indeed very spacious, suitable for self-driving tours. Subai laughed. "I think the maiden is also quite suitable for self-driving tours. Come on. I don't want to sit in Shuetao's car." "Oops, by the way, at that time, my sister and I are sitting in your car. Can we?" "We'll reserve a spot first, don't worry. We won't sit in your car for nothing. We'll definitely take care of Brother Subai comfortably." Wan Xinyan's ambiguous tone was heavily suggestive. She felt that the progress of hooking up with Subai today was very good, so when the mid-autumn tour comes, she should be qualified to sit in Subai's car, right? She didn't want to be assigned on top of the meeting at that time, listening to Shuetao's greasy and boring blind pussyfooting around. This was a good question. Subai thought about it. There were 4 men and 4 women in the traveling team, on average 4 people in one car, but this is just the theoretical way of distribution. In reality, the back row of the Mercedes-Benz GLE, sitting 3 girls is not a problem at all. And it's not like there's the kind that needs to press F to enter in the traveling team. The co-pilot sat another one. Directly the 4 girls are sitting on Subai's side. As for the feasibility of this plan, Chen Yuxing is definitely following Subai. This girl is currently sleeping soundly in the JW Marriott Hotel as Mud. Just completed the anime 13 episodes of the series to watch. It is estimated that by the time the sticky vary, the remaining one, Jiang Qiuzhen, Subai also understands it very well. After all, it is a childhood friend. Under the premise that all the other girls are unified, Jiang Qiuzhen could never go alone to take the maiden and stay with the other 3 strange males. The plan passed, so Subai agreed. "Okay, then when the time comes, you'll sit in the back seat with your sister." "Roger." Wan Xinyan gave a mischievous salute. She knowingly didn't ask who the co-pilot was reserved for. It was obviously Chen Yuxing, right? Listening to many of her classmates, recently Subai and Chen Yuxing had a hot relationship and often played games together. To say that there is no catnip between the two, before Wan Xinyan couldn't be sure, but after feeling Subai's financial strength up close, she was sure that Chen Yuxing must also have thoughts about Subai. Even, the two sides may have secretly harmed each other, not blindly guessing. Guessing is also useless. Now the most important thing is to return Subai's favor of buying clothes for them all. Although Wan Xinyan in the fitting room has already given Subai a hand, but that is obviously not enough, right? Wan Xinyan admonished herself, to correct the attitude of service, cannot take Fu as a little cute. When she mixed small sweet potatoes, she came into contact with so many salvage women and listened to their stories. About all of them were because they were young and foolish and didn't know any better, and they had obviously met Fu who had treated them very well, but they were insatiable to get an inch and behaved badly. Then they were screened out by the rich brother. When girls are young, they are favored by society because of their beauty and think highly of themselves, but they don't realize until they are old and gray that beauty is not a scarce resource. There will always be 18-year-old pretty girls emerging, while it is increasingly difficult to become rich, and some rich buddies, to be honest, even if they are determined to worship the doctrine of gold, they really can't get down. On the contrary, Subai is a very rare kind. There is no discomfort at all when seducing him, and even, it will make the girl pleasurable from the bottom of her heart. To use the popular words on the internet, it was physiological liking. Therefore, when Wan Xinyan heard that Subai was going to drive them to a place off the beaten track for a drive, she was instantly ready to seize this opportunity to let Subai experience the beauty of twins. Just as Subai was holding the Wan sisters and taking the elevator to the underground garage of the mall, on the other side of the same floor of the mall, Lu Yuan gazed at the back of the trio, dumbfounded. My goodness, what did I see? Subai was actually holding the Art Academy's Wan sisters as they shopped. Can't be, really. He recently, obviously in a mess with Chen Yuxing. Right,
but as a result, he even got so close to the Wan family sisters. Is this probably, sort of cheating? It would be just fine if it was just flirting with multiple girls at the same time. The reason that really made Lu Yuanyuan feel shocked was that last night, Chen Yuxing did not return to the dormitory. This was the first time since the beginning of the school year that Chen Yuxing had stayed out at night. Last night, Lu Yuanyuan's heart of gossip was burning, pulling her roommate Jiang Qiuzhen to discuss for half a day, but did not discuss a brow. As to why did not discuss with the best relationship with Zhou Jialu, the reason is that Zhou Jialu did not come back. This did not surprise Lu Yuanyuan. After all, Sister Zhou's boyfriend was so good to her that it wasn't strange for her feelings to heat up quickly and fast forward to the rolling sheets part. But Chen Yuxing was really strange. Lu Yuanyuan also specifically asked her boyfriend, Shui Tao, and learned that Su Bai hadn't returned to the dormitory either. A very scary conjecture arose at once. Could it be that Su Bai and Chen Yuxing went out to get a room? It was really hard to imagine that Chen Yuxing, such a high and cold academic girl, the type that soaked in the lab every day, would actually go out to a room with a boy. But if it was Su Bai, it seemed, it wasn't strange. After all, Su Bai was handsome and had a good body. Chen Yuxing choosing Su Bai was actually a relatively common thing in college. Not all female college students fall in love or rushing to money. A large part of them still look at the face, the so-called longing for merry love. Honestly, Lu Yuanyuan thinks that's pretty silly. Su Bai's family is penniless, and Chen Yuxing's family doesn't seem to be doing too well, so if these two become a couple, they're bound to face countless difficulties in the future. Chapter 74, Is Su Bai really from an ordinary family? As the saying goes, poor couples are saddened by everything. Idealized love during the student period was hit hard by reality after graduation. The original love of the two sides to produce a variety of contradictions, and even one of the party because of the status quo dissatisfaction and derailment. Similar things, too much. Lu Yuanyuan realized this very early and soberly. If you cannot find a particularly good object during the university, then finally with Shui Tao is actually not bad. At least Shui Tao has 4 suites and a maiden. And if you get married to him, you don't need to think about any home loan or car loan problems. But Su Bai's problem is too big. Not only is his family's situation worrying, but he is not the type to work particularly hard. Obviously read the hottest major now, computer, but all day lying in the dormitory to eat and wait for death. On the contrary, Chen Yuxing, every day on Bubble Laboratory. The difference is immediate. Such a progressive Chen Yuxing paired with such an indulgent and depraved Su Bai. It's only a matter of time before something goes wrong. Last night, Lu Yuanyuan judged it this way. However, the scene she saw today completely refreshed Lu Yuanyuan's perception. Not only because Su Bai was holding the hands of the Wan sisters, but also because Lu Yuanyuan saw with her own eyes that Su Bai bought them a whole bunch of things at the Lululemon store. Yes, in fact, a few minutes ago, Lu Yuanyuan had already spotted the trio, and out of curiosity, hid in the shadows and watched for quite a while. The more she looked, the stranger she felt. Wasn't it said that Su Bai's family was an ordinary working-class family that gave him only 12,000 a month for living expenses? How can he still bring a girl to Lululemon to go on a shopping spree? Wrong, very wrong. As she watched the trio walk into the elevator, Lu Yuanyuan inexplicably began to get anxious. She realized that she seemed to have touched some kind of truth. Yet the face of the truth was not yet clear enough. This feeling of scratching an itch was really making Lu Yuanyuan uncomfortable. For a girl who liked to gossip, this was too unbearable. Thinking about this, Lu Yuanyuan hurriedly took out her cell phone and contacted Shui Tao by private message. Yuanyuan, is Su Bai really just an ordinary family? Are you sure? Shui Jitao? Panda man emoticon. Shui Jitao, why are you suddenly asking this? Shui Jitao, by the way, Yuan, why didn't you reply to my messages last night? What did you do last night? Shui Jitao, picks nose. Yuan, nothing. I was too tired from class yesterday and fell asleep in the dormitory. Shui Jitao, picking nose. Last night, I was busy gossiping with Jiang Qiuzhen about Chen Yuxing, so I didn't have time to pay attention to Shui Tao. After asking Shui Tao and determining that Su Bai hadn't returned to the dormitory, Lu Yuanyuan didn't bother with him. The main thing is that this guy, Shui Tao, has been a pain in the ass lately. He is always hinting that it is time for their relationship to move forward. Lu Yuanyuan thinks that men who are eager for sex are the most shrimp-headed. In the majority of girls' opinion, being horny is a very bad attribute for men. Perhaps subconsciously, it means that they are thirsty for women, and the psychological mechanism of women is, the more you desire, the more I think highly of myself. But then again, nowadays Lu Yuanyuan is anxious to ask Shui Tao for information about Su Bai, and suddenly felt that a little advancement of the relationship should help to pull out a little valuable stuff from Shui Tao's dogmouth. Well, okay, the two of them have not officially held hands yet. It's okay to let him hold hands once in a while, right? Yuan, I want to eat the small fry on the second floor of the third cafeteria at noon.
Yuan, after lunch. Let's go for a walk at the small west gate, smile.
Shui Jitao,
no problem. It's my treat.
Shui Jitao, pop emoticon of unknown significance.
In the classroom,
Shui Tao suddenly clenched his fist with one hand.
Very excited. No sound came out, but it was as if he was already cheering and celebrating.
What's up locals?
Your dad James scored again?
Shu Mingzhi glanced at him and teased.
Ha!
Shui Tao said smugly.
Yuan took the initiative to invite me to treat her to lunch at noon. See,
this is the benefit of having a girlfriend.
Not a buddy.
What kind of benefit is this? Shu Mingzhi difficult to bandage.
Women spend your money can return cash or what? What is good to be happy?
Rich that is not the flower.
And then again, now the girls
fall in love which have their own money out of pocket.
Can give them to spend money is my strength. Shui Tao had a face of rightfulness. The main thing was that there was a walking session after dinner, and it's the grassy and tranquil little Westgate pedestrian walkway. The hints here were pretty obvious, right? Shui Tao thought that he could experimentally hold Lu Yuan's small hand.
At the thought of being able to touch a girl's tender little hand,
Shui Tao's entire being trembled slightly in anticipation. Even touching something else a little more is not impossible. Alas,
Shui Tao's parents were quite strict in his high school years. From his speech and behavior to his pocket money, they were all strictly controlled.
The purpose is to let him concentrate on his studies.
They also spent a lot of money on a senior one-on-one tutor.
Shui Tao also lived up to the expectations. Dead study. Finally was admitted to the local best Jiangcheng University. So after going to college, the hands of money, and car to drive, suddenly wave up. When reading middle school,
his parents strictly prohibit him from falling in love early. Can be said to be dazzle repressed for a long time.
Now, the repression is finally released. Shui Tao feels that the peak of his life is coming. Third cafeteria, second floor.
The price of the small fry was slightly extravagant for students,
so there were usually not many people here. Shui Tao specially found a larger table, but in the end the only person who actually came was Lu Yuan. Together with the three men, there were only 4 people. It just seemed a bit empty. Where are your roommates? How come none of them came? Shui Tao's first words at the meeting left Lu Yuan speechless. Not buddy, where is your emotional intelligence? I'm just thinking about my roommate, right? Alas, Lu Yuan also knows that she and the 3 goddesses of the roommate compared is too bleak. This is also her in Jiangcheng University since a year of study. The inner sensitivity of the point. As a result, Shui Tao was stranded here stepping on thunder like crazy. They all have their own things to do. What? It's sad that you can't see your girlfriend's roommate, isn't it? Lu Yuan said sarcastically. Ha, not really sad. Mainly because there are many people lively. Ordering food can also be rich in variety. Wang Haoran, what are you doing? Shui Tao then realized that during the time he was exchanging pleasantries with Lu Yuan, Wang Haoran had already silently served a pot of boiled beef and a serving of pop-fried squid. These two are considered the more expensive dishes on the second floor. Wang Haoran calmly said, "Oh, I see that there is a freshly made one over there. So I ordered it, and these two are both delicious. Delicious is delicious. But, forget it." Shui Tao originally wanted to say the problem of food prices, but choked back the words. This is not consistent with his usual self-produced image of well-off locals, but in reality, because he had been treating Lu Yuan to food and drinks since military training, his pocket money this month had already bottomed out. He could use it as an excuse to ask his parents for a sum of money for the mid-autumn trip, but for these 2 or 3 days in between, spending money still has to be put away. Okay, you love to eat is fine. It's rare to treat the guys to a meal. Shui Tao muttered in dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, Wang Haoran shook his head and said, "No need. These 2 dishes plus 4 bowls of rice. I paid. What else do you want to eat and then order?" After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the complicated Shui Tao and lowered his head to concentrate on his cell phone. Chapter 75 Follow brother by. There is meat to eat. Wang Haoran usually in the dormitory. Try not to take advantage of the locals in Shanghai master. These 2 people seem to be very in fact, stingy stroke. So this meal, Wang Haoran took the initiative to buy the bill for 2 large dishes, so that you do not have to listen to the locals and Shanghai master blindly forced. Well, in fact, the main thing is that Shui Tao likes to compare. Shu Mingzhi generally mouth will not count the money aspect. He will attack from other angles. For example, oops, this dish is so spicy. It must be to cover up the nature of the ingredients are not fresh. Unlike the a la local dishes, pay attention to the fresh and sweet, is the most noble and authentic way to eat. It is probably that theory. Wang Haoran since the beginning of the school year, with Chu Mingzhi ate many meals together. Ears are listening to calluses. That said, in fact, Wang Haoran this meal, spend is not his own money. 2 days ago when Subai went back to school,
He charged 5,000 to his meal card, said it was a salary advance on behalf of the liver. Originally Wang Haoran did not want it. After all, there are extreme accounts to play. Already very happy, there is no need to pipe the brother to ask for money but Subai said that in the future, he is ready to set up an online game studio, just as a small business to practice, and wants Wang Haoran to be the studio boss and manage things for him. If you are willing to do it, then you have to get used to taking wages from me, equivalent to me supporting you to start your own business. You usually idol can first collect information about online game studio. Of course, if you are not interested in this, I will find someone else. Subai's very sincere words got Wang Haoran's strong resonance. Immediately said, we will follow brother Bai. Although computer majors, there is a chance to get a high salary in the internet industry, but that is also a very high intensity of work in exchange, but also to participate in the fierce competition. What big factory high salary, in essence, is a senior cattle and horses, very tired, which is not as comfortable as following Bai and being a small boss. As for some people will think that online game studio low end, large companies work high end. The reason is to earn money, reasonable and legal. There is no such thing as high end and low end. Wang Haoran did not have that kind of pedantic ideas of the readers. Blowing on the job fair to blow great. Cheat buddies can. Do not put themselves to cheat. Don't look at Wang Haoran character shy. In fact, a lot of things to see the door clear. So, now Wang Haoran has been equivalent to Subai's partner. Eat a cafeteria second floor. Of course, do not need to buckle and search. However, Shuetao knew nothing about this and couldn't help but secretly mutter. This Wang Haoran is also out of place. Usually poorer than Subai. How come he's suddenly willing to spend money on a big meal? Lu Yuanyuan also looked at Wang Haoran with some surprise, but did not dwell on it for too long. After organizing her thoughts, she opened her mouth and said, what about Subai? How come it feels like he's been very busy lately? Is he working outside the school? I don't know. This kid has been a dragon lately. I don't know what he's doing. I heard that he made a small fortune. Maybe he won the lottery. His cell phone and computer have all been replaced with apples. Shuetao casually spat out. Winning the lottery. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanyuan could not help but twitch the corners of her mouth. So that's how it was? No wonder Subai was acting like a tycoon, buying and buying for the Wan sisters. It was estimated that the twins were also rushing to pull Subai's wool over their eyes. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. Lu Yuanyuan was actually afraid of that kind of thing happening, that Subai, who was actually very rich, was just usually more low-key. That would make her look like a clown. After all, she liked Subai's appearance, but chose Shuetao because of her financial condition. Well, it seemed like she was overthinking it. At once, Lu Yuanyuan's mood relaxed a lot, and she feasted on the several colorful and fragrant dishes on the table. Soon, lunch was over. Just when Shuetao thought that he was going to enter the exciting Little Westgate walking session, Lu Yuanyuan suddenly covered her stomach and revealed a pained expression. What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Shuetao hurriedly cared. Maybe I ate a bad stomach. Is it serious? Taking a walk shouldn't be a problem. Maybe it'll get better after a walk. Lu Yuanyuan was going to vomit blood. Originally thought that by acting out a stomachache, she would be able to smoothly get away and go straight back to her dorm room. Already got the information she wanted, and there was no need to go with Shuetao to hold hands at the Little West Gate. That kind of thing just think about feel resistant by a so ugly brain and problematic boys holding hands. In case you run into another high school classmate or someone you know from the student union department along the way. It's a real shame. You know, among girls, the comparison of boyfriends is very serious. The comparison here is basically to compare the face value. If you find a handsome boyfriend, you will definitely send your friend's circle to show your love every day. But if it's a commodity like Shuetao, no matter how rich he is, girls won't be happy to let him appear in their social circle. There's no way to save face. Anyway, Lu Yuanyuan had never posted a friend's circle with Shuetao, nor has she ever brought him to meet important friends. Who knew that Shuetao would be so unorthodox? And also said what? Just walk. Yuck. If not for the money, this kind of man Lu Yuanyuan absolutely. Break up on the spot. Locals, you almost got it. People are not feeling well, you still pull people out to play. There is no point gentleman quality? Shu Mingzhi said. No, she invited me to go out to play well. I'm all set here. I'm sorry Shuetao. I do have a hard time. I just want to go back to the dormitory to have a good rest. I'll stay with you some other day, okay? Saying this, Lu Yuanyuan smiled bitterly and reached out to shake Shuetao's hand, making a weak and pitiful expression. Shuetao's fire instantly subsided. It instantly changed its face. Even very sweetly said that he wanted to send Lu Yuanyuan back to her dormitory. Of course it was rebuffed by Lu Yuanyuan. Looking at his girlfriend's figure leaving alone, Shuetao said with a face full of intoxication, what an independent and strong girl. Put.
Wang Haoren finally failed to hold back and burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Shui Tao frowned. Nothing, just saw what tour joke about numerical inflation. Wang Haoren tried to strain his face to make a calm appearance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid, all day long you just focus on what second tour, what VTB, I see it's in this life. Ha ha. Wang Haoren smiled and didn't say anything. Inwardly, he was spitting madly. Maybe he was a severe Jade syndrome patient in his last life. He guessed. Otherwise why did God assign him such two godly housemates in this life? Presumably the purpose was to make him laugh and make up for all the missing smiles in his last life. Wang Haoren thought to himself that he was already a very simple Xiao Chunan. However, it was still easy to see that Lu Yuan was full of dislike for Shui Tao. Moreover, he could vaguely see that this Lu Yuan seemed to like Su Bai, because every time she and Su Bai were both present, Lu Yuan was always stealing glances at Su Bai, with her eyes dodging or slightly blushing. Shui Tao even thought that Lu Yuan blushed because she was shocked by his domineering aura, and she didn't know where she got the confidence. But Su Bai never seemed to care about Lu Yuan. Also, people white brother is to pick up Chen Yuxing that kind of level of good. How can look at Lu Yuan?